This is a world where the realms of elves and reality intertwine. Yu, the son of a champion trainer and Pokémon researcher, and the grandson of the fire-type gym leader and esteemed Pokémon breeder, is destined to weave a remarkable tale as a scion of a league. At the outset, he draws the divine beast, Mewtwo, and exclaims, "I am invincible. Mythical Pokémon Hoopa, bring it forth. Mythical Pokémon Jirachi, come into my embrace. Disaster Pokémon Guzzlord, a mere snow leopard, how laughable. The god of order, Zygarde, are you familiar with the concept of a Pokémon succubus? The artificially created deity, Mewtwo? You know, only I can help you confront your true self." Transformed into the divine shiny Charizard, a paradoxical Pokémon from both past and future, basking in the tempest of lightning is the majestic Zeraora, or soaring high above the heavens is the shiny Rayquaza. The creator god, Arceus. Do you think you are the only creator god? Come forth, my Arceus. Let witness what true surprise is. Whether it be the shiny demigod or the entangled Froakie or other rare Pokémon, Yu declares, "They're all mine, ha ha ha." The limitless Gigantamax Eternatus? So you're the one called Eternatus, are you? Take my strike. The radiant deity from another world? You have already sealed your fate. In this tumultuous world of Pokémon, Yu proclaims, "I care not for your villainy. Do not dare approach me. If you provoke me, Yu, you have truly bitten off more than you can chew." Chapter 1. Transmigration. It turns out I am in Rome, in the southwest of Huagua, in the city of Shucheng. On a scorching summer weekend morning, a young boy lies in bed, burying his head under the covers to escape the intrusion of sunlight. "Brother, wake up," a tender voice calls out. "Oh, don't disturb me. I stayed up late typing last night. Can't you let me sleep a little longer?" The young man responds lazily. "Oh dear, brother is talking in his sleep again. Hurry and get up. Yu Hao is waiting for you downstairs. Didn't you both plan to go to the Pokemon Nursery Center to collect Pokemon today?" What is this nonsense? Pokemon Nursery Center? Who is spouting such absurdities? Why are there people here? Am I not living alone? Who is speaking? The more Yu thinks about it while lying under the covers, the more uneasy he feels. "Ice Vulpix, use powder snow on your brother." Seeing that her brother shows no intention of getting up, the little girl instructs the Pokemon in her arms. Suddenly, Yu feels a cold gust sweep over him, accompanied by a chill that instantly jolts him awake. Whoa, it's freezing. Yu leaps from his bed and glances toward the bedside, where a cute little girl is holding a curly-haired white fox, gazing at him with innocent eyes. Whoa, this curly-haired fox seems to be the Alolan Vulpix from the Pokemon universe. Wait a minute, who is this little girl? But she is truly adorable. I'm smitten. Could it be that I have transmigrated upon waking? "Brother, hurry and get ready. Yu Hao is still waiting for you downstairs," the little girl reminds him and turns to leave. Sitting on the bed, Yu is still trying to grasp the situation when a flood of memories rushes into his mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. After 2 minutes, he shakes his head and regains clarity, finally understanding what has transpired. He has indeed transmigrated, sharing the same name, though he is puzzled as to why a failed author like himself would be granted such a chance. Nevertheless, he feels quite pleased, for his previous life was less than satisfactory. Perhaps this is a chance for a fresh start. Is this what they call the law of web literature? This is a world where Pokemon and the planet known as Blue Star have fused. This realm bears a multitude of similarities to the original world of Xia Yu, yet it also exhibits numerous distinctions. In his memories, this Blue Star is approximately 10 times the size of Earth from his past life, with little change in the nations, though the historical and technological landscapes are vastly divergent. For instance, in terms of history, Diyu's efforts to control flooding were aided by the legendary Pokemon Gyoka, while Qin Shi Huang's unification of the 6 states relied on the power of Li Kongzhuo. Cao Cao's consolidation of the 3 kingdoms was facilitated by Reiku, and the establishment of the prosperous Tang dynasty by Li Shimin was supported by Victini. Zhu Yuanzhang's founding of the Ming dynasty was backed by Moltres, among others. The formation of nations throughout history has always been intertwined with the presence of legendary Pokemon. Conversely, the advancement of technology primarily centers around everyday applications, as this era of coexistence between humans and Pokemon has seen little development in military and warfare technologies. Against this backdrop, numerous professions related to Pokemon have emerged, such as Pokemon trainers, breeders, researchers, and doctors. The national education system has incorporated Pokemon studies as a core subject, and in this era devoid of significant intercountry crises, Pokemon battles have become the prevailing trend. Various nations have established numerous Pokémon battle leagues, including global competitions, garnering the affection and attention of people worldwide. Upon realizing that he has truly arrived in the Pokémon world, Xia Yu felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Although his knowledge of Pokémon from his previous life was limited, as a fanfiction writer, he had acquired a fair understanding of the subject. Observing the vastness of his opulent room, adorned with an array of luxurious Pokémon decorations, he could not help but marvel at the fact that some individuals are indeed born with a silver spoon in their mouths. Though he had harbored resentment towards such favored individuals in his past life, when such an opportunity presented itself to him, he could not suppress the heartfelt exclamation of "This is truly delightful." Indeed, I am a second-generation affluent individual. I confess. Xia Yu mused inwardly. The Xia Yu of this world was born with a golden spoon, having a father who is a champion trainer, a mother who is a distinguished Pokémon researcher, a grandfather who is the gym leader of a fire-type dojo, a grandmother who is a renowned Pokémon breeder, and a petite, adorable, and intelligent younger sister who is somewhat frail. This is the very definition of a life winner. After getting dressed, Xia Yu gazed at his reflection in the mirror, handsome and dashing, with starry eyes and a striking brow. His appearance rivaled that of any esteemed reader, prompting him to exclaim, "What a strikingly handsome individual!" As he opened the door and descended the staircase, he marveled at the scene before him. Although he had envisioned this moment countless times, witnessing the resplendent interior of the villa in person felt surreal, as if he were stepping into a dream. Upon reaching the grand hall on the first floor, a gentleman clad in a black butler's uniform approached him. "Young master, breakfast is ready. Miss and young Master Yu Hao are already waiting for you at the table." "Very well. Uncle Leo, what about my parents? Aren't they joining us?" Xia Yu inquired, feeling a sense of familiarity towards Uncle Leo, who had served as the family's butler since his birth. "The master has gone to the Alliance, and the madam departed for her research institute early this morning," Uncle Leo replied. "I see." Xia Yu pondered over the memories he had of his parents. As he entered the dining room, he was greeted by the sight of a tall figure and a small one playfully sparring at the table, while Frosty Vulpix nearby happily wagged its tail as it devoured a specially made energy cube. "Ah, big brother is here," the little girl exclaimed upon seeing Xia Yu. "Dear little Tong, come here and let your brother give you a kiss," he said, unable to contain his excitement as he approached his sister and showered her with affectionate kisses on her soft cheeks. "Hee hee, your saliva is all over my face." "All right, Yuga, I understand you two share a close bond, but could you refrain from showing off in front of me? Let's eat. I'm eager to go and select my Pokémon," complained the chubby boy, Zhang Yu Hao, unable to bear the display any longer. "What's the rush? You can't rush through hot tofu. You know that, right, Xia Yu?" "I'm not sure about the hot tofu, but if you delay any longer, the Pokémon will all be chosen. Don't you know how many people will be selecting Pokémon in the coming days?" The chubby boy remarked with a hint of reproach directed at Xia Yu. All right, I understand," Xia Yu responded, playfully teasing his childhood friend. Aware of the urgency of the situation, he quickly consumed a couple of meat buns and scooped up his sister before heading out. Arriving in the courtyard, he glanced around but did not see the glimmering Charizard he had grown up with. Knowing that the Charizard was likely off training, he decided not to dwell on it and prepared to embark on his journey. Chapter 2. The system awakened. Xia Yu, cradling his sister alongside the chubby Zhang Yu Hao, boarded the vehicle prepared for them by Uncle Lu, embarking on their journey to the Shudu City Pokémon Breeding Center, where they were poised to welcome their first Pokémon. The reason this marked their inaugural acquisition was due to the regulations set forth by the Huagua Pokémon League, aimed at ensuring a fair educational system and mitigating the potential dangers of capturing Pokémon at a tender age. Only students on the verge of entering their final year of high school are permitted to capture their first Pokémon, which must either be an egg or a Pokémon no older than 10 days. The Pokémon Battle Examination for the college entrance examination also stipulates that competitors may only use Pokémon that are under 1 year old, with specialized tools in place to prevent wealthy families or privileged offspring from cheating with Pokémon they have nurtured since childhood. This framework not only guarantees educational equity, but also serves to identify genuinely talented trainers. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Pokémon Breeding Center and were taken aback by the sight before them. While they anticipated a considerable crowd, the sheer number of people was astonishing, a throng that could hardly be described as anything less than a sea of humanity, predominantly comprising parents accompanying their children. "What are we going to do with so many people?" the chubby boy lamented, gazing at the lengthy queue outside with a look of despair. Xia Yu, amused by his friend's expression, pulled a card from his pocket and waved it in front of him. Wow, an employee card. We can use the staff entrance. No wonder you're so resourceful, you go. Zhang Yuhao's face instantly brightened, a grin spreading across his features as he looked at Xia Yu. The trio made their way through the employee entrance, and upon entering, they were once again left in awe. The bustling interior of the breeding center surpassed even the most vivid depictions in animation, and Xia Yu felt a surge of excitement. Was he truly about to welcome his first genuine Pokémon? May I assist you? A staff member approached them, inquiring with a friendly demeanor. Hello, we are here to select a Pokémon. Here are our identification cards, Xia Yu replied, handing over their IDs. Very well. The staff member responded, scanning their cards. The system indicates that you are all eligible to select one of the starter Pokémon. Allow me to guide you. The staff member's machine beeped as it registered their information. Indeed, as they had been contributing to the league since birth, they were entitled to select a starter Pokémon. A privilege not extended to all. Most ordinary individuals could only afford to purchase comparatively inexpensive Pokémon or Pokémon eggs as their first companions. The minimum cost for starter Pokémon in the outside world was over $1 million, a sum far beyond the reach of most. Not to mention, the Pokémon available at the Shudu Breeding Center typically boasted superior qualities, commanding even higher prices. Only students in their final year of high school enjoyed a limited discount on their initial purchase, which would not be available for subsequent selections. As they followed the staff member to the Pokémon selection area, Zhang Yuhao eagerly asked, "Which Pokémon are you planning to choose, Yugo?" "I'm not quite sure yet. I'll see how it goes. What about you?" "I already have a Sandshrew, and I'm looking to build a Sandstorm team, so I need a Pokémon that complements my lineup." The chubby boy replied, excitement radiating from him. "That's great. I look forward to seeing you become the next Sandstorm King," Xia Yu encouraged, giving his friend a pat on the shoulder. "Brother, what is a king? Is it a trainer as powerful as Dad?" The little girl tilted her head, asking Xia Yu with a puzzled tone. "Indeed, and I will surpass Dad in strength. My dream is to become a Pokémon champion," Xia Yu declared passionately. "I believe you will succeed," the little girl replied. Although she did not fully grasp the concept of a Pokémon champion, her faith in her brother was unwavering. Xia Yu was deeply touched by her words and showered her with affectionate kisses, eliciting an eye roll from her. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuhao chose to ignore Xia Yu's boastful antics, opting not to engage with the sibling duo. Before long, they arrived at a section bustling with Pokémon. They were eager to observe the newly hatched Pokémon. This area is dedicated to Fire-type Pokémon, featuring freshly hatched companions like Charmander, Chimchar, Darumaka, Torchic, Numel, and Fennekin, the staff member explained. "Can we touch these Pokémon?" Xia Yu inquired. "Of course. These hatchlings are generally quite docile, and as long as you refrain from making any threatening movements, they will not attack." As soon as the staff member finished speaking, Xia Yu and Zhang Yuhao could hardly contain their excitement and rushed to interact with the Pokémon. The moment Xia Yu's hand made contact with one of the creatures, a voice resonated in his mind. "Ding! Host has successfully made contact with a Pokémon. The Supreme Pokémon system has been activated." Startled by the voice echoing in his mind, Xia Yu paused. Indeed, how could a crossover occur without a system? As an author with years of experience in web fiction, he was well versed in the concept of systems. "All right, system, enlighten me about your functions," Xia Yu asked with a nonchalant demeanor. The system offers the following functionalities. Firstly, it grants the host the Eye of Truth, allowing you to perceive all information regarding Pokémon and items. Secondly, the system will issue tasks based on the host's current circumstances. Upon completion, rewards will be granted. Additionally, it features a mall function, enabling the purchase of Pokémon-related items using rewards earned from tasks, as well as the ability to exchange useless items for mall currency. Lastly, the system provides a lottery feature, allowing you to spend mall currency to draw from an array of items within the Pokémon world, including legendary Pokémon. Wow! Is this the allure of the system? I'm absolutely in love. From now on, you shall be my system brother, Xia Yu exclaimed, exhilarated by the prospect of drawing legendary Pokémon. With this, I'll be a champion in no time. No need for Kyogre or Groudon to get in my way. I fear you might get the wrong idea. Xia Yu's joy was palpable. "Yugo, what are you grinning about?" Zhang Yuhao interrupted, pulling Xia Yu back from his daydreams. "Ah, it's nothing." Xia Yu quickly shifted his expression, trying to play it cool. Seeing his friend's peculiar demeanor, Zhang Yuhao shrugged it off, thinking, forget it. This guy is beyond saving. On to the next. With Xia Yu feeling a bit more composed, the voice echoed again in his mind. Ding. The first task is now issued. Please select a Pokémon with at least champion-level potential as your initial companion. Rewards will be based on your selection, with no penalties for failure. The Pokémon levels are as follows: Newbie, 110, Beginner, 1120, Intermediate, 2130, Advanced, 3140, Elite, 4150, Professional, 5160, Gym Leader, 6170, Champion, 7180, Master, 8190, Semi-Divine, 101120, Divine, 121140, Creator Deity, Arceus. Note: Pokemon potential can be enhanced, though such improvements require substantial resources or rare high-quality items. Naturally, if one is fortunate enough to acquire materials from a legendary Pokemon, that can also elevate a Pokemon's potential. Chapter 3. Selecting the initial Pokemon. Upon hearing the system's task, Xia Yu quickly redirected his focus to the Pokemon around him. Determined to find a champion-level Pokemon as his initial companion, his gaze settled on Charmander, and a transparent information screen materialized before him. Name: Charmander. Level: 2. Gender: female. Type: fire. Ability: Blaze, increases the power of fire-type moves when health is low. Potential: professional moves: Scratch, Growl, Ember, Dragon Claw. Oh, the aptitude and talent of this little Charmeleon are indeed commendable, thought Xia Yu as he gazed at the creature's panel. Alas, I must seek a Pokemon with the potential of a champion, and the fire-type is not particularly suitable for Fatty's team. I shall assist him in finding a Pokemon of superior quality shortly. Xia Yu shifted his attention to the other Pokemon, noting their classifications: Elite, Elite, Professional, Advanced, and Elite. It appears that even the breeding center cannot guarantee the quality of each Pokemon. High-quality specimens are indeed a rarity. After surveying the remaining fire-type Pokemon, Xia Yu couldn't help but lament. Xia Yu then proceeded with his sister and Fatty to explore other areas in search of Pokemon. After a thorough tour, they discovered no particularly high-quality Pokemon, save for a few: a water-leet fish and a Vileplume of gym-level caliber, along with a fire Meowth of near-gym potential. The rest were mostly of professional rank or lower. Xia Yu and his companion Zhang Yuhao began to feel a twinge of fatigue, as they had yet to find a suitable Pokemon for themselves, while his sister joyfully frolicked about, occasionally admiring an Eevee or petting a Mareep, thoroughly enjoying herself. They next prepared to visit the Pokemon egg section, hoping to find an egg containing a Pokemon that met their needs. Otherwise, Xia Yu feared that his mission would end in failure. What a stroke of bad luck it would be to fail at the very outset. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, the staff led them to the Pokemon egg house, where approximately 200 eggs remained, the rest having been selected by others. Seeing this, Xia Yu quickly guided his sister and Fatty to begin their selection. Xia Yu scrutinized each Pokemon egg in turn: Bulbasaur, Elite, unsuitable. Caterpie, Advanced. What nonsense is this? Pangoro, Elite, next. Scorpy, Gym Leader level, next. Oh, wait, this one is quite suitable, and it possesses the Sandveil ability, perfect for Fatty. Xia Yu quickly pulled Fatty over and placed the Scorpy egg into his hands. Trust me, this Scorpy egg is absolutely right for you. Scorpy King will fit splendidly into your Sandstorm team. Fantastic, you go. I finally found a Pokemon egg suitable for my team, and it can even fly. What a stroke of luck, Fatty exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Xia Yu smiled as he patted his shoulder, then continued with his sister to examine the remaining eggs. Eventually, they arrived at a particular egg and lifted it into their hands. Name: Cacnea. Level: 0. Gender: male. Type: steel rock. Ability: heavy metal. Hidden ability: doubles its weight. Aptitude: champion level. Moves: tackle, harden, metal claw, double-edged headbutt, earthquake. At last, I have found you. A Cacnea of champion quality, and it possesses a hidden ability, inheriting both double-edged headbutt and earthquake. Simply perfect. What a splendid find, Xia Yu thought joyfully. Seeing Xia Yu finally select a Pokemon egg, Fatty let out a sigh of relief. He had feared Xia Yu would overlook the Pokemon at the breeding center. What kind of Pokemon egg is that? Fatty asked curiously, eyeing the egg in Xia Yu's hands. Cacnea, impressive, isn't it? Xia Yu replied with a smirk. Not that it would be utterly ineffective against me. There are no weak Pokemon, only inadequate trainers. Just wait and see how I handle you later. Do you even comprehend the significance of a master of reverse attributes? Xia Yu said dismissively, though in his heart he mused, as a novice, defeating you will be a breeze. The two exchanged glances, both scoffing and then bursting into laughter. Xia Yu's sister, witnessing their amusement, joined in with her own laughter, creating a scene that drew envy from passers-by. They brought their chosen Pokemon eggs to the staff for registration, informing them that once the Pokemon hatched, they could register as novice trainers at the Pokemon Association. With this identity, they would be able to engage in various activities, such as accepting missions and participating in official competitions. The two acknowledged this and, with their sister in tow, made their way to a nearby shop to purchase an egg incubator and some nutrient solution, preparing to return to their respective homes to commence the hatching process. After agreeing with Fatty to battle once their Pokémon hatched, Xia Yu took his sister Xiaotong and boarded the vehicle that would take them home. Upon arriving, after a long day of selecting Pokémon, his sister was utterly exhausted, clutching her ice Vulpix as she retreated to her room to rest. Xia Yu placed the Pokémon egg in his own room, setting it in the incubator and pouring in some nutrient solution to accelerate the hatching process. Realizing he had yet to see his shiny Charizard, he ventured to the training ground behind the villa, where he indeed found the shiny Charizard still engaged in training. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Such dedication. Do you aspire to become a dragon of muscle?" Xia Yu glanced at the screen next to Charizard. Name, Charizard, shiny. Level, 53, professional. Gender, male. Type, fire, flying. Ability, solar power, hidden ability. Special attack increases in sunny weather, but health decreases each turn. Aptitude, champion level. Moves, scratch, growl. Smokescreen, heat wave, dragon claw, dragon breath, flame fong, split, flamethrower, fire spin. Learn skills, swords dance, sunny day, thunder punch, protect, rock wrecker, outrage, fire punch, dragon dance. Dragon pulse. After reviewing Charizard's panel, Xia Yu could only exclaim, "What a divine Pokémon." Not only is its aptitude extraordinary, but its skills are equally impressive, filled with powerful moves. Clearly, this dragon possesses the potential of a mythical beast, truly deserving of being my ace Pokémon, having grown alongside me. You shall henceforth be the pride of my team. After showering Charizard with praise and feeding it some high-grade fire energy cubes to supplement its nutrition, Xia Yu returned to his room. He opened the system to check the rewards for completing the system task. Congratulations, host, for successfully capturing a Pokémon with champion-level potential. Task completed. Rewards: a Mega Evolution Stone for Cacnea, a Keystone, an Evolutionary Stone. When held, it increases the defense and special defense of Pokémon capable of evolving. And 100 coins. What a bountiful reward. Xia Yu thought, quite satisfied, as it was perfectly suited for Cacnea. Gazing at the system panel, Xia Yu scratched his head, feeling as though he had overlooked something. After a moment, he slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Ah, my novice starter pack. Isn't that a standard offering from the system? System, where's my novice starter pack? You haven't kept it for yourself, have you?" Xia Yu inquired urgently upon realizing his oversight. Ding. Please refrain from insulting the system. It has no interest in such trivial scraps. The novice starter pack is a hidden benefit for newcomers, which can only be obtained through active inquiry. The host has successfully triggered the hidden benefit and received a novice starter pack. Congratulations, host. You have received all Pokemon's aptitude increased by 1 level. Charizard's Mega XY Evolution Stone, a complete set of keystones, a high-grade fire stone, unlocking system space, intermediate power of eternity, and a complete guide to crafting energy cubes, along with 1,000 coins. Upon witnessing this impressive array of rewards, Xia Yu was momentarily too excited to care about the system's disdain. He nearly drooled at the thought of having almost missed out on the novice starter pack. As he absorbed the power of eternity and the knowledge for crafting energy cubes transmitted by the system, he extended his hands to see a shimmering green light manifest. Feeling the healing power coursing through him, the power of the Tokiwa, a unique ability possessed by Boss Sakaki, allows for the utilization of healing energy and the capacity to communicate telepathically with Pokémon, truly a divine skill. I too have acquired a supernatural ability, and in the future, I shall be able to create high-quality energy cubes independently, eliminating the need for intermediaries to profit from my endeavors. A splendid development indeed. Xia Yu placed all other items into the system space, ensuring that the equipment for his Charizard was now complete. He glanced back at the Cacnea egg in the incubation device, discovering that its potential had indeed elevated to that of a near champion. It seems the situation is similar for Charizard. With 2 near champion Pokémon right from the start, who could rival him? Xia Yu mused joyfully. However, the High School League mandates a 3 versus 3 battle format, and with Charizard unable to participate, he must capture at least 2 more Pokémon, ideally completing this by the end of summer to swiftly build his combat strength. The path ahead is fraught with challenges. Moreover, regarding the evolution stones, Xia Yu realized that this world has yet to unveil the methods of Mega Evolution, Dynamax, Terrestrialization, and Z-moves. He planned to carve out some time to visit his mother's laboratory. Fortunately, as a senior researcher, his mother would be instrumental in facilitating these special evolutions. Chapter 4. Summoning Legendary Beasts, Dominance displayed on the screen. As dusk descended, commotion arose outside the villa, where a middle-aged couple descended from their vehicle. Greeted by Uncle Lu at the door. "Have you selected your Pokémon, Xia Yu?" the middle-aged woman inquired, glancing at Uncle Lu. "Yes, I have chosen an egg, which is currently in incubation. Oh, what kind of Pokemon is it? Asked the robust middle-aged man beside her. It is a Cacnea egg. Its shell resplendent and its hue perfect, indicating a Pokemon of commendable potential. Haha, no wonder he is my son. His discerning eye is commendable, the father chuckled. However, we have a surprise prepared for him. The couple exchanged knowing smiles. This pair of middle-aged individuals is none other than Xia Yu's parents. His father, Xia Tianyan, a fire-type elite trainer, is a formidable contender preparing to challenge the Elite Four. Currently, he serves as the head of the West Shu Regional Division of the Alliance, tasked with maintaining the security of two large secret realms surrounding Shidu. His mother, Xia Yu, a senior researcher in Pokemon evolution, possesses her own research institute on the outskirts of Shidu City, focusing on the channels and methods of Pokemon evolution. Her notable achievements include the stabilization of Phoebus's evolution into Milotic through the use of beauty scales and the evolution of EV into Sylveon by learning fairy-type moves. The couple released their respective Pokemon into the courtyard and retreated indoors, summoning the siblings for dinner. As the siblings descended the stairs and spotted the two in the hall, the little girl bounded forward, waving her arms excitedly. Daddy, Mommy, did you miss Xiaotong? Of course we did. Did you have fun with your brother today? It was great. I saw so many beautiful Pokemon, and I even touched them. The little girl exclaimed proudly. How impressive. Truly our little princess, her mother replied, lifting her into her arms and planting kisses on her cherubic face. Witnessing the little girl snuggling into his wife's embrace, Xia Yu's father displayed an expression of jealousy. Dad, Mom, you're back. Upon encountering Xia Tianyun and Qi Liuyi for the first time after his transmigration, Xia Yu felt a stirring in his bloodline, instinctively exclaiming, Such a fine boy. Today you seem different from usual. See, my dear wife, I told you that being able to legally use Pokemon would bring about some change. Xia Tianyun remarked proudly. Indeed, he does appear more mature, Qi Liuyi observed as she held the little girl. All right, let us eat first. And afterwards we have gifts for you, Xia Tianyun announced. After dinner, Xia Yu gazed expectantly at his parents, as if urging them to reveal the gifts. Xia Tianyun and Qi Liuyi exchanged glances and smiled helplessly. Xia Tianyun handed Xia Yu a golden certificate, which he examined curiously, scratching his head as he looked back at his father. This is a Pokemon acquisition certificate from the Alliance, Xia Tianyun explained. In a few days before school starts, the Alliance headquarters will distribute several newly hatched near-legendary Pokemon eggs as rewards for those who have contributed to the Alliance. I don't need this near-legendary egg, so I'll give it to you as a gift for becoming a new trainer. Remember to claim it, Xia Tianyun declared grandly. Xia Yu felt a surge of emotion as he gazed at his father, who seemed to radiate with a golden light, akin to an angel descending. His mother's gift was far simpler. She casually tossed him a bank card, informing him that it contained 10 million as initial funding for his Pokemon training expenses, with an open invitation to return for more should he require it. No doubt she is my mother. Her generosity is unparalleled. How could any aspiring trainer withstand such an examination? Xia Yu thought to himself. Having received the gifts from his parents, Xia Yu returned to his room, finally calming the tumult of emotions within him. Once again, he marveled at the allure of his family background. Lying on his bed, he opened the system panel. Host, Xia Yu. Talent, Intermediate Tokiwa Power. Pokemon, Charizard, Shiny, Cacnea. Items, Blastoise Mega Evolution Stone, Charizard Mega X and Y Evolution Stones, Keystone X2, Evolutionary Stone, Premium Fire Stone. Mall Currency, 1100. Staring at the mall currency in the system, Xia Yu was uncertain about what he could purchase. He silently invoked the system store. The system mall has been activated. Pokemon category, Arceus, 999, 999, 999 mall currency. Necrozma, 888, 888, 888 mall currency. Ultra Necrozma, 777, 777, 777 mall currency. Zapdos, 1000, 000 mall currency. Articuno, 1000, mall currency. Moltres, 1000, mall currency. Item category, Master Ball, 100, 000 mall currency. Custom Pokeball, 100 mall currency. Mega Evolution Stones, 500 mall currency. Keystone, 500 mall currency. Premium Fire Stone, 500 mall currency. Zeering, 500 mall currency. Permanent Move Learning Machine, 2000 mall currency. Single-Use Move Learning Machine, 100 mall currency. Xia Yu's gaze was fixed intently upon the Pokemon category, his mind unable to accommodate anything else, longing to capture the myriad of legendary beasts before him. However, upon seeing the lengthy string of digits, despair washed over him. When would he ever amass such a fortune? Perhaps by the time he captured a legendary beast, he still wouldn't have gathered enough mall currency. With a sigh, Xia Yu forcibly redirected his attention to the items section of the store. Noting the stark contrast between the Master Ball at the top of the list and the regular Pokeballs alongside it. System. Why is there such a significant disparity in value between the two types of Pokeballs? Xia Yu inquired, puzzled. The Master Ball guarantees a 100 capture rate for Pokemon, including legendaries. Do you not perceive its elevated worth? As for other Pokeballs, their utility is relatively limited, and their prices remain consistent. The host may choose to customize the type of Pokeball as required. For other items not specifically noted, any products priced the same can be freely customized. Understanding this, Xia Yu couldn't help but commend the system. And what about the lottery? How does that work? The lottery system is capable of drawing all items from the store, including divine beasts. Each draw costs 100 store coins, while a 10 draw guarantees at least one high-quality item. After accumulating 1,000 draws, one can obtain a random divine beast. So, 1,000 draws translates to 100,000 store coins, doesn't it? Indeed, the system seems to favor me. With 100,000 coins, I can acquire a divine beast. If fortune smiles upon me and I happen to draw Arceus, wouldn't I be invincible? What are Groudon and Kyogre compared to that? With such thoughts, Xia Yu found himself sinking deeper into his fantasies. Ding! Would the host like to proceed with the lottery? The system abruptly interrupted Xia Yu, pulling him back to reality. Xia Yu wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and responded, "Let us go ahead with it. Allow me to see whether I am a lucky one or just unfortunate. I'll start with a 10 draw to experience the allure of guaranteed rewards." Ding! First time 10 draw detected. Newbie guarantee reward activated. This 10 draw will yield one random divine beast and one random high-quality item. The system began the draw. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Xia Yu could not contain his excitement and leaped from his bed, his enthusiasm palpable. Starting off with a divine beast? What a stroke of luck. This is a combination of destiny and fortune, 2 words, invincible. With bated breath, Xia Yu watched the system's draw unfold, feeling as if each second stretched into eternity, speculating which divine beast he would receive. Ding! Draw complete. Congratulations, host. You have received Luxury Ball X5, Dragon Fong, Treasure Map Compass, 1 Move Tutor, Rock Slide, Master Ball, and the divine beast Melmetal. Wow, what a stroke of luck. Melmetal, the first level deity, a compatriot of the Motostoke, and with various transformation forms. This is incredible. In a world so vast, there is nowhere I cannot go. Chapter 5, The Terrifying Divine Beast. Indeed, I am the lucky one, Xia Yu thought joyously, and immediately commanded the system to release Melmetal. Surely, my spacious room can accommodate it. With a flash of white light, Melmetal, with its impressive length of 6 meters, materialized in Xia Yu's bedroom. The moment Melmetal emerged, a powerful wave of energy radiated from Xia Yu's room, spreading outward. Sensing something amiss, Melmetal quickly reigned in its aura. Yet the wave still dispersed. All the sleeping Pokemon in Shudu City felt the immense energy surge and were instantly awakened, looking around as if searching for the source of this energy. However, the wave came swiftly and dissipated just as quickly, leaving the source entirely untraceable. In the Xia family villa, Xia Yu's father, Xia Tianyun, was also roused by the wave and immediately rushed outside to investigate. After inquiring with his Pokemon about the situation, he discovered the intense wave had vanished without a trace, and nothing unusual had occurred. He then called the Alliance headquarters to report the situation in Shuda City, prompting the Alliance to convene a meeting the following morning to discuss the matter. Meanwhile, Xia Yu, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at Melmetal, remained blissfully unaware of the commotion outside. He was simply enthralled, touching Melmetal and experiencing the sensation of a divine beast. Melmetal, in turn, relished Xia Yu's touch, exhibiting no signs of reservation. Perhaps this is the charm of the system. Name, Melmetal. Level, 132, first level deity. Gender, none. Type, electric, dragon. Ability, iron engine upon entering. An electric terrain is established. While on electric terrain, special attack is boosted through future mechanisms. Quality, first level deity. Moves, Thunder Shock, Dragon Breath, Electric Terrain, Electro Ball, Charge. Parabolic Charge, Discharge, Agility, Dragon Pulse, Thunderbolt, Metal Sound, Mirror Coat, Dragon Tail, Thunder, Overheat, Hyper Beam, Heavy Slam, Charge Beam, Spectral Beam, Magical Shine, Draco Meteor, Gigavolt Havoc. Volt Tackle, Thunder. Is this the strength of a first-level deity? Xia Yu marveled at Melmetal's impressive stats, Both its power and skill depth were incomparably superior to ordinary Pokémon. The disparity akin to that between an elephant and an ant. System, are the divine beasts authentic? There won't be any issues, will there? Xia Yu inquired earnestly. Please refrain from questioning the integrity of the system. These divine beasts have been meticulously sourced from another Pokémon world that has collapsed. Their souls reshaped into entirely new bodies suited for them. They are absolutely authentic, possibly even stronger, and will remain wholly loyal to the host. They retain their memories and personalities from their previous world, so you can rest assured. Upon hearing the system's response, Xia Yu sighed in relief. As long as it obeys. Can I not soar to new heights? As long as I avoid those first-level deities, isn't this world mine to traverse? After recalling Melmetal into the Master Ball, Xia Yu drifted into a blissful slumber. The next day, Xia Yu awoke, stretching lazily. He turned to glance at the Master Ball beside his pillow, grasping it in his hand. This is no dream. I have truly captured a divine beast. I can proudly call myself a divine beast trainer, he thought happily. Is it comfortable in the Master Ball? Do you need to come out for some fresh air, Melmetal? Not at all. The environment inside can be adjusted to my liking. And the space is quite ample and comfortable, Melmetal replied. Very well, then do as you please. Xia Yu communicated with Melmetal through the power of the bond they shared. After completing his morning routine, Xia Yu descended to the hall to prepare for breakfast. Uncle Lu, where is everyone? Why is no one around? Young master. The master left early this morning in a hurry, and the lady took the young miss to the research institute, Uncle Lu answered. Hearing Uncle Lu's response, Xia Yu couldn't help but smile wryly. So, I am the only outsider here, and no one thought to inform me. After breakfast, Xia Yu planned to stay home and incubate his cacnea while also purchasing a wealth of mineral resources online in preparation for cacnea's hatching. In a towering building in Shuda City, Xia Yu's father was in a conference room participating in a video meeting with high-ranking officials of the Alliance, discussing the energy wave from the previous night. Chairman Xia, have there been any developments regarding last night's incident? A high-ranking man in the video inquired. Report, Champion. According to the data from our machines, this energy wave lasted less than 2 seconds, yet its power far exceeded expectations, even greater than the energy emitted by Lord Ndi during his last eruption. Data suggests that this may have been an undiscovered divine beast passing overhead and inadvertently releasing its energy. I dispatched personnel to survey the surrounding area this morning, and there were no unusual occurrences. It appears to be an isolated incident. Is that so? Understood. Chairpersons from various regions, please stay alert. Divine beasts are surfacing all around the world, and this may not be a coincidence. If any suspicious individuals are detected, ensure they are monitored. The world is beginning to feel unsettled. Very well, meeting adjourned. After concluding the meeting, the champion sat in contemplation. What do you think of this situation? He asked. Gazing out at the city, from the shadows, a dark figure emerged. It was a Pokémon entirely shrouded in black, resembling a candle, its eyes glowing ominously red. Having listened to your opinions, it is undeniable that this being is on par with Lord Ho-Oh. While I am uncertain why it appeared in Shuda City, it is clear it harbors no intent to harm humanity. Otherwise, that city would have been obliterated. The dark sprite expressed its opinion. Yet, did you not mention that beings of Lord Phoenix's stature have secluded themselves from the world? How could such an entity suddenly emerge, especially within the borders of Huagua? I find myself compelled to exercise utmost vigilance, Ma Shidao. How can I ascertain the intentions behind the appearance of such a being? Perhaps only Lord Phoenix possesses the knowledge of the reasons behind this occurrence. Furthermore, even if it were to arrive with malicious intent, there would be little you could do. Though you are now the Rainbow Champion, endowed with treasures bestowed by Lord Phoenix, in the face of an existence of the same caliber as Lord Phoenix, you are but a slightly larger ant. Ma Shidao unceremoniously struck down this champion. Although aware of Mashido's veracity, the man hailed as the strongest champion in history could not help but reveal a wry smile. The chasm between mortals and deities indeed constitutes two entirely different realms. The champion could only hope that should any troubles arise, Lord Phoenix would descend upon this nation he protects. Chapter 6, Hatching and Initial Battle. 3 days later. Within the Summer family's villa, Xia Yu gazed expectantly at the egg incubator, where cracks had begun to form on the Pokémon egg. Beside him, the Charizard, too, was not engaged in training, sharing in Xia Yu's anticipation for the arrival of this little companion. As for Millerton, Xia Yu decided against allowing it to emerge, fearing that its overwhelming presence might intimidate the newly hatched Cocodora, believing there would be future opportunities for introductions. Before long, the Pokémon egg began to shake vigorously, and a round, tiny hand emerged from the shell, shattering it completely. A Pokémon adorned in armor materialized before Xia Yu's eyes. Coco. Dora greeted Xia Yu warmly before turning to devour its own shell. Xia Yu watched the adorable Dora finish its shell and picked it up. Goodness. As expected of a Pokemon with the heavy metal trait, it is quite hefty. Little fellow, you shall be my partner from now on, he declared, prompting Charizard to greet it as well. Charizard patted Dora's body, asserting, from now on, you are my little brother. I will look after you, while flexing its muscles. Xia Yu produced a luxury ball and pointed it at Dora, which gently nudged the button with its head, and a beam of red light enveloped it, drawing it inside. Dora, I have captured you, Xia Yu proclaimed with a somewhat dramatic flourish. Releasing Dora, he carried it into the courtyard, where a mound of high-quality ores, the fruits of his recent online shopping endeavors, stood in the corner. Dora, upon seeing the ores, began to wiggle, instinctively wanting to burrow into them. Xia Yu chuckled, placing Dora atop the ores. Before he could utter a word, he watched the little creature eagerly gnawing on the rocks. What an exuberant spirit! Opening the system space, Xia Yu retrieved an item suitable for Dora and placed it within the little 1S armor to expedite its growth. Name, Dora. Level, 1, gender male. Type, steel rock. Ability, heavy metal, dream trait, doubles its own weight. Item, evolutionary stone. Potential, semi-champion level. Moves, tackle, harden, metal claw, double-edged headbutt, earthquake, rock slide. Observing Dora's refreshed profile, Xia Yu nodded in satisfaction, knowing that soon, after passing its hatching phase, Dora would be ready for battle. Meanwhile, Charizard indicated its intent to train. Faced with such a disciplined Charizard, Xia Yu could only consent with a tearful smile, handing it a premium firestone from the system space to further accelerate its growth. As days turned into weeks, Dora thrived under the boundless supply of resources, rapidly increasing in strength and size. During this time, Xia Yu's younger sister, Xiaotong, upon seeing the newly hatched Dora, longed for an affectionate hug. Alas, Dora was too heavy for that, and she settled for a gentle pat on its head, feeling a tinge of disappointment. 2 days later, Xia Yu received a phone call from his chubby friend Zhang Yuhao, who announced that his scorpion Pokemon had also completed its hatching phase and was ready to fulfill their agreed-upon battle. Ding! The system issued a quest, win the first battle. Quest reward, permanent move learning machine, protect, 100 mall coins. Xia Yu, upon reviewing the system's task and rewards, felt a surge of anticipation for the forthcoming battle. The two agreed to meet the next morning at Xia Yu's grandfather's fire-type gym for their duel, taking the opportunity to visit the elder as well. The following morning, Xia Yu set off toward the fire gym with his sister after sharing breakfast. His grandfather's fire gym, located in the heart of Shuda City, stood as one of the top 5 gyms in the league, holding a singular status within the city. As a landmark, the fire gym attracted numerous visitors daily for both sightseeing and battles. Due to its expansive area, the gym was divided into several sections: the battle area, training area, viewing area, and breeding area. The battle area further divided into standard battle zones and gym badge challenge zones. Xia Yu and his companions were headed to the standard battle zone, a space designated for trainers throughout Shuda City, boasting a comprehensive event system, medical area, judges, and more, all at affordable rates, making it suitable for most trainers to engage in combat. Upon arriving, Xia Yu, carrying his sister, spotted the waiting chubby figure at the entrance and walked over. Finally, you've arrived. You're so slow, you go. Zhang Yuhao exclaimed. Xiaotong, come here and let brother Yuhao give you a hug. He complained while gesturing for a hug. You chose to arrive so early on your own. No one forced you. Xiaohao, and don't think about any funny business with my sister, Xia Yu retorted, giving the chubby boy a wary glare, sensing ulterior motives. Xiaotong giggled as she greeted her chubby friend. As they bantered, they made their way into the gym, with the chubby boy boasting about showing Xia Yu some color in their upcoming battle, while Xia Yu, hand in hand with Xiaotong, gestured for him to bring it on. Xia Yu handed his grandfather's super VIP card to the gym staff, requesting a VIP battle room. Soon, the three entered the battle room and closed the door. Xiaotong, sit over there and watch how your brother teaches this little chub a lesson. Huh, keep dreaming. Just wait for your brother Hao's performance. The two exchanged taunts from the sidelines. Go, brother. You must win. You too, Yuhao, cheered Xiaotong, filling Xia Yu with enthusiasm, almost prompting him to shout his iconic battle cry. As they stood on opposite sides of the battle platform, they drew their pokeballs, preparing to commence the duel. Come forth, my partner, Scorpion, the chubby boy declared dramatically. Arise, Dora, and let him witness our might. Xia Yu countered defiantly. Name, Scorpion. Level, 6, gender, male. Type, ground, flying. Ability, Sand Veil, Increases evasion in a sandstorm. Potential, gym level. Moves, Poison Sting, Sand Attack, Metal Claw, Aerial Ace. Observing Scorpion stats. Xia Yu thought to himself, well trained, but still lacking compared to my own. Name, Coco Dora. Level, 8. Gender, male. Attributes, Steel, Rock. Trait, Heavy Metal, Dream Trait, doubles its own weight. Item, Evolutionary Stone. Qualification, Semi-Champion level. Moves, Tackle, Harden, Metal Claw, Double-Edged Headbutt, Earthquake, Rock Slide, Rock Lock. Observing the impressive statistics of his Kecleon, Xia Yu felt a surge of confidence. The two Pokemon stood at opposite ends, with Scyther's physique surpassing that of Kecleon by a considerable margin. The battle commenced. Hovering in the air, the referee Rotom announced the start of the match. Scyther, take to the sky and use Sand Attack against Kecleon. The chubby boy issued his command first. Kecleon, harden and brace yourself for the Sand Attack. The boy, noticing the ineffectiveness of the move, quickly added, Scyther, rush in and use Metal Claw. Just as Scyther charged forward, Kecleon executed Tackle. Engaging in close combat against my heavy metal Kecleon, quite intriguing. The two Pokemon collided, unleashing a wave of energy that stirred the sand into a tempest. Yet Kecleon merely shook its head, while Scyther appeared unsteady. Scyther, take flight and distance yourself from Kecleon. The chubby boy, sensing Scyther's precarious situation, prepared to retreat. Xia Yu, however, was not about to let such a golden opportunity slip away. Kecleon, use Rock Slide on Scyther. Kecleon hurled a boulder towards Scyther, resulting in a resounding crash as Scyther plummeted from the sky, its eyes spiraling in disorientation. Kecleon emerged victorious in this encounter. The referee Rotom announced the results of the battle. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Rewards have been dispensed. Scyther, are you alright? The chubby boy rushed over. Worry etched upon his face. Well done, Kecleon. Let's treat you to a feast at home. Ecstatic with the system's melodious voice, Xia Yu embraced Kecleon. Hooray, Brother 1. Brother is indeed the strongest. The gym has a medical center. Let's take Scyther there for treatment. Xia Yu recalled Kecleon into its Pokeball and, hand in hand with his sister, addressed the chubby boy. Chapter 7. The Gym and the League. The trio headed towards the medical center, where Xia Yu and the chubby boy entrusted their Pokeballs to the nurse for treatment. After a while, the nurse returned with their Pokeballs, handing them back with a reassuring smile. They're all fine, just let them rest for a bit. After expressing their gratitude, the two departed from the medical center. Next, we should visit Grandpa. Would you like to join us? Xia Yu turned to the chubby boy. No, you go ahead. I'm planning to return and train my Pokemon, and perhaps capture some suitable ones for my Sandstorm team. We'll have a Pokemon battle when we get back to school. Alright, good luck. See you at school. Xia Yu and his sister waved goodbye to Zhang Yuhai. The siblings made their way into the gym, heading towards the breeding area, where their grandparents usually resided unless they were engaged in high-level gym challenges. Upon reaching the gym badge challenge area, they discovered an ongoing gym challenge and decided to enter and observe. As they stepped through the entrance, they spotted the gym's second disciple, Song Tian, engrossed in the battle, alongside the senior disciple, Li Yin. Both were apprentices of the elder. Since neither Xia Yu nor his father, Xia Tianyun, intended to inherit the fire-type gym, the elder had no choice but to take on apprentices to cultivate successors. Good morning, Xia Yu, Xia Tong. Song Tian greeted them warmly, lifting Xia Tong into her arms. Is this the gym badge challenge? Xia Yu inquired. Indeed, it is the intermediate gym badge challenge, Song Tian confirmed with a nod. The gym challenges in Huagua are categorized into 3 tiers: the beginner gym badge challenge, intermediate gym badge challenge, and advanced gym badge challenge, corresponding to the levels of senior elite, elite professional, and gym level. The badges obtained are closely tied to the National Pokémon League. The beginner badge is associated with the National High School Pokémon League, aimed at high school students, requiring the collection of 4 badges to register. Participants are typically talented students who attract the attention of prestigious universities. The intermediate badge corresponds to the National College Student Pokémon League, open to all university students. Also requiring 4 badges for registration, participants are usually exceptional talents from university teams, promising new stars. Lastly, the advanced badge relates to the National Youth Championship Pokémon League, designed for youth under 30, necessitating 8 gym badges for entry. Those who qualify are among the nation's finest youth, with the top 4 representing Huagua at the Quadrennial World Youth Championship Pokémon League, bringing glory to their country. This is the only Pokémon League of a global nature, beloved and followed by people worldwide. Their fire-type gym ranks among the top, attracting challengers primarily from prestigious universities. Xia Yu observed the battling Pokémon, Blaziken and Greninja. Name, Blaziken. Level, 56, professional level. Gender, male. Type, fire, fighting. Ability, blaze, increases the power of fire-type moves when health is low. Item, charcoal. Qualification, gym level. Moves, scratch, double kick. Growl, quick attack, feather dance, fire punch, ember, flamethrower, overheat, detect, brick break, bulk up, reversal, flare blitz, protect, close combat, sacrifice, eruption, drain punch, sunny day, thunder punch. Name, Greninja. Level, 55, professional level. Gender, male. Type, water, dark. Ability, torrent, increases the power of water-type moves when health is low. Item, mystic water. Qualification, semi-king level. Moves, night slash, water gun, quick attack, lick, water pulse, smokescreen, shadow sneak, spikes, water shuriken, substitute, map block, shadow clone, dark pulse, protect, throw, hydro pump, rain dance. Rock slide, surf, swords dance, ice punch. A twinge of astonishment washed over Xia Yu as he assessed the impressive statistics of both Li Yan's Ace Blaziken and the Challenger-esque Greninja, both of which showcased exceptional training. The battle was a fierce exchange, with neither side gaining the upper hand, each move executed with fervor that ignited the audience's excitement. Ultimately, Greninja landed a decisive night slash, toppling Blaziken and clinching victory, as Li Yan handed over the intermediate Fire Gym badge to his opponent. Xia Yu approached with his sister to greet him. Good morning, Brother Yan. That was an exhilarating match. Good morning, Xia Yu, Xia Tong. Li Yan replied cheerfully. Apologies for the spectacle earlier. What brings you here today? Xia Yu recounted his recent battle with the chubby boy and mentioned their intention to visit their grandparents. After learning the details, Li Yan directed the siblings toward their grandfather's location. After bidding farewell to Li Yan and Song Tian, Xia Yu and his sister continued towards the elder's direction. At long last, in a small gathering of fiery monkeys within the breeding area, I encountered the venerable elder, who was feeding the little fire monkeys. Flitting nearby was his ace Pokémon, the illustrious Fire Moth. Name, Fire Moth level, 73, champion level, gender, male type, bug. Fire ability, flame body, occasionally inflicts burn status on opponents upon contact. Item, life or potential. Champion level moves, dance of flames, bug resistance, charged flame strike, flashing flame charge, flame vortex, tailwind, spark, sacrificial charge, body slam, whirlwind, string shot, flame wheel, bug bite, screech, absorb, bug buzz, heat wave, instant amnesia, storm, inferno, protect, airblade, hyper beam. Sunny day, substitute, rapid return, phosphorescence. Upon observing the data panel of the Fire Moth, Xia Yu gasped in astonishment. He was aware that the Fire Moth was his grandfather's prized Pokémon, but he had not anticipated its status as a champion level. Nor could he fathom the sheer volume of its skills. It was truly deserving of its title as the Elder-S champion. Good morning, Grandpa. Good morning, Grandpa. Have you missed little Tong? Upon seeing the siblings, the elder's smile broadened and did not falter. Ah, my dear grandson and little princess have arrived. Alas, I have no gifts prepared. Later, I shall take you both to my collection room to choose a token to take with you. Faced with the elder's enthusiastic welcome, Xia Yu felt it impolite to decline, and little Tong, carefree, readily agreed. Chapter 8. Hatching Ralts and the journey begins. By the way, Xia Yu, you're about to enter your final year of high school. It's time for you to receive your Pokémon. Isn't it? Yes, Grandpa. I have already received it. It has hatched into a Cottonee. Xia Yu produced a Pokeball, releasing both the Cottonee and a shiny Charizard. The elder observed the two Pokémon, nodding in approval. Excellent. You have cultivated them well. Xia Yu, you are indeed a natural-born trainer, worthy of being my grandson, with the potential of a champion. Xia Yu smiled, feeling a bit bashful as he scratched his head. Let the Fire Moth take Charizard and Cottonee for special training, the elder suggested. Xia Yu eagerly nodded. Such an opportunity was rare. Now, come home with me. Your grandmother is still unaware of your arrival. Of course, the siblings chorused. The elder and grandmother resided within the gym, primarily for its proximity and convenience in caring for the Pokémon housed there. Before long, they arrived at the elder-S and grandmother-S abode, a spacious bungalow with a generous yard, which the elderly couple favored. The siblings spotted their grandmother preparing a meal and hurried to greet her. Good morning, Grandma. Good morning, Grandma. Oh, my dear grandson and granddaughter have come. Come here for a hug. Upon seeing them, their grandmother swiftly set down her utensils and embraced little Tong. After exchanging familial pleasantries, she returned to her cooking. The elder invited little Tong to watch some television while he led Xia Yu to a hatching room. Do you see this Pokémon egg? I won it from my old friend, the psychic-type gym leader, in a wager. Let us see what it holds. The elder gestured toward the egg, and Xia Yu examined it, a set of data materializing before him. Name, Ralts level, 0 gender, female type, psychic, fairy ability. Trace, upon entry, it copies the opponent's ability, becoming identical to it. Potential, champion level moves, growl, charm, magical leaf, confusion. Xia Yu nodded at the sight of the Ralts. Who could resist such a delightful creature? Especially a female one with such exceptional potential. He could not deny his fondness for this Ralts egg. The elder, knowing that Xia Yu was about to embark on his journey as a new trainer, had specifically prepared this for him. Moved, Xia Yu embraced his grandfather. Feeling the warmth of family, be it his parents, grandparents, or sister, this moment filled him with genuine happiness. Xia Yu had fully integrated into this body, becoming part of this family. After observing the egg, Xia Yu and the elder returned to the main room, engaging in light conversation while playfully teasing Little Tong until their grandmother called them to dinner. Post-meal, the elder took Xia Yu and Little Tong to his collection room to select gifts. Xia Yu gazed at the myriad of collectibles, momentarily overwhelmed and uncertain of what to choose. After perusing the selection, he finally decided on a quality life orb for his Charizard. Little Tong's choice was straightforward. She selected something shiny, a glimmering stone. Unbeknownst to the elder, who merely saw its sparkle and energy fluctuations, it was a good item that he added to his collection. Among his treasures, Xia Yu also spotted several Megastones and Keystone, yet there was none for Ralts. Otherwise, he would have chosen a Megastone for Ralts. As evening fell, Xia Yu recalled Cottonee and Charizard from their training with Fire Moth and, cradling the Ralts egg, bid farewell to his grandparents before returning home. He placed the 2 Pokémon in the yard, affixed the life orb to Charizard, then retreated to his room. He carefully placed the Ralts egg in the incubator, adding nutrient solution, eagerly anticipating the emergence of the little one. Lying in bed, Xia Yu accessed the system panel. Host, Xia Yu talent, intermediate evergreen power Pokémon, Charizard, shiny. Cottonee, Milotic, level 1 deity, Ralts, unhatched. Items, Cottonee Mega Stone, Charizard Mega XY Stone, Keystone X2, Luxury Ball X4, Dragon Fong, Treasure Compass, Permanent Move Tutor, Protect. Shop coins, 200. Gazing at the meager amount of shop coins, Xia Yu couldn't help but grumble to the system. The system explained that he needed to venture out, as adventures would more readily trigger system tasks, while remaining at home posed challenges for triggering them. Xia Yu had intended to embark on an adventure following Cottonee's hatching. But now with the addition of Ralts' egg, he would have to wait for its emergence before setting off. With nearly 2 months until school commenced, he resolved to plan meticulously. Xia Yu decided that once Ralts hatched, he would first take them to a small hidden realm in the outskirts of Shudu City for development. Thus, 2 days passed, and Ralts was about to hatch. As was customary, Xia Yu brought along Cottonee and Charizard to witness the birth of this new member. During these days, Cottonee had successfully broken through to the novice level, while Charizard, aided by an exquisite fire stone, had also advanced in level. Everyone had made commendable progress. With a series of cracking sounds, the shell of the egg began to break, revealing a pure white body, crowned with 2 delicate pink horns, and a green-haired fairy-like Pokémon that shyly greeted Xia Yu, Cottonee, and Charizard with elegance. Xia Yu watched the Ralts, embodying grace and charm. A true beauty that had blossomed from childhood into elegance. It was simply exquisite. Beside him, the Cacnea and Charizard exchanged pleasantries with the Ralts, assuring her of their protection in the days to come. Ralts, however, did not consume her shell but instead gazed longingly at the moo moo milk nearby. Observing this, Xia Yu gently cradled Ralts in his arms, feeding her the moo moo milk as one would soothe a child to sleep. Content, Ralts eagerly drank her fill. Once satiated, she felt the urge to rest, prompting Xia Yu to first capture her before releasing her again, placing Ralts comfortably on the bed to slumber. Days passed, and Ralts successfully transitioned from her infancy, now ready for battle. Xia Yu examined the status panel of his Pokémon. Name, Ralts level, 6 gender, female type, psychic. Fairy ability, trace, upon entering battle, copies the opponent's ability and becomes identical to it. Potential, champion level moves, growl, charm, magical shine, confusion, shadow clone, Psybeam, protect. Name, Cacnea level, 13 gender, male type, steel, rock ability, heavy metal, dream ability, doubles its weight. Item, evolutionary stone potential, near champion level moves, tackle, harden, metal claw, headbutt, earthquake, rock slide, rock tomb, roar, protect. Name, Charizard, shiny, level, 54, professional level, gender, male type, fire, flying ability, solar power, dream ability, in sunny weather. Special attack increases while health decreases each turn. Item: life or potential. Near champion level moves: Scratch, Growl, Smokescreen, Heat Wave, Dragon Claw, Dragon Breath, Flame Fong, Slash, Flamethrower. Fire Spin, Swords Dance, Sunny Day, Thunder Punch, Protect, Rock Tomb, Outrage, Fire Punch, Dragon Dance, Dragon Pulse, Inferno. Xia Yu declared himself ready to embark on his inaugural grand adventure in this world. Chapter 9. Entering the Secret Realm. That evening, Xia Yu confided to his parents about his impending journey for training and exploration. His father offered sage advice, urging him to be cautious of peculiar individuals or those lurking in the shadows, as recent events had been somewhat tumultuous. He then handed Xia Yu a Pokeball, entrusting it with the responsibility of ensuring his safety. "It's not that I fear the villains. Rather, it is they who should fear me," he jested, envisioning himself as a walking calamity with the Miltank in hand, hoping that those nefarious characters would not cross his path. Xia Yu nodded in acknowledgement, though inwardly he chuckled like an ancient elder of the spirit realm. His mother, still concerned, generously deposited 10 million into his account, urging him to take care of himself and indulge in whatever he desired. Such was the love of parents, and Xia Yu accepted it with tears in his eyes. Despite their worries, neither parent deterred him from pursuing his dreams. On the following morning, Xia Yu returned all his Pokemon to their Pokeballs and traveled by vehicle to the largest Pokemon mall in Shida City, preparing to acquire essential gear for survival in the wild. Upon arrival, he stepped into the mall, greeted by a plethora of shops selling various Pokemon-related items. He quickly set his sights on a store dedicated to wilderness survival. Upon entering, he was dazzled by an array of survival equipment. A staff member approached him with brisk enthusiasm, inquiring about his needs. Unfamiliar with the offerings, Xia Yu adhered to a simple principle: expensive items were invariably superior. Thus, he embarked on a shopping spree, selecting only the priciest options, leaving the attendant in a state of astonishment. With a flourish, he presented the black gold card bestowed by his mother and completed his purchases with ease. He then visited the adjacent Pokemon backpack store, acquiring the largest backpack available, measuring a mere 2m x 2m, to stow away his newly acquired professional gear. After all, the system's spatial storage should remain concealed. Next, he ventured to the energy block store, purchasing an assortment of berries and a machine to create energy blocks, determined to experiment with crafting them himself. With a backpack slung over his shoulders, he stepped out into the sunlight, ready to commence his Pokemon journey. Ding! System detected that the host is about to embark on an adventure. Task activated. Capture 6 Pokemon with at least champion level potential, legendary Pokemon excluded, to complete a team configuration. Task rewards. All of the host's Pokemon potential increases by 1 level. Legendary Pokemon cannot be upgraded. Intermediate wave power, Master Ball X1, 2,000 mall coins. Indeed, it appeared that only by venturing forth could one trigger such tasks, Xia Yu mused. Regardless of the system's objectives, he remained resolute in his original plan to first explore the small secret realms surrounding Shida City, battling and leveling up along the way. Secret realms were classified into small, medium, large, super large, and forbidden realms. Pokemon within small realms were of intermediate level or lower, while those in medium realms were elite or below. Large realms housed gym-level Pokemon. Super large realms contained champion-level Pokemon, and forbidden realms were said to be the dwelling places of legendary beings. With his beginner-level Cacnea and novice Ralts, Xia Yu was more than equipped to thrive in the small secret realm. Soon enough, he arrived at the entrance of a small secret realm located in the western part of Shida City, bustling with activity and the sounds of commerce. Xia Yu approached the station Pokemon Association branch to register and obtain a secret realm pass. Access to the realm was time-limited. He could only remain for 1 week. And to re-enter, he would need to exit and acquire a new pass. Having secured his pass, Xia Yu joined the queue advancing toward the realm's entrance. Upon reaching the front, he handed his pass to the nearby guardian, stepping boldly into the secret realm. As the bright light enveloped him, Xia Yu found himself within the realm, momentarily bent over, supporting his head until he regained his composure. Damn, this teleportation is quite uncomfortable, he grumbled internally. Surveying the forest ahead, he released his Pokemon, Cacnea, Ralts, and Charizard, who had taken on a rather lethargic demeanor, indicating that unless something significant arose, he would prefer not to be disturbed. Cacnea, Ralts, this is your arena. Are you ready for battle? Xia Yu encouraged his 2 Pokemon. Cha, Ralts. They responded confidently. Xia Yu retrieved the long-neglected treasure-seeking compass from his system space. Examining the high-tech device, he discovered that it not only revealed nearby treasures, but also indicated the strength of surrounding Pokémon. A remarkable find. In this secret realm, Xia Yu adopted an aggressive strategy, easily overpowering the initial challenges with Charizard's assistance. He activated the compass's treasure-finding feature, which illuminated several deep green points, guiding him towards the nearest one. Ralts. Use Confusion on the Rattata. Cacnea. Employ Metal Claw on the Arbok. As Xia Yu journeyed through the realm, he encountered numerous small Pokémon. Some were passive, while others initiated attacks. His objective lay with the latter. Watching as his two Pokémon effortlessly defeated one opponent after another, a satisfied smile spread across Xia Yu's face. As he observed the swift ascension of both Pokémon's levels, it became evident to Xia Yu that combat indeed served as the most expedient means to enhance their prowess. Noticing that the target on his compass was drawing ever closer, he slowed his pace and gazed towards the verdant point marked on the compass, which indicated a lake. Upon discovering no other Pokémon in the vicinity, Xia Yu led his companions towards the lake. As they approached, ripples began to form on the water's surface, and suddenly, a massive splash erupted in the center of the lake as an imposing Gyarados, measuring over 8 meters in length, leapt from the depths. Name: Gyarados. Level: 25. Gender: male. Type: water. Flying ability: Intimidate. Held item: Intermediate Waterstone potential. Professional level moves: Tackle, Scary Face, Water Gun, Twister, Bounce, Thrash, Whirlpool, Ice Foam, Soak, Roar, Waterfall. Bite. Gazing at this wild Gyarados that had evolved autonomously, Xia Yu couldn't help but marvel. The green glow emanating from it was indeed the intermediate Waterstone. With the Gyarados charging ferociously, Xia Yu felt a surge of battle spirit and commanded Kecleon to prepare for confrontation. The Gyarados, surveying its opponent, a diminutive creature exceeding merely 1 meter in length, let out a thunderous roar, its Intimidate ability casting a formidable aura over Kecleon. Although Kecleon was outmatched in both size and level, its long-standing companionship with high-level Pokémon had rendered it immune to such intimidation, and it responded with an equally fierce roar. Frustrated by the ineffectiveness of its intimidation, the Gyarados lunged directly at Kecleon. Kecleon retaliated with Tackle, while Xia Yu communicated with it through the power of the earth. In an instant, the two Pokémon collided, causing the ground to fracture beneath them as they shook their heads in disorientation. Seizing this opportunity, Xia Yu ordered Kecleon to use Rock Slide, sending a boulder crashing towards the dazed Gyarados. With a pained cry, the Gyarados plummeted from the sky. Though it continued to struggle, Xia Yu instructed Kecleon to employ Metal Claw. As Kecleon charged, the Gyarados unleashed a water gun in its direction. Utilizing his skills, Xia Yu adeptly evaded the attack, allowing Kecleon to deliver a decisive strike with Metal Claw, ultimately defeating the Gyarados and enabling Kecleon to gain a level. Observing the incapacitated Gyarados, Xia Yu reflected that, without the guidance of a trainer, wild Pokémon often relied solely on instinct in battle, lacking the strategic application of their skills. Otherwise, this encounter would not have concluded so effortlessly. He then used the power of the earth to heal Kecleon's wounds before approaching the Gyarados to claim the Water Stone as a trophy. Chapter 10. Conclusion and Rewards. As dusk settled, Xia Yu resolved to find a suitable spot to set up camp. Following a tributary of the lake, he arrived at a relatively open area and swiftly unpacked his camping equipment to establish a shelter. Once the tent was erected, he allowed his Pokémon to roam freely, cautioning them not to stray too far, while he prepared to create energy cubes using a device and a variety of berries. Following the method ingrained in his mind, he crushed the berries in precise proportions, placing them into the device. Soon, fresh energy cubes were successfully crafted. Xia Yu summoned Ralts to sample the cubes, tailored to her taste. Upon tasting the energy cube, Ralts emitted an excited sound. Ralts. Feeling bolstered by Ralts' praise, Xia Yu's confidence surged, and he quickly produced energy cubes suitable for Kecleon, Charizard, and Milotic. Upon consumption, both Kecleon and Charizard expressed their enjoyment with delighted sounds, while Milotic regarded Xia Yu with a serious expression, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Was it not to Milotic's liking? Xia Yu pondered. Please ensure I receive this delicacy daily. It is utterly delicious, Milotic conveyed through telepathy. Xia Yu exhaled a sigh of relief, relieved that it was merely a misunderstanding. He promptly assured Milotic that he would provide her with the specially crafted energy cubes each day. Milotic nodded in satisfaction, indicating to Xia Yu that he could approach her with any concerns. I am Milotic, your devoted aide is now at your service. After dinner, Xia Yu and his two small Pokémon retreated into the tent for rest, while Charizard, brimming with energy from a day devoid of battle, volunteered to keep watch. Xia Yu commended the young one, assuring him that if he kept vigil, there would be plenty of sustenance for both of them. The night passed uneventfully. At the break of dawn, Xia Yu awoke, perhaps due to the unfamiliarity of sleeping outdoors. He prepared breakfast outside and roused his still-sleeping companions, sharing the meal with Charizard before packing up the tent and continuing on their journey. Thus, 3 days passed, with Kecleon and Ralts rapidly leveling up through intense battles, while Xia Yu fortuitously discovered several held items, amassing a substantial haul. With only 3 days remaining, having effectively cleared the treasures of this region, he resolved to venture into a new area. As he progressed towards a rocky terrain, Xia Yu faced no unforeseen challenges. Thus concluded this week-long training excursion. Observing the visibly fatigued yet accomplished Kecleon and Kirlia, Xia Yu felt a mix of joy and concern, realizing he had perhaps rushed their development. After all, they were still younglings. Name: Kirlia, level 21, intermediate, gender, female, type, psychic, fairy ability, trace: upon entering battle, it copies the opponent's ability, becoming identical to it. Potential: champion level moves: growl, charm, magical leaf, confusion, double team, telekinesis, protect, hypnosis, draining kiss, teleport, confusion ray, life dew. Name: Kecleon, level 26, intermediate, gender, male, type, steel. Rock ability: heavy metal, dream ability, doubles its weight. Held item: evolutionary stone. Potential: near champion level moves: tackle, harden, metal claw, head smash, earthquake, rock slide, rock tomb, roar. Protect, headbutt, iron head. Witnessing the significant advancements of his Pokémon, Xia Yu could not help but smile in satisfaction. This expedition had proven worthwhile. He resolved to ensure a well-deserved relaxation for his companions following this journey, bringing it to a fulfilling conclusion. Upon exiting the secret realm, Xia Yu hastily sought a hotel, where he swiftly checked in and took a much-needed shower. The past few days had been quite taxing, especially during the last 3 days spent in the rocky area, where he had failed to locate a single water source, leaving him quite disheveled. I must capture a water-type Pokémon, not for any other reason, but simply to secure a mobile source of water, Xia Yu contemplated in silence. After his shower, Xia Yu reclined on the bed and accessed the system. Host: Xia Yu talent: intermediate earth power Pokémon. Charizard, shiny. Kecleon, Milotic, level 1 god. Kirlia items: Blastoise Mega Evolution Stone, Charizard Mega XY Evolution Stone, Keystone X2, Luxury Ball X3, Dragon Fong, Treasure Compass, Permanent Move Learning Machine, Protect, Intermediate Fire Stone, Intermediate Water Stone, 2 Beginner Grass Stones, Lizard King Mega Evolution Stone. Mall coins, 200. Xia Yu gazed at the bountiful harvest in his inventory, feeling that this trip was indeed worthwhile, especially with the unexpected surprise of the Mega Evolution Stone from the Lizard King. Having yet to experience the marketplace's selling system, Xia Yu decided to give it a try to see how it operated. The system reclaimed the Intermediate Fire Stone, Intermediate Water Stone, and the Beginner Grass Stone. Ding! Reclamation successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 400 mall coins. Isn't this just a buyback at the original price? Xia Yu noted that the selling price matched the price in the system's marketplace. Indeed, there are no middlemen profiting from the difference, replied the system coolly. Well done. Xia Yu gave the system a thumbs up. Can the items extracted by the system be sold? The system responded, items produced by the system cannot be reclaimed. Upon reading the system's reply, Xia Yu couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that exploiting bugs was out of the question. Stowing away the system, Xia Yu released his Pokémon for dinner and then prepared to rest, feeling rather fatigued after the past few days. The following day, Xia Yu awoke comfortably at noon, stretching lazily. After tidying up, he checked out of the hotel, deciding to take his 2 little companions to the Pokémon Paradise in Shudu City for a day of relaxation. Hailing a cab, they sped directly to their destination. Upon disembarking, Xia Yu was greeted by the bustling scene of the amusement park filled with people and an array of Pokémon. He felt a sense of ease as he released Kecleon and Kirlia, while Charizard remained indifferent to the spectacle. Instantly, a multitude of gazes converged on Xia Yu, particularly on Kirlia. After all, both Kecleon and Kirlia were relatively rare Pokémon. Kecleon remained composed amidst the attention, whereas Kirlia quickly hid behind Xia Yu. Ignoring the onlookers, Xia Yu held Kirlia's small hand, encouraging Kecleon to follow as they ventured into the Pokémon Paradise. Once inside, the 2 little Pokémon were captivated by the myriad of items, delicacies, and entertainment options. Xia Yu guided them through every attraction, bringing them immense joy. Seeing Kecleon and Kirlia so delighted rejuvenated Xia Yu's weary body. After exiting the amusement park, he could clearly sense that the 2 little Pokémon had fully recovered, affirming that this trip was indeed worthwhile. He found a hotel to rest and recharge. After spending 2 days enjoying with his Pokémon, Xia Yu resolved to explore the black market in Shida City. Having only heard of it before, but never having seen it. With the eye of truth at his side, he hoped to uncover some hidden treasures. Chapter 11. Discovering great finds in the black market. The next day, wearing a mask he had purchased in advance, Xia Yu arrived at an underground mall, which he had previously heard about from a friend. Pushing open a concealed door, the scene before him astounded Xia Yu. The black market resembled an underground city, with patrons donning various masks, numerous shops, and stalls. It was no exaggeration to say this was a subterranean metropolis. The cacophony of vendors hawking their wares, items, tools, Pokémon eggs, and Pokémon left Xia Yu dazzled. The market thrived so vigorously without being suppressed by the League, suggesting it was either tolerated or even tacitly endorsed by the League for better management. Xia Yu speculated. Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts, focusing instead on his purpose of finding bargains, leaving the oversight to others. Ding. System task initiated. As the host of the system, how could one not achieve success in the black market? Task issued. Find bargains. System rewards. Ditto mask. Wearing it allows one to transform into anyone. Mask level determined by the host's findings, for 100 mall coins. Seeing the system's sudden task announcement, Xia Yu, having made up his mind, commenced his treasure hunt. Perusing each stall along the way, scrutinizing both shopkeepers and street vendors, leaving no stone unturned. As he traversed the market, while he didn't find any major treasures, he did uncover a number of smaller finds. The merchants observed Xia Yu's decisive shopping manner with gleaming eyes, thinking a lucrative opportunity had arrived. Xia Yu noticed their eager expressions but remained unfazed. This was the effect he desired. Did they think he was on the first level? No. He was observing them from the cosmic outer layer. Approaching an inconspicuous stall, Xia Yu finally spotted a significant find, an unassuming stone. This stone was encased with the feather of the dream Pokémon, Cresselia. Though the energy from the feather was nearly depleted, it still held considerable value for Psychic-type Pokémon. Not only that, but a neighboring stone was also remarkable. It was a Mega Evolution Stone from Metagross. A small stall contained such treasures. It seemed the vendor was indeed fortunate. However, this fortune was about to belong to me. Xia Yu chuckled malevolently within. With a grand gesture, Xia Yu pointed out several items, including the 2 stones, and addressed the vendor. How much for these? You'd better be reasonable. I will only ask once. If I find your price unsatisfactory, this deal is over. Xia Yu adopted an arrogant demeanor as he spoke to the vendor. The vendor, having observed Xia Yu's sweeping purchasing spree, was aware of the young man's affluence and feared scaring him away, trembling as he quoted his price. These are 10,000 coins. Huh. No, you misheard. It's 8,000. Seeing the vendor's flustered demeanor, Xia Yu nodded in agreement, finalizing the transaction. In an instant, both parties wore satisfied expressions, neither knowing who had truly benefited from the deal. Having secured a significant find, Xia Yu sighed, realizing that his black market adventure for the day was coming to a close. Noticing Xia Yu's expression of dissatisfaction, the vendor remarked, "Young man, it seems you haven't bought enough." "Indeed, I have money to spend," Xia Yu replied, and the vendor, suppressing the urge to confront him, continued, "Today, the black market is holding a monthly auction featuring various rare items. If you're interested, you can take a look. It's just inside." The vendor gestured toward an opulent store ahead. More unexpected surprises? Xia Yu thought to himself, thanking the vendor and promising to return before heading toward the auction. The vendor, pleased, had secured a valuable customer. Upon entering the shop, a staff member approached Xia Yu and inquired, "How may I assist you, sir?" "I heard there's an auction today. I'd like to participate," Xia Yu replied in a tone suggesting he was not short on funds. "Yes, sir. We do have an auction today, but entry requires a financial verification," she explained. "Will this suffice?" Xia Yu interrupted, producing his universal black gold card. "Yes, of course. Please follow me." Upon seeing the card, the staff member ceased further explanations, understanding that this gentleman was affluent, and escorted him into the auction hall. Xia Yu was seated in a VIP room, where the staff explained the bidding process before departing. While enjoying the fruit platter in the room, he silently awaited the commencement of the auction. After approximately half an hour of anticipation, the auction commenced. A stunningly beautiful woman, elegantly attired, ascended the auction platform. Grasping a small gavel, she struck the podium lightly, declaring the auction officially open. The first item up for bid was an exceptionally high-quality starter Pokémon egg, specifically that of a fire monkey, with a starting price of 1,000,000. Xia Yu directed his gaze toward the egg, which bore the designation Fire Monkey. Level 0. Gender male. Type Fire. Ability: Iron Fist, Dream Trait, enhances the power of punching moves. Quality: Gym level. Moves: Scratch, Leer, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch. Oh, a gym level fire monkey with a dream trait. This option promises to be extraordinary. The very first item boasts such impressive credentials, and Xia Yu eagerly anticipated the subsequent lots. Although Xia Yu held little personal interest in this particular Pokemon egg, others were clearly keen, as bids began to roll in. 1, 200, 000. 1, 300, 000. 1, 500, 000. 3, 000, 000. A decisive thud of the gavel signaled the sale. The auction of a starter Pokemon egg reached 3 million, which startled Xia Yu. Indeed, auctions proved to be lucrative ventures, he mused. The following items failed to meet Xia Yu's expectations, and after a few token bids to engage with the atmosphere, he fell silent. As items continued to be sold, an unusual pair of stones was brought forth. These stones contained immense energy, and while their functions remained undetermined, they were undoubtedly valuable, starting at a bid of 500, 000. Upon examining the system panel's description, Xia Yu was astounded. These stones were, in fact, the Mega Evolution Stones of Latias and Latios. Xia Yu's eyes ignited with fervor. He was resolute in acquiring these immensely valuable stones. Initially, the room was silent, with no bids being placed, as everyone observed. Then, the bidding commenced. 500, 000. 550, 000. 600, 000. The increments were slow, suggesting that the attendees regarded these stones merely as collectibles. 700, 000, Xia Yu called out. After a moment of hesitation, a voice timidly offered, 750, 000. Without hesitation, Xia Yu countered, 1, 000, 000, unwilling to grant them any opportunity. All eyes turned towards Xia Yu's box, recognizing the determination in his voice, and the bidding ceased. With a decisive thud, the gavel came down. 1, 000, 000 secured the stones. As the sound of the gavel echoed in his ears, Xia Yu released a breath of relief. He had successfully acquired these priceless stones, intrinsically linked to legendary Pokémon. What a lucrative endeavor this had turned out to be, he chuckled inwardly. Chapter 12, Semi-Legendary Pokémon Egg. As the auction proceeded, no further items piqued Xia Yu's interest until a significant lot was introduced. It was a semi-legendary Pokemon egg, indeed, a round landshark egg. Though its condition was quite troubling, starting at a bid of 1, 000, 000. Observing the egg on stage, which bore visible cracks, Xia Yu clicked his tongue in disbelief. No wonder the starting price was set so low. A pristine semi-legendary egg would typically command at least 10 million. Clearly, this was an egg on the brink of demise, virtually devoid of value, unless one intended to boil it for soup. The round landshark egg emitted a strong aura of discontent. Upon inspecting its qualifications, Xia Yu was taken aback. Name: round landshark, life energy depleting. Level: 0, gender male. Type: dragon, ground. Ability: Sand Veil. Quality: beginner, champion level. Moves: tackle, sand tomb. Dig: dragon tail, dragon pulse. Earth power, earthquake. Description: this egg has suffered a decline in vitality and quality due to a cracked shell at birth. If not replenished with a substantial amount of life energy or dragon-type energy promptly, it will meet its demise. This egg represented the highest quality Xia Yu had encountered outside of legendary Pokemon. If all went well, it could undoubtedly evolve into a champion-level Pokemon. What a pity. Xia Yu pondered the whereabouts of a significant source of life energy to revive it. Warning: the system store has such items available, including the cheapest option. The Feather of Ho-Oh, which possesses the ability to restore life, costing only 5,000 store credits. The system interjected. 5,000. Are you asking for my life? I barely have 600 credits to my name. Where would I procure 5,000? Xia Yu protested. Warning: dragon-type energy is also an option, the system reminded him. A light bulb went off in Xia Yu's mind. Indeed, if Ho-Oh's feather could yield such results, he possessed a dragon-type legendary Pokemon of equal caliber. This should be a trivial matter. Right, Meleton? You wouldn't want your future subordinate to be a cripple, would you? I can resolve this issue. Receiving Meleton's affirmative response, Xia Yu joyously leapt into the air. Truly, he thought, what a remarkable system. All that remained was to secure this Pokemon egg. Watching as no one placed a bid, the host began to look anxious. Surely it wouldn't go unsold. Although she doubted anyone would be foolish enough to spend 1,000,000 on a dying Pokemon egg, even if it was semi-legendary. Just as she prepared to strike the gavel to declare the item unsold, a voice rang out, surprising her. 1000000. Xia Yu cleared his throat and stated calmly. With a swift thud, the deal was finalized. The host, fearing he might change his mind, hastily brought down the gavel. Xia Yu couldn't help but chuckle. While she might have profited, he certainly did not suffer a loss. In fact, he had struck gold. Securing the champion-quality egg at the lowest price without any effort was a feat worthy of self-praise. Indeed, he thought. Well done, Xia Yu. As the auction neared its conclusion, no further items emerged that would allow Xia Yu to capitalize on a lucky find. He slapped his face, wondering how he had become so greedy. This was unusual. It had to be the system's influence. How could a sunny, dashing young man like himself become so avaricious? Though he didn't entirely mind. Xia Yu mused with a grin. Once the auction concluded, Xia Yu swiped his card, collecting the Mega Evolution Stones of Latias and Latios, as well as the Roundland Shark Egg, before departing the black market. Ding. Host task completed. Rewards being assessed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a champion-level Ditto mask, which not only alters appearance but also changes size, and can only be detected by those of master level or above, along with 400 store credits. Back in the hotel, Xia Yu reclined on his bed, reflecting on his gains from the black market, feeling immense gratitude toward his system. Opening the system panel, he noted, Host, Xia Yu. Talent, Intermediate Eternal Power. Pokémon, Charizard, Shiny, Cacturne, Mileton, Level 1 Legend, Carillion, Roundland Shark, Egg. Items, Boscodora Mega Evolution Stone, Charizard Mega XY Evolution Stone, Keystone X2, Luxury Ball X3, Dragon Fong, Treasure Compass, Permanent Move Learning Machine, Protect, Lizard King Mega Evolution Stone. Cresselia Feather, Rare, Metagross Mega Evolution Stone, Latias Mega Evolution Stone, Latios Mega Evolution Stone, Mysterious Scale, Advanced Thunder Stone, Advanced Water Stone, Advanced Sun Stone, Intermediate Leaf Stone. Ditto Mask. Store credits. 1000. System task. Capture 6 Pokémon with at least elite level potential, excluding legendary Pokémon, to complete a team configuration. Completion rate, 46. Gazing at the Pokémon eggs displayed on the panel, Xia Yu recalled something and brought forth the Roundland Shark Egg, summoning Millerton to address the issue. Millerton glanced at the shattered egg, exhaled gently, and enveloped it with a breath, subsequently extracting a scale to infuse into the egg. Afterward, Millerton swiftly retreated back into the Master Ball. Was it that simple? Xia Yu expressed confusion, pondering if this was the allure of a level 1 deity. However, witnessing the cracks of the egg steadily mending, he felt a sense of relief. Before long, the egg was restored to its pristine condition, even boasting a more vibrant hue. Xia Yu scrutinized the Egg-S panel, inhaling sharply. Name, Roundland Shark. Level, 0, Gender, Male. Type, Dragon, Ground. Ability, Sand Veil. Potential, Champion Level, Increasing. Item held, Millerton S Scale. Moves, Tackle, Sand Tomb. Dig, Dragon Tail, Dragon Pulse. Earth Power, Earthquake, Thunder. Description, a fortunate egg blessed by level 1 deity Millerton. Its potential is continuously enhancing until it merges with Millerton's scale, inheriting some of Millerton's moves. Xia Yu remarked, Millerton, why didn't you mention how useful you were sooner? You didn't ask. Millerton shrugged in resignation. With merely a breath and a scale yielding such results, why exert additional effort? Xia Yu inquired whether this effect could be replicated on other Pokémon. Millerton indicated that its scales were particularly effective only for Dragon and Electric-type Pokémon. And among Xia Yu's Pokémon, only the Roundland Shark would benefit. No, my Charizard can also Mega Evolve into a Dragon type. It would be useful. I could use a scale to supplement Charizard's Dragon energy. Millerton responded that Xia Yu would need to provide an entire month's worth of energy cubes just to receive a single scale, as extracting a scale from its body required 10 seconds for regrowth. Xia Yu was oblivious to Millerton's subsequent remarks, having only caught the earlier part. He patted his chest, declaring, a mere month's worth of energy cubes is nothing. I can provide that. He then procured a scale from Millerton and released Charizard, handing the scale over. Chapter 13. Another lottery draw and magical candy. The scale seamlessly merged into Charizard's body, enveloping him in a rich aura of dragon energy, indicating significant gains. Name, Charizard, Shiny. Level, 57, Professional. Gender, Male. Type, Fire, Flying. Ability, Solar Power, Dream Trait. In sunny weather, special attack increases, but loses health each turn. Item held, Life Orb, Millerton Scale. Potential, near champion level, increasing. Moves, Scratch, Roar, Smokescreen, Heat Wave, Dragon Claw, Dragon Breath, Flame Fong, Split, Flamethrower, Fire Spin, Swords Dance. Sunny Day, Thunder Punch, Protect, Rock Slide, Outrage, Fire Punch, Dragon Dance, Dragon Pulse, Inferno, Bolt Strike, Overheat. Description: a fortunate Charizard infused with Dragon-type deity scales. Its dragon moves are enhanced, and until the scale's energy is fully absorbed, its potential will continue to rise, accelerating its growth rate. Observing Charizard not only leveling up, but also increasing in potential, with Millerton's moves appearing in its skill pool, Xia Yu acknowledged, quite impressive. It certainly lives up to being a deity, albeit a bit bulky. Xia Yu opted to recycle the useless stones from his system space. Ding. Recycling successful. Gained 1,100 mall coins. Seeing his balance surpass 2,000 coins, Xia Yu couldn't help but ponder. Should he draw? Or draw again? Or perhaps draw again? This posed a challenging dilemma, and he ultimately decided to proceed with another draw, as 2,100 coins wouldn't yield anything worthwhile. While the items associated with deities were exorbitantly priced, and he lacked a need for other items. Sigh, having money is such a burden. I truly have no interest in wealth. You must believe me. He instructed the system. Let us go for 10 consecutive draws. Xia Yu rubbed his hands together. Ding. The system is drawing. The system completed the draw, congratulating the host for acquiring Luxury Balls X4, Beginner Magical Candy X3, Premium Waterstone, Fairy Feather, Gigantamax Ring. Examining the items drawn, Xia Yu felt reasonably satisfied, yet he wondered about the purpose of the Beginner Magical Candy, having never seen it in the mall. Was it akin to its function in the game? Embracing his inquisitive nature, Xia Yu posed his question to the system. The system clarified that the magical candy comes in 4 tiers: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and top tier, each capable of unconditionally elevating the level of Pokémon of various classifications. Hearing this response, Xia Yu exclaimed, "This is a divine artifact. If I keep drawing this item, my Pokémon S levels will soar. I could achieve the remarkable feat of being a novice today and an invincible champion tomorrow." In his mind, he envisioned leading a cadre of master-level Pokémon, stepping on champions, and challenging deities. Am I merely destined to serve as a stepping stone? At that moment, far away in the capital, the champion shuddered, suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. Coming back to his senses, Xia Yu waved his hand again, resembling a gambler caught in the thrill of the game. System, let us do another 10 draws. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Luxury Balls X3, Beginner Magical Candy X5, Z-Ring, Wishing Star. Observing the system's lottery, Xia Yu noted the various evolution items he was nearing completion of, and he couldn't help but smile wryly. This undiscovered method of evolution was undeniably tantalizing. He himself was not yet prepared to announce it, having only recently become a trainer. He planned to apply for challenges to earn gym badges and participate in the high school league once the senior year commenced. After the high school league, he would gradually reveal these evolution methods in collaboration with his mother. Organizing his thoughts, Xia Yu placed the round land shark egg into the incubation device gifted by the auction, pouring in nutrient solution, and awaited its hatching. He then released Cocodora and Kyrulian. Handing the Cresselia Feather and Fairy Feather to Kyrulian, the former would provide her with psychic energy to hasten her growth, while the latter would amplify her fairy-type moves, perfectly complementing Kyrulian. He then took out the beginner magical candy and decided to elevate Cocodora first to advanced, while the remainder would be used to raise Kyrulian's level. As Cocodora devoured the magical candy one by one, waves of energy surged within it, marking the phenomenon of level elevation. The moment Cocodora reached advanced level, a surge of evolutionary energy enveloped it in a radiant glow. This white light persisted briefly, and a brand new Cocodora materialized before Xia Yu. Observing the Cocodora, now twice its previous size and exceeding 2 meters in length, with its exoskeleton gleaming like a fortified wall, a smile crept across Xia Yu's face. After all, this was his nominal first Pokémon, deserving every ounce of attention. Gazing at Cocodora's data panel, he noted, name, Cocodora. Level, 31 advanced. Gender, male. Attributes, steel, rock. Traits, heavy metal, dream trait, doubles its own weight. Item, evolutionary stone. Qualification, quasi-champion level. Moves, tackle, harden, metal claw, hammer arm, earthquake, rock slide, rock block, roar, protect, headbutt, iron head, metal sound. Xia Yu nodded with satisfaction. Among his peers, Kadra was unparalleled, dominating all adversaries. He then handed the remaining candies to Kyrulian, who promptly ascended to level 27. For a novice trainer, this was nothing short of miraculous, as few could cultivate a high-level Pokémon and one nearing high-level proficiency within a mere month of receiving their first Pokémon. Typically, achieving intermediate status by the start of school would be considered prodigious. Yet, Xia Yu, blessed with a system, proclaimed, "I do not mean to offend anyone. I simply assert that all present are beneath me." As half a month had swiftly passed, Xia Yu resolved to return home the following day to reunite with his long-missed sister and to hatch a round land shark. After completing his tasks, Xia Yu collapsed into slumber, embodying the quintessential spirit of youth. The next day, well-rested, he tidied his belongings, returned his room key, and took a taxi back to the Xia family villa. Upon seeing his long-absent home, a smile illuminated Xia Yu's face. Upon opening the door, he beheld his sister frolicking with an iced ninetales in the yard, the creature tossing a pink ball with its tail while the little girl gleefully darted to retrieve it. For a moment, Xia Yu found it difficult to discern who was truly entertaining whom. The little girl picked up the ball, looked up to see her brother at the door, discarded the ball, and dashed towards him, exclaiming, "Brother, you're finally back. I missed you so much." "Did you miss me?" "Of course I did. So much so that I couldn't sleep," Xia Yu replied as he scooped her up, planting several kisses on her cheeks. Unfazed by her brother's affection, the little girl giggled in his embrace. Hearing the commotion, Uncle Lu emerged from the house and greeted Xia Yu. "Welcome home, young master." Xia Yu nodded in acknowledgement, allowing his Charizard, Kadra, and Kairu Lian to roam freely in the yard before carrying his sister indoors. Chapter 14, Communication and Hatching. Xia Yu returned just before noon, finding his parents absent. He placed the round land shark egg in his bedroom, awaiting its hatching, then descended to join his sister in a bout of playful laughter, hoping to alleviate his longing for her. He firmly believed she felt the same. Despite her apparent joy at home, deep down, she must have missed her elder brother. The thought of venturing out for training and adventure post-summer vacation, potentially leaving his sister for an extended period, momentarily darkened Xia Yu's expression. Moreover, his sister would soon start school. Would she make new friends and neglect her brother? The mere contemplation brought forth an emotional turmoil within him. "Why on earth am I thinking such things?" he mused, shaking off the melancholy and continuing to play with his sister. As evening approached, Xia Yu's parents returned home. Upon entering, they spotted the siblings sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in a television program. Their joy at seeing Xia Yu was palpable. While his father maintained a reserved demeanor, his mother was eager to inquire about his recent experiences. With his father listening intently, Xia Yu, feeling the weight of his mother's curiosity, willingly recounted his adventures, particularly emphasizing his exploits within the secret realm, where he had commanded 2 newly hatched Pokémon to victory. To an outsider, it might have seemed as if the secret realm belonged to him. Naturally, he omitted any mention of the black market, aware that his parents would disapprove of him frequenting such places at his age, fearing he might be exploited or become embroiled in unsavory dealings. Thus, he claimed the round land shark egg was a fortuitous acquisition through sheer happenstance. His mother, captivated by his tales, peppered him with questions, to which Xia Yu patiently responded. When she learned of his serendipitous acquisition of a quasi-divine round land shark egg, she leaped to her feet, exclaiming that her son was indeed the chosen one, destined for greatness. Xia Yu could not help but chuckle at her exuberance. His father, however, shot Xia Yu a peculiar glance upon hearing about the egg's acquisition, but refrained from voicing any concerns. Instead, he reminded Xia Yu that the League headquarters would distribute quasi-divine Pokémon eggs to various branches a fortnight before school commenced. Urging him to mark the date and collect his egg, Xia Yu promptly set a reminder on his phone, assuring his father he would not be late. Subsequently, Xia Yu's father inquired about his plans moving forward. After contemplation, Xia Yu deduced that hatching the round land shark would take around 10 days. And with the egg collection scheduled for half a month before school, he had roughly 20 days available. Venturing far for training seemed unfeasible, so he resolved to explore nearby areas for suitable training grounds. After sharing his thoughts with his father, Xia Yu's father suggested heading south towards Yang City, a satellite city of Shidu, which bordered China's largest forest, the Evergreen Forest. This area was teeming with countless Pokémon, ranging from elite to novice levels, making it an ideal location for training. Xia Yu's father had previously ventured there himself. Encouraged by his father's endorsement, Xia Yu firmly decided to embark on an adventure in the Evergreen Forest once the round land shark hatched, embracing the role of a budding Pokémon trainer. His mother, supportive of his aspirations, expressed concern about his finances after acquiring the quasi-divine egg. Hesitant to ask, she nonetheless transferred 10 million into his bank account. Despite Xia Yu's repeated refusals, asserting he had ample pocket money, his mother remained resolute, and he ultimately accepted her generous gift with heartfelt gratitude. 3 days later, Xia Yu rose early, brimming with anticipation as he gazed at the round land shark egg. Surrounding the egg were his Charizard, Kadra, and Kairu with Kairu particularly excited, as it was her first time witnessing a Pokémon hatch. Observing the egg's shell begin to crack, the round land shark was on the verge of emergence. With each tremor, a fin-like appendage burst through the shell, followed by the egg revealing its true form. The round land shark gazed at Xia Yu and the surrounding Pokémon with wide, innocent eyes. Xia Yu greeted the newly hatched creature, introducing it to its future companions. Each Pokémon welcomed the round land shark in their own unique way. Charizard, with a nonchalant demeanor, nodded as if to say, "I've got your back," while Kadra, exuding a sense of maturity, assured the newcomer that he would assist in its training. As Cerulean gently patted the head of the Sandshrew, he vowed to take good care of it from now on. After exchanging introductions, the Sandshrew stretched its diminutive arms and let out a series of cries, indicating its hunger. Observing this, Xia Yu picked up the Sandshrew and fed it the prepared moo milk. Once the Sandshrew finished its meal, it began to doze off. Noticing this, Xia Yu first captured it in a pokeball before releasing it onto the small bed he had prepared in advance. Watching the Sandshrew peacefully drift into slumber, Xia Yu then opened its panel. Name: Sandshrew level 1, gender male, type dragon, ground ability Sandveil potential, near master level, in progress, held item Milotic scale moves, tackle, Sand Tomb, dig, dragon tail, dragon pulse, earth power, earthquake, thunder. Description: a fortunate Pokémon blessed by the level 1 deity Milotic. Its potential is continuously improving, with a significantly enhanced growth rate until it fully integrates the Milotic scales, having inherited some of Milotic's moves. Gazing at the Sandshrew, which had already attained near master level potential and had yet to fully fuse with the Milotic scales, Xia Yu was once again astonished, marveling at Milotic's well-deserved reputation. With the energy support from the Milotic scales, the Sandshrew would grow at an extraordinary pace, far surpassing the typical semi-divine Pokémon, which are notoriously slow to develop and often reach maturity later than expected. With ample resources and the assistance of the Milotic scale energy, the Sandshrew swiftly transitioned from its infancy into its growth phase, becoming capable of battling. Chapter 15: The Arrival of the Secret Realm. The Sandshrew's accelerated growth disrupted Xia Yu's original plans. However, he remained unfazed, grateful that preparations had been made in advance. The timeline had merely shifted slightly. That evening, Xia Yu informed his parents of his impending journey for training, with the destination being the Evergreen Forest. Xia's father and mother offered no further comments, merely advising him to stay safe and to communicate with them promptly should any issues arise, assuring him that they would always be his strongest support. Touched by their words, Xia Yu expressed his determination to become the greatest trainer, vowing not to disappoint their expectations. The following morning, Xia Yu rose early, packed his belongings, and took his Pokeballs, setting off to commence his second journey. Due to the considerable distance and limited time, Xia Yu opted to head directly to the airport to fly to his destination, rather than taking the time to walk there step by step. Riding in his family's car, they headed towards the airport, when suddenly, a violent wave of energy erupted throughout the city of Shidu. The sky above Shidu transformed into a fiery red hue, resembling a cloud on fire, yet the sensation and oppressive weight it exuded were entirely different. It felt as though something were about to break through the clouds and descend into reality, instilling a growing sense of dread. Just then, a phone rang. Xia Yu answered, and his father's voice, Xia Tianyun, came through. "Son, don't go to the airport. Come back quickly. You must have seen the scene just now, right? A secret realm has descended upon Shidu, and according to energy readings, it appears to be a super large secret realm. Stay home for the time being and don't venture out unnecessarily." Upon hearing his father's words, Xia Yu immediately understood it was indeed the arrival of a secret realm, which explained the bizarre occurrences. However, he couldn't help but worry whether his father would be capable of handling the situation, given that super large secret realms often house champion-level Pokémon. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Xia Yu chose to heed his father's advice and instructed the driver to turn around and return home. On the way back, Xia Yu heard an announcement from the Shidu City Alliance branch, assuring the public that the secret realm had manifested in the outskirts, a considerable distance from the city center, urging everyone not to panic or be alarmed, as the Alliance would address the situation. Meanwhile, after finishing his call with Xia Yu, Xia's father promptly informed the Alliance headquarters of the super-large secret realm that had descended upon Shidu, requesting assistance. Upon receiving this news, the Alliance headquarters convened an immediate meeting. The Alliance champion declared that they would dispatch one of the 4 Heavenly Kings to assist in addressing the Secret Realm's arrival in Xia Yu. All attention was focused on the impending Secret Realm, leaving no one to notice a brown-haired man in a suit within the city. He held an unfamiliar device. Gazing at the approaching Secret Realm with a satisfied nod, he then spoke into his earpiece. "Doctor, the device you've developed is indeed effective. According to the energy fluctuations, this Secret Realm is a super large one. Our objective has been achieved." Upon hearing the man's response, the doctor instructed, "Since the experiment has succeeded, make your retreat swiftly. Remember, leave no trace. After all, Huahua is not to be trifled with, and we do not intend to initiate war just yet." With that, he ended the call. Following the directive, the brown-haired man blended into the crowd and vanished without a trace. Back home, Xia Yu prepared to stay in and train diligently while awaiting the resolution of the Secret Realm's arrival. Suddenly, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. The system has detected the arrival of a Secret Realm and is issuing a system task. Explore the Secret Realm. Task rewards. Rewards will be issued based on exploration level. Looking at the task released by the system, Xia Yu couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Was this not a coercion? It was already a special time. With everyone watching the Secret Realm's descent, how could he possibly infiltrate it? It was an unrealistic dream for a mere child like him to enter a super large secret realm. New secret realms typically saw the Alliance dispatch personnel to explore first and ascertain the potential dangers. The entrances to these realms would be strictly monitored by staff, leaving ordinary individuals with no chance of entry. Even considering his unique status, his father would never consent. So Xia Yu had long since abandoned any hope of entering in his true form. He gazed at the champion-level Ditto mask within the system space. This artifact could not only alter 1's appearance, but could even change 1's body. It was indeed an essential tool for his venture. His mother would no longer need to worry about him being recognized. Xia Yu resolved to assume a different identity to infiltrate the secret realm. However, he faced the dilemma that while the mask could change his appearance and physique, it was not a clone, requiring his direct involvement. What excuse could he possibly use to venture outside? It needed to be one that justified a prolonged absence. With the secret realm not yet fully descended, he needed to devise a plan to leave swiftly. In the evening, Xia's mother returned home and announced that she would be staying in for the time being, temporarily halting her experiments at the research institute. Xia's father, due to the secret realm situation, was unlikely to return home until the matter was resolved. After dinner, Xia Yu lay in bed, mulling over various plans, hoping to devise a practical and inconspicuous method. After dismissing a multitude of impractical ideas, he realized he would have to rely on his best friend, Zhang Yuhao. Once he had solidified his thoughts, Xia Yu promptly called the chubby boy. "Hey, Yugo, why are you calling me so late?" "Xiao Hao, tell me, how do you think Yugo treats you?" "Huh, are you having a moment? Just get to the point. I've been busy training for the past half-month and haven't had much rest." All right, help me out this time, and I shall grant you a grand opportunity in return." Xia Yu sensed the impatience radiating from the rotund boy and promptly began to spin an enticing tale. "Oh, with such a promise, I am no longer weary. What is it that troubles you and requires my assistance? Over the next few days, I will venture out, though the timing remains uncertain. You are aware of the current situation in Shuda City. My parents have forbidden me from stepping outside. I need your help. What could possibly be so urgent that you still wish to roam?" The specifics are not convenient to disclose, but it is of utmost importance to me. Just tell me, will you assist me or not? Since you, my brother, have spoken, how could I refuse? Pray, how may I aid you? I plan to stay at your place for a while starting tomorrow. I need you to provide me cover. A trivial matter. No problem at all. My parents will not be home, so I can say whatever I like. Thanks, Xiao Hao. You truly are a wonderful brother. After hanging up, with the escape route secured, Xia Yu felt a surge of gratitude for his steadfast companion. The next day, during breakfast, he informed his mother of his intention to stay with his best friend, Zhang Yuhao, for training. His mother was not surprised, as their families were acquainted, and this was not Xia Yu's first visit to Zhang Yuhao's residence. However, she cautioned him to remain indoors and not venture out, as it was unsafe. Xia Yu nodded eagerly, relieved that his mother had acquiesced, and he devoured his buns with relish. Chapter 16. The Disguise and the Exploration of the Secret Realm. After tidying up his belongings, Xia Yu bid farewell to his mother and sister, departing from the villa. He intended to find a hotel in proximity to the secret realm, so he hailed a taxi towards the area. As the flow of people lessened, Xia Yu soon reached his destination, only to find the road ahead barricaded by officials from the Alliance. As he strolled along the street in search of a hotel, he observed the blocked routes. After a thorough inspection, he found a hotel with a view of the secret realm and booked a stay for 20 days, uncertain of how long he would be there. Once in his room, Xia Yu opened the window to gaze at the bustling officials outside, then promptly shut it, since the secret realm had not yet fully descended. He felt no urgency. In his room, Xia Yu retrieved a shape-shifting mask from his system space and donned it. A wondrous sensation enveloped him, and he felt as though he could effortlessly alter his shape and appearance. Approaching the mirror, an idea sprang to his mind, and he watched as his reflection transformed into a corpulent figure weighing over 200 pounds. Gazing down at his newfound girth, he envisioned his original self, and in an instant, he reverted to his previous form. Marvelous, truly marvelous. He began to play with his face in front of the mirror, adjusting here and there, adding a bit of stubble on one side, thickening his eyebrows on the other, thoroughly enjoying himself. Before long, a middle-aged man with a somewhat disheveled appearance, yet possessing an air of profound wisdom, stared back at him from the mirror. Satisfied with his reflection, Xia Yu then set about sculpting his physique. Why not try for an 8-pack? Having never experienced such a physique, the thought struck him. Resolute, he envisioned a figure standing at 6 feet 3 inches, muscular, with an 8-pack and a face full of stories. The aura he exuded was both rugged and refined, strikingly noticeable. Yet, Xia Yu cared little for subtlety. Being handsome was all that mattered. After all, this disguise would represent the powerful mythical Pokémon, Milotic. What was wrong with standing out? How else could one capture such a divine creature? Determined to give this persona a formidable name, one cannot simply call a mythical Pokémon something as mundane as Zhang San or Li Si. Xia Yu pondered for a fitting title. After much deliberation, he settled on Wang Batian, a name that exuded dominance. With the character now established, he needed to carefully consider which Pokémon to summon. First, he dismissed the 3 starters. Their power was too meager for such a vast secret realm. Next, he ruled out the shiny Charizard. While it possessed the potential to battle, its notoriety would surely attract unwanted attention, given he was the son of a prominent figure in Shudu City. Thus, he arrived at the only viable option, Milotic, who had never been publicly revealed and possessed strength without notoriety. Xia Yu scoured historical texts but found no mention of Milotic, which made sense as it was a paradoxical Pokémon from the future. Having made all necessary preparations, Xia Yu awaited the complete emergence of the secret realm in his hotel room. Within days, energy fluctuations intensified, nearly materializing into a palpable force, causing nearby Pokémon to revel in excitement as they flocked towards the realm, forming a massive wave of creatures surging towards Shudu City. The Alliance personnel, witnessing the chaos, swiftly reported the situation to their superiors and mobilized to intercept the approaching tide. In a flurry, numerous officials released their Pokémon to halt the oncoming swarm. Just then, the secret realm fully descended, a colossal rift in space manifesting above Shudu City, connecting reality with the realm. Observing the crimson sky and the rift, many could hardly contain their excitement, unaware of the level of danger the secret realm posed. They only knew that this was a grand opportunity. Anyone who could discover precious resources or Pokémon within this uncharted territory could achieve instant wealth. Faced with such circumstances, the Alliance could do little. Each time a secret realm emerged, chaos ensued, and all they could do was attempt to manage the situation. As the first individual rode their Pokémon towards the rift, more began to follow, including poachers, opportunists, aspiring trainers, and those seeking rare resources to alter their fates. The array of individuals and Pokémon bewildered onlookers. Now transformed, Xia Yu prepared to join the fray, summoning Milotic from the Master Ball, instructing it to assume its gliding form to lift him into the air. Although he had concealed Milotic's presence, its unique appearance, combined with Xia Yu's rugged charm, still drew the gaze of many. Ignoring the thoughts of the crowd, Milotic plunged into the rift with Xia Yu. Amidst a whirlwind of motion, they successfully entered the secret realm. Before them loomed a colossal volcano, the very source of the fiery hue enveloping Shudu City's sky. Riding Milotic, Xia Yu embarked on his inaugural adventure in the secret realm, fully embracing his new persona. Opening the treasure compass, the expedition into the mysterious realm commenced in search of resources. Upon identifying the marked locations on the map, Xia Yu and Middleton advanced in that direction. Along the way, they encountered numerous fairies, most of which exhibited aggressive tendencies. However, they paled in comparison to Middleton's formidable presence. Middleton remarked that they were merely minor Karamis, and dealing with them would undermine his stature. Thus, he released a fraction of his aura, instantly transforming the fairies into obedient beings, too intimidated to stir. Clearly, he was a powerhouse, one not to be trifled with. In no time, Xia Yu gathered a plethora of precious resources, but he also encountered individuals intent on seizing his spoils. Xia Yu showed no leniency, promptly summoning Middleton, who unleashed a torrent of dragon fire, obliterating both the assailants and the fairies in an instant. In his inexperience, Xia Yu shook his head in regret. He realized that next time, he must be more cautious, for he had failed to claim any loot from those he had dispatched. What a significant loss. After all, this was the real world, a realm where only the ruthless thrive. Xia Yu vowed not to hesitate. Should anyone pose a malevolent threat and attempt to attack him, he would ensure their swift departure, leaving no remnants behind. Chapter 17, The Battle Against the Fighting King. While Xia Yu leisurely explored the mysterious realm, his father, Xia Tianyun, was facing considerable challenges. During the League's official investigation into the newly emerged mysterious realms, there was a deliberate effort to engage with the fairy populations within, as these realms typically housed powerful beings. Their objective was to negotiate peace and coexistence with such entities. Xia Tianyun and Su Kai, one of the four kings who had come to aid from Shidu City, split up within the realm, each pursuing different paths in search of fairy clans. Xia Tianyun soon encountered a formidable Gardevoir, which engaged in a fierce battle with his ace Pokémon, Charizard. The two Pokémon fought to a standstill for a time. However, Xia Tianyun, being a seasoned trainer, ultimately triumphed with his Charizard. After defeating Gardevoir, Xia Tianyun retrieved a Pokémon translator, a device developed by the League's Pokémon researchers to communicate with these creatures. After a brief calibration, he spoke into the translator, pressing a button to send a special wave of communication into Gardevoir's ears. He conveyed that the Huagua League harbored no hostility towards the fairies in their realm and proposed a mutual cooperation, trading resources beneficial to both sides, with the sole stipulation of not harming humans who posed no threat. Listening to the translator, Gardevoir pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, thus establishing an alliance. Ultimately, it was the strength of Xia Tianyun's Pokémon that swayed Gardevoir. Otherwise, it would not have entertained negotiations with a weaker entity. This exemplifies the natural order within the fairy realm, survival of the fittest. Such encounters unfolded throughout the mysterious realm, where powerful League personnel sought negotiations with strong fairy clans, while the weaker ones approached less formidable groups. Should they encounter exceptionally powerful beings unwilling to communicate, those areas would be designated as forbidden zones. The League did not demand consensus with every fairy but sought agreements with the majority. Moreover, the fairies within the realm rarely ventured outside, as the energy within was far more conducive to their growth. The vast expanse of super-large mysterious realms was comparable to half of Huagua itself. Hence, successful negotiations with the fairies were not a matter to be resolved quickly. Xia Yu found himself somewhat unfortunate as he crossed paths with Su Kai, the fighting king he had only seen on television. Observing this legendary figure, the sole commoner among the four kings, Xia Yu couldn't help but admire him. After all, he had risen from humble beginnings to become a king without the backing of a prestigious lineage, truly a tale worthy of a novel. Xia Yu held great respect for him, but in this moment, he knew he could not reveal any weakness. What brings you here, young man? Are you unaware that non-official personnel are prohibited from entering the mysterious realm? Su Kai questioned with a hint of amusement, adding that such rules applied only to the less powerful and did not constrain individuals of their caliber. Oh, it seems you possess a great deal of confidence in your abilities. Allow me to test whether your prowess matches your bravado, he declared. Su Kai, intrigued by the Pokémon resembling a motorcycle lizard beside Xia Yu, sensed that it was on par with his ace, Lucario. As a fighting king, he was a true martial enthusiast, and anyone or anything that piqued his interest was met with a challenge. As the muscular, imposing figure of Su Kai charged towards Xia Yu, accompanied by his ace Pokémon, Lucario, Xia Yu remained unfazed, calmly directing his gaze towards Lucario. Name, Lucario. Level, 83, champion rank. Gender, male. Type, fighting, steel. Ability, justified, dream ability. Increases attack power when struck by dark-type moves due to a sense of justice. Item, life orb. Quality, champion rank. Moves, mimic, feint, assist, rock smash, metal claw, vacuum wave, detect, last resort, screech, quick attack, life dew, double edge, self boost, force palm, meditate, metal sound, quick guard. Bone rush, swords dance, heal pulse, comet punch, dragon pulse, extreme speed, close combat, aura sphere, protect, cannon beam, force palm, ice punch, substitute, thunder punch. Gazing at the champion level Lucario before him, Xia Yu couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of the fighting king's ace. Despite its impressive statistics and extensive move pool, the true measure lay in the identity of the opponent. Faced with the first level deity Middleton, Lucario was as insignificant as an ant. This exemplified the chasm separating divine beings from ordinary Pokémon. Seeing Xia Yu's indifference ignited a surge of frustration within Su Kai, who commanded Lucario, "Lucario, use Aura Sphere." In response to Lucario's assault, Xia Yu conveyed to Middleton through the power of Tokuwa, "Ease up a bit, Middleton. We wouldn't want to accidentally eliminate him, after all. He is my idol." Understanding Xia Yu's intention, Middleton replied, "Understood. I shall merely toy with it for a while before delivering a swift end. I truly am too merciful." He mused. As Lucario unleashed its Aura Sphere, Middleton countered with a torrent of dragon fire, diminished in power by an unknown measure. The clash resonated with a thunderous boom, creating a massive crater in the ground. Witnessing the unknown Pokémon effortlessly neutralize his Lucario's attack, Su Kai felt an immense pressure wash over him. He had not anticipated facing such a formidable opponent. This was the kind of pressure he had only felt during his past challenges against champions. Nevertheless, he would not concede easily and issued a new command, "Lucario, go all out in close combat." As Lucario charged at Middleton, the latter retaliated with a powerful tail whip. The collision of Dragon Tail and Lucario generated an explosive wave of energy. As the smoke dissipated, it revealed Lucario on the verge of collapse, while Middleton remained unscathed. The disparity between the two was indeed glaringly apparent. Although Su Kai felt a deep sense of reluctance, he recognized that he had been thoroughly defeated that day. In order to prevent Lucario from sustaining further harm, he turned to Xia Yu and declared, "I concede. Please state your conditions." Faced with Su Kai's unexpected admission of defeat, Xia Yu was taken aback. He had not anticipated such directness. "There is no need for such formality," he replied. "We harbor no animosity towards each other, and I have no intention of opposing the alliance. I merely wish to explore this newly emerged realm." At a loss for words, Xia Yu could only respond with a hint of resignation. "No, since I initiated the challenge and lost, I must bear some consequence. If you are uncertain about what you desire, then take this," he said, presenting a blue and gold card to Xia Yu. This card served as his token, permitting him to grant one request to its holder. Stubborn as he was, Su Kai insisted on the exchange. Thus, Xia Yu accepted the card, recognizing that Su Kai had nothing else of value to offer. Upon receiving the card, Su Kai breathed a sigh of relief, as it was the only item he could part with. "I still do not know your name. May I inquire?" "I am Wang Batian," Xia Yu replied, his tone imbued with a sense of weariness as he disclosed his alias. Hearing this name, Su Kai felt a rush of excitement. What a formidable name. "Wang Batian. Is it? I, Su Kai, shall challenge you again." With that, the two departed in opposite directions. As night fell, Xia Yu sought refuge in a cave. Reflecting on his battle with Su Kai, observing the formidable Lucario, he gained a clearer understanding of the strength possessed by opponents of the Elite Four caliber. Releasing his Pokémon from their Pokeballs, he recognized that confinement was stifling for these spirited creatures. Xia Yu noted that the likelihood of encountering others in this expansive secret realm was quite low, and thus he resolved to engage his Pokémon in battles starting the next day. While the overall strength of this realm was formidable, numerous lower-tier Pokémon were well-suited for combat. He planned to have Milotic monitor their surroundings, ready to retract the Pokémon should any intruders appear. After feeding his Pokémon energy cubes, Xia Yu retired for the night, with Charizard volunteering to guard the cave entrance. The following day, Xia Yu and his Pokémon ventured toward a resource location indicated on his compass. Along the way, they engaged in fierce battles against attacking Pokémon, allocating mid-tier opponents to Charizard, lower-tier ones to the three small Pokémon, and high-tier adversaries to Milotic. With each Pokémon assigned their respective challenges, all but Milotic gained substantial growth and battle experience. Days passed, and Kyrillian successfully evolved into the pinnacle of its form, Shinado. Other Pokémon also experienced varying degrees of growth, with Round Shark making the most significant strides, possibly due to an awakening of its combative instincts, engaging in numerous battles, and benefiting from Milotic scales as it began its ascent to mid-tier. After several days of relentless fighting, Xia Yu sensed that his Pokémon were becoming fatigued, prompting him to seek a more favorable environment for rest. Following the river, he discovered a medium-sized lake, where he set up camp in a nearby clearing. The lake housed two powerful Pokémon, which, upon seeing Xia Yu linger by the shore, prepared to charge at him to assert their territorial dominance. Exhausted, Xia Yu had little desire to engage with the two Pokémon, so he instructed Milotic to emit its presence. Instantly, the two Pokémon froze as if ensnared by a spell, trembling uncontrollably, realizing they had indeed provoked the wrong individual. However, Xia Yu had no intention of confrontation. He merely wished to communicate through the power of the everlasting, and indicated his temporary stay with no ulterior motives. The two Pokémon acquiesced, stating that he was free to stay for as long as he desired, and if necessary, they would relocate. Satisfied that his message was understood, Xia Yu leaped into the lake for a refreshing bath before preparing dinner for his Pokémon. After a fulfilling meal, he retreated to his tent and succumbed to sleep, having expended considerable energy healing his Pokémon with the power of the everlasting over the past few days. Following a 2-day respite by the lake, Xia Yu and his Pokémon resumed their exploration of the secret realm. While progressing toward a sandy rock area, a sudden surge of intense energy rippled through the air. Xia Yu recalled the 3 small Pokémon into their Pokeballs and proceeded with only Charizard and Milotic to investigate the source of the commotion. Upon reaching a small hill, Xia Yu beheld a rather alarming scene. 2 Pokémon poachers were attempting to capture a Tyranitar. A desert dragonfly was harassing the Tyranitar from the air, while a Steelix launched attacks from the side. Observing the data panels of the 3 Pokémon, he noted the following: name, Tyranitar. Level, 55, professional. Gender, male. Type, rock, dark. Ability, Sandstream. Upon entering battle, it creates a sandstorm. Item, Sandstone. Qualification, champion level. Moves, Tackle, Fire Fong, Glare, Ice Fong, Rock Slide, Thunder Fong, Dark Pulse, Bite, Iron Defense. Scary Face, Rock Wrecker, Stomp, Roar, Crunch, Earthquake, Stone Edge, Hyper Beam, Sandstorm, and Light of Ruin. Name, Desert Dragonfly. Level, 64, Gym level. Gender, female. Type, Ground Dragon. Ability, Levitate, floats above the ground, thus immune to ground-type moves. Item, Dragon Fong. Qualification, Near Elite. Moves, Dragon Claw, Sand Attack, Sonic Boom, Dragon Breath, Heavy Slam, Crunch, Hammer Arm. Scare, Dragon Dance, Feint Attack, Earthquake, Dig, Bite, Mud Slap, Sand Tomb, Dragon Tail, Roar, Dragon Dive, Protect, Dragon Rage, Rock Wrecker, and Sandstorm. Name, Steelix. Level, 61 Gym level. Gender, male. Type, Steel Ground. Ability, Sturdy, prevents one-hit knockouts, even from moves that would normally cause recoil damage. Item, Leftovers. Qualification, Gym level. Moves, Bind, Tackle, Rock Slide, Harden, Crunch, Rock Polish. Thunder Fong, Ice Fong, Fire Fong, Roar, Heavy Slam, Dragon Breath, Curse, Rock Wrecker, Sandstorm, Dig, Iron Tail, Stone Edge, Self-Destruct, Magnet Rise, Protect, Earthquake, and Rock Slide. Seeing that the poacher's Pokémon were all at the gym level, while the Tyranitar was only at the professional level, it managed to hold its ground against the two. Truly, it was a Pokémon of champion level qualification, a rare find indeed. However, it appeared that Tyranitar could not withstand the relentless onslaught from the desert dragonfly and Steelix for much longer. Xia Yu resolved to intervene and rescue the Tyranitar, not only to see if he could capture it, but also because it was a Pokémon of champion level qualification, an opportunity too precious to overlook. Moreover, Xia Yu harbored a profound disdain for those so-called elfin hunters and their nefarious poaching activities. Each year, numerous news reports chronicled the misdeeds of these individuals, who frequently intruded upon elfin sanctuaries to capture rare creatures for sale, regardless of their ownership. Although various national alliances had issued warrants for their apprehension, these rogues continued to proliferate, employing their agility to either overpower their targets or flee when confronted, much to the chagrin of governments worldwide. Xia Yu had resolved to confront the two poachers solely with his Charizard, which was on the brink of a gym breakthrough and craved a fierce battle to catalyze its evolution. Miraidon, on the other hand, opted to remain on the sidelines, providing support and ensuring Xia Yu's safety. As he observed the struggling Tyranitar in the distance, Xia Yu prepared to make his grand entrance. He commanded Charizard to unleash Flamethrower upon the two poachers' Pokémon. The dark-hued dragon ascended into the sky, releasing a swirling vortex of flames towards the unsuspecting creatures below, who were swiftly engulfed in the fiery onslaught and cried out in distress. Chapter 19, Battle and Mega Evolution. The two poachers, taken aback by Xia Yu's sudden appearance alongside Charizard, questioned him. "Who are you? Why are you attacking us?" The slender poacher demanded. "Do I need a reason to deal with scoundrels like you?" Xia Yu replied disdainfully, casting a contemptuous glance at the duo. "Humph, another meddler." The fat poacher muttered to his companion. "What should we do?" "What do you mean, what should we do?" "Eliminate them. This Tyranitar is already incapacitated, and that shiny Charizard doesn't seem to have reached the gym level yet. We have the advantage." The slender poacher's eyes gleamed with greed as he surveyed Xia Yu's Pokémon, while the fat one was equally swayed by his words, plotting to strike. Noting the unabashed avarice and malice in their gazes, Xia Yu resolved to hold nothing back. Such scum deserved to be dealt with decisively. Charizard. Use Dragon Breath on the Desert Dragonfly, he instructed mentally. Seizing the opportunity before the opponents could react, Charizard unleashed a torrent of dragon energy at the agile Desert Dragonfly, aiming to incapacitate it first. The poachers, realizing Xia Yu's unorthodox approach, quickly rallied their Pokémon. Desert Dragonfly, evade, commanded the fat poacher. Steelix, use Rock Slide on Charizard. Charizard nimbly dodged the falling rocks and retaliated with a fire spin, ensnaring Steelix within its fiery grasp before soaring towards the Desert Dragonfly to deliver a Dragon Claw attack. Steelix, use Dig to escape the fire spin. The fat poacher shouted. Desert Dragonfly, counter with Dragon Claw. With both Pokémon colliding in a fierce clash, Charizard, infused with militant scales, exhibited a significant enhancement in the power of its Dragon-type moves, striking the Desert Dragonfly down to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Seizing the momentum, Xia Yu commanded Charizard to unleash Dragon Pulse upon the Desert Dragonfly. Steelix, obstruct Charizard's view with Sand Tomb, the fat poacher directed. But a sandstorm erupted around Charizard, disrupting its assault. Xia Yu instructed Charizard to soar out of the sandstorm's reach. The poachers, taken aback by Xia Yu's resilience, exchanged glances and prepared to replicate their previous strategy against Tyranitar, coordinating their efforts. Desert Dragonfly, use Screech on Charizard. The Desert Dragonfly emitted a piercing cry that disoriented Charizard, which was then struck by Steelix's Rock Tomb, eliciting a pained roar from the dragon. Noticing the situation, Xia Yu urged Charizard to swiftly vacate the area before unleashing Infernal Abyss upon Steelix. A torrent of flames engulfed Steelix, who writhed in agony on the ground. Desperately trying to extinguish the conflagration, Charizard charged towards Steelix, poised to deliver a critical blow with Flare Blitz. Steelix, use Protect. The fat poacher shouted in a bid to shield his Pokémon. Desert Dragonfly, now's your chance. Use Dragon Dive. Steelix's defensive maneuver thwarted Charizard's Flare Blitz, only for the Desert Dragonfly to collide with Charizard, sending it crashing into a small hill and inflicting considerable damage. Xia Yu reflected on the struggle. It was evident that Charizard was having a tough time against two gym-level Pokémon. In that case, I shall not hold back any longer, he resolved. Preparing Charizard for Mega Evolution. Their long-standing bond had long since fulfilled the requirements for this transformation. Are you ready, Charizard? Xia Yu inquired earnestly. Charizard responded with a fervent roar. Xia Yu tossed the Mega Evolution Stone towards Charizard while retrieving his Keystone. As Charizard caught the Evolution Stone, Xia Yu dramatically proclaimed, "Respond to our bond, Charizard. Mega Evolve." A brilliant white light enveloped Charizard, initiating its transformation. When the light faded, a majestic dragon with green skin, red wings, and flames dancing at its mouth and tail emerged before them, towering over 4 meters in length. What is this? How can Charizard evolve again? The slender poacher gasped in shock and elation. This could be a windfall. The fat poacher mused, envisioning the monetary value of this new evolutionary form. Unfazed by their ignorance, Xia Yu regarded them with a gaze that foretold their impending doom. The newly evolved Charizard X unleashed a wave of energy that surged beyond gym levels, reaching the zenith of the Elite Four, achieving an impressive level 70. It appears that Mega Evolution can elevate a Pokémon to an entirely new tier, Xia Yu contemplated. Charizard, repay the damage inflicted upon you. Charge forth and use Fire Punch on the Desert Dragonfly. Charizard soared towards the Desert Dragonfly with astounding speed, delivering a devastating fire punch that rendered the creature unconscious upon impact. It was defeated in an instant. My ace has fallen so swiftly, the slender poacher exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face. Xia Yu, undeterred, commanded Charizard to unleash Infernal Abyss and Flamethrower upon Steelix. Predictably, Steelix succumbed to the might of the newly evolved Charizard, falling with no chance to counter. The poachers, finally grasping the gravity of the situation, were left speechless as they beheld their fallen Pokémon, devoid of their earlier bravado. The other Pokémon they possessed were mere professionals, hardly a match for Charizard's formidable power. Spare us, I implore you. We can offer you this Tyranitar, and we possess numerous treasures to present to you. Please release us. The two individuals knelt before Xia Yu, pleading for mercy. Yet, Xia Yu remained steadfast in his belief that one must eradicate threats entirely. Is this your final farewell? He scoffed, a derisive sound escaping his lips. Without hesitation, he rendered the two unconscious, confiscated their possessions, and commanded his Charizard to unleash a torrent of flames upon them and their Pokémon, sending them to their demise. Chapter 20. Capturing Tyranitar and departing the secret realm. Charizard reverted to its original form, having successfully ascended to the gym leader level following the fierce battle. With the evidence of his deeds obliterated, Xia Yu approached Tyranitar. The creature emitted a feeble roar, mistaking Xia Yu's intentions as hostile after witnessing the previous scene. Ignoring Tyranitar's cries, Xia Yu stood before it and employed the power of the earth to mend its wounds. As Tyranitar felt its injuries heal, it ceased its vocalizations. After a moment, Xia Yu initiated a telepathic conversation with Tyranitar. Tyranitar, do you wish to accompany me to explore the outside world? To grow stronger and ascend to the pinnacle of existence? In response to Xia Yu's invitation, Tyranitar glanced at him, then at Charizard, pondering for a moment before nodding in agreement. Witnessing Tyranitar's ascent, a smile illuminated Xia Yu's face as he resumed his true form. Upon witnessing this transformation, Tyranitar wore an expression of confusion, which cleared only after Xia Yu explained. However, Tyranitar expressed a desire to return home to inform its parents of its departure. As it had sneaked away, accepting Tyranitar's request, Xia Yu followed it towards its clan. Before long, they arrived at a mountainous area within a forest, where Xia Yu observed young Larvitars, Sandshrews, and Tyranitars. As they ventured inside, numerous eyes turned towards Xia Yu and his Pokémon. A colossal Tyranitar emerged, towering over 10 meters. Exuding an aura of authority, it unleashed a series of roars directed at the Tyranitar before Xia Yu, who reciprocated, and the two engaged in a dialogue. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Yu surveyed the surrounding Tyranitar clan with his true sight. To his astonishment, he discovered that, unsurprisingly for a quasi-divine Pokémon clan, all Tyranitars had evolved into formidable beings, with their base strength exceeding gym leader levels. There were 6 elite level and 3 champion level Tyranitars among them. The most powerful was the leader engaged in conversation, named Tyranitar. Level, 89, champion. Gender, male. Type, rock, dark. Ability, sandstream. Upon entry, it changes the weather to a sandstorm. Held item, sandstone. Aptitude, champion level. Moves, tackle. Fire Fong, glare, ice Fong, rock slide, thunder Fong, dark pulse, bite, iron defense, crunch, scary face, rock wrecker, stomp, roar, bite, earthquake, stone edge, rampage, sandstorm, hyper beam. Giga impact, earth power, power gem. Astonished by this nearly champion level Tyranitar, Xia Yu recognized that achieving such prowess within the secret realm is no small feat. Even for a quasi-divine Pokémon, it seemed that this Tyranitar was indeed among the strongest entities within the secret realm, Xia Yu mused. Shortly thereafter, the dialogue between the two Tyranitars ceased. They turned to Xia Yu, roaring as they sensed through the power of the earth that the leader was the father of the Tyranitar before him, explaining the latter's exceptional aptitude. The leader expressed profound gratitude to Xia Yu for rescuing its son and supported the idea of his son accompanying Xia Yu to explore the outside world and grow stronger. The Tyranitar leader invited him to stay as a guest, which Xia Yu readily accepted, preparing to spend the night. Xia Yu released his Pokémon, allowing them to roam freely while he explored the area, thanks to the power of the earth and the leader's invitation. Both young Larvitars and Sandshrews were exceedingly friendly towards him. Xia Yu also stumbled upon several locations housing Larvitar eggs, roughly a dozen in total. Suddenly, an idea sparked within him. Could he procure a Larvitar egg for his close friend, Xiao Hao? After all, Tyranitar is the core of the Sandstorm team, and his friend aspires to become the Sandstorm champion. He remembered how instrumental his friend had been in facilitating his successful exploration of the secret realm. With this thought in mind, Xia Yu contemplated how to approach the leader regarding his request. As evening approached, Xia Yu transformed the fruits gifted by the Tyranitar leader into energy cubes suitable for Tyranitars, distributing them among the entire clan. The Tyranitars, upon tasting the energy cubes, erupted in excited roars, having never experienced such delectable treats, rendering them utterly captivated. Observing their delight, Xia Yu seized the moment to present his request to the leader, hoping to take one more Larvitar egg with him. To Xia Yu's surprise, the leader responded favorably, stating that allowing one to venture out into the world could be beneficial for its growth. Xia Yu assured him that he would care for it diligently. Thus, the following morning, the leader guided Xia Yu to select an egg. After a thorough inspection, Xia Yu discovered that nearly all the eggs were of elite-level quality. With one possessing quasi-champion level potential, none were of a higher caliber. Heart set on the quasi-champion egg, he took it in hand, declaring, "This one shall be mine." Following the leader, he exited the area. Holding the Larvitar egg, Xia Yu thought, "Xiao Yu Hao, you little chub, if you don't call me dad 100 times when I return, it would be an affront to the effort I put forth in procuring this core of the Sandstorm team for you." Upon encountering the son of the Tyranitar leader, Xia Yu captured it in a luxury ball before releasing it once more to bid farewell to its father. Before departing, the leader generously gifted Xia Yu 2 stones. To his astonishment, they were the Mega Evolution Stone for Tyranitar and a Dragon Z Crystal. Truly, the leader was magnanimous in his gestures. Thus, Xia Yu and his Pokémon bid farewell to the Tyranitar clan and continued their journey of exploration within the secret realm. A week passed, during which Xia Yu explored the adjacent areas thoroughly, gathering ample resources and engaging in numerous battles with his Pokémon, yielding substantial rewards. Checking the date on his phone, he realized that in 2 days, it would be time to collect the quasi-divine Pokémon egg. It was time to return home. Deciding to leave, Xia Yu recalled his Pokémon into their Pokeballs, leaving only Milotic by his side. As he had come, so must he return. He mounted Milotic, now in riding mode, and set off towards the exit of the secret realm. Chapter 21, Rewards and Drawings. Without wasting time on exploration, they swiftly reached the exit of the secret realm. And without hesitation, Milotic soared into the sky, carrying Xia Yu forth. The personnel from the Alliance outside observed Xia Yu riding out on his Milotic, yet did not inquire further, allowing him to pass without question. It seemed that the fighting King Su Kai had divulged his whereabouts to them, a thought that crossed Xia Yu's mind as he witnessed the scene unfold. Nevertheless, he paid it no heed and soared towards a remote location, where he reverted to his original form and swaggered towards the hotel. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Exploration degree at 30. System rewards, 10 basic rare candies, 5 intermediate rare candies, enhancement of the eternal power to advanced level, a Mega Evolution Stone for Shinado, and 2,000 shop coins. As he walked, the system's notification of task completion echoed in his ears, igniting a sense of exhilaration within Xia Yu. Although the exploration degree stood at a mere 30, it was a culmination of his relentless efforts over the past fortnight, and the rewards were quite substantial. He felt immensely satisfied. Upon returning to the hotel after several days, Xia Yu first indulged in a refreshing shower and then proceeded to feast heartily in the hotel restaurant, satiating his appetite that had been neglected over the preceding days. After his meal, he returned to his room, reclined on the bed, and checked the system to review his recent acquisitions. First, the Pokémon. Name, Cordora. Level, 40, Advanced. Gender, male. Type, Steel Rock. Ability, Heavy Metal, Dream Trait, doubles its own weight. Held item, Evolutionary Stone. Aptitude, Near Champion level. Moves, omitted, not listing previously encountered moves. Name, Shinado. Level, 35, Advanced. Gender, female. Type, Psychic, Fairy. Ability, Copy, upon entry, copies the opponent's ability, becoming identical. Aptitude, King level. Held items, Fairy Wing, Cresselia Wing. Moves, omitted. Name, Sharpedo. Level, 27, Intermediate. Gender, male. Type, Dragon, Ground. Ability, Sandveil. Aptitude, Near Master level, increasing. Held items, Dragon Fong, Milotic Scale. Moves, omitted. Description, a fortunate Pokémon blessed by the first-level deity Milotic. Its aptitude continues to improve, and its growth rate is significantly accelerated until it merges with Milotic's scales, inheriting some of Milotic's moves. Name, Charizard, Shiny. Level, 62, Gym level. Gender, male. Type, Fire, Flying. Ability, Solar Power, Dream Trait. In sunny weather, special attack increases, but health diminishes each turn. Held items, Life Orb, Milotic Scale. Aptitude, Near Champion level, increasing. Moves, omitted. Description, a fortunate Charizard infused with Dragon-type deity scales. Enhancing its Dragon-type moves, its potential aptitude continues to enhance until it absorbs all scale energy. Name, Tyranitar. Level, 57, Professional level. Gender, male. Type, Rock, Dark. Ability, Sandstream. Upon entry, changes the weather to a sandstorm. Held item, Sandrock. Aptitude, Champion level. Moves, omitted. Seeing the considerable progress of his Pokémon, Xia Yu couldn't help but smile in satisfaction, recognizing that their efforts over these days had not gone to waste. He opened his system panel. Host, Xia Yu. Talent, Advanced Eternal Power. Pokémon, Charizard, Shiny. Cordora, Milotic, First Level Deity. Shinado, Sharpedo, Tyranitar. Items, 10 Basic Rare Candies, 5 Intermediate Rare Candies. Mega Evolution Stone for Cordora. Mega Evolution Stone for Charizard XY. Keystone X2, Luxury Ball X9, Treasure Compass, Permanent Move Learning Machine, Protect. Mega Evolution Stone for Lizard King. Mega Evolution Stone for Metagross. Mega Evolution Stone for Latias. Mega Evolution Stone for Latios. Rare Scales, Premium Thunderstone, Premium Waterstone X2, Premium Sunstone, Premium Firestone X3, Premium Leafstone X2. Ditto Mask, Gigantamax Ring, Z-Ring, Wishing Star, Mysterious Water Drop, Sharp Claw, Mega Evolution Stone for Tyranitar, Dragon Z Crystal, Mega Evolution Stone for Shinado. Shop Coins, 2,100. System Task, capture 6 Pokemon with at least King-level aptitude, excluding deities, to complete a team configuration. Completion rate, 56. Gazing at the bountiful treasures within his system space, Xia Yu beamed with a foolish grin, pondering how best to utilize these items. He decided to recycle some temporarily and used items back to the system shop, planning to redeem them later when needed. System, recycle the rare scales, Premium Thunderstone, Premium Waterstone, Premium Sunstone, Premium Leafstone, Mysterious Water Drop, and Sharp Claw. Ding. Item recycling successful. The host gains 4,500 shop coins, totaling 6,600 shop coins. Looking at the sudden influx of shop coins, Xia Yu mused that indeed, exploring such uncharted realms yields great rewards. With a wealth of shop coins before him, the urge to indulge in a lottery draw surged within him. Who could resist the temptation of a chance to win after such a windfall? After washing his hands in the restroom, Xia Yu returned to his bed, closed his eyes, and muttered softly, Emperor Jade, Guanyin Bodhisattva, Tathagata Buddha, Taishang Laojun, bless me this time with something good. It would be even better if I could summon another deity. System. Let me have a 10 draw. Ding. System is drawing. Congratulations to the host for obtaining, for basic rare candies, a permanent move learning machine, Shadow Ball, Universal Medicine, 2 physical attack enhancers, and 2 speed enhancers. Upon examining the drawn potions, he recalled having seen them in the shop, albeit unaware of their specific effects. Inquiring with the system, he learned, Universal Medicine can heal all abnormal statuses of Pokemon, while the physical attack and speed enhancers permanently increase the corresponding base stats of Pokemon, excluding deities. Wow, such marvelous items. How did I not notice them before? Items that can enhance base stats are indeed precious, as the reason near deities are termed as such is due to their astonishingly high base stats upon maturity. Xia Yu promptly accessed the system shop, searching for these enhancers, each priced at a mere 200 shop coins, which greatly tempted him. However, after regaining his composure, he realized that purchasing them outright seemed rather imprudent. Firstly, the recent draw had already yielded 4 bottles, almost recouping his costs. Secondly, direct purchases do not count towards the draw limits, and he was still hoping for a deity from the big guaranteed draw. It appeared that these enhancers could only be acquired through further draws. System, let's go for 30 more draws. Xia Yu decided to reserve some shop coins for emergencies. Ding. System is drawing. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 basic rare candies, 5 intermediate rare candies, 2 special attack enhancers, 3 physical attack enhancers, 2 physical defense enhancers, 3 special defense enhancers, Fire Z Crystal, Mega Evolution Stone for Garchomp, Tajin Jewel, Fire-type Tajin Jewel Fragment, and a Premium Water Stone. Cumulative draws, 601,000. Looking at the items drawn, while nothing overly powerful emerged, all were still beneficial for Xia Yu at this stage, and he found them acceptable. Chapter 22. Enhancements and Egg Gifts. With a wealth of rare candies accumulating in his inventory, Xia Yu prepared to lavishly elevate the levels of his Pokemon. First, 20 basic magical candies were procured. 1 was given to Koala, while 6 were bestowed upon Shinado, enabling both to ascend to the elite level. Upon their release, a radiant aura of evolution enveloped Koala, who had just consumed a single magical candy, and soon, a formidable Boshikadora, towering nearly 4 meters, manifested before Xia Yu. Enchanted by the majestic appearance of Boshikadora, Xia Yu couldn't resist reaching out to touch it, exclaiming how striking it was. Indeed, handsomeness is a lifelong trait. After Shinado consumed the 6 candies, it too successfully transcended to elite status. Subsequently, both Pokemon ingested 5 intermediate magical candies each, elevating them to level 46. Xia Yu was now poised to challenge the initial gym badge, specifically from the top-tier gym. The remaining basic magical candies were allocated as follows, for were given to Sharp-Toothed Landshark to facilitate its advancement to the advanced level, while the remainder was reserved for the impending quasi-divine Pokemon. As for the potions that enhance base stats, Xia Yu contemplated the matter and resolved to apply them directly to a single Pokemon, as the effect of one potion was rather minimal. Thus, he aimed to amass one Pokemon's base stats to 600 and observe the results. The chosen candidate for this endeavor was none other than Charizard, a veteran deserving of such an enhancement. After consuming the potions, Charizard's base stats surged from 534 to 548. Flexing its biceps, Charizard seemed to affirm its newfound strength. Having settled everything, Xia Yu reclined on his bed and drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, he checked the time. It was only 4 in the afternoon. He prepared to check out, and then head to his friend Zhang Yuhao's house to reveal the surprise he had prepared for him. After checking out, Xia Yu took a taxi to the villa of his portly friend. Upon arrival, he spotted Zhang Yuhao training his Pokémon in the yard, alongside his Dratini and Scorpius. There were also a rock dog and a big jaws ant. It appeared that his Sandstorm team had added 2 formidable members, and a core member was soon to join, bringing them closer to a fully formed team. After ringing the doorbell, Zhang Yuhao rushed to the entrance upon hearing the sound. "Brother Yu, where have you been? You've been gone for so long," he exclaimed, opening the door. "Of course, I was enhancing my Pokémon's strength and stumbled upon a bit of fortune," Xia Yu replied, smiling at his close friend. "Oh, how about a Pokémon battle? I've made tremendous progress this past month. I'm sure to reclaim my honor from last time," Zhang Yuhao confidently declared. "Let's wait until school starts. Then you'll understand the gap between us," Xia Yu said, patting his shoulder. Upon assessing the levels of Zhang Yuhao's Pokémon, he noted that apart from the Dratini he had raised since childhood, even his highest level Scorpius was only level 25. Meanwhile, Xia Yu's lowest level Sharp-Toothed Landshark had already advanced to the advanced level, so he refrained from diminishing his friend's confidence. "There's no choice. Even the weakest of mine surpasses you. How shall we compete?" Xia Yu remarked. "All right, it seems Brother Yu is afraid of me reclaiming my honor," Zhang Yuhao boasted. Laughing heartily, Xia Yu chose not to engage further, thinking to himself that there would come a time when his friend would return to the arena. Once inside, Xia Yu retrieved the egg of Larvitar from his backpack and placed it on the coffee table. "Wow, what kind of Pokemon egg is this? It looks quite vibrant," Zhang Yuhao exclaimed. "If I tell you, you must immediately call me father." "Do you believe that?" Xia Yu teased. "No way. I, Zhang Yuhao, will not be outdone by anyone." "You're dreaming," Zhang Yuhao retorted, his face a picture of disbelief. "This is the egg of Larvitar," Xia Yu announced. "Humph, I thought it was just a Larvitar egg." "Wait, is it really the one that evolves into Tyranitar?" Zhang Yuhao gasped, his voice tinged with incredulity. "Indeed," Xia Yu confirmed with a nod, suppressing a smile. "Are you certain? Is this truly the egg of the core quasi-divine Tyranitar of the Sandstorm team?" Zhang Yuhao asked again, his tone filled with awe. "Yes," Xia Yu reiterated. "Wow, Brother Yu, where did you acquire this? You're killing me with envy," Zhang Yuhao exclaimed, his voice rising in excitement. "Do you know that my father has spent years searching for a Tyranitar egg and has never succeeded? And now, here it is, but it's not mine. Do you have any idea how much this hurts my fragile heart? It feels no less than receiving a slap in the face in front of everyone," Zhang Yuhao lamented, his expression a comical mix of envy and frustration. Xia Yu couldn't help but chuckle at his friend's plight. "You're laughing? Brother Yu, you've changed. You're no longer that youthful boy," Zhang Yuhao exclaimed, feigning a heartbroken expression. "Is that so? I warned you. Once I reveal the name of this egg, you must call me father." "Still skeptical?" Xia Yu jested. "While I admit I am envious, so what? It's not my egg. How could I act so undignified?" Zhang Yuhao retorted. "Oh really? I was actually considering gifting this Tyranitar egg to you. Alas, it seems fate has other plans," Xia Yu teased, adopting an expression that suggested he was offering a chance that was not taken. "Is it truly for me? Could it be true, my adoptive father?" Zhang Yuhao exclaimed dramatically. "Oh, my life has drifted aimlessly, longing for a worthy master. If you do not forsake me, I will gladly accept you as my adoptive father," he declared, adopting a comical sycophantic pose. All right, enough with the theatrics. If I say it's for you, then it's for you. Do you think I lack a quasi-divine Pokemon?" Xia Yu replied, laughing at his friend's antics. "Brother Yu is generous. I, Xiao Hao, can only repay this kindness with my life," Zhang Yuhao responded, feigning solemnity. "Enough. Don't make me nauseous," Xia Yu said, advising his friend to take good care of the egg, which had been an unexpected boon from his recent outing. Zhang Yuhao readily agreed, as who wouldn't he cherish a quasi-divine Pokemon. After their exchange, Xia Yu departed from his friend's house, ready to return home. As he watched Xia Yu leave, Zhang Yuhao felt a swell of gratitude, contemplating whether he should ease up a bit in their next battle. He carefully cradled the Larvitar egg and placed it into the hatching device, watching it with a silly smile. After getting out of the car and gazing at the familiar villa, Xia Yu felt a surge of longing to shout, "I'm home." Having spent so much time in the secret realm, he deeply missed everything about home. Chapter 23. Selecting the quasi-divine Pokemon egg. Upon entering the house, he found his mother's Milotic swimming languidly in the pool. Uncle Lu, hearing the door open, came out to greet him, welcoming Xia Yu back warmly. He released all his Pokemon except for Tyranitar. as he had ostensibly gone to his friend's house for training and would wait to unleash Tyranitar until he set out to challenge the gym badge. Inside, he saw his mother and sister seated on the sofa, engrossed in a television show. Upon noticing Xia Yu's return, they quickly rose to their feet. Finally back. You've been gone so long without even calling home. Who did you learn that from? His mother scolded. Brother, you're back. I missed you so much. His sister exclaimed, her eyes shining with joy. Hearing his mother's words, Xia Yu couldn't help but smile ruefully. I couldn't help it. There's no signal in the secret realm. What could I do? He then lifted his younger sister into the air, twirling her twice, planting kisses on her tender little face, and expressing how much he missed her too. Seated on the sofa, their mother inquired about his plans for the future. To which Xia Yu replied that he would go to the Alliance branch the day after tomorrow to collect his Pokémon egg, and thereafter remain at home to train until school commenced. Noting that he would be staying home for a while, their mother refrained from further inquiries, merely mentioning that his father would likely return in a few days. Thus, they exchanged familial pleasantries throughout the evening, and as Xia Yu lay in bed, he reflected on the bustling life he had led during the summer vacation. 2 days later marked the day Xia Yu would retrieve the quasi-divine Pokémon egg. Rising early with a sense of excitement, he felt a thrill despite already possessing legendary Pokémon. The prospect of new companions and the unknown still stirred a unique sensation within him. Grasping the golden card bestowed by his father, Xia Yu departed and took a vehicle to the Alliance branch in Shuda City. Upon arriving at a towering edifice, he alighted and gazed at the grand inscription of the Huagua Pokémon Alliance branch before entering. Pushing open the door, he was greeted by a lively scene bustling with people. Xia Yu approached the front desk, stated his purpose, and handed the golden card to the staff member. After processing the information, she directed another staff member to escort him to the incubation room upstairs. As the elevator reached its destination, the doors opened to reveal a heavily guarded area, patrolled by numerous personnel. After navigating through multiple security checks, they arrived at a door that led to the storage of the quasi-divine Pokémon eggs. Swiping the card to unlock the door, Xia Yu beheld a majestic, king-tier Arcanine lying within, dutifully guarding the precious eggs. The staff led him to the innermost part of the room, where 4 exquisite Pokémon eggs awaited his selection. These were this year's distribution of quasi-divine Pokémon eggs, and he was encouraged to begin his choice. Nodding at the staff, Xia Yu meticulously examined each egg. The 4 eggs represented a Bagon egg, a Gible egg, a Dratini egg, and a Beldum egg. Utilizing his true vision, Xia Yu discerned that the Bagon egg possessed quasi-champion potential, while both the Gible and Dratini eggs exhibited king-tier potential. The Beldum, however, was exceptional. Name, Beldum, shiny. Level, 0. Gender, none. Type, Steel Psychic. Ability, Clear Body. Its abilities cannot be lowered by opponents' moves or abilities. Held item, none. Potential, Champion level. Moves, Tackle, Confusion, Metal Claw, Bullet Punch, Future Sight, Zen Headbutt. Indeed, this was a shiny Beldum, akin to Da Wu's shiny Metagross, a striking specimen with champion-level potential, inheriting Future Sight and Zen Headbutt, making it an extraordinary find. Without hesitation, Xia Yu selected this remarkable Beldum. After registering the Beldum egg with the staff, Xia Yu departed from the Alliance branch. Upon returning home, he eagerly ascended the stairs to his bedroom, placing the Beldum egg in the incubation device and pouring in the nutrient solution, eagerly anticipating the arrival of his new companion. Over the next few days, Xia Yu devoted his time to playing with his younger sister while the Pokémon trained autonomously. Aided by a self-motivated Charizard that led the group in exercise, Xia Yu remarked that at home, his sister was paramount, and training could wait until they embarked on their travels. On that day, Xia Yu's father emerged from the secret realm, returning to the Alliance branch alongside the Fighting King, Su Kai, for a meeting to report to the champion. Chairman Xia, how are matters in the secret realm of Shuda City? The champion inquired. Report, champion. The majority of Pokémon clans within the secret realm have expressed intent to ally with us, while a few clans are still in discussions. We should be able to fully develop the secret realm in no time. Excellent. Although the appearance of this secret realm was somewhat abrupt, it presents a fortunate opportunity for us. This is the first supersized secret realm in Shuda City, rich in resources for you to enhance your strength. I hope to witness the continued growth of Shuda City. By the way, I heard that you encountered a mysterious individual inside, Su King, who seemed to have overwhelmed you. The champion teased Su Kai. Yes, indeed. He introduced himself as Wang Batian and exhibited formidable strength. His mutated Moto lizard left me feeling quite insignificant, possibly having already surpassed master level. Oh, such a character has emerged. Do we know the reason for his presence in the secret realm? Not precisely. but he bore no ill intent. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it out. He mentioned he simply came to explore upon witnessing the secret realm's emergence. Very well. We'll leave it at that for now. With such a powerful, mysterious figure, it might be prudent not to pursue him too aggressively for the time being. Especially since he means no harm. We have other pressing matters to attend to. This is a confidential report. A mysterious space has appeared above Hawaii, where numerous highly aggressive Pokémon have emerged. International assistance requests are being dispatched, and countries are preparing to send personnel for investigation and aid. Shortly, I will convene a meeting of the Alliance's kings to appoint one of the Elite Four as a representative, accompanied by several king-tier trainers to assess the situation. Is there anything else on your end? If not, we shall conclude the meeting. After the meeting, Xia Yu's father exchanged glances with Su Kai, both sensing an impending storm. Having concluded his duties regarding the secret realm, Xia Yu's father returned to his long-missed home, where he found his children frolicking joyfully. Upon seeing their father, the siblings rushed to greet him. "Dad, you're back. Did you finish up with the secret realm? Daddy, you're finally home. Xiaotong missed you so much. Can you come back earlier next time?" "Of course, Xiaotong. I won't be away for so long again. Come here for a hug." Xia Yu's father lifted his little sister into the air, spinning her around, eliciting peals of laughter from her. He then turned to Xia Yu. "The matters concerning the secret realm are nearly resolved. The alert should be lifted soon, and then you can go out and play. By the way, which quasi-divine Pokémon egg did you choose?" "I selected the Beldum egg. It should hatch in the next couple of days." Nodding in approval, Xia Yu's father encouraged him to take good care of his Pokémon. Xia Yu acknowledged this with a nod, affirming it was a must. After their exchange, Xia Yu's father took his daughter to find their mother. That evening, the family enjoyed a long-awaited reunion dinner, filled with laughter and joy. Chapter 24, Hatching and School Commencement. In the dead of night, the Beldum egg suddenly began to stir, producing cracks that awakened Shinado, who was sleeping in the room. Seeing that the egg appeared ready to hatch, Shinado hurriedly shook Xia Yu awake from his slumber. Upon awakening, Xia Yu noticed Shinado pointing towards the egg and immediately sprang into action. Observing the increasing fissures in the eggshell, he realized that the Beldum was on the verge of hatching. It seemed that only Shinado would witness the birth of this new companion, as the other Pokémon were resting outside due to their size, leaving only the petite Shinado, who remained close to Xia Yu. Suddenly, a head resembling a steel ball emerged from the shell, revealing a shiny Beldum before Xia Yu and Shinado. Xia Yu gently cradled it in his arms, introducing himself and Shinado, then offered it a specially formulated energy cube to replenish its nutrients. The well-fed iron dumbbell felt drowsy, so Xia Yu first returned it to the luxurious Pokeball before releasing it onto the small bed prepared for its slumber. Ding! The system task was completed, and congratulations were in order for the host who had successfully captured 6 Pokémon with at least king-level potential, thus forming a complete team. System rewards included an upgrade in the potential of all the host's Pokémon by 1 level, excluding Legendary Pokémon, 1 Master Ball, an intermediate Aura Sphere, and 2,000 shop credits. Upon viewing the rewards, Xia Yu beamed with joy. With the Aura Sphere, he could now consider himself a worthy Aura Guardian, though he pondered whether he could master the art of crafting Aura Spheres by hand. Then came the potential enhancement, observing the iron dumbbell and Shinado beside him. He noted that their potentials had transformed into Near Master and Near Champion levels respectively. It appeared that this round of enhancements would yield significant upgrades for everyone. Lastly, he finally had an available Master Ball, and it remained to be seen whether he could capture a wild legendary Pokémon. The mere thought of wielding the Master Ball to capture Groudon, Kyogre, or Rayquaza made Xia Yu chuckle aloud while lying in bed, startling Shinado beside him with a curious glance. The following day, Xia Yu brought the shiny iron dumbbell to the yard to introduce it to its future companions. After they all acquainted themselves, he entrusted the iron dumbbell to Shinado, discovering that she quite enjoyed taking care of little ones. Thus, this important task was assigned to her. Xia Yu then proceeded to supervise the training of the Pokémon before returning indoors to prepare energy cubes of various types for them. As he observed his increasingly adept crafting skills, he mused that he could even consider obtaining a Breeder S license from the Pokémon nursery. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. It seemed unnecessary, as he primarily made energy cubes for his own Pokémon without any intention of selling them or engaging in other ventures. He was not short on money. Having or not having a license made little difference. As nearly 10 days passed, Xia Yu's vacation was drawing to a close, and the start of his senior year was imminent. During this time, after the iron dumbbell had completed its infancy, Xia Yu fed it all the remaining basic rare candies, successfully elevating it to the intermediate level and evolving it into Metong. Over these days, he also became familiar with his aura abilities. Capable of sensing the surrounding auras and condensing them into aura spheres to launch. He could also detect the intentions, whether benevolent or malevolent, transmitted through the auras of Pokémon around him. Reminiscent of the observation haki from One Piece, albeit with an additional layer of complexity. In the preceding days, Xia Yu ventured out to craft Mega Evolution Stones and Keystone for his Pokémon into convenient accessories such as bracelets, necklaces, and gloves, ensuring each Pokémon was adorned with their respective adornments while he wore a pair of gloves featuring 2 keystones. On the following morning, Xia Yu arose, groomed himself, and descended for breakfast. Today marked the start of the new school year, and a flicker of excitement coursed through him as he prepared to showcase his prowess at school. This was an indispensable scene in the protagonist's narrative, and Xia Yu was determined to seize the moment. He brought only the Mewtwo, Sharpedo, and Shinado Pokeballs with him, leaving the rest of his Pokémon at home for independent training. Stepping out, he boarded the vehicle bound for Shudu City No. 1 High School. The city buzzed with life today, with pedestrians, students, and the ever-present Pokémon bustling about, seemingly unaffected by the recent calamity that had befallen the area. Perhaps this was the relaxed demeanor of the Shudu citizens, Xia Yu mused. With the screech of brakes, he arrived at his destination, Shudu City No. 1 High School, the finest high school in the city, where he would spend his next 3 years. Disembarking, he was greeted by the sight of throngs of third-year students at the entrance, accompanied by their Pokémon, causing a slight shiver to run down his spine. Why were there so many people? Hadn't he arrived a bit later to avoid the crowds? It seemed he had encountered a sea of latecomers. With no other option, Xia Yu squeezed through the throng and wiped the sweat from his forehead, finally entering the school. He then made his way to classroom 1 of the 3rd year. Before even stepping inside, he could hear the laughter and chatter within, and the loudest voice belonged, unsurprisingly, to the chubby Zhang Yuhao, who was boasting about his newly acquired Larvitar. Upon pushing the door open, Xia Yu noted that more than half the class had already gathered, each accompanied by an array of Pokémon, including Bulbasaur, Charmeleon, Wartortle, Nidorino, Pidgeotto, Eevee, and Meowth, most of whom had already undergone at least one evolution. As Xia Yu entered, his classmates warmly greeted him, and he reciprocated their enthusiasm. As a perennial top student, he had long been the object of admiration among his peers. "You go. Why are you so late? Come and see my Larvitar. Isn't it impressive?" Zhang Yuhao exclaimed, observing that the Larvitar had already reached level 13. Xia Yu acknowledged that such progress in just over a week was commendable, nodding in approval. Seeing Xia Yu's nod, Zhang Yuhao beamed with pride. Considering that this was the Pokémon Xia Yu had gifted him, any shortcomings in its training would have been quite embarrassing. "You go. Aren't you going to bring out your Pokémon for everyone to see?" he prompted. "Right, everyone. Let us see what Xia Yu's Pokémon looks like." "Fine. Since you all are so eager, then come forth, Mewtwo." Xia Yu, observing the expectant gazes of his classmates, reluctantly retrieved the luxurious ball containing Mewtwo. With a resounding boom, the shiny Mewtwo made a dazzling entrance. The students gasped at the sight of the distinctly different shiny Mewtwo, and Xia Yu took the moment to scrutinize it. Name: Mewtwo Shiny. Level: 27, Intermediate. Gender: None. Type: Steel Psychic. Ability: Clear Body. Cannot have its stats lowered by opponent's moves or abilities. Held item: Life Orb. Potential: Near Master level. Moves: Tackle, Confusion, Metal Claw, Bullet Punch, Future Sight, Psychic, Hone Claws, Dream Eater, Magnet Rise, Hyper Beam, Takedown, Protect. Upon examining Mewtwo's impressive stats, Xia Yu nodded silently, affirming his status as the strongest trainer. "Is this a near legendary Mewtwo? It appears to be a shiny one. Impressive." One student exclaimed. "Wow." As expected of the top student, he managed to capture a shiny near legendary. Another chimed in. "This class truly is the strongest." The chatter among the students continued. Listening to the compliments, Xia Yu couldn't help but smile broadly, yet he felt a tinge of disappointment that no one had stepped up to challenge him. He had been eagerly anticipating such a moment. After showcasing for a while, he returned Mewtwo to its luxurious ball and resumed his seat at the back, near the window. Zhang Yuhao sat beside him, chattering animatedly. "By the way, Yugo, did you know that the class beauty and president of the next class, Luo Bing, captured a near-legendary Dratini? I heard it has already evolved into Dragonair, which requires a breakthrough to reach that level. She is not only beautiful, but powerful as well." Xia Yu nodded in acknowledgement. It was indeed remarkable for someone to nurture a near-legendary Pokémon to such a stage in just one summer. However, he thought to himself, "You go ahead, I am invincible." Before long, the classroom was filled with students, and a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle, clad in a gray shirt, entered. He was Mr. Wong, the homeroom teacher of Class 3A. Upon his arrival, the din in the classroom ceased abruptly, indicating that the students had enjoyed a splendid summer break. Mr. Wong ascended the podium and surveyed the students below, remarking on their silence. Not wishing to prolong his jest, he proceeded to address several important matters, after which they would be dismissed for the day, with formal classes commencing the following day. The first point of discussion was the class division. Now that they were in their final year, it was time for the students to contemplate their futures. Some aspired to become Pokémon trainers, while others aimed to be Pokémon breeders or researchers. The division would categorize students into two streams: the cultural studies stream, focusing primarily on cultural subjects aimed at those wishing to become breeders or researchers, and the combat studies stream, geared towards aspiring trainers. Naturally, the emphasis for the college entrance exam differed. The cultural studies stream prioritized academic performance, while the combat studies stream focused more on battle skills. However, both paths would not hinder their chances of gaining admission to their desired universities, as each institution offered relevant programs. The second matter of importance was the early admission into prestigious universities, predominantly available for students in the combat studies stream. Given that more students were typically admitted through this route compared to cultural studies, to qualify for early admission in combat studies, one must challenge the initial gym badge, which would grant them entry into the National High School League. Generally, as long as one secured the qualification to compete, the likelihood of being granted early admission was quite high. In contrast, cultural studies students needed to obtain a junior breeder certification or qualify as an intern researcher to be considered for early admission, which was significantly more challenging. The final announcement was that, 1 week into the semester, the school would host a simulated high school league battle, open to all participants. The competition would be 1 vs 1, with rewards for the top 10 performers, and the champion would receive a bountiful prize. With that, Mr. Wong concluded his address and exited the classroom, prompting a lively discussion among the students about the important matters he had just shared. Ding! The system issued a task: secure the championship in the school's simulated competition, with a reward of 2 junior rare candies and 500 in-store currency. Upon hearing this announcement, Xia Yu was determined to seize the championship. Brother Yu, what are your plans? Me? That's obvious. I'll join the combat studies stream, challenge the gym, seize the league championship, and secure early admission. A seamless journey, indeed. Confident as always. Just like you, Brother Yu. I think the same way, haha. The two exchanged playful banter before returning home. Upon entering, Xia Yu noticed his younger sister, who was watching television while hugging her ice Vulpix. He joined her on the couch. In the evening, their parents returned home, and Xia Yu shared Mr. Wang's announcements and his own aspirations with them. His parents encouraged him to pursue his ambitions without any reservations, assuring him that they would always be his steadfast support. Xia Yu felt a deep sense of gratitude. Having such supportive and trusting parents was a treasure beyond compare. The next day, after breakfast, Xia Yu headed to school. In Class 3A, he listened intently as the teacher lectured on the history of Pokémon, finding it surprisingly engaging. Time flew by, and soon a week had passed, leading the senior students to their first official battle. After morning self-study, the registered students gathered on the playground, with nearly all of them eager not to miss this opportunity. A total of 1,000 students from the senior year had signed up, divided into 5 venues: A, B, C, D, and E, with 200 students randomly assigned to each. Xia Yu was placed in Venue A, while his chubby friend was in Venue D, and their class leader, Luo Bing, was in Venue B, with the remaining students scattered across the various venues. The competition spanned 3 days, with all participants being novice trainers, resulting in swift battles that generally lasted between 5 to 10 minutes each. The rules dictated a 1 vs 1 format without the option to substitute Pokémon. Xia Yu had no intention of overpowering his opponents with other Pokémon, so he opted to use his Metagross. Soon, it was Xia Yu's turn to compete. Upon releasing Metagross, he inevitably stirred a buzz among the spectators, given the impressive presence of a shiny legendary Pokémon. His opponent was a level 17 Geodude, and Xia Yu felt no desire to bully him. However, the nature of the competition necessitated action. With a single bullet punch, he swiftly defeated the Geodude. Observing the despondent expression on his opponent's face, Xia Yu hoped he would not be disheartened. After advancing, Xia Yu glanced over at his friend's battle in another venue. He was using a 28-level Scorpy, which had been well trained, and he easily subdued his opponent. Xia Yu had another match to participate in, so he remained on the sidelines. Before long, it was time for his next battle. This time, his opponent was an evolved Gloom. However, in the face of overwhelming strength, Gloom fell swiftly, allowing Xia Yu to progress with ease. The first day of battles concluded without surprises, as the top contenders from each class successfully advanced. On the following day, Xia Yu headed straight to the playground upon arriving at school, where a crowd had gathered, most of whom were classmates watching the matches. The top 10 would be decided today, with the championship and award ceremony scheduled for the following day. The remaining 50 competitors in each venue began drawing lots, and Xia Yu drew number 12, setting him up against opponent number 38. Chapter 26. During the competition before long, the preceding matches concluded, and it was Xia Yu's turn to take the stage. Releasing Metagross, he faced a female opponent who summoned a familiar friend, a Kirlia. Seeing the level 25 Kirlia, Xia Yu felt a pang of sympathy. Had she not encountered him, she might have had a chance at the top 10. As a trainer well-versed in battling Kirlia, Xia Yu commanded Metagross to use Psychic to restrain her from teleporting. Confronted with a legendary Pokémon of higher level, Kirlia could not escape Metagross's grasp. Xia Yu then directed Metagross to employs and headbutt, effortlessly securing victory. Although the female competitor lost, she was undeterred, gazing at Xia Yu with fierce determination, as if promising to triumph in their next encounter. In response to her gaze, Xia Yu could only smile and nod, signaling his indifference to how she interpreted it. The first round of matches concluded swiftly, transitioning into the second round, where Xia Yu was fortunate enough to receive a bye. This brought relief to others, as no one wished to face the overwhelmingly powerful Xia Yu. The second round soon ended, leading to the third round, where Xia Yu faced a familiar classmate who had caught a Pidgey. Utilizing the aerial advantage of Pidgey, his opponent had successfully advanced. But facing Xia Yu was a daunting challenge. The level 24 Pidgey was quickly immobilized by Metagross's Psychic, followed by a decisive Metal Claw that secured the victory. The classmate could only manage a rueful smile before wishing Xia Yu the best in claiming the championship for their class. Xia Yu solemnly nodded, assuring him that he would strive for the title. The next round of the competition approaches swiftly, and this time, Xia Yu's opponent is a level 26 Forest Turtle. Faced with this formidable adversary, Xia Yu exerted considerable effort to emerge victorious, as it proved to be rather resilient. Soon, the day's matches concluded, with the top 2 competitors in each arena determined. In Arena A, Xia Yu faced off against a classmate named Liang, who utilized a Wave Prince. Arena B featured the school belle, Luo Bing, fighting against Ming Kai with his Haycron. Arena C showcased Wang Hao, a classmate employing a Fire Dinosaur, against Juju, who commanded a Mini Ice. Arena D was contested by the chubby Zhang Yuhao and Lin Chun, who wielded a Fiery Meow. And in Arena E, the participants were Hao Kai with a Dopey Beast and Wu Jin with a Zubat. They would compete tomorrow to determine the ultimate champion. After the matches, Xia Yu and the chubby boy exchanged boasts about their impending triumphs, teasing each other as they returned home. The following day, Xia Yu and the other competitors gathered in the battle area, listening to the principal's address. He spoke of the rewards for this competition, from 10th to 4th place. Each would receive 50,000 yuan and a monthly supply of intermediate energy cubes based on their Pokemon's attributes. The third place winner would receive 100,000 yuan plus a monthly supply of advanced energy cubes. The second place would earn 200,000 yuan along with a monthly supply of advanced energy cubes. And the first place winner would be awarded 500,000 yuan and a monthly supply of advanced energy cubes. While these prizes may seem modest to someone like Xia Yu, a child of privilege, they are indeed substantial for students from more ordinary backgrounds. Once the principal concluded his speech, the competition commenced. Due to the final 10 participants, only one arena was utilized, allowing for easier observation by the audience. The first match featured the chubby boy, whose opponent was Ming Kai with his Haycron. Both competitors stood at opposite ends of the arena, releasing their Pokémon, Scorpion King and Haycron. Xia Yu observed the statistics of the two Pokémon. Name, Scorpion King. Level, 28, Intermediate. Gender, male. Type, ground, flying. Ability, Sand Veil, increases evasion in sandstorms. Item, Sharp Claw. Qualification, Gym level. Moves, Sand Attack, Harden, Poison Jab, Thunder Fong. Quick Attack, Multi-Slash, Knock Off, Acrobatics, Night Slash, Earthquake, Protect. Name, Haycron. Level, 28, Intermediate. Gender, female. Type, Fighting. Ability, Guts, increases attack when affected by a status condition. Item, Boxing Gloves. Qualification, Professional level. Moves, Glare, Focus Energy, Low Kick, Leg Sweep, Knock Off, Scary Face, Force Palm, Fire Punch, Bulk Up, Protect. As Xia Yu examined the data, he couldn't help but chuckle. Despite their equal levels, Haycron lacked any aerial attacks, rendering it a prime target. It seemed evident that the chubby boy would easily claim victory. As expected, the Scorpion King relentlessly wore down Hakron in the air, while Hakron, devoid of aerial skills, could only seethe in frustration, causing its trainer to flush with embarrassment. Ultimately, Hakron had no choice but to accept defeat with tears, likely prompting a visit to the store for some aerial skill discs upon returning home. Watching the chubby boy strut off the battlefield with a smug expression, Xia Yu felt exasperated. Was this truly a fair fight, taking advantage of an opponent's weaknesses? Had it been him, he would have prepared a devastating cliff blade. The next match pitted the school belle, Luo Bing, against Wu Jin, the trainer of Zubat. Both competitors ascended the stage and released their Pokémon, Hakron and Zubat. Xia Yu turned his gaze to his greatest rival's Pokémon. Name, Hakron. Level, 32 Advanced. Gender, female. Type, Dragon. Ability, Marvel Scale. When affected by a status condition, defenses increase. Item, Dragon Fang. Qualification, Champion Level. Moves, Bind, Glare, Thunder Wave, Hurricane, Dragon Tail, Agility, Slam, Water Tail, Dragon Pulse, Protect, Heavy Slam, Flamethrower. Name, Zubat. Level, 27, Intermediate. Gender, male. Type, Poison, Flying. Ability, Inner Focus, trained to remain unfazed by opponents' attacks. Item, Focus Band. Qualification, Professional Level. Moves, Supersonic, Leech Life, Screech, Mean Look, Poison Fang. Quick Guard, Air Cutter, Bite. Observing Luo Bing's Hakron, Xia Yu nodded in acknowledgement of its strength. Both its qualifications and level, not to mention its unique ability, were extraordinary and warranted his utmost effort. In contrast, Zubat appeared to be of a significantly lesser caliber, making this match devoid of suspense. Indeed, Hakron swiftly dispatched Zubat, and Wu Jin did not seem disheartened. After all, the prowess of a quasi-champion was well known, and Zubat had given its all. Time to train harder upon returning home. Luo Bing descended from the arena, exuding an air of aloofness, casting a fleeting glance at Xia Yu. The next match was Xia Yu against Zhu Zhu. Upon hearing his name called, Xia Yu approached the battlefield, where he faced a tall woman with fiery red hair. As they released their Pokémon, Xia Yu felt an inexplicable sense of discord upon seeing Zhu Zhu's Mini Ice, as she seemed ill-suited for her Pokémon. Name, Mini Ice. Level, 29, Intermediate. Gender, female. Type, Ice. Ability, Snow Cloak, Inhale, increases evasion. Item, Never Melt Ice. Qualification, Near Champion Level. Moves, Harden, Scare, Taunt, Mist, Ice Wind, Avalanche, Ice Beam, Hail, Ice Spike, Ruckus, Protect. Light Screen. As Xia Yu assessed Mini Ice's statistics, he retracted any underestimations. This was a formidable opponent. Ready for battle, the referee signaled the start. Mini Ice initiated with Hail, seizing control of the weather. Xia Yu commanded his Metagross to use Psychic to interrupt Mini Ice's move. Mini Ice countered with Light Screen, erecting a transparent wall that absorbed most of the Psychic attack. Realizing the Psychic move was ineffective, Xia Yu instructed Metagross to unleash a Psyshock directly at Mini Ice, which bypassed the Light Screen and struck Mini Ice, eliciting a pained cry. Seeing Mini Ice injured, Zhu Zhu retaliated, commanding it to use Ice Wind. A frigid breeze surged from Mini Ice towards Metagross, but Xia Yu swiftly directed Metagross to evade and counter with a bullet punch aimed at Mini Ice. Zhu Zhu managed to have Mini Ice evade this attack, but as she prepared for a counter, Xia Yu's Metagross charged forward, catching Mini Ice off guard and sending it flying. Noticing Mini Ice in a precarious state, Zhu Zhu began to feel anxious, instructing it to use Ice Beam against Metagross. Xia Yu, however, would not allow Metagross to be frozen, ordering it to ascend skyward and unleash a cannon beam. Realizing that Mini Ice could not evade the cannon beam, Zhu Zhu commanded it to use Protect. Mini Ice successfully received the cannon beam, yet the ensuing psychic force swiftly rendered it unconscious. Observing Mini Ice's condition, Zhu Zhu promptly returned it to its Pokeball and turned to Xia Yu, saying, "I have long heard of your reputation as the top student in your grade. Today, I see that your prowess is indeed well-deserved. Though I concede defeat in this battle, I shall return to challenge you again. I hope you won't refuse me next time." With that, Zhu Zhu did not wait for Xia Yu's response and descended from the battle platform. Witnessing this, Xia Yu could only shrug in resignation, expressing his indifference, and followed her off the platform. "Well done, you go. I've heard of Zhu Zhu. She is known as a battle enthusiast from Class 4. It's said she engaged in relentless battles during the summer break, making her a formidable opponent," remarked a classmate. Xia Yu nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing from Zhu Zhu's gaze that tranquility would be a rare commodity in the future. However, he remained unfazed, as he intended to apply for a journey to collect gym badges after this mock competition, thus evading any potential challenges from her. The next match commenced, featuring Li Yang's Prince Water against Wang Hao, the Charmeleon trainer from their class. The two trainers released their Pokémon, and Xia Yu briefly inspected their stats. Name: Prince Water. Level: 28, Intermediate. Gender: Male. Type: Water. Ability: Torrent. Increases the power of Water-type moves when HP is low. Item: Leftovers. Qualification: Gym level. Moves: Tackle, Growl, Water Gun, Peck. Bubble Beam, Bluff, Fury Attack, Metal Claw, Water Gun, and Metal Claw. Name: Charmeleon. Level: 27, Intermediate. Gender: Male. Type: Fire. Ability: Blaze. Increases the power of Fire-type moves when HP is low. Item: Dragon Fruit. Qualification: Gym level. Moves: Scratch, Growl, Ember, Smokescreen, Dragon Breath, Fire Fang, Cut, Dragon Claw, Endure, and Fire Punch. Given the comparable stats, it was reasonable to anticipate Prince Water's victory over Charmeleon, as battling against a disadvantageous type was often exceedingly challenging for novice trainers. And indeed, despite a thrilling and evenly matched battle, Prince Water ultimately triumphed with a water gun, allowing Li Yang to proceed to the next round. The final battle of the round was between Lin Xun, the trainer of the Fiery Meowth, and Hao Kai, the trainer of the Slowpoke. Both trainers ascended the battle platform and released their Pokémon. Xia Yu scrutinized the stats of the two Pokémon. Name: Fiery Meowth. Level: 27, Intermediate. Gender: Female. Type: Fire. Ability: Intimidate, Dream Trait. Intimidates opponents upon entry, lowering their attack. Item: Soothing Bell. Qualification: Gym level. Moves: Scratch, Growl, Ember, Lick, Roar, Fury Swipes, Bite, Double Kick, Fire Fang, Protect. Flame Vortex, Heat Wave. Name: Slowpoke. Level: 28, Intermediate. Gender: Male. Type: Water, Psychic. Ability: Oblivious. Due to its lack of awareness, it cannot become infatuated or provoked. Item: Leftovers. Qualification: Professional level. Moves: Tackle, Curse, Growl, Water Gun, Yawn, Confusion, Telekinesis, Water Pulse, Headbutt, and Psychic. Upon analyzing their respective stats, Xia Yu surmised that Slowpoke would likely prevail over Fiery Meowth, given that its level, types, and moves were all advantageous. However, contrary to expectations, Fiery Meowth surprisingly overcame Slowpoke, primarily due to Slowpoke's painfully sluggish reaction, which lagged far behind the pace of battle. Ultimately, it was defeated by Fiery Meowth, leaving Xia Yu both amused and bewildered. Thus, the top 5 contenders emerged: Xia Yu, Zhang Yuhao, Luo Bing, Li Yang, and Lin Chen. In the subsequent draw, Xia Yu was fortunate enough to receive a bye, directly advancing to the top 3, a result that met with general approval, given his impressive track record. Unfortunately for the chubby boy, he drew Luo Bing, while Li Yang faced Lin Chen. After the Pokémon had recuperated, the second round of battles commenced. The first match featured the chubby boy against Luo Bing. Faced with the advanced Haxorus, the chubby boy's demeanor reflected a stark departure from his earlier confidence. The battle commenced, but despite the change in expression, the chubby boy was unable to secure victory. Caesar was decisively defeated by Haxorus. "You go. It's up to you to avenge me. Teach her a lesson," the chubby boy said with a wry smile as he stepped off the platform, patting Xia Yu on the shoulder. "Just watch my performance. Don't fall for me. I'm merely a legend," Xia Yu replied, striking a pose of self-importance. Next, Li Yang faced Lin Chen, and this battle unfolded without any unexpected twists. Lin Chen's Fiery Meow failed to maintain its title as the master of type advantage and was ultimately defeated by Prince Water. Thus, the final 3 emerged: Xia Yu, Luo Bing, and Li Yang. However, Li Yang chose to concede, acknowledging his own limitations in facing the 2 formidable competitors. The competition then proceeded directly to the finals, where Xia Yu confronted Luo Bing, pitting the quasi-legendary Metagross against the quasi-legendary Haxorus, promising an exhilarating showdown. Xia Yu and Luo Bing took their positions on opposite sides of the battle platform, releasing their Pokémon. As the 2 Pokémon materialized, they radiated an aura of power distinctive to quasi-legendaries. The onlooking classmates erupted in cheers, for such a contest of quasi-legendaries was a rare spectacle. Speculations about the victor circulated among the crowd, with the majority casting their votes for Luo Bing, not solely due to her status as the school beauty, but also because of her advanced Haxorus. While Xia Yu was undoubtedly skilled, his Metagross remained at the intermediate level, leading most to doubt his chances. Save for the chubby boy, who fervently cheered for Xia Yu as if a celebrity had arrived. leaving Xia Yu bemused and internally lamenting the unruly child. Facing the formidable Haxorus, Xia Yu felt the pressure mounting, yet he remained confident. Though my level is lower than yours, my type resistance is strong. I can withstand and endure. As the referee's whistle signaled the commencement of the match, Xia Yu initiated the attack, commanding Metagross to use telekinesis against Haxorus. Quick to react, Luo Bing instructed Haxorus to employ agility to evade the psychic move. Seeing that telekinesis had failed, Xia Yu ordered Metagross to use Metal Claw to boost its offensive capabilities, opting for a defensive strategy in light of Haxorus's speed. Noting Metagross's lack of aggression, Luo Bing urged Haxorus to take the initiative, directing it to unleash Flamethrower upon Metagross. Xia Yu, witnessing the fiery assault, quickly called for Metagross to dodge, following up with a cannon beam aimed directly at Haxorus. Haxorus gracefully evaded the attack, and with the realization that long-range strikes were ineffective, Luo Bing commanded Haxorus to use Dragon Tail against Metagross. In response, Xia Yu instructed Metagross to charge forward with a tackle, preparing for a head-on collision. Two elves collided with one another, and the metallic creature, relying on its formidable defensive capabilities and resistance to Dragon-type moves, dealt a significant blow to Hakron. As the two beings separated, both bore injuries. However, on the surface, Xia Yu's metallic creature appeared to hold the advantage. Observing Hakron suspended in midair, Xia Yu commanded his metallic creature to use Future Sight to lock onto Hakron's position, preparing to unleash a powerful Psystrike. Realizing the inevitable, Luo Bing instructed Hakron to brace itself and endure the impending strike. When the metallic creature's assault proved ineffective, Xia Yu couldn't help but admire Luo Bing's tenacity, yet he felt a rush of excitement, having not faced an equally matched opponent in quite some time. This exhilaration resonated with his metallic creature, which, feeling its trainer's fervor, surged with newfound strength. Perhaps this was the essence of their bond. Xia Yu ordered his metallic creature to employ Metal Claw, prompting Luo Bing to counter with a whirlwind to disrupt the attack. In response, Xia Yu directed his metallic creature to ascend into the sky, using the dust stirred up by the whirlwind to execute Future Sight once more, followed by a cannon beam aimed directly at Hakron. The obscuring dust concealed Xia Yu's intentions from Luo Bing and Hakron, and suddenly, a radiant beam surged through the haze, striking Hakron before it could react, sending it crashing down to the ground with a pained cry. Seizing the moment, Xia Yu showed no signs of hesitation. He pressed on, ordering his metallic creature to unleash Psystrike upon Hakron, a wave of psychic energy crashing down upon it, ultimately bringing it to the ground. As the mist dissipated, Hakron lay on the ground, its eyes swirling in disorientation, clearly defeated. Without a shadow of a doubt, Xia Yu emerged victorious from this confrontation, claiming the championship title. The audience, awash with disbelief, gazed at Xia Yu in astonishment, unable to fathom his remarkable achievement of overcoming an opponent of higher stature. However, it was undeniably a battle of great significance, and as reality set in, applause erupted from the crowd. Meanwhile, a chubby boy began cheering loudly, proclaiming, "I told you my brother Yu is invincible. Did you not believe me before? Who else dares challenge him? Who else?" Ignored by those around him, he reveled in his own exuberance. Recovering from the match, Luo Bing recalled Hakron into its Pokeball and congratulated Xia Yu, stating, "Congratulations on your victory. I hold immense respect for your prowess in this duel. However, I shall not concede so easily. Let us meet again in the National High School League. You will attend, won't you?" She asserted with a tone that held both certainty and a hint of challenge. "Indeed, let us clash again at the National High School League," Xia Yu replied, gazing at the serene and aloof girl before them. The two descended from the stage, greeted by the resounding cheers of the crowd. Ding! Congratulations, host. Task completed. Rewards: 2 basic rare candies, 500 marketplace coins. Upon hearing the system's notification, Xia Yu's smile brightened even further. Meanwhile, Luo Bing felt a pang of disappointment. This was her first defeat against a peer in a Pokemon battle, and she was determined to reclaim her honor in the upcoming high school league. After stepping down from the stage and approaching the chubby boy, who continued to boast, Xia Yu couldn't help but engage him further. Following a cacophony of excitement, the principal instructed everyone to gather on the podium to receive their awards. After the ceremony concluded, the senior mock competition came to an end, and classes were set to resume the following day. With the National High School Pokémon League scheduled for February, nearly 6 months away, students had ample time to train their Pokémon and pursue their first gym badges. Notably, acquiring at least 3 Pokémon was crucial, as the tournament would feature 3 versus 3 individual battles. With the school's support, students could expect significant growth in their training. Chapter 29, Arrival at the Evergreen Forest. Upon returning home, Xia Yu began preparing the necessary items for a long journey, planning to stay at school for another week before applying for leave to commence his quest for the initial gym badges. His first destination would be the Evergreen Forest, marking the beginning of his adventure. Following that, he intended to head south to the Water City, located at the southernmost point of Huagua, commencing his challenges at the Water Gym. He had no intention of tackling the lesser gyms. His aim was to face only the most formidable. Every city in Huagua boasts numerous gyms, categorized into 3 tiers: primary, intermediate, and advanced. Primary gyms permit challenges for beginner, intermediate, and advanced badges, generally featuring stronger battling Pokémon. Intermediate and advanced gyms, on the other hand, only allow challenges for beginner and intermediate badges, lacking the qualification for advanced gym badge challenges. Huagua is home to 18 primary gyms, each representing one of the 18 Pokémon types. Countless intermediate and advanced gyms exist, with several in nearly every city, especially in major metropolises like the Imperial Capital and Magic City, where dozens of gyms contribute to the safety and protection of the urban populace. Xia Yu's grandfather is the master of the Fire-type gym among the 18 primary gyms, ranking among the top 5. It has been quite some time since anyone has challenged him in a gym battle. The Water Gym, which Xia Yu intends to challenge first, also belongs to the primary tier, and as an aspiring top-tier Pokémon trainer, Xia Yu is determined to seek out the strongest opponents. A week passed, and Xia Yu felt nearly ready for his journey. After discussing his plans with his family, both his father and mother expressed their support for his ambitions. However, his little sister, a sweet young girl, looked at him with tearful eyes, reluctant to see her brother embark on this adventure. Faced with such a gaze, the doting brother and Xia Yu nearly reconsidered his departure, but fortunately, their mother provided comfort and reassurance to his sister. Whatever she said seemed to lift the girl's spirits, and she happily agreed to Xia Yu's quest. Though puzzled, Xia Yu felt relieved and prepared to request leave from his homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, the next day. The following day, in the homeroom office, Xia Yu stood before Mr. Wang's desk, awaiting his response. "You wish to take an extended leave to begin your gym challenges?" Mr. Wang inquired. "Yes, Mr. Wang. I believe I have exhausted my potential at school for now. I have learned most of what I need, and it is time to enhance my practical experience. While I understand your perspective, is it not a bit premature? You have only recently received your Pokémon and would benefit from additional training before venturing out. To be frank, my initial Pokémon has already surpassed the elite level. Following a conventional training regimen would yield slower progress, and I am fully prepared to challenge a primary gym at this point. That is why I have come to request your approval for my leave." "Very well. Given your determination, I cannot stand in your way. I approve your leave and hope to witness your exceptional performance in the High School League 6 months from now, bringing honor to our school," Mr. Wang replied, patting Xia Yu on the shoulder, impressed by the youth's potential. "I will certainly do my best. I will claim the championship." Xia Yu responded with a calm, yet confident tone. Upon exiting the office, he returned to the classroom and shared with his chubby friend the news of his imminent journey to hone his skills, along with his intention to challenge the gym badges. This revelation elicited a cacophony of lamentations from his friend, whose envious gaze seemed to shimmer with longing. He too yearned to embark on his adventures at such an early stage, yet his insufficient prowess necessitated a longer stay in school. Ding! The system detected the host triggering a mission and promptly issued the task: acquire 4 level 1 beginner gym badges. Mission rewards included 5 intermediate rare candies, a random champion level Pokémon information, and 4,000 marketplace coins. Upon hearing the system announce the mission, Xia Yu felt a surge of enthusiasm. After bidding farewell to his close friend, he exited the school premises and hailed a taxi to the airport. He had already secured a ticket to Yang City, intending to commence his journey in the nearby Evergreen Forest. During this period, his metal monster had also advanced to a higher level with the aid of rigorous training and intermediate rare candies. And now all of Xia Yu's Pokémon had reached or surpassed the advanced tier. Once they all achieved elite status, Xia Yu would be eligible to take the elite trainer examination at the Pokémon Association. On the plain, as they approached the skies over Yang City, Xia Yu beheld the vast, unfathomable expanse of forest below. Surely that was the Evergreen Forest, he mused. Upon disembarking, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Xia Yu planned to stay in the city for the night and set out for Evergreen Forest the following morning to commence his adventure. After spending the night in Yang City, the next morning Xia Yu took a taxi to the outskirts of Evergreen Forest, listening intently as the taxi driver regaled him with tales about the forest. Soon, they arrived at their destination, and Xia Yu observed numerous young bug catchers wielding nets. engaged in their battles. Truly, this was the largest forest in Huagua. Although they were at the forest's edge, a myriad of shops and hotels thrived, with a steady stream of visitors throughout the morning. Official staff from the league were present, yet no special passes were required for entry, allowing free access. Xia Yu ventured into a shop to procure a map and a bug-catching net, preparing to embrace the role of a bug-catcher himself, hoping to capture his favorite Pokémon. As he stepped into the forest, the power of Evergreen within him surged with remarkable vitality. Feeling the energy coursing through his being, Xia Yu sensed as if he could communicate with the very essence of the forest. Within this verdant sanctuary, the healing ability of the Evergreen power escalated significantly. Had the energy been tangible, one would see a circle of green energy enveloping him, greatly enhancing his affinity with the forest, causing the resident Pokémon to regard him with utmost favor. Upon unfurling his compass and releasing his Pokémon, Xia Yu realized that he could not remain inconspicuous. A veritable legion of formidable Pokémon trailed behind him, hardly the visage of an ordinary trainer. After consulting with his Pokémon, he decided to recall the others into their luxurious balls, opting to venture forth with only his Shinado to explore the forest, while the rest remained for battle and watch duties. Heading southward, Xia Yu alternately consulted his compass and surveyed the enchanting surroundings, feeling a profound sense of ease. After walking for a while, he noted that none of the Pokémon seemed inclined to attack him or Shinado. Instead, several weaker Pokémon approached, offering berries to Xia Yu, leaving him both amused and bemused. Was this the privilege of being favored by the Evergreen Forest? He felt a swell of affection for the place. Chapter 30, Battle with the Scyther. Continuing towards the resource point indicated on his compass, a sudden commotion erupted ahead. Adhering to the principle that one should never miss a spectacle, Xia Yu eagerly rushed toward the source of the noise. Emerging through a thicket, he beheld a young man in his 20s attempting to capture a Pokémon. Xia Yu watched with keen interest as the individual battled an elite-level Centipede King using an elite-level Scyther. Name, Scyther. Level, 46, Elite. Gender, male. Type, Bug, Steel. Ability, Technician. Increases the power of low-accuracy moves. Held item, Metal Coat. Qualification, Gym Level. Moves, Quick Attack, Wing Attack, Leer, Agility, Thunderbolt, Air Slash, Fury Cutter, Metal Claw, Substitute. Double Hit, Cut, Focus Energy, Iron Defense, Iron Head, X Scissor, Swords Dance, Protect, Take Down, Cannon Beam. Name, Centipede King. Level, 44 Elite. Gender, male. Type, Bug, Poison. Ability, Poison Point. May poison opponents that make contact. Held item, None. Qualification, Pre-Gym Level. Moves, Poison Sting, Round, Rollout, Baton Pass, Iron Defense, Poison Tail, Screech, Bug Bite, Poison Jab. Rapid Spin, Agility. Observing the stats of both Pokémon, Xia Yu noted that the Centipede King was no match for the Scyther's relentless onslaught. Ultimately, the Centipede King was captured by the Scyther's X Scissor. As he watched the young man successfully capture the Centipede King, Xia Yu decided it was time to discreetly depart. The show was over. Just as he turned to leave, a voice called from behind. Hey there. Are you leaving after just watching? Oh, what do you want? Xia Yu replied. I didn't interfere with your capture. Nothing much. I merely noticed how composed you were while observing my battle. You must be quite a formidable trainer yourself. How about a friendly match? Having heard the man's proposition, Xia Yu felt no inclination to decline. It was the perfect opportunity to test his newly evolved Bashikiter. Very well, Xia Yu nodded. He released Bashikiter, while the opponent summoned his Scyther once more, indicating that this was indeed his ace Pokémon. Name, Bashikiter. Level, 48, Elite. Gender, male. Type, Steel, Rock. Ability, Heavy Metal, doubles its weight. Held item, Evolutionary Stone, Bashikiter Mega Evolution Stone. Qualification, Champion Level. Moves, Unknown. Seeing the imposing figure of Bashikiter before him, Xia Yu nodded in satisfaction, while the opposing trainer expressed awe, his fighting spirit undiminished. With a stone falling from the sky as the signal, the battle commenced. Xia Yu commanded Bashikiter to use Harden, enhancing its defenses. Facing the agile Scyther, Bashikiter appeared somewhat cumbersome. The opponent, noticing Xia Yu's lack of aggression, ordered Scyther to use Double Hit. Without hesitation, Xia Yu instructed Bashikiter to counter with Metal Claw. The two Pokémon clashed, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy. But it was evident that Bashikiter held the upper hand, sending Scyther reeling while sustaining minimal damage. Realizing that his Pokémon's attacks were ineffective against Bashikiter, the trainer understood that this Pokémon was not only massive, but also possessed formidable defensive capabilities. Scyther, create some distance and unleash Cannon Beam. Seeing the Scyther prepare its attack, Xia Yu similarly commanded Bashikider to use Cannon Beam, making it seem as if they were mirroring each other. The two cannon beams collided, producing a massive crater in the ground, and as the dust settled, several rocks were hurled towards Scyther. A tactical maneuver executed by Xia Yu as he directed Bashikider to use Rock Slide to ambush the Scyther. The gigantic clawed mantis, caught off guard by the dust, was struck by a rock blockade, letting out a piercing cry. For such a fragile physical attacker, being hit by any skill resulted in significant damage. Witnessing the injury inflicted upon the gigantic clawed mantis, Xia Yu seized the opportunity, commanding Bashikider to execute a body slam. The opposing trainer, seeing Bashikider charge forward, hastily instructed the gigantic clawed mantis to use iron defense in a bid to withstand the assault. However, Bashikider's charge was not so easily thwarted. It shattered the iron defense and collided with the gigantic clawed mantis, knocking it unconscious on the spot. Observing the incapacitated state of the gigantic clawed mantis, Xia Yu nodded repeatedly at Bashikider, expressing his immense satisfaction. After realizing his defeat, the trainer recalled his gigantic clawed mantis into its pokeball and approached Xia Yu, saying, "Greetings, my friend. I am Mewtwo, a sophomore at Nanyang University. Which university do you attend? You are quite formidable." "Ah, hello, senior. I am Xia Yu, a high school senior preparing to challenge for the beginner's badge." "What? You are merely a senior in high school?" Mewtwo exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at Xia Yu. "Indeed, senior. Is there a problem?" "Oh no, not at all. I'm just a bit shocked. Are you planning to apply to one of the 6 major universities?" Mewtwo pondered, thinking, what could be the issue? It's quite alarming, isn't it? Is it truly the case that a high school senior can best someone in their second year of college? Are we even in the same world? It's uncertain for now, but it's likely, Xia Yu replied, acknowledging that he had yet to determine which university to apply to. However, he felt it was still early enough to decide. "Well then, best of luck, senior. Given your strength, you could likely challenge to join the university team right after starting college. Perhaps we will meet again at the National University Pokémon League. Indeed, I look forward to a rematch with you, senior." With that, the two bid farewell and parted ways. Xia Yu continued his journey southward with Shinado, arriving at a clearing near a river. Noticing that dusk was approaching, he decided to set up camp. After pitching the tent, he released his Pokémon to allow them some freedom of movement while he began preparing dinner and energy cubes. Following their meal, Xia Yu assigned Charizard to keep watch during the night before retreating to the tent for rest. The next morning, Xia Yu packed up the tent, returned his Pokémon to their luxury balls, and set off again with Shinado. As they followed their predetermined route, Xia Yu and Shinado strolled leisurely through the forest, akin to two carefree tourists on an outing, searching for resources while savoring the scenery, entirely devoid of any sense of danger. The evergreen forest treated him as if he were its own child, making Xia Yu feel at home, with not a trace of apprehension. On this day, Xia Yu and Shinado, as usual, sought resources according to the compass. Upon reaching a resource point, they discovered 2 Pokémon engaged in combat, seemingly vying for ownership of the resource. Initially, Xia Yu intended to wait for the two to exhaust themselves, allowing him to take advantage of the situation. However, upon glimpsing one of the Pokémon stats, he decided to alter his approach. Name, Nidoking level, 48, Elite, Gender, Male type, Poison, Ground ability, Rivalry, against same-gender opponents. It becomes stronger, while it weakens against opposite-gender foes. Item, None potential, Professional level moves, Double Kick, Horn Attack, Fury Attack, Poison Sting, Leer, Peck, Toxic, Focus Energy. Super Horn Attack, Swagger, Helping Hand, Toxic Spikes, Poison Jab. Name, Heracross level, 46, Elite, Gender, Male type, Bug, Fighting ability, Guts, if it becomes affected by a status condition. Its attack power increases. Item, None potential, Champion level moves, Tackle, Leer, Arm Thrust, Fury Attack, Endure, Reversal, Horn Attack, Revenge, Brick Break, Pin Missile, Close Combat, Mega Horn. Observing the champion level Heracross, Xia Yu realized that his first capture as a bug-catching enthusiast was within reach. How could he possibly let such a potent physical attacker slip away? Furthermore, Heracross could undergo Mega Evolution, exuding undeniable charisma and strength. As the two Pokémon battled fiercely, Xia Yu refrained from intervening, understanding that Pokémon like Heracross, possessing fighting attributes, tended to be proud and would not permit outsiders to meddle in their conflicts. After a while, Heracross, leveraging its Guts ability, inflicted a poisonous status on Nidoking, enhancing its attack power, and ultimately triumphed over Nidoking using close combat. As Heracross approached its spoils with the demeanor of a victor, Xia Yu stepped forward. The moment he emerged, Heracross adopted a vigilant stance, eyeing the unexpected arrival. Utilizing the power of the evergreen forest, Xia Yu established a mental connection with Heracross. Expressing admiration for its strength displayed in the battle against Nidoking and his desire to journey together to become even stronger. Heracross, sensing the goodwill emanating from Xia Yu, was disinclined to view him as a threat, especially with the rich aura of the evergreen forest surrounding him. After a moment of contemplation, Heracross proposed that Xia Yu battle it once more after it had recovered. Should Xia Yu prevail, then Heracross would accompany him. Xia Yu, delighted by this proposal, readily agreed to the challenge. He approached Heracross, using the power of the evergreen forest to assist in its recovery. Before long, Heracross was restored to full health. With its eyes gleaming with determination, Heracross gazed at Xia Yu, who understood that it was ready to engage in battle immediately. Xia Yu opted to use Boscador despite the latter being 4 times weak to Heracross's fighting type. He had faith in Boscador, most importantly, at the elite level. Aside from Boscador, only Shinado was available. Xia Yu decided to let them engage in a clash of raw power, believing that Heracross would appreciate such a battle and the nature of the confrontation. Releasing Boscador, who stood nearly 4 meters tall, it loomed over the 2-meter-tall Heracross like a mountainous figure. Eyeing such a formidable opponent, Heracross was filled with fighting spirit. With Xia Yu's command, the battle commenced. Heracross charged at Boscador using Tackle. Seeing this, Xia Yu instructed Boscador to counter with Headbutt. The two collided, and it was evident that Heracross was no match for Boscador, as it was sent flying. Recognizing the overwhelming power of Boscador, Heracross resolved to adopt a more agile approach to combat. It dashed toward Boscador, but as Xia Yu commanded an attack from Boscador, Heracross skillfully pivoted and retaliated with revenge. This fighting-type move inflicted noticeable damage on Boscador, causing it to emit a roar of anger. Xia Yu's eyes sparkled with admiration for Heracross. Was this the innate battle instinct of a wild Pokémon? Although there was no trainer to command, it fought purely on instinct, truly a rare and exceptional Pokémon. In Xia Yu's eyes, it was like seeing a beauty in the eyes of a lover. The more he looked, the more he adored it. Xia Yu decided it was time to unleash his true abilities. He first commanded Pasicadora to use Harden, thereby enhancing its defenses, and then directed it to unleash an earthquake in the vicinity of Heracross. With a thunderous stomp, Pasicadora caused the ground beneath Heracross to collapse, leaving it momentarily unsteady. Following that, Xia Yu instructed Pasicadora to execute Rock Slide, seizing the opportunity to strike while Heracross was vulnerable. The combination of moves left Heracross somewhat disoriented. However, its ferocious spirit remained undiminished as it launched a dive into the abyss towards Pasicadora. Xia Yu opted not to let Pasicadora evade. Eager to witness the full force of an attack exchanged between equally matched Pokémon, bolstered by his confidence in Pasicadora's defensive capabilities. As Pasicadora braced itself against Heracross's abyssal strike, the damage was minimal, merely resulting in a temporary silence. Xia Yu grasped the potency of the move. Observing the Heracross before him, he commanded Pasicadora to retaliate with a headbutt, aiming straight for Heracross. Due to the proximity, Heracross was unable to evade and was struck squarely, sending it hurtling against a nearby rock. Xia Yu, seizing the advantage, prepared to finish the battle decisively by directing Pasicadora to unleash a cannon beam upon the still recovering Heracross. The blast sent Heracross crashing to the ground, rendering it unconscious and securing Xia Yu's victory in this encounter. Rushing over to the fallen Heracross, Xia Yu employed the power of the Tokiwa to aid in its recovery. Moments later, Heracross awakened, and upon seeing Xia Yu tending to it, a tender emotion flickered in its eyes. It contemplated the strength and kindness of this formidable trainer, realizing that following him might lead to its own growth. After ensuring Heracross was fully restored, Xia Yu communicated the terms of their battle agreement through Tokiwa's power. Heracross, elated, nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Xia Yu jubilantly produced a luxury ball from his inventory and presented it to Heracross. With a gentle tap of its antennae, Heracross activated the button on the luxury ball, and in a flash of red light, it was drawn inside. "I have captured Heracross," Xia Yu exclaimed with a flourish, striking a dramatic pose. Beside him, Pasicadora and Shinado clapped their hands in excitement, celebrating their trainer's new companion. Chapter 32. The Banquet and Departure from Tokiwa Forest. Releasing Heracross, Xia Yu introduced it to the rest of his Pokémon, allowing them to meet their new ally. Upon witnessing even stronger Pokémon than Pasicadora, Heracross felt a surge of joy, knowing it now had many aspirational peers to chase after. A truly delightful prospect. Observing the harmonious interactions among his Pokémon, Xia Yu decided to set up camp for the night, throwing a grand celebration to welcome her across. After erecting the tent, he began retrieving a variety of ingredients, grills, and seasonings from his spatial backpack to prepare for the feast. After 3 hours of diligent preparation, Xia Yu had crafted a sumptuous spread, featuring not only essential energy cubes, but also an assortment of berries, pastries, and a generous quantity of grilled fish and meat, all favored delicacies among Pokémon. Due to the integration of Pokémon in this world, ordinary animals were comparatively rare. While Xia Yu was uncertain about other nations, he knew that in Huagua, the consumption of Pokémon meat was strictly prohibited, leading to the advancement of artificial meat technologies, which were widely embraced by the populace. The meats Xia Yu had on hand were procured from a shopping excursion prior, ensuring high-quality supplies for this journey's sustenance. His grilling skills, honed under the tutelage of a family chef, combined with a secret family recipe, promised an irresistible feast. Let the feast begin. Xia Yu called out to his Pokémon. The ever-hungry sharp-toothed land shark was the first to rush forward, eagerly devouring its favorite grilled meat. Its expression was one of pure ecstasy, so animated that Xia Yu almost suspected it might burst its attire if it were wearing any. Relieved to see sharp-toothed land shark enjoying the meal, Xia Yu felt reassured. The other Pokémon soon joined in the jubilant banquet, and amidst the hearty feasting, Shinado maintained her poised demeanor, delicately nibbling at her food, shyly covering her face when she caught Xia Yu's gaze, stirring a flutter within him. Shaking his head, Xia Yu dismissed the unseemly thoughts that crept into his mind, lamenting his own moral decline for harboring such feelings toward Shinado. After all, she was still a child. Though many individuals in this world had married their Pokémon, Xia Yu found such notions akin to the tales of Su Xian and the White Snake, or Ning Kaichen and the Ghost, both tales of profound moral transgression. He firmly resolved that he would never cross that line, at least not until he became the strongest trainer. To do otherwise would surely invite misfortune. With a silent vow echoing in his mind, he joined the vibrant celebration, watching as Heracross tasted its first energy cube. Its expression one of astonishment at the exquisite flavors. Xia Yu chuckled at how innocent and naive the creature was. During the festivities, several wild Pokémon, drawn by the enticing aromas, ventured closer, and seeing this, Xia Yu waved them over to join the celebration. In this moment of joy, there were no foes, only friends. Both Xia Yu's Pokémon and the wild ones reveled together, their spirits soaring. This idyllic scene, reminiscent of a painted tapestry, filled Xia Yu with a sense of fulfillment, a true representation of the Pokémon world. The memory of this moment etched itself into Xia Yu's mind as if carved in stone. Inspiring dreams of a future retirement spent in a grand estate, he envisioned naming Dayu Manor, filled with a diverse array of Pokémon living in harmony. Unbeknownst to Xia Yu, amidst the revelry, a mysterious Pokémon had slipped into the banquet, stealthily sampling the feast with a delighted expression. It observed the harmonious coexistence of humans and Pokémon, as if this was the natural order of the world, and this sight piqued its interest in Xia Yu. Neither Xia Yu nor his Pokémon noticed the peculiar guest among them, as they joyfully indulged in the rare moment of unity. The banquet continued late into the night, eventually winding down, and Xia Yu, weary, crawled into his tent to sleep, while the Pokémon sprawled on the ground, as if in a tranquil paradise, undisturbed. The following afternoon, after a refreshing slumber, Xia Yu emerged from his tent, only to be met with the chaotic aftermath of the previous night's festivities, eliciting a bemused smile from him. As the fairies slumbered peacefully, most of the wild Pokémon had already departed, leaving only a few still indulging in their leisurely naps. Xia Yu had no intention of disturbing them. He tidied up the area, packed away the tent, and prepared to leave, eager to continue his journey. Having enjoyed the previous night to the fullest, his food supplies had dwindled significantly, and he would have to wait until reaching Water City for resupply. Retrieving all his Pokémon except for Shinado and Heracross into their luxurious Pokeballs, Xia Yu chose to focus on enhancing the synergy between himself and Heracross during this leg of their travels, thus releasing Heracross to accompany him. After consulting his compass to confirm his direction, he pressed onward. 10 days passed in this manner, and Xia Yu, accompanied by Shinado and Heracross, finally glimpsed the broad avenue leading out of the forest. Their extensive journey through the everlasting forest was nearing its conclusion. Throughout these 10 days, Xia Yu had not only gathered resources, but had also challenged every Pokémon he encountered along the way. The weaker ones were entrusted to Metagross and Sharpedo, while the elite-level challenges were met by Heracross, and the more formidable foes were left to Tyranitar and Charizard. In essence, he was determined not to let a single opponent escape. The majority of these encounters were battles against the wild Pokémon of the forest, and upon defeating them, Xia Yu would offer to heal their injuries and leave behind some energy blocks as compensation. These days of combat significantly strengthened the bond between Heracross and himself. At the very least, Xia Yu felt confident in commanding Heracross for the upcoming gym badge challenges. Xia Yu's chosen route was primarily southward, intentionally avoiding the deeper parts of the forest, which meant he had not encountered any particularly powerful Pokémon. However, he had heard whispers from travelers about the existence of champion-level Pokémon dwelling in the forest's depths. Furthermore, rumors circulated about legendary Pokémon residing within the everlasting forest, igniting a sense of excitement within Xia Yu, especially since he still had a Master Ball yet to be utilized. Nevertheless, he reasoned that with so many legendary creatures in this world, he would undoubtedly encounter others. Not to mention, the city they were heading toward, Water City, was famously protected by the Water Brothers, a legendary duo in their own right. Xia Yu was eager to broaden his horizons, as he had yet to see any legendary Pokémon aside from his own Mewtwo, which left him filled with anticipation. Chapter 33, Rewards, Lottery. An arrival in Water City with Shinado and Heracross by his side, Xia Yu journeyed along the path leading out of the forest, and before long, they reached the forest's edge. Here, they could see numerous trainers and other individuals, indicating that a small but bustling town had been established near the everlasting forest. The trainers here predominantly favored water-type Pokémon, and along the way, Xia Yu encountered a dazzling array of water-type Pokémon, including various starters, which left him in awe. After recalling Shinado and Heracross into their Pokeballs, Xia Yu ventured alone to find a hotel, eager to unwind. Although his journey through the everlasting forest had been devoid of danger and exceedingly welcoming, the prolonged absence from urban life had left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Returning to a familiar environment provided him with a sense of comfort. Time flew by, and it had already been over half a month since he embarked on this journey. After a refreshing shower, lying on the hotel bed, Xia Yu reflected silently. He charged his phone and made a call to his parents and sister to check on their well-being. His father seemed to be in a meeting and did not answer, while his mother was busy fussing over her precious son. Upon hearing that Xia Yu had captured another Pokémon, she showered him with praise, leaving him feeling slightly bashful. As for his sister, she was in school and unable to take the call. It seemed he would have to wait until the evening to reach her. After the call, Xia Yu decided to review the spoils of his expedition through the everlasting forest over the past 10 days. He opened the system interface, Host, Xia Yu Talent, Advanced Everlasting Power, Intermediate Wave Guidance. Pokémon, Charizard, Shiny, Blastoise, Mewtwo, Level 1 Legendary, Shinado, Sharpedo, Tyranitar, Metagross, Shiny, Heracross. Items, Luxury Balls X8, Treasure Compass, Permanent Move Learning Machine, Protect, Lizard King Mega Evolution Stone, Latias Mega Evolution Stone, Latios Mega Evolution Stone, Premium Water Stone. Premium Fire Stones X3, Ditto Mask, Gigantamax Ring, Z-Ring, Wishing Star, Dragon Z Crystal, Permanent Move Learning Machine, Shadow Ball, Universal Medicine, Fire Z Crystal, Terra Orb, Fire-type Terra Shards. Master Ball, Premium Leaf Stones X2, Advanced Leaf Stones X3, Advanced Fire Stones X2, Mega Evolution Stone for Scyther. Shop Currency, 5100. System Task, Acquire 4 Level 1 Gym Badges. Task Reward, Intermediate Rare Candy X5, Random Champion Level Pokémon Information for 1000 Shop Currency. Upon reviewing his recent achievements, Xia Yu nodded in satisfaction and exchanged the less useful resources back to the system shop. Successfully recycling the Advanced Leaf Stones and Advanced Fire Stones netted him 1500 shop currency, bringing his total to 6600. With his shop currency replenished, the gambler within him began to stir once more. After a moment's hesitation, Xia Yu ultimately decided to make 30 draws, reserving the remainder for emergencies. Ding. System is drawing. Drawing complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 intermediate rare candies, 5 advanced rare candies, 2 attack enhancers, 3 special defense enhancers, 2 defense enhancers, 3 health enhancers. Permanent Move Learning Machine, Dragon Pulse, Ghost Z Crystal, One-Time Move Learning Machine, Shadow Clone, Ultra Ball, Random Secret Realm Summoning Card. Looking at the items he had drawn, Xia Yu felt content. At the very least, they would be beneficial for enhancing his Pokémon strength. However, he was curious about the nature of the Random Secret Realm Summoning Card and inquired with the system. The system explained that the card allows the host to summon a random level secret realm from the multiverse of Pokémon, granting him 1 month of priority reconnaissance rights. After this period, the fluctuations from the secret realm's arrival would attract attention. With this explanation, Xia Yu grasped the essence of the card but decided to hold on to it for the time being. Overall, the rewards were quite impressive. He distributed the intermediate rare candies to Sharpedo and Metagross, successfully elevating Sharpedo to the elite level after consuming for candies. Metagross also reached level 39, drawing nearer to elite status. The intermediate rare candies were shared between Blastoise and Shenado, both of whom were on the verge of breaking through to professional level and achieved this after consuming the candies. The various enhancers for Pokemon stats were given directly to Charizard, raising its stats from 548 to 558, bringing it closer to the benchmark of secondary deities like the 3 legendary canines and birds. He ensured that all applicable move learning machines were utilized, emphasizing the adage that having a diverse repertoire of techniques is never detrimental. Witnessing the significant improvements among his Pokemon filled Xia Yu with joy. He mused that this journey through the everlasting forest had been worthwhile, and he would certainly return to explore further when time allowed. Now, Xia Yu brimmed with confidence, hoping that the challenge of the water gym would provide him with a modicum of pressure. In the evening, his father and sister returned his call. His father simply reminded him to stay safe, noting that various crises had arisen in different countries. While China remained relatively secure, vigilance was still necessary. Xia Yu assured him that he would remain cautious. As for the bond between siblings, they exchanged heartfelt sentiments of longing, and after conversing for nearly 2 hours, the call had to be concluded as the younger sister needed to rest for her classes. Having spent a night in the hotel, Xia Yu continued his journey towards the coastal city of Water City. Strolling along the main avenue, with the vast sea beside him, the refreshing ocean breeze enveloped Xia Yu, prompting him to exclaim, "This is truly life." Before long, a coastal city came into view, marking Xia Yu's destination, Water City, home to the legendary beastly siblings of the water, igniting a spark of fervor in his gaze. Following the bustling crowd, Xia Yu stepped into this Water City, undeniably a place where waterways formed the primary routes, with various aquatic spirits visible at every turn. The city's layout bore a resemblance to the 7 water cities from One Piece, as well as echoing the enchanting essence of Venice, leaving Xia Yu marveling at the breadth of his experiences. Indeed, the wisdom of the ancients rings true. Traveling far surpasses mere reading. Upon locating a shop, he purchased a map and inquired with the proprietor about notable sites and engaging activities in Water City. Xia Yu, not in haste to challenge the gym, preferred to play for a few days first. A relentless pace would be too exhausting. He believed it essential to first refresh his mind and body before tackling the gym challenge. He learned of several remarkable attractions, including the legendary sculpture of the beastly siblings situated in the city center, the renowned water gym, and the Water City Pokemon Stadium. As for upcoming events, there would soon be a Pokemon riding race on the beach near the coastline, followed by the dazzling Pokemon contest at the Water City Stadium in half a month. After expressing his gratitude to the shopkeeper, Xia Yu stepped outside, resolving to remain in Water City until the conclusion of the dazzling contest. Having never witnessed such an event live, he looked forward to sharing the experience with his devoted sister, a fervent fan of the contests. Xia Yu sought a rental shop for riding Pokemon, intending to rent a water-type Pokemon as a mode of transport. For navigating this city of waterways would be impossible without one. Unfortunately, he had yet to capture a water-type Pokemon, and this journey was intended for that purpose. He certainly couldn't summon his Milotic to transform into a riding mode for a wild escapade. Such a notion was utterly outrageous. Entering a shop named Water Wing, he encountered a woman sleeping at the counter. Scanning the area and finding no one else present, he approached her and gently tapped the counter. When she failed to respond, he knocked more forcefully, which finally roused her. Rubbing her eyes, the woman inquired about his needs. Xia Yu articulated his requirements, and she informed him that they only had 2 types of riding Pokemon available for rent, Sharpedo and Wylord. However, she reassured him that despite their fierce appearances, they were all tamed and non-aggressive towards humans, boasting incredible speed that would allow him to experience the thrill of swift travel. Xia Yu opted for the Sharpedo, drawn by its fierce and striking demeanor, eager to try riding a shark. After selecting a high-level Sharpedo, Xia Yu paid 20,000 yuan for a half-month rental and received the Pokemon's Pokeball before departing the shop. Upon reaching the waterway, he released the Sharpedo and fed it a specially crafted water-type energy cube. Instantly, the Sharpedo's eyes transformed into hearts as it gazed at Xia Yu. It had never tasted such a delectable energy cube, and it vowed to serve him well, thinking to itself how generous this trainer was. Xia Yu, accustomed to such reactions from both his Pokemon and wild ones upon their first taste of his special energy cubes, acknowledged that having power allowed one such indulgence. Seated atop the Sharpedo, Xia Yu set off to explore the city's spiritual symbol, the sculpture of the beastly siblings. After conveying their destination through telepathy, the seasoned Sharpedo, well acquainted with the city, sped towards it. Xia Yu experienced an exhilarating sensation unlike any other, affirming that his expenditure was indeed worthwhile. Sensing his delight, the Sharpedo exerted itself further, hoping to earn more of those delightful energy cubes. In no time, Xia Yu arrived at a bustling area, where two massive sculptures resembling jet planes stood proudly in the square. This was the landmark of Water City, the spiritual symbol, the sculpture of the beastly siblings. Countless tourists flocked here daily to witness the grandeur of the legendary beasts, perhaps even catching a glimpse of the real water siblings. As this was not merely a legend, but a scene from history long past. Approaching the sculptures, Xia Yu emanated his aura in hopes of resonating with the beastly siblings. Unfortunately, after half an hour of no response, he relinquished his efforts, sighing at what seemed to be a lack of destiny. Just as he turned to leave, a sudden thought struck him. He opened his system panel and realized he still possessed the Mega Evolution Stones of the Water Siblings. Surely, these could summon them, for such stones greatly enhance the power of legendary beings. Resolute in his decision, Xia Yu retrieved the two stones from his bag and enveloped them with his aura, channeling the energy within them outward. As soon as he completed this act, regret washed over him. If he truly summoned the water siblings in this public setting, it would undoubtedly cause a stir, and he anticipated a flurry of inquiries. Thus, he attempted to retract his aura, planning to wait until nighttime when fewer people were around to call upon the siblings. Regrettably, he was a moment too late, for he sensed the air around him begin to ripple, indicating that he might indeed have summoned the water siblings. With a silent sigh, Xia Yu braced himself for the legendary manifestation of the water siblings in Water City. Reflecting on his impulsiveness, too young and hasty, he chastised himself internally. Awaiting the arrival of the water siblings, Xia Yu found himself lingering for quite some time, yet no sign of them appeared. Lowering his gaze in contemplation, he wondered if he had misjudged the sensation. The surrounding crowd remained silent, as if the previous spatial disturbance had been a mere illusion. Just as Xia Yu believed he had misperceived the event and was about to depart, a voice resonated in his mind. How is it that you possess the energy signatures of my sister and me? Who is speaking? Xia Yu exclaimed, glancing around, yet spotting no one. I am Latios, and it is I who speaks to you. As if sensing Xia Yu's question, Latios responded to him through telepathy. Latios. Xia Yu suddenly realized that the siblings from the Water City had indeed arrived. His intuition had not deceived him. Xia Yu emitted the power of aura around him, and he soon detected two Pokémon resembling jet planes invisibly hovering in the air before him. One was communicating with him, while the other was curiously surveying him, as if attempting to see through him. Xia Yu discovered that through the power of aura, he could directly access the attribute panels of the Pokémon. So he prepared to assess the strength of these two legendary beings. Name, Latios. Level, 111, second-tier deity. Gender, male. Type, dragon, psychic. Ability, levitate, floats above ground. Thus immune to ground-type moves. Held item, none. Qualification, second-tier deity. Moves, Dragon Dance, Helping Hand, Recover, Psychic, Tailwind, Dragon Breath, Terrain Swap, Clean Light, Mind Headbutt, Dragon Pulse. Healing Wave, Simple Beam, Psychic, Power Split, Last Gift. Name, Latios. Level, 111, second-tier deity. Gender, female. Type, dragon, psychic. Ability, levitate, floats above ground, thus immune to ground-type moves. Held item, none. Qualification, second-tier deity. Moves, charm, helping hand, recover, psychic, tailwind, dragon breath, wish, mist ball, mind headbutt, dragon pulse, healing wave, mirror coat, psychic, clean light. Defend order, healing wish. Upon observing the attributes of the two legendary beings, Xia Yu nodded in approval. They were indeed legendary Pokémon, far surpassing ordinary ones in caliber. Although they may not rival Miltank, their combat prowess was nonetheless formidable. Chapter 35, Gifts and Shopping. I unexpectedly acquired these two Mega Evolution Stones at a certain location, perhaps due to the energy emanating from them while I was sensing through the power of aura. Xia Yu retrieved the Mega Evolution Stones belonging to the Water City siblings from his pocket. You actually obtained our Mega Evolution Stones. We have been searching for these stones for hundreds of years and have never found them, Latios exclaimed in astonishment, while Latias widened her eyes in disbelief. After all, it was extraordinary for something they had sought for centuries to suddenly appear before them. Could you possibly return these two Mega Evolution Stones to us? Latios gazed at Xia Yu with a pleading expression, while Latias looked at him with her sparkling eyes. Wow, so polite. No wonder they are known as the Pokémon closest to humans. If other legendary Pokémon saw someone holding something they needed, they would likely resort to theft, Xia Yu thought. Of course, I can return them. They serve no purpose for me. Xia Yu readily agreed to Latios and Latias, as he originally intended to use these stones to establish a connection with the siblings from the Water City. Really? You are such a good person. Latias joyfully awarded Xia Yu a good person card. Thank you so much. What is your name? Latios inquired as he accepted the 2 Mega Evolution Stones from Xia Yu. My name is Xia Yu, and I aspire to be the strongest Pokemon trainer in the future. Xia Yu unabashedly declared his name and ambition. Xia Yu, you have greatly assisted us. We are unsure how to express our gratitude, so please accept this. Latios presented Xia Yu with a flute. This is the Flute of Infinity. It can summon my sister and me. Whenever you require assistance, simply blow this flute, and we will hasten to your side no matter where you are. Latios explained the flute's purpose and usage. I cannot thank you enough. I shall accept this, Xia Yu said without humility. For this was a tool capable of summoning legendary Pokémon, 2 legendary beings, no less. Who would refuse such a gift? Isn't this akin to having indirectly captured 2 legendary Pokémon? Xia Yu mused contentedly. To show his gratitude, Xia Yu took out his specially crafted energy cubes of dragon and psychic types, offering them to Latios and Latias. After consuming them, the 2 legendary beings eagerly requested more, having never experienced such deliciousness before. Xia Yu gladly obliged, joking that these energy cubes were praised even by Miltank for their exquisite taste. Surely they would delight them. From now on, I expect you 2 to work diligently for me. Hee. Xia Yu chuckled inwardly, reminiscent of the elder from the Soul Palace. As the 2 legendary beings prepared to depart, they informed Xia Yu that they resided in a secret realm just off the coast of Water City, and he could find it using the Flute of Infinity, inviting him to visit them. Xia Yu nodded enthusiastically, promising to come. After bidding a fond farewell to the reluctant Latias, the Water City siblings departed, while Xia Yu left the sculpture with a sense of accomplishment, returning to the hotel he had booked in advance. Unbeknownst to him, the entire scene of his encounter with the Water City siblings was being observed by a mysterious Pokémon lingering in the distance. This enigmatic creature, intrigued by Xia Yu's ability to communicate with legendary beings, was even more fascinated by him. However, it had no intention of revealing itself, choosing instead to continue following Xia Yu to see what other adventures and opportunities awaited him. Back at the hotel, Xia Yu lay on his bed, reflecting on the day's extraordinary events. His journey to Water City had been far from futile. He was now a man shielded by 3 legendary Pokémon. Who would dare to cause trouble in his presence? Even legendary beings would have to treat him with respect. Xia Yu envisioned the scene of various legendary Pokémon bowing before him and burst into laughter. Not only had he gained 2 legendary Pokémon without expending a Master Ball, but he also felt the urge to continue searching for more. Xia Yu resolved to personally capture a legendary Pokémon, for a true trainer should aspire to do so. The next day, after a restful night, Xia Yu awoke, stretched, washed up, and donned his attire, ready to embark on another day of exploration in Water City. Exiting the hotel, he released his Sharpedo, feeding it an energy cube, which elicited an excited reaction from it in the water. He also released his shiny Galade, intending for her to accompany him on a shopping spree. Today, Xia Yu aimed to experience the local culinary delights and procure some unique items to send to his beloved sister. Under the guidance of Sharpedo, Xia Yu and Shiny Galade savored numerous local delicacies, distinct in flavor from those in Shu City, which Xia Yu found immensely enjoyable. A lone trainer accompanied by a Pokémon on the streets drew little attention, aside from the occasional passerby, casting admiring glances. The atmosphere in Water City was particularly vibrant these days, as the grand competition was about to commence, attracting many beautiful ladies and their splendidly adorned Pokémon. Xia Yu and Shiny Galade were but inconspicuous participants in this grand spectacle. Xia Yu inquired whether Shiny Galade wished to partake in the competition, as she was the only one in his current roster with the potential and capability to join this splendid event. However, Shiny nodded in refusal. She was not the type to crave the spotlight and was rather shy in nature. Since Shiny had expressed her disinterest, Xia Yu decided to adopt the role of a quiet, handsome observer. Subsequently, Xia Yu and Shiny roamed the shop, purchasing an array of distinctive items, clothing, and delicacies for their families. This excursion left Xia Yu utterly exhausted, while Shiny appeared to be lingering with an insatiable desire for more, causing Xia Yu to tremble with trepidation. Indeed, shopping seemed to be an inherent trait of women, be they human or fairy, Xia Yu silently mused. Upon returning to the hotel, Xia Yu summoned a courier service through his mobile phone, opting for the most expensive and swiftest option available. Before long, a delivery person arrived. neatly packaging their purchases into a specialized backpack and riding away on a Steelix to deliver the items. As he departed, he reminded Xia Yu to leave a 5-star review, to which Xia Yu readily agreed, as it was merely a matter of a few taps on the screen and not a burden at all. After enjoying dinner at a restaurant with Shanai, they retreated to their room for a well-deserved rest, for the day had proven to be quite exhausting. The following day, he planned to attend the beach ferry riding race, hoping to find some amusement in the event. Chapter 36. The Racing Competition and Team Rocket. The next day, Xia Yu rose early, freshened up, and exited the hotel with Shanai, releasing his Sharpedo to guide them to the beach. Xia Yu and Shanai perched atop the Sharpedo as it sped across the water with remarkable agility. Soon, they arrived at the beach, where a throng of people and Pokémon had already gathered. Upon reaching their destination, Xia Yu recalled his Sharpedo into its Pokeball and walked with Shanai towards the crowd. As they approached, they noticed a large sign prominently displayed on the beach, detailing the rules and entry requirements for the upcoming water race. It stated that any type of Pokémon could participate, provided they could carry their trainer, but the Pokémon's strength was restricted to professional level or below, ensuring that the majority of ordinary trainers could partake. As for the entry rules, there were none. Anyone could join by simply paying a registration fee of 500 yuan, thus opening the event to all. The rewards for the competition were exclusively reserved for the champion, who would receive a prize of 200,000 yuan, a high-grade water stone, and a voucher for a Pokémon egg from the Water City Pokémon Breeding Center. Xia Yu felt a twinge of temptation upon seeing the lavish rewards. Yet his Charizard exceeded the strength limit, and none of his other Pokémon possessed particularly outstanding speed. It would be imprudent to summon his Mewtwo for such a trivial competition. Not only would it be overkill, but it would also be absurd to employ a legendary Pokémon in a minor contest. Helpless, Xia Yu could only watch as others eagerly registered for participation. In no time, the number of entrants surpassed 200. And seeing the multitude of trainers still waiting to sign up, Xia Yu pondered the immense popularity of this competition. With half an hour remaining for registration, he silently observed the diverse array of Pokémon belonging to the competitors, marveling at the colorful assortment. Familiar faces included the likes of Blastoise, Gyarados, Lapras, Sharpedo, Wailord, Steelix, Charizard, and Pidgeot, Pokémon well-suited for carrying trainers and exhibiting speed. Oddities such as Psyduck, Snorlax, Cloyster, Croconaw, and Ludicolo also caught his eye, showcasing the spirit of participation rather than competition. Among the crowd, Xia Yu spotted a female trainer using a quasi-legendary Dragonite, who briefly scrutinized his Charizard. Name: Dragonite level, 56, professional level, gender, female type, dragon. Flying ability, multi-scale, dream ability. Damage received is reduced when at full health. Item: Dragon Scale potential, quasi-champion level moves. Roost, extreme speed, hurricane, thunder wave, fire punch, bind, wing attack. Thunder punch, glare, dragon tail, agility, slam, waterfall, Draco meteor, outrage, mystical shield, rain dance, protect. Upon reading this, Xia Yu could not help but exclaim. For this Dragonite was evidently the strongest among all the Pokémon present, and as a fully evolved quasi-legendary renowned for its speed, the outcome of the race seemed all but predetermined. Fortunately, he had refrained from signing up to avoid humiliation, as he estimated that even his veteran Charizard would struggle to match the Dragonite's velocity. Despite the foregone conclusion regarding the championship, Xia Yu resolved to remain and witness the race, hoping for any unexpected developments. A half-hour later, registrations closed, and Xia Yu estimated that nearly 500 participants had signed up, observing the bustling crowd. The organizers began announcing the competition rules and race course, which extended to an island approximately 10 kilometers from the beach, marked by red buoys serving as boundaries and navigational guides, requiring participants to complete a round trip. This distance was neither excessively long nor particularly short. Ordinarily, it would take around 40 minutes for Pokémon to traverse it at maximum speed. After the organizers concluded their announcements, they signaled for everyone to prepare as the race was about to commence. Xia Yu watched as hundreds of participants released their Pokémon, some riding, others seated, and some held aloft in claws, all awaiting the start. With the sound of a gunshot, the race officially began, and the trainer atop the Dragonite led the charge, followed closely by Lapras and Sharpedo alongside their respective trainers, while the others lagged behind. As a first-time spectator of such a racing event, Xia Yu found it to be thoroughly entertaining, both exhilarating and comical, evoking laughter and astonishment. Time passed swiftly, and nearly 10 minutes in, the Dragonite was nearing the island, with the second-place Sharpedo trailing nearly a kilometer behind, and the remaining competitors lagging even further. with the slowest having barely covered 2 kilometers. In summary, the outcome of the race appeared to be a foregone conclusion, a sentiment echoed by all, especially given that previous competitions had not featured any quasi-legendaries, thus underscoring the Dragonite's supremacy. However, an unexpected twist occurred as the Dragonite was about to land on the island. A sudden clash erupted, and from the beach, Xia Yu could only make out vague details, noticing that the Dragonite's trainer had engaged in a confrontation with someone. In a short span, the battle concluded, with the Dragonite and its trainer being defeated and seemingly captured. Witnessing this scene, the official staff of the racing event hurriedly dispatched trainers to rescue them and notified the Water City Pokémon League branch of the incident. Seeing this unfold, Xia Yu summoned his Charizard, mounting it to fly towards the commotion. As a well-educated and principled young man, Xia Yu could not stand idly by while such an event transpired. He was determined to intervene. Naturally, the sudden task issued by the system further galvanized his resolve to act. Ding! An emergency task has been issued due to an unexpected situation. Defeat the evil organization and rescue the captured trainers and Pokémon. Task rewards: 1 champion-level Pokémon, a Mega Evolution Stone for Heracross, and 500 Mall coins. With no option to refuse such generous rewards, Xia Yu vowed to fulfill the task, to vanquish the evil organization and save the world. Spurred on by urgency, he urged Charizard to accelerate, fearing they might escape before he could arrive. The staff of the competition arrived swiftly, reaching the island ahead of Xia Yu. Upon their arrival, they discovered 3 individuals clad in emblazoned attire, busily packaging a Dragonite along with its trainer, preparing to depart alongside the captured Pokémon nearby. Team Rocket, how dare you capture Pokémon and trainers within the borders of Huagua? Are you not afraid of the Elite Four coming after you? One of the staff members reprimanded the trio in our uniforms. Do you think mere words can intimidate us, Team Rocket? How naive. To be frank, we no longer need to cower before you powerful nations. We are on the verge of dominating the entire world. Haha. One of the Team Rocket members cackled derisively. You lunatics. It seems you won't release the trainers and Pokémon easily. Then let us engage in a true battle. The staff member, witnessing the audacity of Team Rocket, decided to take action without further ado. Chapter 37. Defeating Team Rocket and capturing Greninja. The staff member unleashed his ace Pokémon, a Kingdra, radiating a wave of energy characteristic of gym leaders, indicating that he was indeed a gym leader-level trainer. With such power, you dare to boast? How utterly laughable. The leader of Team Rocket sneered upon seeing the Kingdra. He then produced a Pokeball, releasing a Crobat that exuded the aura of an Elite Four Pokémon. Faced with the elite-level Crobat, the staff member realized the gravity of the situation. Reinforcements from the League were still on their way, and he could only attempt to stall for time. Against the onslaught of the elite Crobat, the gym leader-level Kingdra was unable to withstand the assault, succumbing to defeat shortly thereafter, leaving the staff member unconscious on the ground. At that moment, Xia Yu had just arrived on the island. Witnessing this tragic scene unfold before him, they were dispatched in mere minutes? How powerful are they? It seems I must intervene. Upon spotting the 3 individuals in our uniforms, Xia Yu was taken aback. Team Rocket? They exist in this world too? Could it be that Giovanni has also crossed over? Xia Yu was bewildered, yet greatly astonished. However, upon noticing the Crobat, he realized it wasn't that his allies were inadequate, but rather that the enemy was exceedingly strong. Name: Crobat. Level: 74 Elite. Gender: male. Type: Poison. Flying. Ability: Inner Focus. Through mental training, it cannot flinch from opponents' attacks. Held item: Citrus Berry. Qualification: Elite. Moves: Supersonic, Leech Life, Toxic, Roost, Mean Look, Scare, Tailwind. Cross Poison, Poison Fong, Quick Guard, Air Slash, Bite, Haze, Sludge Bomb, Strange Light, Air Cutter, Drain Punch, Protect, Fly, Acrobatics, Liquidation, Substitute, Acrobatics, Toxic Spikes. In the face of such an elite Crobat, it was entirely reasonable for the staff member to be overpowered. The Team Rocket trio soon noticed Xia Yu, and, upon glimpsing the shiny Charizard by his side, their eyes gleamed with fervor, surprised by this unexpected twist. Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over that shiny Charizard, and we won't harm you. Otherwise, The leader of Team Rocket threatened Xia Yu, gesturing across his throat. In response to their threats, Xia Yu merely offered a cold smirk. Did they dare to threaten him? Little did they know that he was a man protected by 3 legendary Pokémon. How foolish. Upon seeing the elite Crobat, Xia Yu decided it was time to call upon Melmetal, for none of his other Pokémon could match up. And even Mega Charizard would take time. He sought a swift resolution. Retrieving a Master Ball, he pressed the button, and Melmetal, nearly 7 meters in length, made a dazzling entrance. The Team Rocket trio, witnessing such a rare Pokémon in the hands of this young boy, were visibly elated, envisioning promotions and raises on the horizon. They commanded the Crobat to attack Melmetal, intent on capturing him. Meanwhile, Melmetal appeared bewildered, still in the midst of slumber when summoned by Xia Yu. However, the Crobat was indifferent to Melmetal's state, seizing the opportunity to strike. Yet, Melmetal took note of the minuscule foe before him, dismissively unleashing a torrent of molten metal. The casual attack pierced through Crobat, leaving it gravely injured and plummeting to the ground, unconscious. The smiles on the faces of the Team Rocket trio vanished as they stood frozen in shock. What just happened? My massive Crobat was defeated in an instant? Quick to react, the leader withdrew a Pidgeot, preparing to flee. But Xia Yu would allow no such escape, commanding Melmetal to incapacitate them all. After searching their belongings, Xia Yu discovered only a token, but finding nothing else of value, he ordered Charizard to incinerate the unconscious trio and their Pokémon, reducing them to ashes that drifted towards the sea. Having recalled Melmetal into the Master Ball, Xia Yu approached the fallen staff member and the Dragonite trainer, checking for injuries. Relieved to find no serious harm, he then turned towards the captured Pokémon, opening the net to reveal them. Most were Water-type Pokémon, with the Dragonite among them. As Xia Yu surveyed the captured Pokémon, one Water-type caught his eye. Name, Greninja. Level, 39 high. Gender, male. Type, Water, dark. Ability, Protean, changes to the same type as the move it uses. Held item, none. Qualification, Champion. Moves, Night Slash, Mimic, Haze, Pound, Water Gun, Growl, Quick Attack, Lick. Water Pulse, Smokescreen, Shadow Sneak, Spikes, Waterfall, Dark Pulse, Ice Beam. With champion-level potential, Xia Yu contemplated the prospect of acquiring this Water-type Pokémon. Utilizing his healing powers, he applied the power of the Evergreen to revive the unconscious Greninja. Moments later, Greninja awoke, eyeing Xia Yu warily. Understanding its apprehension, Xia Yu used telepathy to reassure it, explaining that he had saved it and hoped to become its trainer, guiding it towards greatness. Greninja did not respond immediately, scanning the surroundings and confirming that the other captured Pokémon had indeed been freed, albeit still unconscious. After a moment of contemplation, it agreed to Xia Yu's proposal. Recognizing that its growth had stagnated, and given that Xia Yu was its savior, following him would be a commendable choice. Seeing Greninja nod in agreement, Xia Yu was elated, producing a luxury ball before it. With a gentle tap of its webbed foot on the button, Greninja was enveloped in a radiant light, eventually settling within the ball. Greninja, I have successfully captured you, Xia Yu exclaimed joyfully, raising the luxury ball aloft. Beside him, Charizard celebrated by unleashing a fiery breath into the air, releasing the Greninja. I introduced it to Charizard, and then fed it a specially crafted energy cube to restore its stamina. The moment Greninja consumed the cube, its eyes widened in astonishment. Was there truly such a delectable treat in this world? To think it had just been captured and was already indulging in such exquisite flavor. It seemed its future would indeed be promising. Chapter 38. Conversations and Aristocracy. After feeding Greninja, Xia Yu utilized his Tokiwa power to heal the unconscious staff members and the Dragonite trainer. After a while, they regained consciousness and were met with the sight of Xia Yu tending to their wounds, leaving them puzzled about how to express their gratitude. Upon seeing them awake, Xia Yu ceased his healing and turned his attention to the fallen Pokémon, continuing his ministrations, effectively becoming a nurturing figure. The first to address Xia Yu was a staff member from the racing event, inquiring about the whereabouts of the 3 members of Team Rocket. Xia Yu explained that he had intervened to rescue them, mentioning that he had initially been watching the competition on the beach when he noticed the commotion and came over to investigate, ultimately discovering the 2 of them who had been knocked out. With the aid of a protective Pokémon inherited from his elders, he had successfully repelled the Team Rocket trio and saved them. The staff member, impressed by Xia Yu's candidness, found no reason to doubt his account. A simple inquiry back at the office would confirm the details. Expressing his gratitude, he acknowledged that otherwise, a significant disaster could have ensued. Xia Yu waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was merely a trivial act, exuding an air of nonchalance. Meanwhile, the Dragonite trainer approached, her cool voice resonating from behind Xia Yu. Hello, I am Long Sinyu. Thank you for saving me. If you have any needs, do not hesitate to let me know, and I will do my utmost to fulfill them. Oh, you are too kind. I merely lent my humble assistance and have no particular requests, Xia Yu replied as he turned to face the female trainer. Upon closer inspection, he noted her tall, curvaceous figure and peach-like complexion, accompanied by an almost divine Pokémon, indicating her impressive lineage. a quintessential protagonist in every sense. Xia Yu was momentarily captivated by her beauty, but quickly regained his composure. While Long Xinyu was indeed striking, he had encountered many beautiful individuals before, including his school's belle, Luo Bing, whose looks could rival hers, albeit perhaps lacking in the same aura. Since you saved me, I must express my gratitude. This Greninja is your Pokémon, I presume? I happen to have a useful item for it, which I shall present to you, Long Xinyu remarked, gesturing towards Greninja and handing Xia Yu a mysterious drop of water. All right then, let this be my token of gratitude for saving you. Xia Yu considered for a moment before accepting Long Xinyu's gift. No, this is certainly insufficient. If word got out that Long Xinyu expressed her gratitude with only this, I would be the subject of ridicule, she countered swiftly. Let us become friends. Should you have any needs, feel free to ask. This is not a return gift, merely a meeting gift. Upon hearing Xia Yu's words, she immediately refuted him and produced her phone, urging him to scan and add her as a friend. Xia Yu found himself unable to refuse such a generous and charming lady. He willingly added Long Xinyu to his contacts. By the way, what is your name? Which university do you attend? Long Xinyu inquired, noticing Xia Yu's youthful exuberance. My name is Xia Yu, a senior at Shuda City No. 1 High School. I am currently traveling with the aim of challenging for a basic gym badge, he answered candidly. What? You're still a senior? That is impressive. Which university do you plan to apply to? With your abilities, you must be aiming for one of the top 6, she exclaimed. How about considering the Imperial Capital University? I am a second-year student there, and if you apply, I will look out for you. Initially astonished, Long Xinyu then excitedly probed into Xia Yu's future academic plans, offering her slight suggestions. Senior, I haven't given it much thought yet, and I don't know much about the top 6. I will decide once I have gathered more information. Xia Yu replied, feeling a bead of sweat trickle down from Long Xinyu's relentless questioning. These are minor details. I can provide you with a detailed explanation, she assured him. Proceeding to elaborate on the illustrious history of Imperial Capital University, its perennial championship in the National College Pokémon League, abundant rewards, rare Pokémon eggs, private villas, and various resource-rich realms. Xia Yu nodded along, captivated by her discourse. I understand now. Don't worry, senior. If other universities are similar, I will prioritize Imperial Capital University, Xia Yu assured her earnestly. Seeing him respond with such seriousness, she exhaled a sigh of relief, glad that her explanations had not been in vain. As they conversed, rescue personnel from the Water City Alliance arrived, descending from the sky and approaching the trio. A middle-aged man stepped forward, inquiring about the current situation. The event staff member recounted the events, detailing the appearance of Team Rocket and their capture of Pokémon, the emergence of a powerful Pokémon that defeated him, and Xia Yu's timely arrival to repel Team Rocket, ultimately healing the injured. After listening to the staff member's account, the official turned his gaze to Xia Yu, surveying the group before informing them that they needed to return to the Water City Alliance branch for a thorough investigation. Xia Yu and the others naturally agreed, understanding that this was a necessary procedure. After conducting a thorough inspection around the island and finding no further issues, the Alliance personnel escorted the captured Pokémon and Xia Yu's group back to Water City. On the journey back, Xia Yu and Long Xinyu engaged in lively conversation. He learned that she had come to Water City to challenge the Water Gym, specifically aiming for the intermediate badge, which would be her 4th. After completing this challenge, she planned to return to Imperial Capital University to prepare for selection into the university team. He also discovered that she hailed from the long family of Imperial Capital, being the niece of the current Dragon-type Elite Four member. No wonder she was so generous. She was a privileged individual of significantly greater stature than Xia Yu, marking his first encounter with a formidable rival on his path of ambition. Long Xinyu also shared that she possessed an ancestral ability to communicate with Dragon-type Pokémon, endowing her with extraordinary affinity towards them. Her aspiration was to surpass her uncle and become the new generation's Dragon-type Elite Four. The Long family of Imperial Capital was a long-standing lineage, possessing their ancestral Dragon-type realm, rumored to have once housed legendary Dragon-type beasts. Furthermore, the first-rate Dragon Gym in Imperial Capital was a legacy of the Long family, a heritage far beyond what Xia Yu's family could compare to. There lay a significant disparity in their foundations. Throughout the millennia of Chinese history, many prominent families had faded into obscurity, yet those that endured were undoubtedly steeped in profound heritage, such as the Long and Zhu families of Imperial Capital, the Li family of Chang'an City, the Chao family of Anbei City, and the Yi family of Magic City, among others. Each was filled with formidable individuals, and even the current Chinese alliance accorded them considerable respect, rather than treating them as mere pawns. Nonetheless, Xia Yu held a firm belief in his own capabilities. With the aid of his system, he was confident that it would not be long before he stood at the pinnacle of this world, surveying everything below. Chapter 39. The onset of chaos before long. They arrived at the Water City Alliance branch headquarters, where the three of them were ushered into separate rooms for questioning. As Xia Yu opened the door, he was greeted by a staff member waiting for him. Without hesitation, he took a seat. Before any inquiries could commence, Xia Yu produced an official alliance pass from his pocket, an invaluable gift from his father, which affirmed his identity and facilitated his access to support within the alliance. Upon seeing this pass, the staff member recognized him as one of their own. After a brief interrogation, he was permitted to leave. Xia Yu felt a deep appreciation for his father's foresight as he realized how effortlessly he could depart. After waiting at the entrance of the building for a while, he spotted Long Xinyu exiting alongside a competition staff member. Xia Yu approached them to continue their conversation. The staff member expressed gratitude, stating that Xia Yu had rendered them a significant service and as a reward, he could select a Pokémon egg free of charge from the Water City Breeding Center. Additionally, due to external factors that hindered Long Xinyu from completing her competition, the first place prize was also awarded to her as compensation. Xia Yu marveled at the grandiosity of the competition hosted in such a prominent city. Subsequently, Xia Yu and Long Xinyu arranged to visit the water gym together the day after tomorrow to partake in the gym badge challenge, followed by a trip to the breeding center to choose their Pokémon eggs. After their exchange, they bid one another farewell and departed the Alliance headquarters, returning to their respective hotels. During the car ride back, Xia Yu received a notification from the system. Ding. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Reward. Heracross Mega Evolution Stone. 500 shop coins. Upon hearing the system's voice, Xia Yu felt something was amiss. What about my champion-level Pokémon? Did you swallow it? He questioned the system urgently. The system responded, the rewards have already been dispensed, and you have indeed acquired a champion-level Pokémon, have you not? Xia Yu expressed his confusion. The champion-level Froakie I found on my own. Did you blackmail that too? The system retorted that had it not been for its influence, Xia Yu would not have been so fortunate as to casually capture such high-quality Pokémon. It added that all gifts of fate had their hidden costs. Accepting this explanation, Xia Yu conceded, all right, you're impressive. Everything you say is correct. With a tinge of regret, Xia Yu returned to his hotel, dined in the restaurant, and then retreated to his room. There were too many questions swirling in his mind from the day's events, and he yearned to consult his father, an influential figure within the Alliance, who would undoubtedly possess significant insights. Meanwhile, the happenings in Water City were reported to the Alliance headquarters, where a high-level meeting was in session, discussing the incursion of Team Rocket and the matters surrounding the Hawaiian Secret Realm. The champion received a report indicating that Team Rocket, brazenly emerging from Water City, had seemingly accomplished something monumental, prompting them to abandon their concealment and proclaim their intentions of world domination. The Water City Alliance leadership briefed the champion on the situation, confirming the presence of Team Rocket, who appeared increasingly restless. At this juncture, the leadership from Magic City also reported to the champion. Indeed, we have spotted traces of Team Rocket on our end. They seem to be losing their restraint. The champion, with a grave demeanor, instructed, it appears that chaos is about to ensue. This organization, hidden for decades, is finally surfacing. You must enhance security measures and closely monitor all suspicious individuals. I have already made arrangements for subsequent actions. He continued now. Concerning the secret realm that has manifested on Hawaiian Island, I dispatched one of the 4 heavenly kings, the Ghost-type king, last month to investigate. They have made significant progress, successfully thwarting the aggressive Pokémon alongside trainers from various nations. However, we are unable to capture these Pokémon with our standard Pokeballs. Specialized ones will be required. These Pokémon are unprecedented and exhibit extraordinary strength. According to the Ghost-type king's report, they possess bizarre traits that allow them to augment their power after defeating others. With no discernible limit thus far, truly astonishing. I have tasked various research institutions to study these Pokémon, and we can expect results soon. Moreover, it is crucial to note that these Pokémon have manifested in 3 distinct global locations, indicating their arrival is remarkably random. Each of your branches must prepare for the potential emergence of these creatures. This meeting shall conclude for now. Tend to your respective responsibilities, as I have made other arrangements. Meeting adjourned. With that, the champion abruptly ended the meeting, rubbing his temples and reflecting on the multitude of recent events. He regretted agreeing to assume the role of headquarters leader, as it had proven to be a considerable burden. After the meeting, the champion picked up a mysterious phone and dialed a number, his voice resolute. Proceed with the plan. Ensure your identities remain concealed. This operation is primarily investigative. and retreat is permitted if circumstances become untenable. Following his instructions, he hung up and gazed out the window, murmuring, "Team Rocket, the Apocalypse Society." After showering, Xia Yu lay in bed and opened his phone to call his father. During the conversation, he recounted his encounter with Team Rocket in Water City and sought clarification on the organization, curious as to why he had not heard of them before. Understanding that Xia Yu had already encountered Team Rocket, his father decided to be forthright. He explained that Team Rocket was a nefarious organization established for decades, operating discreetly and rarely appearing in public view, particularly in larger nations. Their objective involved Pokémon genetic research and biological experiments, which were profoundly inhumane and anti-Pokémon, leading to a global manhunt. However, their clandestine nature had allowed them to develop without causing significant disturbances until now, when they began to surface and incite chaos across various countries. Xia Yu's father urged him to prioritize his safety and to avoid recklessness. Xia Yu promptly assured his father that he would remain vigilant and steer clear of dangerous situations. Chapter 40. The Gym Badge Challenge. After ending the call, Xia Yu pondered silently. So Team Rocket is involved in Pokémon genetic experimentation. Could it be that Giovanni has truly crossed over? And based on my father's account, could they have actually brought Mewtwo into existence? His mind raced with confusion, contemplating whether Mewtwo could be defeated by Milotic, given its formidable prowess. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Xia Yu eventually drifted into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, far to the west in the kingdom of Barodo, within an opulent manor, a man kneeling on one knee reported to a figure clad in R-symbol attire, draped in a crimson cloak and wearing a fearsome mask. Report. Esteemed officer, the squad executing tasks in Huagua has yet to return, and it is suspected that they have met with total annihilation. Humph, a bunch of worthless fools. You can't even accomplish such a simple task. What use are you to me? The subordinates of other executives have successfully completed their missions, yet here I am, facing setbacks. How do you expect them to view me? Hurry and arrange for a team to head to Huagua and continue the mission. It is imperative that the task is completed. Otherwise, don't even think about showing your face to me again. Now get out of my sight. The man donned in a fearsome mask of a demon spoke furiously. Yes, my lord. We shall ensure the mission is accomplished, responded the kneeling man before swiftly departing the estate. What a useless bunch. The next day, upon awakening, Xia Yu felt invigorated. Indeed, it was best not to dwell on perplexing matters, as they only serve to heighten one's troubles. Encounters should be faced when they arise. With his challenge against the water gym scheduled for the following day and no activities planned for today, Xia Yu opted to stay in rather than venture out, choosing instead to train in the hotel's training grounds. Upon reaching the training area, Xia Yu released all his Pokémon, allowing them to train autonomously according to the regimen he had devised. They could engage in battles amongst themselves, but they were not permitted to use powerful moves. Hearing Xia Yu's instructions, Shinado decided to train independently, while the more combative Pokémon sought out opponents for battle. Xia Yu observed from the sidelines, meticulously noting their habits during these self-directed skirmishes to facilitate future training. After half a day of training battles, Xia Yu called for a halt. Training must strike a balance between intensity and relaxation. He provided them with specially crafted energy cubes and nourishment before recalling all but Shinado. After a leisurely stroll around the hotel with Shinado, Xia Yu returned to his room to rest and prepare for the upcoming gym battle. The following day, Xia Yu and Shinado took a taxi to the water gym, ready to meet with his senior, Long Sinyu, to undertake the challenge together. Just minutes after his arrival, Long Sinyu appeared, and upon exchanging glances, the two of them entered the water gym together. As they stepped inside the gym, Xia Yu was awestruck by the decor and layout that epitomized the aquatic city's character. Though the water gym was not as grand as his grandfather's fire gym, its unique design exuded an undeniable charm. The battle platforms primarily featured water surfaces, as the abundance of water-type Pokémon in the city allowed for optimal performance of the battling creatures. Xia Yu and Long Sinyu found a staff member at the gym and registered for their challenge. They were informed that, due to their early arrival, they would be among the first to compete. However, the gym leader had yet to arrive, necessitating a wait of half an hour before their challenge could commence. In the meantime, Xia Yu and Long Sinyu decided to observe the trainers who had already begun battling early that morning, eager to witness the combat styles of water-type trainers. After a short while, a staff member approached them to announce that the gym leader had arrived, and they were now permitted to proceed to the gym badge challenge area. Following the staff member, the duo ventured to the innermost section of the gym. Upon entering the battle zone, they spotted the water gym leader, Shui Lingwei, leisurely sipping her morning tea. Xia Yu had researched this gym leader prior to their meeting and was aware that, while her strength was not quite on par with his grandfather's, She was nonetheless formidable and notably young, just over 30, a true prodigy destined for greatness. Noticing the two challengers' arrival, Shui Lingwei set her tea aside and approached them. Ah, challenging so early in the morning, such vigor from the youth. Her voice was soft yet inviting. My apologies, Leader Shui. This is my first gym badge challenge, and I was a bit anxious, so I arrived early, Xia Yu humbly explained. Not a problem at all. I rather enjoy battling with young talents. It allows me to experience the essence of youth, Shui Lingwei replied with a warm smile. You must be Xia Yu. Preparing for the beginner gym badge challenge. Are you ready? Who will challenge first? Exchanging glances with Long Xinyu, she stepped forward. I shall go first. My name is Long Xinyu. I am here for the intermediate gym badge challenge, and I hope to receive your guidance. Leader Shui, please, do not hold back. Her confidence radiated, a testament to her lineage as the niece of a dragon-type champion. Ah, a member of the Long family? It seems we have a true talent here. Shui Lingwei mused to herself. Rest assured, young lady, I have never been one to go easy on my opponents. I always give my all. Shui Lingwei declared with a gentle, yet resolute tone. The two stood on opposite sides of the battle platform, which featured a terrain split equally between land and water, a fitting homage to the aquatic city. The intermediate gym badge challenge adhered to a 3vs3 battle format, wherein the gym leader could not switch Pokémon mid-battle, while challengers were allowed one switch. Both sides released their first Pokémon. Xia Yu sent forth the Qixi Qingyao, while Long Xinyu unleashed the Wenxiang Yongshi. Name, Qixi Qingyao level, 51, professional, gender, female type, dragon. Flying ability, natural recovery, heals status conditions upon returning to the team, held item, dragon fawn qualification, gym level moves, call, white mist, peck, pluck, charming voice, fury attack, round. Dragon breath, mysterious guard, sing, cotton guard, body slam, moonlight, last resort, protect, dragon pulse, acrobatics, dragon return, dragon claw, dragon dance, brave bird. Name, Wenxiang Yongshi level, 52, professional, gender, male type, water, fighting ability, water absorb, heals when hit by water type moves, held item, leftovers qualification, gym level moves, slap, heavy slam, body slam, water gun, hydro pump, bubble beam, abyss roll, mind's eye, belly drum, dynamic punch, rain dance, mud shot, protect, ice punch, brick break, body slam, close combat. Observing the stats of the two Pokémon, Xia Yu marveled at the caliber of the gym challenge, as they were both professional level Pokémon. Although Qixi Qingyao bore no resemblance to a dragon, she was indeed a dragon type and had been trained exceptionally well, a true testament to her lineage. As the battle commenced, with a whistle from the referee, Rotom, Qixi Qingyao soared into the air, poised to kite Wenxiang Yongshi. In response, Wenxiang Yongshi unleashed Rain Dance, altering the weather to bolster its combat capabilities. Subsequently, it expelled a water gun towards Qixi Qingyao, who effortlessly evaded the attack and countered with a charming voice directed at Wenxiang Yongshi. Struck by the charming voice, Wenxiang Yongshi became entranced, allowing Qixi Qingyao to capitalize on the moment and charged with a brave bird, intent on finishing the match swiftly. However, at a crucial juncture, Wenxiang Yongshi regained its senses and, realizing it could not evade, employed Protect to shield itself from Qixi Qingyao's assault. At Shui Lingwei's command, Wenxiang Yongshi countered with close combat, catching Qixi Qingyao off guard due to its proximity, thus inflicting significant damage. Long Xinyu instructed Qixi Qingyao to distance itself from Wenxiang Yongshi, opting for aerial ranged attacks to wear down its opponent. Ultimately, Qixi Qingyao delivered a moonlight attack that defeated Wenxiang Yongshi. Quite impressive, young lady. Now that you've taken the lead, it is imperative to maintain your composure, Shui Lingwei remarked with a gentle smile, as she praised Long Xinyu while retrieving her mosquito aroma swimmer. In a swift motion, she unleashed another Pokémon, Mewtwo, the renowned dragon slayer, an entity undefeated amongst the dragon kin. Name, Mewtwo level, 55, professional, gender, female type, water. Fairy ability, strongman, physical attacks double in power, item held, precision headband qualities, near champion tier moves, tackle, assist, tail whip, water gun, rollout, round, bubble beam, charm, slam, bounce. Water tail, play rough, water ring, rain dance, hydro pump, body slam, bulk up, sing, dragon claw, water pulse, misty terrain. Observing this formidable Mewtwo, Xia Yu couldn't help but mourn for Long Xinyu for a moment. How could one possibly contend with such a powerhouse? Even her near-godly Dragonite seemed uncertain of overcoming this dragon slayer. Faced with the fierce Mewtwo, the already wounded Qixi Qingyao couldn't withstand the onslaught for more than 2 rounds before succumbing to defeat. Long Sinew sighed, taken aback by the formidable opponent she encountered today. However, she refused to concede easily and summoned her ace, Dragonite. Although Dragonite's level surpassed that of Mariller, the latter's type advantage against Dragon-type Pokémon afforded it a higher likelihood of victory. The two Pokémon engaged in a frenzied battle within the arena, with Dragonite utilizing its remarkable speed to kite Mariller while unleashing various attacks. Mariller, on the other hand, deftly evaded Dragonite's strikes while seeking an opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. The duel raged on, culminating in a clash between Dragonite's outrage and Mariller's body slam, creating a substantial crater in the arena. Ultimately, both Pokémon collapsed, resulting in a 1-for-1 exchange. Long Sinew exhaled in relief. Securing a trade was sufficient, for otherwise, her next Pokémon would have been rendered unnecessary, a mere gift. Shui Lingwei was momentarily taken aback by the exchange, but quickly regained her composure, her eyes now brimming with admiration. Truly, no member of the Long family was to be underestimated. Both trainers summoned their final Pokémon, a Noivern and a White Sea Lion. Name: Noivern level, 52, professional, gender, male type, flying. Dragon ability, Frisk, can bypass the opponent's barriers or substitutes to attack. Item held, life orb qualities. Near champion tier moves, Tailwind, Moonlight, Tackle, Absorb, Sonic Boom, Shadow Clone. Wing attack, Bite, Air Slash, Whirlwind, Rage, Air Cutter, Screech, Feather Dance, Roost, Dragon Dance, Dragon Pulse, Dragon Claw, Acrobatics, Dragon Rush. Name: White Sea Lion level, 51, professional, gender, female type, water. Ice ability, Thick Fat, reduces damage from fire and ice type moves by half due to its thick layer of fat. Item held, leftovers qualities. Gym tier moves, Headbutt, Roar. Icy Wind, Encore, Ice Shard, Sleep, Water Ring, Aurora Beam, Water Gun, Dive, Water Tail, Avalanche, Blizzard, Protect, Rain Dance. It appeared that Mariller was indeed the strongest Pokémon in Shui Lingwei's Intermediate Gym Challenge. Facing the aerial acrobatics of Noivern, the White Sea Lion seemed ill-equipped to secure victory. Xia Yu mused. As anticipated, the outcome unfolded as Xia Yu had predicted. Against the agile Noivern, which soared through the air with ease, the White Sea Lion found itself utterly powerless. After enduring several ranged attacks from Noivern, it ultimately succumbed to defeat. Long Sinew triumphed in her challenge, receiving an intermediate gym badge adorned with the emblem of the water gym from Shui Lingwei. Shui Lingwei expressed her utmost satisfaction with Long Sinew's performance, showering her with praise and a gentle pat on the shoulder, declaring her to be the future of Huagua. Flushed with embarrassment from the accolades, Long Sinew felt a tinge of shyness. Observing her blush, Shui Lingwei smiled warmly, ceasing her teasing, and turned her gaze to Xia Yu, saying, "Now it is your turn. Xia Yu, I hope you perform with equal excellence. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you," Xia Yu confidently replied, and Shui Lingwei nodded in approval, appreciating the youthful confidence displayed. As both trainers took their positions on opposite sides of the battlefield, the arena transformed into a terrain divided between rocky outcrops and aquatic expanses. Given that this was a novice gym badge challenge, they could opt for either a 1v1 or 2v2 match. Xia Yu, valuing the opportunity for additional battle experience, chose the latter. Shui Lingwei initiated the contest by sending forth a Starmie. Name: Starmie level, 41, elite, gender, genderless type, water. Psychic ability, Natural Cure, heals status conditions upon returning to the party. Item held, none qualities. Gym tier moves, Tackle, Water Gun, Hydro Pump, Surf, Confuse Ray, Psychic, Recover, Harden. Miniaturize, Rapid Spin, Protect, Ice Beam, Psycho Cut, Switcheroo. With confidence in his Greninja's capabilities, Xia Yu released his Pokémon, believing it could triumph over the Starmie. Chapter 42, Victory and Heartfelt Emotions. The two Pokémon faced each other across the arena. With a command from the referee, Rotom, the battle commenced. Xia Yu instructed Greninja to utilize Quick Attack to close the distance to Starmie, while the latter retaliated with Water Gun. Greninja effortlessly dodged the incoming Water Gun, and seeing it was ineffective, Shui Lingwei ordered Starmie to employ Psychic to impede Greninja's advance. An invisible force surged towards Greninja, but Xia Yu deftly countered by having Greninja use Substitute to evade the attack, subsequently launching a Night Slash at Starmie. Unable to evade, Starmie was struck mightily, collapsing onto the ground. Xia Yu directed Greninja to unleash a Dark Pulse to finish off Starmie, but the latter managed to recover just in time, erecting a light screen to mitigate the impending strike. Following this, Starmie attempted to employ Confuse Ray, yet Greninja's remarkable speed allowed it to easily evade the assault. Xia Yu commanded Greninja to execute a Shadow Sneak, successfully landing a hit on Starmie, and concluded with a close-range Night Slash, leading to its defeat. As Starmie lay motionless, revealing swirling eyes, Xia Yu jubilantly praised Greninja, elite level, and yet you've proven your strength, truly remarkable. Shui Lingwei, witnessing Starmie's downfall, also commended Xia Yu generously. She then released her final Pokémon, a powerful Feraligatr. Name, Feraligatr level, 46, elite, gender, male type, water ability, torrent, boosts the power of water-type moves when health is low, item held, Mystic Water. Moves, grab, glare, water gun. Bite, frightening face, ice fong, frenzy, crunch, split, ear-piercing sound, guard, dragon claw, fake cry, dig, water cannon, rain dance. Observing the formidable Gyarados of a higher level, Xia Yu withdrew his Greninja and summoned his long-unseen Sharpedo to the battlefield. Name, Sharpedo level, 45, elite, gender, male type, dragon. Ground ability, Sand Veil qualification, master level held item, Dragon Fong, Milotic scale moves, slightly varied. Introduction, a fortunate Pokémon blessed by the first-tier deity Milotic. Its growth rate has significantly accelerated until it assimilates Milotic scales, inheriting some of its moves. As the only Pokémon in Xia Yu's team to reach master level qualification, Sharpedo's potential is formidable, and its recent training has yielded remarkable progress. It is time to showcase its prowess. Upon seeing Xia Yu's Sharpedo, Shui Lingwei regarded him with newfound respect, realizing she had underestimated him. Nevertheless, Shui Lingwei remained undaunted. Knowing that only through evolving into its final form could her Gyarados unleash its utmost combat strength. For now, it still held its own in battle. The two colossal Pokémon positioned themselves on either side, signaling that this would likely be a close-quarters confrontation. With the referee's command, the battle commenced. Gyarados charged directly at Sharpedo, poised to execute Dragon Claw for the melee assault. In response, Xia Yu instructed Sharpedo to unleash Sand Tomb, ensnaring Gyarados within its confines, before following up with Dragon Breath for a close-range strike. Noticing her Gyarados was trapped, Shui Lingwei commanded it to dig its way to safety. This played into Xia Yu's strategy perfectly. He directed Sharpedo to use Earthquake, leaving Gyarados with no escape. Sharpedo's Earthquake inflicted significant damage on Gyarados, forcing it out of the ground. Once emerged, Gyarados retaliated with Water Cannon, but Xia Yu countered by having Sharpedo use Split, cleaving the Water Cannon in two. Observing this, Shui Lingwei ordered Gyarados to unleash ear-piercing sound, which caught Sharpedo off guard, causing a momentary daze. Seizing the opportunity, Shui Lingwei commanded Gyarados to charge forward with Ice Fong. But Sharpedo's resistance proved formidable, allowing it to quickly regain composure. As Gyarados lunged toward it, Sharpedo executed a body slam, colliding with Gyarados. The impact caused damage to both. Yet Sharpedo's condition remained noticeably superior, and it swiftly followed up with a close-range Dragon Pulse that sent Gyarados crashing to the ground, revealing its dazed state. Xia Yu emerged victorious at last. Filled with joy, he ran over to Sharpedo, embracing it, exclaiming how well it performed, and promised a special meal tonight. On the other side, Shui Lingwei recalled Gyarados and approached Xia Yu, presenting him with the Junior Gym badge. Congratulations, Xia Yu. At such a young age, you possess remarkable strength. Your future is boundless, she praised, to which Xia Yu graciously accepted, playfully remarking on his thick skin and inviting further compliments. Meanwhile, Long Sinyu, who had been watching the match, approached to congratulate him as well. Shui Lingwei observed their interaction, alternating her gaze between Xia Yu and Long Sinyu, eventually breaking into a knowing smile, reflecting on the joys of youth. Xia Yu, puzzled by Shui Lingwei's peculiar look, remained oblivious, while Long Sinyu blushed slightly, lost in her thoughts. With the challenge complete, Xia Yu and Long Sinyu bid farewell to Shui Lingwei, preparing to leave the water gym. Exiting the gym, they realized it was already noon and decided to have lunch together before heading to the Pokémon Breeding Center in the afternoon to select their Pokémon. During lunch, Xia Yu and Long Sinyu continued their conversation. Xia Yu learned that Long Sinyu intended to return to the Imperial University after selecting her Pokémon egg, which stirred an inexplicable sense of melancholy within him. Oh no, it seemed this girl had somehow unsettled his heart, Xia Yu mused silently. Through their interactions over the past few days, he recognized that he had developed a slight interest in her, perhaps a sign of youthful infatuation. Shaking his head, he reminded himself that now was not the time for such thoughts. Ever since he learned about Team Rocket's activities the previous night, A sense of unease had settled in his heart. If Team Rocket truly succeeded in creating Mewtwo, relying on Milotic alone would not guarantee victory against them. This looming sense of crisis compelled Xia Yu to focus on enhancing his strength, aspiring to become the strongest trainer. As for love, Xia Yu decided to set it aside for the moment, prioritizing self-improvement over romantic pursuits. After all, young people ought to strive for their careers first. Love was merely a seasoning along the journey. Yet, if fate truly beckoned, Xia Yu would welcome it with open arms, embracing whatever came his way. Chapter 43. Selecting Pokémon Eggs and Farewells. After their meal, the two took a taxi to the Water City Pokémon Breeding Center. Upon entering, they approached the staff, presenting the collection voucher given to them by the competition official. After verification, the staff led them to the hatching room, where this year's latest batch of Pokémon eggs awaited. Swiping their card to enter the hatching room, they were greeted by rows of Pokémon eggs, each varying in color, pattern, and size, roughly around 1,000 in total. Categorized by their respective types, Long Sinyu headed straight for the Dragon-type Pokémon eggs, as her ambition was to become a Dragon Master, making them her top priority. Xia Yu found himself at a loss for choice and followed her to the Dragon Egg section for a closer look. There were only 20 Dragon-type eggs, indicating their rarity. Long Sinyu's method for sensing the eggs was straightforward. She utilized her Dragon Tamer's power to resonate with the Dragon-type eggs. The one that produced the strongest resonance would be her choice. A simple yet effective approach, rivaling Xia Yu's own true vision. Systematically, she sensed each egg, and nearly all of them resonated with her, albeit to varying degrees. Xia Yu silently criticized the ability as overpowered, completely oblivious to his own advantages as a trainer with system assistance. After a while, she completed her selection, choosing the egg that resonated most strongly with her. Xia Yu also cast his gaze upon that egg. Name: Ink Seahorse level, 0 gender, male type, water ability, swift swim, in rainy weather, speed increases. Held item: none qualification, near champion moves, glare, water gun, dragon tail, ice beam. It turned out to be the egg of a Pokemon that would ultimately evolve into a water dragon type Seadra, explaining its placement here. Moreover, it was the strongest in terms of qualification among the lot, indeed an excellent choice. After congratulating Long Sinyu on her successful selection, Xia Yu began his own search. Currently, he had no specific Pokemon in mind, so he would have to examine each egg one by one. After perusing the various Pokemon eggs, excluding those of the water type, Xia Yu's gaze shifted towards the water attribute section, which occupied approximately 2/3 of the display. It was indeed a testament to the prowess of the Pokémon Breeding Center in Water City. After spending nearly 2 hours examining all the eggs, Xia Yu felt utterly exhausted. Regrettably, none of the eggs possessed qualifications exceeding that of the champion level, leaving him with a tinge of disappointment. Ultimately, he chose a quasi-champion level Poplio egg, which was the finest among the selection available. Name: Poplio level, 0 gender, female type, water ability, torrent, increases the power of water-type moves when health is low. Held item: none qualification, quasi-champion moves, pound, growl, charm, magical shine. This Poplio indeed showcased impressive potential, having inherited 2 powerful fairy-type moves. However, this was not the primary reason for Xia Yu's selection. Most importantly, he envisioned that its final evolution into Primarina would possess considerable aesthetic appeal, and he believed his younger sister, Xiaotong, would surely adore this charming and beautiful Pokemon. Indeed, Xia Yu's selection was primarily intended for her, and in the absence of a Pokemon that precisely met his criteria, he settled for this alternative. Furthermore, having recently captured a Greninja, he felt no pressing need for additional water-type Pokemon, though he would have welcomed a Gyarados with open arms had one appeared. After finalizing his selection, the two of them handed over the Pokemon egg to the staff for registration before departing the breeding center. As they strolled outside, the moment of parting had finally arrived. Xia Yu, you must come to the Imperial Capital University, Long Sinyu exclaimed, suppressing her feelings of reluctance and attempting to sound composed. I am eagerly looking forward to being your teammate and battling together in the school team. Xia Yu discerned that there seemed to be a hint of something more than friendship in Long Sinyu's sentiments, yet he chose not to address it, merely nodding silently in acknowledgement of her words. Subsequently, Long Sinyu hailed a taxi to the airport, while Xia Yu stood by the roadside, watching her depart. He suppressed his own feelings of wistfulness, deciding to let fate dictate the uncertain emotions burgeoning within him. Regaining his composure, Xia Yu turned towards his hotel. Upon returning, he resumed his search on his phone for the delivery service he had used previously, selecting the Pokemon egg delivery option at the highest tier. He intended to send the egg home, as he would soon embark on a journey, making a return home impractical. Prolonging the wait could result in complications with the eggs hatching. Before long, the same courier, riding a Corviknight, arrived at his door. The package he had entrusted to him previously had already reached home, and his mother had called to inform him. Pleased with the service, Xia Yu generously tipped the courier. It was indeed serendipity to encounter him again. The courier mentioned that he was a top-rated delivery worker and only serviced those who opted for the highest level of service. Clearly, Xia Yu's choice had proven wise. Opting for the more expensive option ensured quality, even if it might sometimes be a gamble. After handing over the Pokémon egg, he instructed the courier to ensure its prompt delivery. The courier signaled with an OK gesture and assured him that it would arrive the following day. After promising to leave a 5-star review, the courier departed with a flourish, embodying an air of nonchalance that left Xia Yu amused. He thought the courier had already attained a modicum of swagger, and even General MacArthur would likely agree that if this courier continued to carry himself with such flair, his future would be boundless. That evening, Xia Yu called home primarily to inform his sister about the Pokémon egg he had selected for her and that he had arranged for its delivery, reminding her to sign for it. His sister eagerly inquired about the type of Pokémon egg, but Xia Yu only teased her, stating it was a very adorable Pokémon without revealing its species, encouraging her to guess and maintaining an air of mystery, which prompted his sister to exclaim, "You're such a bad brother." Before he hung up, with a mischievous grin, Xia Yu relished in his playful torment of his sister, finding it far more enjoyable than he had anticipated. As he lay in bed, he calculated that less than 10 days remained until the Grand Festival, after which he planned to depart for his next gym challenge. He resolved not to waste the intervening days, contemplating his upcoming plans before drifting into a peaceful slumber. Utterly carefree. Chapter 44, The Grand Festival. In the following days, aside from the first two, when he explored Water City alongside his shiny Gardevoir, Xia Yu dedicated the rest of his time to battling in the Water Gym's combat zone against the trainers of Water City, primarily featuring Greninja and Metagross to enhance their battle experience and strength. The two Pokémon successfully reached level 40 just a day prior to the Grand Festival. Standing just a step away from the elite level, Xia Yu was filled with anticipation for the upcoming event. Several significant events transpired during this period, one of which involved Team Rocket's audacious ambush. Following their previous failure, Team Rocket meticulously orchestrated a surprise attack, not in Water City, but in Ice City. Located near the Ice Peak where the legendary Pokémon Articuno resided, far removed from Water City. This maneuver caught the Alliance off guard. They raided a large secret realm in Ice City, seizing numerous rare Ice-type Pokémon and Pokémon eggs. Although the Alliance responded swiftly and was able to inflict considerable damage on Team Rocket, the leader managed to escape, leaving behind only inconsequential members. This incident revealed the extent of Team Rocket's burgeoning ambitions, as they dared to brazenly raid a national secret realm. In response, the Alliance fortified defenses and communication across various regions to ensure rapid support in the event of further issues. However, these developments were of little concern to Xia Yu, as he was solely focused on experiencing the Grand Festival. The next day, rising early, Xia Yu prepared himself and rode his Sharpedo to the Water City Stadium, where the Grand Festival was to be held. He had already purchased his ticket in advance, spending a hefty sum of $5,000. Upon arrival at the stadium, he found a long queue had already formed. Hastily, he joined the line, realizing that despite his early arrival, many others had come before him. Was this the true worth of the Grand Festival? He had indeed underestimated its appeal. After waiting for half an hour, Xia Yu finally entered the venue and found his seat. As he surveyed the surroundings, he estimated that the stadium could accommodate around 50,000 spectators. With a massive stage already erected in the center, designed to adapt the terrain according to the attributes of the trainer's Pokémon for optimal performance. Xia Yu also noticed a large wall adorned with photographs of participants and their Pokémon, the majority of which featured female trainers, highlighting the rarity of male competitors in the Grand Festival. The largest photograph depicted the illustrious Luo Yi, who had won 6 consecutive Grand Festivals and was bestowed with the title of the most beautiful trainer in Huagua, a prodigy who had won championships from the outset. She had effortlessly claimed victory by the age of 25, making her the most anticipated contestant in this Grand Festival, without exception. To elucidate why Xia Yu possesses such profound knowledge, it is undoubtedly due to her sister, who is an unwavering devotee of Luo Yi. Their household is adorned with an abundance of her personal photographs, as she is her idol. Xia Yu, having been exposed to this fervor, has developed a keen understanding and is eager to experience the allure of this most beautiful trainer firsthand. In addition to the images of this stunning trainer, Xia Yu also encounters a photograph of Shui Lingwei, the esteemed leader of the water gym. It is surprising to learn that this gym leader has taken an interest in participating in the grand competition, evidently. The title of the most beautiful trainer is coveted by women of all ages. After approximately an hour and a half of anticipation, the venue is filled to capacity with spectators, all buzzing with enthusiasm and engaging in lively discussions about the competitors in this grand contest. The vibrant atmosphere invigorates Xia Yu, prompting her to eagerly join in the conversation. Soon, with the host's opening remarks, the competition officially commences. The first contestant steps onto the stage, a youthful girl who appears to have just turned 18, donned in vibrant and youthful attire, accompanied by her adorable Vulpix. Perhaps due to her initial nerves, her performance does not garner high scores from the judges. However, the audience rises in a chorus of encouragement, cheering her on and nearly bringing her to tears, a truly touching scene. Xia Yu enthusiastically applauds, reveling in the exuberance of the moment. Following her, the second and third contestants perform well, yet none shine particularly bright. Nevertheless, Xia Yu notes that they are all beautiful young ladies. And what is there to be dissatisfied with? This outing has proven worthwhile. It is more captivating than any Victoria's Secret show. The next contestant to grace the stage is a rare male participant, eliciting great anticipation from Xia Yu. As this male trainer releases his Pokémon, her eyes widen in astonishment. His name is Machoke. Level, 47, Elite. Gender, female. Type, fighting. Ability, no guard. Ensures that all moves used by both sides will hit. Item, Big Root. Qualification, Gym level. Moves, Leer, low kick, focus energy, revenge, wide guard, low sweep, knock off, fearsome face, seismic toss, dynamic punch, body slam, earthquake, guard, and close combat. Indeed, this is a female Machoke, an exceptional rarity, especially one equipped with a Big Root. Xia Yu is astounded by the sheer uniqueness of this Pokémon. The trainer showcases various bodybuilding poses with his Machoke, drawing enthusiastic cheers from the audience, indicating he has garnered a considerable fanbase. Xia Yu rubs her eyes repeatedly, fearing she might be blinded by the spectacle. The judges shower him with praise, acknowledging the rarity of having a male contestant, and award him a commendable score. Subsequently, more contestants take the stage, each showcasing an array of attire, from alluring to refreshing, enticing to elegant, leaving Xia Yu dazzled and unsure whether to admire the trainers or their Pokémon. She inwardly curses the turmoil in her heart, but continues to enjoy the show with great enthusiasm. The Pokémon presented are equally magnificent, featuring the agile Buniri, the charming Sawsbuck, the enchanting Ninetales, the striking Rapidash, the regal Superior, the formidable Dragonair, the captivating Missy, and the attention-grabbing shiny Gardevoir, among a plethora of other mesmerizing creatures. The crowd, including Xia Yu, is filled with fervor, exclaiming in excitement, their applause growing fervent. Next, Shui Lingwei, the water gym leader, takes to the stage, instantly met with a thunderous applause and cheers, a testament to her immense popularity in Water City. Today, Shui Lingwei has adorned herself exquisitely, exuding charm with her voluminous waves, slender waist, seductive black stockings, and high heels, captivating all who gaze upon her. Even Xia Yu feels a surge of respect. With graceful strides, Shui Lingwei ascends the stage, releasing her ace Pokémon, which Xia Yu observes intently. Its name is Primarina. Level, 71, champion level. Gender, female. Type, water, fairy. Ability, liquid voice, transforms all sound moves into water-type moves. Item, Mystic Water. Qualification, champion level. Moves, sparkling aria, pound, sing, water gun, disarming voice, hydro pump, round, icy wind. Play rough, aqua ring, moonblast, water pulse, protect, last resort, teeter dance, surf, rain dance, coil, water cannon, and fly. Primarina. The final evolution of the Pokémon egg Xia Yu had selected for her sister is breathtakingly beautiful. Gazing at its luxurious attributes, Xia Yu marvels at its prowess. Confirming its status as Shui Lingwei's ace Pokémon and a champion-level entity, a fitting leader of a top-tier gym. The moment Primarina appears, the crowd erupts in ecstatic cheers and applause, utterly entranced by its beauty. Shui Lingwei commands Primarina to sing, and as her enchanting voice fills the air, the audience becomes enraptured by the melody. As the song concludes, the spectators wear expressions of longing, and after a brief pause, the judges award the highest scores yet. Brimming with admiration, after several more contestants grace the stage, the final competitor, the highly anticipated six-time champion, the most beautiful trainer, Luo Yi, is set to appear. As the host concludes the introduction, Luo steps onto the stage with delicate poise. Xia Yu gazes up, her eyes transfixed. For Luo is clad in a light blue qipao that perfectly accentuates her curvaceous figure, complemented by her lustrous black hair, resembling a celestial being. With her high nose and cherry-like lips, paired with black stilettos, she is the epitome of beauty, sending the audience, regardless of age or gender, into a frenzy. The deafening applause and cheers resonate through the venue, echoing in the heavens and scattering the clouds to reveal a brilliant blue sky. Standing at the center of the stage, Luo bows gracefully to the audience before releasing her most exquisite Pokémon. A resounding cheer accompanies the emergence of the Pokeball's radiant light, revealing a stunning figure, Milotic. Acclaimed as the most beautiful Pokémon. Name, Milotic. Level, 64, Gym level. Gender, female. Type, water. Ability, Marvel Scale. Occasionally causes opponents to become infatuated when in contact. Item, Mystic Water. Qualification, Champion level. Moves, Water Pulse, Body Slam, Wrap, Water Gun, Bounce, Thrash, Disarming Voice, Hurricane, Water Flow Ring, Attract, Aqua Ring, Recover, Water Tail, Mystical Shield. Surf, Rain Dance, Coil, Water Cannon, Protect, Dragon Dance, Water Pulse, Light Screen, and Hyper Beam. With its captivating ability and the confident, graceful aura of a 6-time champion, Milotic undoubtedly captures everyone's attention at first glance. Xia Yu's mother also possesses a magnificent Milotic, which, while undeniably beautiful, pales in comparison to Luo's. It can be said that the allure of the red hue not only enhances one's appearance, but also that of their Pokémon. Luo commenced directing Milotic in a captivating performance. As the music resonated, Milotic gracefully soared through the air, executing a series of elegant movements, occasionally serenading with its enchanting voice. With its beguiling physique and mesmerizing traits, the audience was utterly spellbound, unable to divert their gaze, Xia Yu included. As the music reached its finale, it signified the conclusion of Milotic's performance. The elegant creature glided slowly to Luo's side, creating a stunning tableau of the two lovely figures nestled together, which became the piece de resistance of the grand competition. The judges, without reservation, awarded full marks, relegating Shui Lingwei, who was momentarily in the lead, to second place. Thus, Luo celebrated her remarkable achievement of 7 consecutive championships, a feat unprecedented in history. Whether a successor shall emerge to surpass her remains uncertain, but as it stands, Luo is unquestionably the queen of the grand competition. In a surprising turn, Shui Lingwei, who had been bested, applauded Luo with genuine delight, seemingly unconcerned with the outcome, simply eager to participate. Following the award ceremony, the audience dispersed in an orderly fashion, their spirits elevated as they animatedly discussed the day's spectacular events. Xia Yu joined the throng, exiting the arena, ready to return to the hotel for a meal, eager to share the day's exhilarating moments with his sister. Meanwhile, in a lounge on the opposite side of the venue, a youthful beauty sat, seemingly the same age as Xia Yu. Had he been present, he would have recognized her as Luo Bing, the belle of their school. As the door creaked open, Luo entered and joyfully embraced the girl on the sofa. Sister, you and Milotic were simply stunning today. It was worth my day off to witness your performance. Luo Bing exclaimed, nestled in her sister's embrace. Little Bing, I've told you countless times that you don't have to train so hard every day. You're already so beautiful. You could easily become a star like me. Have you considered it? Luo said, gazing tenderly at her seemingly thinner sister. Oh, sister, you know my dream. I don't wish to be a household name. I aspire to be the most powerful female trainer. All right. I understand you wish to be as formidable as one of the Elite Four, but you must take care of your health and not overexert yourself, all right? I know. I will eat well and rest. Luo Bing pouted playfully at her sister. Seeing her sister's demeanor, Luo chuckled helplessly, hoping she would heed her advice. Enough of this. To celebrate your victory and your unprecedented achievement of 7 consecutive championships, it wouldn't be too much to treat me to a lavish meal, would it? Hee. I cannot resist you. You still act like a child. Come on, let us go feast. The two sisters clasped hands and ventured out, ready for a grand meal. By the way, you mentioned over the phone that you lost to the top student in your grade. How is that going? Have you reclaimed your honor? Luo suddenly inquired. Not yet. We've agreed to settle it in the high school league. I am certain I will win, Luo Bing replied confidently. Wow. I didn't realize you were so invested. Tell me, is there something more there? Is he handsome? He is, but hey, what are you doing, sister? If you keep this up, I won't talk to you anymore. We're just classmates. I don't know him well. I merely lost to appear in a Pokemon battle for the first time and am not satisfied. I don't have the thoughts you're suggesting. Luo Bing retorted, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Ha ha ha. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Are you confident you can defeat him? Do you want me to help you get your revenge? After all, I am quite the prodigy. No, I want to defeat him on my own. If I can't even surpass him, how can I become the strongest female trainer? Luo Bing firmly asserted, resolute in her conviction. She had learned from her teacher that Xia Yu had embarked on a journey to challenge gym badges a month prior, but she had made significant progress in that time. She was preparing to apply for leave to embark on her own quest for badges. Remembering how Xia Yu had bested her, the fire of determination blazed within her. She, Luo Bing, the favored daughter of destiny, would undoubtedly triumph over the formidable Xia Yu. If Xia Yu were to overhear this youthful declaration, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "Oh young maiden, you've chosen the wrong opponent. It's not so simple to triumph over me. My adversaries are legendary." After their meal, the sisters indulged in a shopping spree, taking advantage of their rare day off to savor the vibrant nightlife of Water City. Meanwhile, Xia Yu lay in his hotel room, on the phone with his sister, regaling her with tales of the grand competition, his exuberance causing her to feel a pang of envy. Why must she attend classes while he enjoyed the spectacle of idols and the grand contest? It hardly seemed fair. She, Xia Mewtwo, yearned to witness the grand competition and to see her idol. Their mother, however, tempered her enthusiasm, stating that the grand competition had concluded, and if she wished to attend, she would have to wait for the next one. Accept this reality. Upon hearing this, Xia Mewtwo burst into tears, feeling despondent. Why must it be this way? Ultimately, it was only through Xia Yu's assurances that she ceased her tears. Xia Yu wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing he had to keep his promise to take his sister to the next grand competition for an up-close experience with her idol. After ending the call, Xia Yu lay on his bed, contemplating his forthcoming itinerary. A month had passed since departing from the Evergreen Forest to attend the grand competition in Water City, and he had completed all his objectives. It was time to move on. He planned to head east from Water City to Qianyang City, where a bug-type gym awaited him. He had heard that the gym leader was a renowned bug-catching expert, and he was eager to witness this for himself. Having mapped out his next steps, Xia Yu opened his system panel to review his recent accomplishments. Host, Xia Yu. Talent, Advanced Evergreen Power, Intermediate Wave Guidance. Pokemon, Charizard, Shiny, Boscafalon, Miltank, First Class Divine, Gardevoir, Sharpedo. Tyranitar, Shiny Metagross, Heracross, Greninja. Items, Luxury Balls X7, Treasure Compass, Permanent Move Tutor, Protect, Lizard King Mega Stone, Mega Scyther Stone, Premium Firestone X2, Ditto Mask, Gigantamax Ring. Z-Ring, Wishing Star, Dragon Z Crystal, Permanent Move Tutor, Shadow Ball. Universal Medicine, Fire Z Crystal Shard, Fire, Master Ball, Permanent Move Tutor, Dragon Pulse, Ghost Z Crystal. Ultimate Ball, Random Secret Realm Summon Card, Infinite Flute. Shop Currency, 4,100. Total Draws, 901,000. Gazing at the accumulated 90 draws in his pool, Xia Yu's compulsive tendencies kicked in as he sought to reach 100 draws. Without hesitation, he declared, System, initiate a 10-draw. Ding. Host has accumulated 100 draws, triggering a critical reward. Congratulations, host, you have received Advanced Rare Candy X7, Random Mythical Pokemon Search Card, Super Special Attack Enhancer X2, accumulating a total of 100,1000. Xia Yu found himself bewildered by the series of auditory prompts emitted by the system. Terms such as Jackpot Draw, Mythical Beast Search Card, and Super Enhancer were entirely foreign to him. How many more secrets did the system conceal? These were hidden benefits of the system, accessible only upon triggering specific concealed conditions, unattainable through ordinary draws or the system store. The jackpot draw would manifest during the host's 10th, 100th, 500th, and 1000th draws. The Mythical Beast Search Card, when employed, would randomly reveal the current habitat of a mythical beast with authority, allowing the host to attempt its capture. The Super Enhancer permanently elevates a Pokemon's respective base stats by 10 points. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Xia Yu's astonished expression gradually subsided. He glanced at the items he had drawn, nodding in satisfaction. After all, the rewards following a jackpot were indeed quite enticing. He planned to utilize the Mythical Beast Search Card once he obtained 4 gym badges and had some leisure time to pursue the trail of mythical beasts. As for the distribution of the rare candies, Xia Yu pondered carefully and decided to allocate them all to Charizard. It seemed wasteful to use them on any Pokemon other than Charizard, especially since Charizard, with the aid of the Milotic Dragon Scale and the exquisite Firestone, had already reached level 64 within a month. Consuming these 7 candies would allow him to ascend to the elite tier, thereby granting Xia Yu a high-end combat capability without the need to rely solely on Milotic in every confrontation. Additionally, he allocated 2 bottles of super special attack enhancers to Charizard, boosting its special attack base stat by 20 points, resulting in a total base stat of 578. With a special attack of 131, Charizard would transform into a veritable mobile artillery piece, and upon Mega evolving into Mega Y, the spectacle would be nothing short of astonishing. Imagining the future dominance of Charizard, Xia Yu felt overjoyed. Having invested so many resources into its development, he would ensure it fought valiantly. With all his plans in place, Xia Yu drifted into a dream filled with endless possibilities for the future. The next day, Xia Yu awoke early, organized his belongings, had breakfast, checked out of the hotel, and stepped outside. He first returned the Sharpedo he had previously rented at the designated shop, where the creature displayed a reluctant demeanor upon parting. For the past half-month, it had enjoyed a life of luxury and abundance alongside Xia Yu, a lifestyle it had never experienced before. It was loath to leave him. "Take me with you, I beg you." Unfortunately, Xia Yu remained oblivious to Sharpedo's sentiments, merely offering it a specially crafted energy cube as a farewell gesture. "I'm so heartbroken." Chapter 47. Arrival at Xianyang City and registration for the bug-catching contest. After leaving the shop, Xia Yu planned to take the high-speed train directly to Xianyang City. Having checked the morning news, he learned that the annual bug-catching contest was about to commence, and he was eager to participate. After hailing a taxi to the train station, he purchased his ticket and boarded the train, settling into his window seat. The journey from Water City to Xianyang City would take approximately 3 hours, a relatively swift passage. A few minutes later, a student-like boy sat beside him, exuding a friendly demeanor and initiating conversation with Xia Yu, showcasing his extroverted nature. Through their dialogue, Xia Yu discovered that this amiable individual was named Chen Shuai, a senior student from Water City No. 2 High School, also on a quest to challenge gym badges. Having already secured a level 2 gym badge from Water City, he was now headed to Xianyang City to challenge another gym and participate in the bug-catching contest, sharing the same goal as Xia Yu, a serendipitous coincidence. Recognizing their mutual objectives, they decided to team up upon arrival in Xianyang City. After an hour of conversation, both fell asleep, only to awaken as the train arrived at its destination. Exiting the train station around noon, they resolved to find a restaurant for lunch. Following the street, they stumbled upon a local eatery and decided to sample the regional specialties. During their meal, the restaurant's television broadcast the registration times and start times for the bug-catching contest, indicating that registration would close by 5 p.m. that afternoon, as the competition was set to commence the following day. Hastily finishing their meal, they took a taxi to the bug gym, the designated registration location, hosted by the gym leader. After registering, they sighed in relief, having narrowly avoided missing the deadline. Once registered, they leisurely perused the details of the contest, becoming acquainted with the rules and rewards. The contest rules stipulated that over a period of 3 days, participants would be ranked based on the quantity and quality of bug-type Pokémon they captured. A novice Pokémon would earn 1 point, an intermediate 10 points, a mid-tier 20 points, an advanced 50 points, and an elite 200 points. The rewards were plentiful. The top 10 participants would receive 2 weeks of personal training from the bug gym leader. Third place would earn a reward of 200,000, second place 500,000 plus a Pokémon item, and first place would receive 1,000,000 and a meticulously raised bug-type Pokémon from the gym. Such bountiful rewards drew many aspiring bug catchers to compete each year, as the gym leader was renowned across the nation for his prowess and prestige in bug catching. After familiarizing themselves with the contest rules, the two friends departed the gym, returning to their pre-booked hotels, agreeing to meet the next morning outside the secret realm to participate in the contest. Early the following day, Xia Yu rose, prepared all necessary items, and exited the hotel, taking a taxi to the secret realm to meet Chen Shuai. Upon arrival, Xia Yu found Chen Shuai already waiting, waving to him as they gathered together. By this time, numerous participants had already arrived, with less than an hour remaining before the contest began. Contestants continued to register, and after an hour, the total exceeded 1,000, primarily young individuals. Fortunately, the secret realm provided ample space. Otherwise, it would have been quite cramped. The bug gym leader, Xiao Ran, also arrived at the contest site, as he was both the organizer and judge of the event. He instructed participants to collect 20 competition-specific Pokeballs at the entrance of the secret realm, emphasizing that the contest required individual participation without collaboration. Any violations would result in disqualification. Should participants require additional Pokeballs, they could return to the entrance for replenishment. Upon hearing Xiao Ran outline the contest rules, Xia Yu and Chen Shuai exchanged glances, both displaying expressions of regret. They had initially intended to team up, but it seemed that would no longer be possible. As participants began entering the secret realm one by one, Xia Yu and Chen Shuai also made their way inside. After a brief sensation of spinning, they emerged within the secret realm, exchanging greetings before proceeding in opposite directions. Xia Yu headed toward a vast forest, pulling out his treasure compass and setting it to locate Pokémon, allowing him to directly identify the locations of powerful Pokémon. Having committed to the contest, Xia Yu planned to prioritize capturing several elite bug-type Pokémon for a quality over quantity victory. Advancing toward the brightest point on the compass, Xia Yu unleashed his Steel-type Pokémon. In this competition, he intended to have only the Steel-type and his Greninja engage in battle, as both Pokémon stood on the precipice of breaking through to the elite level. Merely awaiting the right opportunity, he planned to facilitate their ascension within this bug-type secret realm. On his journey toward the Pokémon indicated on the compass, Xia Yu encountered numerous bug types attempting to thwart his progress. Most were at the beginner to intermediate stages, which held little interest for him. He swiftly defeated them and moved on, as he sought only higher-tier Pokémon. Before long, he arrived at the dwelling of the targeted Pokémon, a mighty tree so thick that it would require at least 10 people to encircle it. Xia Yu gazed upward at the cobwebs, where a threatening Ariados emitted a series of menacing sounds, accompanied by a few smaller Ariados, indicating the presence of a small colony. Name, Ariados level, 44, elite, gender, male type, bug. Poison ability, Bug's Anticipation, increases the power of bug-type moves when HP is low. Item, intermediate leaf stone qualification, elite moves, Poison Sting, Absorb, String Shot, Focus Energy, Bug Bite. Toxic Spikes, Bind, Scary Face, Nightshade, Fury Swipes, Ambush, Quick Attack, Pin Missile, Psychic. The level 44 Ariados was a fitting opponent for the Steel-type to measure its strength against. The Steel-type, immune to poison, should have little trouble in this confrontation. As for the 2 higher-tier and 3 intermediate Ariados nearby, they were best left to Greninja. Xia Yu released Greninja to deal with the 5 weaker Ariados, then commanded his Steel-type to launch a psychic attack against the leading Ariados. The Ariados, taken aback by Xia Yu's decisiveness, had only intended to issue threats, yet found itself under immediate assault, a true breach of martial decorum. Chapter 48, Battle and Conclusion. Struck by the psychic attack, the Ariados plummeted from its web, its eyes ablaze with fury as it retaliated with Poison Sting. However, the attack proved ineffective against the Steel-type, leaving the Ariados in a state of disbelief as its once reliable move failed to inflict any damage. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Yu commanded his Steel-type to unleash a Hyper Beam, a concentrated blast of energy hurtling toward the Ariados. With a resounding explosion, the Ariados was struck, the smoke clearing to reveal its precarious state, having sustained significant damage from the attack. Ultimately, the Steel-type finished the battle with a well-placed Psystrike, securing the Ariados. In that moment, the Steel-type's power began to coalesce, resulting in its breakthrough to the elite level. Meanwhile, Greninja, utilizing its formidable strength and speed, easily dispatched the 5 weaker Ariados, though they lacked the necessary prowess to achieve an elite evolution. Observing the newly evolved Steel-type, Xia Yu affectionately patted its head and rewarded both it and Greninja with energy cubes as a token of celebration. He then produced a competition-specific Pokeball, capturing the 2 higher-tier and 1 elite Ariados, effortlessly amassing 300 points, a splendid start. After relocating the remaining 3 Ariados to a secure area, he departed, resuming his quest for the next target. Pressing further into the depths of the realm, Xia Yu noted the absence of any brighter lights on the compass, indicating no stronger Pokémon in the vicinity. He resolved to change direction in search of new prospects. Meanwhile, Chen Shu faced a precarious situation. Though he had fortuitously located an elite Beedrill, he was now pursued by a swarm, fleeing for his life. The landscape bore the scars of his frantic escape, with other bug-catching youths caught in the crossfire, hurling accusations of his ill-fated misadventures that had provoked the relentless Beedrill. In contrast, Xia Yu encountered several bug-catching youths, nodding in acknowledgement before resuming his pursuit of prey. Soon, a new bright point appeared on his compass, prompting him to swiftly alter his course toward it. Within a grove, he soon discovered a lone Scyther, seemingly poised to capture its own prey. Xia Yu observed the Scyther with keen interest. Name, Scyther level, 43, Elite, Gender, Male type, Bug. Flying ability, Technician, boosts the power of weaker moves. Item, None qualification, Professional moves, Leer, Quick attack, Dual wing beat, Cut, Wing attack, Shadow clone, Double hit, Slash, Focus energy. Quick attack, Air slash, X scissor. Seeing the Scyther's stats, Xia Yu surmised that this was indeed the source of the bright light on his compass. He decided to have Greninja battle it, hoping to leverage the encounter for a potential breakthrough to the elite level. As the Scyther finished its hunt and prepared to depart, Xia Yu and Greninja emerged from the trees. The sudden appearance of the duo prompted the Scyther to adopt a defensive stance, its gaze brimming with aggression. Recognizing Greninja's fighting spirit, the Scyther charged forward, employing Quick attack. In response, Xia Yu commanded Greninja to do the same, feigning a close-quarters combat approach. In the moment of proximity, Greninja executed a surprise attack, striking the Scyther with a well-timed Night Slash. The unsuspecting Scyther, believing it was merely engaging in a straightforward battle, was caught off guard and sent reeling from the impact. Though the Scyther had sustained considerable damage from the close-range assault, it remained undeterred, maintaining its fighting spirit. It then utilized Shadow Clone to confound Greninja, following up with a X-Scissor strike. Both Xia Yu and Greninja fell victim to the Scyther's ruse, suffering the consequences of the deception. Recognizing the effectiveness of its tactic, the Scyther prepared to execute the same strategy once more. But Xia Yu was determined not to allow it to succeed. As the Scyther charged forward with its Shadow Clone, Xia Yu instructed Greninja to use Substitute to evade the incoming attack, subsequently employing Shadow Sneak, followed by a Dark Pulse, which sent the Scyther crashing to the ground. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, Xia Yu commanded Greninja to fire a water gun, decisively defeating the Scyther. With the victory secured, Greninja successfully achieved its breakthrough to the elite level. Xia Yu captured the Scyther in a Pokeball, adding another 200 points to his tally, a splendid twofold gain. As twilight approached, Xia Yu resolved to rest nearby, setting up camp in a clearing, releasing his Pokémon for a communal dinner. After sharing a meal, he retired for the night, entrusting Charizard with the watch. The following morning, Xia Yu organized his belongings, preparing to continue his quest for Pokémon. Thus, 2 days elapsed, and Xia Yu, laden with bountiful spoils, made his way to the entrance of the secret realm as the competition drew to a close, ready to return and tally his points. In the past 3 days, Xia Yu relied on his compass to capture a total of 8 elite-level Pokémon and 12 advanced level ones, perfectly filling the 20 dedicated Pokeballs he had been issued. He amassed a noteworthy total of 200 points, leaving him quite satisfied with his achievements, though he wondered if any higher-ranking competitors might emerge. Upon arriving at the entrance to the secret realm, he noticed that many participants had already returned, engaging in light-hearted banter as they awaited the conclusion of the competition. Xia Yu scanned the area but did not spot Chen Shuai, leaving him curious about his friend's whereabouts. An hour later, Chen Shuai returned, with only half an hour remaining until the competition's end. Upon seeing Xia Yu, he immediately began to lament, recounting the harrowing tale of his day-long flight from a swarm of Beedrills. He had been pursued relentlessly, and it was only by jumping into a nearby river that he managed to evade them. Otherwise, the chase could have continued indefinitely. Xia Yu inquired about the egregious act that had provoked such a relentless pursuit from the Beedrills. Chen Shuai hesitated before revealing that he initially had no idea why the Beedrills had attacked him. However, during his frantic escape, he concocted what he believed to be a plausible explanation. It was likely due to an unfortunate flatulence incident. While traversing the jungle in search of Pokémon, he had inadvertently released a loud fart near a patch of flowers, where the Beedrills were busy extracting nectar. They must have interpreted his flatulence as a provocation. Consequently, this led to a full-scale assault by the swarm. Chen Shuai considered himself particularly unfortunate to have encountered such a bizarre predicament. Upon hearing Chen Shuai's explanation, Xia Yu erupted into laughter, mercilessly mocking him, which made Chen Shuai wish to retaliate. Due to this misadventure, Chen Shuai's performance suffered. He captured only 2 elite-level Pokémon, 6 advanced-level ones, and 12 intermediate ones, totaling 940 points. He felt disheartened at the prospect of missing the top 10 rankings. Xia Yu, uncertain of the significance of this score, offered him words of consolation. Soon, the half-hour mark passed, and the competition officially concluded. Staff from the Bug Gym instructed the participants to form an orderly line to return their Pokeballs and prepare for score tabulations. Xia Yu and Chen Shuai joined the queue, observing as the participants ahead submitted their issued Pokeballs. The staff released the Pokemon within, assessing their energy signatures to determine their levels and calculate points. The initial competitors had not captured any elite-level Pokémon, mostly presenting advanced and intermediate ones, resulting in modest point totals. Gradually, however, participants who had captured elite-level Pokémon began to emerge, though they remained a rarity. Observing this, Xia Yu entertained the possibility that Chen Shuai might still have a chance to enter the top 10. As the evaluations continued, the highest-ranking competitor had already amassed 300 points, with one participant managing to capture 80 Pokémon, yielding a total of 200 points and securing third place. This was a player of unorthodox methods, capturing anything and everything regardless of their levels, leaving Xia Yu astonished. It was a revelation of how diverse strategies could yield success. When it was their turn, Xia Yu handed over his 20 Pokeballs for inspection. The results quickly drew gasps from onlookers. Who would have thought Xia Yu had achieved such formidable prowess? Capturing not a single Pokemon below the advanced level, and boasting 8 elite-level Pokemon? Others had struggled mightily to locate even one elite Pokemon, let alone capture them. Underscoring Xia Yu's exceptional skill, his 200 points placed him at the pinnacle, creating a significant gap between him and the second-place contestant, dispelling any lingering hopes for his competitors. Chen Shuai, witnessing this result, was left in disbelief, grateful he had refrained from boasting in Xia Yu's presence, or he would have been left utterly embarrassed. Next came Chen Shuai's turn. Although he had captured 2 elite-level Pokemon, in comparison to Xia Yu, his achievements felt trivial. While the crowd may have initially expressed surprise, it soon morphed into indifference, deeming his performance unremarkable. His 940 points positioned him in 7th place, leaving him uncertain about securing a top 10 finish, with approximately 300 participants yet to be evaluated. 2 hours later, all competitors had been assessed, and the top 10 scores were unveiled. Xia Yu, with his 200 points, held a commanding lead, followed by scores of 840, 770, 550, 400, 300, 260, 200, 150, and 040 points. Chen Shuai's 940 points placed him in 13th, a disappointment as he missed out on the top 10. Regretting the lost day, he felt that had he not been delayed, he might have easily secured a spot among the top 10. However, he quickly shifted his mood, congratulating Xia Yu on his first-place victory, which not only entitled him to personal training from the Bug Gym's leader, but also the reward of a specially nurtured Pokemon. In response to Chen Shuai's congratulations, Xia Yu merely smiled, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. Aware that it was not the time to rub salt in his friend's wounds, the Bug Gym leader, Xiaoran, personally awarded prizes to the top 10 competitors and informed them to report to the Bug Gym the following day for specialized training. After the award ceremony, the participants departed the secret realm, and Xia Yu and Chen Shuai ventured out for lunch together. Chen Shuai, knowing Xia Yu was set to undergo rigorous training with leader Xiaoran, planned to leave shortly after challenging the secondary gym in Xianyang. They bid each other farewell, promising to reunite at the National High School Pokémon League. After lunch, Chen Shuai returned to his hotel to prepare for the gym challenge, while Xia Yu returned to his own hotel, intending to rest well after several uncomfortable nights in the secret realm. The next morning, Xia Yu arrived early at the Bug Gym, ready to embrace leader Xiaoran's training and to select his champion reward Pokemon. Upon his arrival, he noticed 7 other young trainers had already gathered, all there for the same purpose. The remaining 2 top 10 finishers arrived within 10 minutes, completing the group. They waited in the battle hall for leader Xiaoran's arrival, using the time to converse and get to know one another, as they would be training together for the next 2 weeks. Among them, the one who left the most profound impression on Xia Yu was a genuine bug-catching enthusiast named Lin Fan. Despite his unremarkable background, at the age of 20, he had a relatively low talent level. His ace Pokemon, Beedrill, had only recently reached the advanced level. He had relied on capturing numerous lower-level Pokemon to secure his well-deserved opportunity in the top 10. He shared that he had participated the previous year, but had performed poorly due to his limited strength. This time, he had put forth tremendous effort, ultimately achieving a coveted top 10 position. Xia Yu listened intently to the experiences of this older brother, reflecting on his own past life, where he too had chased after elusive opportunities, in stark contrast to his current existence, where he could effortlessly grasp what others could only dream of. After reminiscing about his past self, Xia Yu turned his gaze towards Lin Fan, whom he held in high regard, encouraging him to steadfastly pursue his dreams, firmly believing that success awaited him in the future. After all, every individual traversing the path of dreams deserves respect, does he not? Xia Yu was confident that Lin Fan would undoubtedly achieve success. Before long, Xiaoran made his entrance before the group. Xia Yu had not taken a close look at this bug-type gym leader before, but today, observing him up close, he noted that Xiao Ran possessed a physique that rivaled the formidable fighting king Su Kai, a true embodiment of muscular prowess. Xiao Ran instructed everyone to release their Pokémon, emphasizing that due to the limited time for instruction, each individual could only bring 2 Pokémon. Xia Yu released his bug-type Heracross, reserving the second slot for an additional Pokémon after careful consideration, as the bug-type gym leader was likely to have profound insights into bug-type Pokémon. Lin Fan unleashed his Ace B drill along with a Rattata, and the others followed suit, summoning their own Pokémon. Chapter 50, Special Training and Pokémon Selection. Xiao Ran meticulously examined each Pokémon, occasionally nodding or shaking his head without uttering a word, embodying the essence of a true enigma. Upon observing Xia Yu's Heracross, his eyes gleamed with excitement, finally encountering a well-cultivated Pokémon, and he patted Xia Yu on the shoulder, leaving Xia Yu somewhat bewildered. After reviewing all the Pokémon, he led the group to his exclusive training facility. They entered a room the size of a football field, equipped with various training apparatuses and simulated environment devices, radiating opulence. Xiao Ran instructed all Pokémon to assemble in the center of the arena before producing 3 Pokeballs, releasing the Pokémon within, Scizor, Kingler, and Heracross. Xia Yu scrutinized these 3 gym-level Pokémon. Name, Scizor. Level, 65, gym level. Gender, female. Types, bug, water. Ability, danger avoidance. When health drops to half, it retreats to the team to evade danger. Item, life orb. Aptitude, near champion level. Moves, bug bite, water gun, round, revenge, bug resistance, rock smash, fury cutter, mud shot. Iron defense, pursuit, cut, shell blade, pin missile, swords dance, water pulse, protect, ice beam, surf, absorb, close combat, X-scissor, scald. Name, Kingler. Level, 66, gym level. Gender, male. Type, bug. Ability, overwhelm, can execute moves without interference from the opponent's abilities. Item, muscle band. Aptitude, gym level. Moves, crab hammer, harden, focus energy, bind, seismic toss, bug bite. Body slam, double hit, power whip, swords dance, aqua jet, hammer arm, earthquake, rock slide, last resort, revenge, brick break, close combat, iron defense. Name, Scizor. Level, 70, gym level. Gender, male. Types, bug, steel. Ability, technician, increases the power of weaker moves. Item, expert belt. Aptitude, champion level. Moves, quick attack, wing attack, leer agility. Thunderbolt, air slash, fury cutter, metal claw, shadow clone, double hit, cut, focus energy, iron defense, iron head, X-scissor, swords dance, protect, bullet punch, acrobatics, bug bite, close combat, flail. Solar beam, last resort, bug resistance, vacuum wave. Observing these 3 gym-level Pokémon, including the pinnacle gym-level Scizor, it was evident that gym leader Xiao Ran spared no effort in training them. Regrettably, Xia Yu did not see his ace Pokémon, Volcarona, from his grandfather. He had learned that both he and Xiao Ran were among the rare trainers in China who publicly possessed a Volcarona, highlighting its rarity and might. Xiao Ran informed them that Scizor, Kingler, and Heracross would be responsible for training their Pokémon over the next fortnight, imparting new techniques. Meanwhile, they would attend a daily 1-hour comprehensive course on bug-type Pokémon knowledge, where Xiao Ran would educate them on various aspects such as habits, aggression, and habitats of bug-type Pokémon, aiding their deeper understanding of these creatures. Having concluded his remarks, Xiao Ran immediately commenced the first day's lesson, imparting fundamental yet exceedingly practical knowledge to Xia Yu and the others. They felt enlightened, realizing many previous misconceptions and erroneous habits. After the lecture, Xiao Ran instructed them to return to the gym daily at 10 a.m. for lessons and training, with the Pokémon training lasting 2 hours, allowing them to depart once their Pokémon had completed their training. Xiao Ran then beckoned Xia Yu to accompany him, and after bidding farewell to Lin Fan and the others, Xia Yu followed in his direction. Upon reaching Xiao Ran's side, he was informed that they would embark on a quest to select Pokémon, filling Xia Yu with anticipation about the exceptional bug-type Pokémon that awaited them. Following Xiao Ran, they arrived at the breeding house of the bug gym, which resembled a miniature forest, lush and vibrant with various bug-type Pokémon. Xiao Ran swiped his card, granting them access, and Xia Yu felt his innate ability. The power of regeneration manifest in this space, emanating a remarkably amiable energy. Xiao Ran, taken aback by Xia Yu's extraordinary talent, soon acclimated, recognizing that he had encountered numerous individuals with special abilities before. Even among the vast population of China, The emergence of exceptional individuals with unique abilities was not uncommon. They proceeded towards the area where Pokémon congregated. Before long, they arrived at the gathering of Scyther, where Xia Yu was invited to assess whether any met his criteria. He surveyed the group of Scyther and Caterpie, noting that only the leader possessed gym-level aptitude, while the others were of lower tiers. Though they were visually appealing, Xia Yu decided against capturing any, as he had set his sights on acquiring only those with champion-level aptitude. Nevertheless, he remained open to the possibility of adopting a particularly endearing one. However, it was evident that none among this gathering captured Xia Yu's fancy. Seeing Xia Yu shake his head, Xiao Ran led him to the next location. Subsequently, Xia Yu encountered various Pokémon groups, including Butterfree, Beedrill, Ariados, Fortress, Whirlipede, and Scyther. However, aside from a near champion-level Scyther that barely piqued his interest, the others failed to impress. Next, they approached a congregation of Electroweb Pokémon. Observing the swarm of Electroweb and Pinsir, Xia Yu examined them closely. Although their final evolutionary forms were absent, he recognized that their evolved form, Shuckle, was an exceptional special attacker. After a thorough inspection, Xia Yu discovered a rather promising Electroweb. Name, Electroweb. Level, 38, Advanced. Gender, male. Types, Bug, Electric. Ability, Static, increases the power of the user's special moves. Item, None. Aptitude, Champion level. Chapter 51. Capturing the Bug Electric Treasure Techniques. Charge, Pinch, Silk Spit, Mud Throw. Bug Bite, Bite, Electric Light, Sticky Web, Cross Cut, Charging Beam, Electric Terrain, 100,000 volts. This Bug Electric Treasure is not only endowed with championship-level potential, but has also inherited several remarkable electric-type techniques. Most importantly, if I manage to capture it, Xia Yu will never have to worry about his phone running out of battery while out in the wild. Truly a divine artifact. As Xia Yu pondered this, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the Bug Electric Treasure before him. Xiao Ran, noticing the gleam in Xia Yu's eyes, teased him with a playful tone. So, have you decided to choose this Bug Electric Treasure? Indeed, Master Xiao. I have chosen this Bug Electric Treasure. I am quite fond of it. Xia Yu affirmed with a firm nod in response to Xiao Ran's inquiry. Well done, young man. You possess excellent taste. I, too, foresee a bright future for this Bug Electric Treasure. Since you have made your decision, go ahead and capture it, Xiao Ran encouraged. Xia Yu nodded at this, retrieving a luxury ball and softly asking the Bug Electric Treasure, do you wish to accompany me? Shall we witness the splendor and pinnacle of this world together? He conveyed his thoughts to the Bug Electric Treasure through telepathy. The Bug Electric Treasure, with a naive expression, was unable to comprehend Xia Yu's words. Yet it was drawn to his aura, yearning to be close to him. Thus, it resolved to follow this man, believing it would be a delightful experience. It gently pressed its head against the luxury ball's button, and a red light enveloped it, drawing it inside. The luxury ball quivered twice in Xia Yu's hand before settling down. Observing this, Xia Yu let out a sigh of relief and jubilantly exclaimed, I have successfully captured the Bug Electric Treasure, completely forgetting that Xiao Ran was watching him. Xiao Ran, however, did not mock Xia Yu. Instead, he regarded the energetic youth with a wistful sigh. Reflecting on how time flies and seasons change, he too was once a renowned handsome figure in his youth, brimming with vitality like Xia Yu. Regaining his composure, Xia Yu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he glanced at Xiao Ran, feeling as though he had made a public faux pas. However, seeing Xiao Ran's impassive expression alleviated his discomfort, as long as he didn't find it awkward. Then neither would Xia Yu. After capturing the Pokémon, Xia Yu departed with Xiao Ran, during which he explained that he would have the Bug Electric Treasure train alongside Xiao Ran's Pokémon. Xiao Ran, naturally, had no objections. He already held a favorable impression of Xia Yu and had a soft spot for the Bug Electric Treasure. Moreover, Xia Yu had yet to utilize a special training slot for another Pokémon, making it impossible for him to refuse. After bidding farewell to Xiao Ran, Xia Yu returned to the training room to summon her across. He had spent nearly 2 hours selecting his Pokémon, and by the time he arrived, Heracross was already challenging a Tauros, truly a case of youthful exuberance. Seeing it being effortlessly overpowered by Tauros, Xia Yu could no longer bear to watch and intervened to dissuade the headstrong creature from continuing its challenge. Utilizing the power of restoration, he healed it, then offered several energy cubes to Xiao Ran's Pokémon as gratitude for their assistance in training. The Pokémon, appreciative of Xia Yu's courtesy, eagerly assured him they would help Heracross enhance its strength. Meanwhile, Heracross involuntarily shivered, as though sensing impending misfortune. After bidding them farewell, Xia Yu returned Heracross to its luxury ball and exited the bug gym. He sought out a restaurant for lunch and, using his phone, contacted a real estate agent to arrange for a short-term villa rental. Keeping his Pokémon cooped up in luxury balls every day was not a sustainable solution, although they did not seem to mind. Upon meeting the agent, Xia Yu made his requests known. Ideally, a half-month rental with a spacious yard and a dedicated training area for Pokémon. The agent appeared somewhat troubled, while the latter two requests were manageable. Finding a villa for a half-month lease was quite a challenge. Most required a minimum of 1 month, and even then, such options were scarce. Understanding the situation, Xia Yu expressed his comprehension, indicating he was not overly concerned about whether his request could be fulfilled. He was flexible and did not mind if it could not be accommodated, as he was not lacking in funds for a month's rent. Seeing Xia Yu's reasonable demeanor, the agent felt relieved. Their profession often faced difficulties with stubborn clients. He began searching for properties on his phone and, after a while, found 3 villas that closely matched Xia Yu's preferences, though the short rental duration meant higher costs. With a wave of his hand, Xia Yu dismissed the concern, stating that money was not an issue for him. This display of affluence caused the agent's eyes to sparkle, though this rental was only for a month. Establishing a good rapport could lead to future opportunities. Xia Yu, oblivious to the agent's changing expression, urged him to take him to view the properties. They drove directly to the villa area. The first villa was located within a cluster, appearing somewhat cramped. Although it met Xia Yu's criteria, he felt it was inadequate. The second villa, adjacent to Central Park in Shenyang City, boasted a beautiful environment and ample space, with few neighboring villas and significant distance between them. Most importantly, it was not far from the city center and the bug gym, making it convenient for Xia Yu to train and shop. Finding this villa quite satisfactory, Xia Yu promptly made the decision to proceed, foregoing any further viewings of the third property. After signing the contract with the agent and swiftly completing the payment, the villa rental cost him 150,000 yuan for the month. Although he would not be staying the entire month, about 10,000 yuan per day seemed a bit pricey yet acceptable to him. After all, his mother had always told him not to shortchange himself. As a wealthy second-generation heir, Xia Yu had the means. Once the agent departed, Xia Yu entered the villa, which was well equipped with various amenities, including a large swimming pool, quite comparable to his own home. Releasing all his Pokémon, he informed them that this would be their temporary residence, allowing them to roam freely within the villa grounds. For battles, a designated area for training was available at the back of the villa. As he observed his Pokémon exploring their new surroundings, Xia Yu felt inspired to throw a party to celebrate his new home. With this thought in mind, he immediately set about making arrangements. First checking the tool shed, where he discovered a barbecue grill, some spare charcoal, and other tools, all adequately supplied. All that remained was to procure food. Xia Yu opened his phone, locating a nearby fresh produce supermarket to order ingredients. After placing a substantial order, he settled onto a swing in the yard, awaiting the delivery. Meanwhile, Shinado practiced its psychic abilities with Metagross, and Xia Yu watched for a moment before turning his attention to Gekuga, who was honing its water shuriken technique. Inspired by Gekuga's impressive moves, Xia Yu felt a surge of desire to join in. The bug electric treasure observed its companions, seemingly eager to understand them better in order to integrate seamlessly. Following the challenge at the bug gym, Xia Yu planned to head to Sanxia City, where electric energy was abundant, intending to facilitate the bug electric treasure's evolution there. Elsewhere, Boscodora clashed with Tyranitar, the two titans ramming into each other on the battlefield, the sounds echoing clearly in the front yard where Xia Yu stood. Nearby, Charizard, Sharpedo, and Heracross cheered, reveling in the excitement. Everyone was absorbed in their own pursuits, and this harmonious and tranquil scene brought Xia Yu immense comfort. Chapter 52, The Party and the Gym Challenge. After half an hour of waiting, the delivery person arrived with the ingredients. Due to the considerable quantity of items purchased, he requested that Wanli assist in carrying them inside. Once everything was placed, the delivery person asked Xia Yu for a favorable review, to which Xia Yu nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the delivery person departed the villa with Wanli. After leaving a glowing review on his phone, Xia Yu instructed Shinado and Metagross to use their psychic abilities to relocate the ingredients to the designated area, allowing him to commence preparations for the evening feast. Xia Yu skillfully chopped various ingredients, his knife skills nearly rivaling those of Chef Kai from next door, who had been in the business for 2.5 years. After investing an hour, he finally finished cutting all the ingredients, and the real labor began, threading the meat onto skewers. As Xia Yu impaled large chunks of meat onto the skewers, Shinado came over to lend a hand. Observing her flustered demeanor brought a chuckle from Xia Yu, prompting a playful pout from Shinado. Together, they spent the entire afternoon completing the task, exhausted yet satisfied. Shinado suggested continuing training, feeling it was too taxing for a Pokémon. As dusk fell, Xia Yu illuminated the villa's courtyard by switching on all the lights, transforming the dim space into a radiant haven. He summoned Charizard to unleash a fiery breath onto the charcoal, and soon after, he began grilling the meat, brushing it with the Xia family chef's special sauce, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Instantly, a gathering of Pokémon became captivated, their mouths watering in anticipation. Shinado, ever the lady, displayed a modicum of restraint, holding a tissue to her mouth. Amidst the throng of Pokémon resembling famished souls, Xia Yu playfully scolded them and shared the perfectly grilled meat, which they devoured with gusto. Even Miltank emerged, insisting it could not miss out on such merriment. Thus, Xia Yu grilled a skewer, while they devoured another, leaving him in a state of annoyance as he had yet to partake in his own feast. However, he understood that nurturing his Pokémon was paramount. Noticing Xia Yu had not yet eaten, Shinado offered him one of her skewers, leaving him deeply touched. He repeatedly praised her, lamenting that the others were merely ungrateful little wolves, lacking any sense of appreciation. Later, Shinado joined him in grilling, swiftly finishing the remaining skewers, and then transforming the leftover ingredients into a hot pot for a lavish feast. The Pokémon reveled in their meal, engaging in a lively display of various moves and poses, which made Xia Yu laugh until his sides hurt. As the banquet unfolded, a pink-skinned Pokémon stealthily approached the dining table to snatch some food, concealing its presence so that Xia Yu and the others remained oblivious to its antics. Miltank, observing the spectacle, noticed the little creature but dismissed it as a mere culinary enthusiast with no threat. However, the pink Pokémon felt a pang of anxiety upon being spotted, only to relax when it realized Miltank was not interested in it, focusing instead on the delectable food before it. The scene was a harmonious blend of joy and indulgence, with revelers enjoying their festivities, thieves sneaking bites, and spectators continuing to watch the show. As the night progressed into the early hours, Xia Yu concluded the feast, and the Pokémon found their resting spots, while the pink Pokémon vanished without a trace, unnoticed by Xia Yu as he returned to his room for a well-deserved rest. The following morning, Xia Yu awoke, refreshed and ready for the day. After his morning routine, he set out with Heracross and Vikavolt to the bug-type gym for specialized training. Time flew by, and 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout this period, Heracross learned both Earthquake and Seismic Toss, while Vikavolt mastered Bug Resist and Charge Beam, yielding substantial progress. Xia Yu spent his mornings studying with Xiao Ran and his afternoons shopping with Shinado for local specialties to send home, all while leading his Pokémon in battle training. Living a fulfilling life. The other trainees experienced varying degrees of success, with Lin Fan achieving the most significant gains. His perseverance and determination caught Xiao Ran's eye, leading her to take him under her wing as a gym apprentice for further training. Xia Yu rejoiced in Lin Fan's achievements, celebrating together on that occasion. Today marked the day Xia Yu would challenge for the Bug-type gym badge. Having prepared thoroughly, he took his Pokeballs and headed to the Bug Gym, having informed Xiao Ran in advance of his intention to challenge for the badge. Upon arrival, he was escorted by a gym apprentice to the exclusive battle platform, where Xiao Ran awaited his arrival, along with Lin Fan, who was eager to witness the prowess of this prodigious talent. After exchanging pleasantries with Xiao Ran, Xia Yu positioned himself on one side of the battle arena, ready for a 2vs2 duel. Knowing the prowess of Xia Yu's Heracross, Xiao Ran decided to showcase her strength, curious to gauge Xia Yu's capabilities. She released a King Scorpion, a rare pre-evolved bug-type Pokémon that, once evolved, would lose its bug attributes. Name: King Scorpion. Level 47, Elite. Gender: male. Type: Poison. Dark ability: Battle armor, protected by a hard shell, preventing critical hits from opponents. Held item: Sharp Claw. Qualification: Gym level moves: Poison Sting, Glare, Ice Fong, Fire Fong, Thunder Fong, Scratch, Pin Missile, Toxic, Bite, Toxic Spikes, Bug Bite, Poison Attack, Knock Off, Scary Face, Needle Arm, Toxic, Night Slash, Cross Poison, Cross Cut. Seeing Xiao Ran's King Scorpion, Xia Yu inwardly cursed, realizing its strength could easily qualify it as a defender of a mid-level gym badge challenge. It was utterly unprincipled to pit such a formidable opponent against a novice attempting to earn a beginner's badge. Xia Yu scorned Xiao Ran internally before releasing his own Sharpedo, which was on the cusp of evolution and desperately needed a fierce battle to transform into a Mega Sharpedo. Xia Yu considered the King Scorpion an ideal challenger. Xiao Ran, taken aback at Xia Yu's Sharpedo, marveled at the depth of his strategy, recognizing him as a cunning player. Both competitors silently mocked each other as they prepared for battle. Lin Fan, observing, was envious as Xia Yu unleashed a pseudo-legendary Pokémon, gazing at it with admiration and yearning. The two Pokémon faced off on opposite sides of the battlefield, exuding formidable energy and intent, ready for combat. With the referee's signal, the battle commenced. Sharpedo darted across the arena with agility akin to lightning, its razor-sharp teeth glinting ominously, each lunge infused with lethal intent. King Scorpion stood undaunted, its massive pincers swinging as if to rend all in its path. From the outset, Xia Yu commanded Sharpedo to launch a fierce assault, charging at King Scorpion, its jaws poised to strike. King Scorpion, quick to react, blocked Sharpedo's attack with its pincers, countering with a devastating blow aimed directly at Sharpedo. The sharp-toothed land shark deftly evaded the strike, launching a counterattack with its razor-sharp claws, leaving deep gashes on the Dragon King Scorpion. In a fit of rage, the Dragon King Scorpion roared fiercely, unleashing its ultimate move as venom sprayed from its pincers, aiming to strike the sharp-toothed land shark, displaying remarkable combat prowess. The sharp-toothed land shark skillfully dodged the toxic onslaught, while relentlessly pursuing its own barrage of attacks. The battle escalated, a fierce exchange between the two Pokémon, as Xia Yu continually issued commands to the sharp-toothed land shark, while on the opposing side, Xiao Ran retaliated with unwavering resolve against the shark's onslaught. Xia Yu commanded the sharp-toothed land shark to execute an earthquake, causing the Dragon King Scorpion to lose its balance momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, the sharp-toothed land shark charged forward, delivering a dragon claw that left the Dragon King Scorpion disoriented. Though the Dragon King Scorpion bore numerous wounds, the sharp-toothed land shark was also injured, yet it held a slight advantage in this fierce encounter. Ultimately, fueled by indomitable will and formidable strength, the sharp-toothed land shark began to dominate the battle. With all its might, it clamped down on the Dragon King Scorpion's vital point, forcefully slamming it to the ground. The battered Dragon King Scorpion struggled for a moment before succumbing to immobility, thereby conceding victory to the sharp-toothed land shark. As the battle concluded, the sharp-toothed land shark let out a triumphant roar, enveloped in a radiant glow of evolution. Before all present, a formidable sharp-fang land shark emerged. Xia Yu, elated at the sight of the striking new evolution, rushed forward to embrace it. However, due to the sharp-fang land shark's imposing stature, he could only grasp its lower half. Xiao Ran, recognizing the rarity of witnessing a Pokémon evolve immediately post-battle, refrained from interrupting this moment, especially considering it was a quasi-deity Pokémon, deserving of patience. Xia Yu, not forgetting the ongoing battle, recalled the injured sharp-fang land shark into its luxury ball, preparing for the next encounter. Observing that Xia Yu was ready, Xiao Ran released his final Pokémon, the Soundbox Cricket. Name: Soundbox Cricket Level 44, Elite. Gender: Male Type. Bug Ability: Bug Sensation. Increases the power of Bug-type moves when health is reduced. Held Item: Shell Bell Qualification. Gym Level Moves: Tackle, Screech, Absorb, Sing, Charge Beam, Cut, Cross Cut, Bug Buzz, Pin Missile, Taunt, Night Slash, Sticky Web, Protect, Bug Bite, Bug Cry, Bug Rush, Bug Resistance. Gazing at the Soundbox Cricket, Xia Yu resolved to battle with Heracross, having trained rigorously for half a month in preparation. The two Pokémon stood at opposite ends of the battlefield, sizing each other up. Heracross stood majestically, its robust physique radiating immense power, while the Soundbox Cricket vibrated its wings, emitting a sharp chirp. As the battle commenced, Xia Yu commanded Heracross to charge fearlessly at the Soundbox Cricket, its large horn glimmering with brilliance. Xiao Ran instructed the Soundbox Cricket to attempt a sonic attack, yet Heracross remained unfazed, directly utilizing Horn Attack to send the Soundbox Cricket flying. Seizing the advantage, Heracross relentlessly hammered the Soundbox Cricket with repeated strikes. The Soundbox Cricket found itself utterly defenseless against the assault, its feeble counterattacks proving ineffective as it scrambled helplessly across the ground. However, Heracross pursued without mercy, denying the Soundbox Cricket any respite. In the end, Heracross decisively overpowered the Soundbox Cricket, standing triumphantly on the battlefield, embodying its strength. Faced with an opponent of superior level and capability, the Soundbox Cricket, despite Xiao Ran's strategic guidance, was unsurprisingly defeated in this confrontation. Xiao Ran presented Xia Yu with the basic gym badge of the Bug-type gym, acknowledging him as the strongest trainer to challenge the badge in recent years. Expressing high hopes for his future, Xia Yu, feeling bashful at the praise, merely nodded in acknowledgement. Observing from the sidelines, Lin Fan was left in a state of astonishment, his blood pumping from the excitement of the two matches, yearning to step onto the battlefield himself, yet fully aware of the gap in strength between him and Xia Yu. He resolved to strive to catch up to Xia Yu, setting a personal goal within his heart. After bidding farewell to Xiao Ran and the others, Xia Yu departed from the bug gym, planning to travel to Sanxia City the following day, intending to enjoy a full day in Xianyang City. After a day of exploration with Shinado, Xia Yu returned to the villa, having purchased an assortment of items, bewildered at how he had managed to swipe his card, feeling somewhat swindled by the shopkeeper. Meanwhile, significant news emerged from Europe regarding the appearance of peculiar Pokémon, resembling their normal counterparts yet magnified to colossal proportions, deemed behemoths. Reports indicated that these giant Pokémon were tethered to specific energy points, preventing them from straying far. European nations had begun assembling Pokémon researchers to investigate this energy phenomenon. China found itself unable to partake in this endeavor, unlike the previous incident in Hawaii, where the island's capabilities fell short in handling the unique Pokémon alone. This time, several major European powers were involved, rendering external assistance unnecessary. Despite an overarching semblance of harmony internationally, competition among nations persisted. Upon learning of this news, Xia Yu recognized that research into Gigantamaxing had commenced in Europe, a form of evolution comparable to Mega Evolution, significantly enhancing Pokémon strength. Should Europe succeed in their studies, the next World Youth Pokémon Championship could spell trouble for China. Xia Yu decided it was time to divulge some information about Mega Evolution to his mother. That evening, Xia Yu called his mother after returning to his bedroom. After discussing mundane family matters, he mentioned that he might have stumbled upon a new form of evolution. Though specifics remained uncertain, he requested her to gather a substantial quantity of special stones and promised to send her photos of both Mega Evolution stones and Keystone. Upon reviewing the photographs, his mother revealed that her laboratory contained an abundance of such stones, alongside others imbued with unique energy. They had previously studied these stones, but had yet to yield any significant findings. Xia Yu encouraged her to collect more. As he was beginning to discern connections to the unique evolution of Pokémon, he requested her to keep this information confidential until he completed his gym badge challenges, at which point they could discuss it in detail for further research. His mother, naturally accommodating to her son's requests, agreed and reminded Xia Yu to remain safe, eat well, and not to fret over expenses. Xia Yu assured her that he was doing well and even shared photos of the villa with her. After ending the call, he re-evaluated his plans, deciding to expedite his gym challenges before revealing the method of Mega Evolution to his mother, allowing her to publicly disclose it under her name to the Chinese League, while he remained discreetly uninvolved. Xia Yu had no desire to assume the mantle of a genius researcher. His aspiration was solely to become the strongest trainer. The following morning, after tidying up his belongings, Xia Yu contacted the real estate agent to inform him of his impending departure from Xianyang City, indicating that he would no longer be residing in the villa. It was already well known that Xia Yu would only be staying for half a month, and the agency assured him that they would handle everything in his absence, allowing him to depart with peace of mind. He hailed a taxi to the airport, opting for a quicker route due to the considerable distance between Xianyang City and Sanxia City. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, his flight had arrived at Sanxia City Airport. After stepping out of the airport and enjoying a meal, he took a taxi to the hotel he had pre-booked in the city center. Upon arriving at his hotel room, Xia Yu unpacked his belongings and prepared to venture out for a stroll. Although some matters were pressing, he felt that a couple of days would not make much difference. So he was in no rush and believed that he should still indulge in some leisure. First, he purchased a map from a store and inquired with the owner about the areas in Sanxia City that were rich in electric-type energy. The owner informed him that the energy was particularly abundant near the Sanxia Dam, nearly rivaling that of an electric-type secret realm, as it housed the city's power station that attracted numerous wild electric-type Pokémon each year. The electric-type gym was also located nearby, drawing many trainers who came to challenge the gym or capture electric-type Pokémon. Thanking the owner for the information, Xia Yu left the store. As he strolled down the street, he glanced at the map, noting the proximity of the Sanxia Dam and the electric-type gym, which facilitated his plans. After exploring the city center, he returned to the hotel. As dusk had fallen, planning to evolve his bug-electric Pokémon and challenge the electric-type gym the following day. The next day, well rested, Xia Yu exited the hotel and took a taxi to the Sanxia Dam. Upon arrival, he was struck by the sheer intensity of the electric-type energy in the area, which rivaled that of certain secret realms. Numerous electric-type Pokémon such as Piku, Magnemite, Mareep, Electrike, and Dedenne were wandering about, mesmerizing Xia Yu. Observing these electric-type Pokémon, a sudden realization struck him, smacking his forehead. He admonished himself for his folly. Why had he traveled all the way to Sanxia City to evolve when he possessed an electric dragon, a dual-type legendary Pokémon. Surely, its power surpassed that of this location. He mused that perhaps he had indulged too much and had begun to forget essential things. What? You say Xia Yu still has a Shinado? Why is he indulging? Xia Yu retorted, clarifying that he was merely jesting and that he held himself to a higher standard, one that disdained such base actions. He was, after all, a scholar of the classics. However, since he was already there, Xia Yu resigned himself to the situation. But he was content that there was a gym challenge to partake in, making his trip worthwhile. Finding a secluded spot, he released both Milotic and his bug-electric Pokémon. Milotic, sensing the electric-type energy, stretched luxuriously, indicating that the location was satisfactory. His bug-electric Pokémon, invigorated by the rich electric energy, felt as if it could take on 10 foes. Xia Yu retrieved the exquisite Thunderstone he had exchanged for in the system shop and handed it to his bug-electric Pokémon, instructing Milotic to lend it some electric energy. Milotic exhaled towards the bug-electric Pokémon, enveloping it in a torrent of electric energy. The bug-electric Pokémon reveled in this electric embrace, feeling as if it had ascended to paradise. Soon, a radiant light of evolution erupted from its small form, and in an instant, a shovel bug, twice the size of a typical one, materialized before Xia Yu. Moreover, it had advanced to the elite level. A remarkable leap of 2 levels that left Xia Yu in awe. Truly, it was the work of a legendary Pokémon. Seizing the opportunity, he plucked a scale from Milotic to equip the shovel bug, hastening its growth. Gazing at the striking shovel bug before him, Xia Yu felt his journey had not been in vain. With the evolution of his bug-electric Pokémon complete, he resolved to challenge the gym for a badge. Returning both Pokémon to their Pokeballs, Xia Yu made his way to the electric-type gym, where numerous trainers were coming and going. Upon entering the gym, he noticed that its decor was markedly different from other gyms. A colossal electric apparatus dominated the central hall, radiating potent electric energy. Xia Yu could scarcely fathom what would happen if it were to malfunction. Surely, the place would be obliterated. He mused that the gym must possess significant safety measures, or else it would be utterly absurd. Approaching a gym staff member, he expressed his desire to undertake the beginner gym badge challenge. The staff member led Xia Yu to register, informing him that he would need to wait as 2 trainers were currently engaged in battle. Xia Yu nodded, acknowledging the wait, and moved to the back of the gym's challenge area to observe. As he reached the challenge area, he saw a battle unfolding between a Raichu and a Nidoking, with neither side gaining the upper hand until Nidoking was ultimately defeated. The trainer recalled Nidoking and sent out a Steelix, whose massive form dwarfed Raichu, which resembled a mere chick in comparison. The battle erupted fiercely, but Raichu, having sustained injuries from its prior encounter, succumbed to Steelix's might in mere moments. The trainer, who appeared to be a gym apprentice, recalled Raichu and unleashed an electric dragon. The clash between Steelix and the electric dragon was intense, with both sides exchanging powerful moves. Rock Slide met Volt Tackle in a dazzling display that elicited applause from Xia Yu, who found the match exhilarating. Ultimately, the electric dragon fell victim to a surprise attack from Steelix, leading to the trainer's victory in the gym badge challenge. The next contender was a young man beside Xia Yu, who appeared to be of a similar age and was also vying for the beginner gym badge. The gym apprentice switched out, ready to face the new challenger. Both trainers stood on the battle platform, releasing their Pokémon, Golem and Electabuzz. The battle commenced, but Electabuzz found itself utterly helpless against Golem's immunity to electric-type moves, ultimately facing defeat. The next Pokémon sent out by the gym was Lantern, another electric type, but it too fell victim to Golem's relentless assault. The young man secured his badge with ease, prompting Xia Yu to nod in approval at his preparation and strategy. Finally, it was Xia Yu's turn. The gym had changed trainers once more, and he felt a twinge of disappointment that he would not be facing the gym leader directly. Gathering his resolve, Xia Yu ascended to the battle platform, awaiting the referee's signal, and released his Pokémon. Opposing him was an Ampharos, to which Xia Yu prepared to respond with his evolved shovel bug. Name, Ampharos. Level, 41 Elite. Gender, female. Type, electric, flying. Ability, static, possesses static electricity, occasionally causing paralysis to opponents upon contact. Held item, Sherry Berry. Potential, professional level. Moves, Tail Whip, Nuzzle, Double Team, Quick Attack, Thunder Shock, Charge, Acrobatics, Thunderbolt, Try Again, Volt Switch, Protect, Thunderbolt. Name, Shovel Farmer Bug. Level, 41 Elite. Gender, male. Type, Bug, electric. Ability, Levitate, floats above the ground, thus immune to ground-type moves. Held item, Milotic Scale. Potential, almost champion, currently improving. Moves, slightly. Description, This is a fortunate shovel farmer bug, blessed by the level 1 deity Milotic, with enhanced electric-type move potency, continuously elevating its potential and power, growing at an accelerated pace until the Milotic scale fully integrates. Observing the rejuvenated shovel farmer bug before him, Xia Yu felt a surge of excitement, eager to test the true strength of the fully evolved shovel farmer bug. The two Pokémon gazed at each other with fierce determination, and with the referee's command, the battle commenced. The shovel farmer bug took to the skies. While the electric flying mouse remained grounded, despite its flying type, it could only glide, restricted by the terrain, limiting its aerial capabilities. Xia Yu decided to assess the special attack prowess of the shovel farmer bug and commanded, "Shovel farmer bug, unleash Thunderbolt upon the electric flying mouse." A powerful surge of electricity shot from the shovel farmer bug towards the electric flying mouse, which adeptly evaded the Thunderbolt with its agile movements. Faced with the airborne shovel farmer bug, the electric flying mouse resorted to long-range attacks, hoping to bring it down. Electric flying mouse, retaliate with Thunderbolt to strike it down. The electric flying mouse concentrated its energy, sending a bolt of electricity hurtling towards the shovel farmer bug. Xia Yu chose not to evade, opting for a direct confrontation, allowing the shovel farmer bug's Thunderbolt to meet the attack head-on. The two electrical currents collided mid-air, unleashing a massive wave of energy that radiated outward. However, the shovel farmer bug's Thunderbolt was evidently stronger, breaching the electric flying mouse's defense and striking true. The electric flying mouse, taken by surprise, let out a pained cry as it was hit. Seizing the moment, the shovel farmer bug unleashed Volt Tackle. Noticing the electric flying mouse's weakened state, Xia Yu commanded another strike. The electric flying mouse staggered upright, attempting to evade this next move, but the speed of Volt Tackle was too swift, and it was hit squarely, collapsing to the ground. "Thank you for your effort, electric flying mouse." The gym personnel retrieved the fallen electric flying mouse and sent forth the next Pokémon, Thunder Zebra. Name, Thunder Zebra. Level, 42, Elite. Gender, male. Type, electric. Ability, Lightning Rod, attracts electric-type moves, rendering it immune to damage while boosting its special attack. Held item, Silk Scarf. Potential, almost gym level. Moves, Tail Whip, Thunder Wave. Quick Attack, Charge, Electro Ball, Flame Charge, Thunderbolt, Stomp, Discharge, Agility, Protect, Thunderbolt, Charged Beam, Heavy Slam. Observing the Thunder Zebra's ability, Xia Yu realized that a straightforward victory was unlikely. The Lightning Rod ability severely countered the shovel farmer bug, as its long-range attacks were predominantly electric type, while bug-type moves were scarce and ineffective. Thus, he recalled the shovel farmer bug and released another Pokémon. "It's up to you now, Metal Monster." Xia Yu summoned the almost legendary shiny Metal Monster, causing the opposing trainer to break into a cold sweat upon seeing Xia Yu's formidable Pokémon. The two Pokémon regarded one another. The Metal Monster remained expressionless, its gaze indifferent as it viewed the Thunder Zebra as no different from the scenery beside the road. Meanwhile, the Thunder Zebra glared provocatively at the Metal Monster, seemingly eager to teach it a lesson. With the referee's command, the battle commenced. The Thunder Zebra initiated the attack, unleashing Electro Ball towards the Metal Monster. An electric energy surged toward the Metal Monster, which remained unfazed, simply raising a light wall before it to block the Electro Ball. Subsequently, the Metal Monster directed a psychic attack at the Thunder Zebra, sending forth an invisible wave of psychic energy. The Thunder Zebra used agility to dodge the psychic assault, then charged towards the Metal Monster while launching Thunderbolt. The Metal Monster, airborne, evaded the Thunderbolt, and as the Thunder Zebra approached, it used telekinesis to immobilize it before unleashing a close-range hyper beam. Realizing it could not evade, the Thunder Zebra employed Protect, preparing to endure the hyper beam. A beam of light surged towards the Thunder Zebra, which braced itself, creating a large crater upon impact. As the smoke cleared, the Thunder Zebra emerged unscathed, clearly having successfully defended against the hyper beam. However, Xia Yu was prepared. While the smoke lingered, he commanded the Metal Monster to ready a Psyshock, charging toward the Thunder Zebra before it could react. The Thunder Zebra was caught off guard by the Metal Monster's sudden attack, suffering a significant blow. Finally, Xia Yu directed the Metal Monster to finish the battle with Bullet Punch. The Thunder Zebra collapsed, dazed, and Xia Yu successfully claimed this gym badge. Chapter 56, Returning Home. After receiving the Electric-type Beginner Gym badge from the gym trainer, Xia Yu felt a sense of accomplishment as his objective was fulfilled. Leaving the gym, he took a taxi back to the hotel, as he had no intention of lingering any longer, planning to depart from Sanxia City back to Shudu City the following day. As for the challenge for the 4th gym badge, he decided not to search elsewhere, opting to challenge his family's Fire-type gym, while also visiting his long-absent grandparents. After resting for 2 hours in his hotel room, it was 3 in the afternoon. Xia Yu prepared to venture out to purchase some local specialties. Yesterday, he merely explored the area, gaining a rudimentary understanding of the surroundings. Today, he aimed to indulge in a shopping spree. Accompanied by Xia Yu, he made his way to the city center's shopping district, ready to commence his spending spree. After wandering from south to north, east to west, sampling various delights along the way, Xia Yu and Xia Yu returned laden with purchases, filling Xia Yu's spatial backpack to the brim. By the time they returned to the hotel, it was already 10 o'clock at night. After enjoying a massage at the hotel, Xia Yu's weary body finally felt rejuvenated. Lying in bed, he reflected on his nearly 2-month journey, which felt rather lengthy as he had never been away for so long before. He found himself missing home, especially his little lowly sister, longing to return and plant a few kisses on her chubby cheeks. Xia Yu decided not to inform his family of his imminent return, intending to surprise them. Anticipating their reunion the following day, he drifted into slumber. The next morning at 10, Xia Yu stretched comfortably, having enjoyed a refreshing sleep. He felt invigorated, ready to take on anything. After tidying up his belongings, Xia Yu vacated his room and took a taxi to the airport. He had purchased a ticket for a 1 p.m. flight and planned to enjoy a leisurely lunch at the airport. By 4 p.m., the plane had landed at Shuda City Airport. Stepping off the aircraft, Xia Yu was enveloped by the familiar surroundings, and the air felt sweetly invigorating. Upon leaving the airport, he hailed a taxi back to the Xia family villa. As he stood at the entrance, taking in the sights before him, he marveled at how, despite being away for less than 2 months, returning home felt utterly different. An overwhelming sense of comfort washed over him. He opened the door and stepped inside, spotting 2 Pokémon lounging in the yard, taking a nap. To his delight, he recognized his sisters Ice Ninetales and the recently born Poplio, peacefully nestled together, clearly getting along splendidly. Choosing not to disturb them, Xia Yu made his way indoors. As he reached the door, it swung open on its own, revealing Uncle Lu, who had already noticed his return. "Welcome back, young master. I trust your journey was exhausting? Now that you're home, you should take some time to relax," he greeted warmly. Having watched Xia Yu grow up, "Not too bad, actually. I gained quite a bit from the trip. Look, Uncle Lu, I've even tanned a bit. Now I truly look like a man." Xia Yu chuckled, teasing himself about his sun-kissed complexion. His time in Water City had indeed left him with a bronzed hue, and he mentioned that he had even stopped eating beef. "Is anyone home? Have they all gone out?" Xia Yu inquired, having not spotted any family members inside. "The master is occupied with matters at the Alliance and has been quite busy lately, often returning home late. Madam is engrossed in her research on peculiar Pokémon at the lab, and Miss is still at school. Today is Thursday, and I plan to pick her up shortly." Uncle Lu informed him of the family's whereabouts. "I'll fetch my sister then. What class is she in?" Xia Yu nodded, taking charge of the task of picking up his sister. Uncle Lu promptly shared the details of Xiaodong's class with him. Acknowledging the information, Xia Yu headed to his room to get organized. Before retreating to his room, he released all his Pokémon, allowing them to roam freely now that they were home. The Pokémon quickly found their familiar spots, engaging in various activities. The newcomers, Heracross, Greninja, and Caterpie, were guided by Xia Yu as they explored their new abode. Once in his room, Xia Yu unpacked his spatial backpack, sorting and organizing the items he had brought back, intending to present gifts to his father, mother, and sister later. As for his grandparents, he planned to take their gifts along when he challenged the gym. Before long, it was time to pick up his sister. Xia Yu, accompanied by Xia Yu, exited the house and boarded the car driven by the family chauffeur, heading towards the school. They soon arrived at the entrance of Shishu University-affiliated primary school, where his sister, Xiaotong, studied, one of the 6 prestigious schools associated with Shishu University. The school gate was bustling with parents waiting eagerly to collect their children. Xia Yu located the designated pickup area for his sister's class and patiently awaited her arrival. Xia Yu stood beside him, observing with curiosity. As the school bell rang, signaling the end of the day, students began to exit in an orderly fashion, gathering at their respective pickup points. Shortly thereafter, Xia Yu spotted his sister's class emerging from the school gates, and he noticed her animatedly chatting with a little girl beside her, completely oblivious to Xia Yu and Xia Yu's presence. With a playful glint in his eye, Xia Yu pulled Xia Yu behind a nearby tree, eager to witness his sister's expression upon realizing no one was there to greet her. Soon, the little girl conversing with Xiaotong was whisked away by her mother, leaving Xiaotong alone, seemingly pondering why Uncle Lu had not yet arrived. After a few minutes, as the other children were nearly all picked up, Xiaotong's face began to reflect a hint of disappointment. Unable to bear seeing his sister like that, Xia Yu emerged from behind the tree, gift in hand, and approached her. Hey there, little one. Is nobody here to pick you up? Would you like to come play with your brother? Xia Yu spoke in a high-pitched voice as he approached her. No, Mommy said not to talk to strangers, she replied without looking up. Is that so? How about this? Xia Yu reverted to his normal voice, continuing the conversation. And no. It's brother. You've finally come back. Xiaodong exclaimed, her face lighting up as she recognized the familiar voice. She rushed into Xia Yu's embrace, clearly overjoyed. Xia Yu spun her around joyfully before presenting her with a gift, an exact replica of a Pikachu plushie he had bought in Sanxiao City. Xiaodong's face lit up with delight as she hugged the toy tightly, showering Xia Yu with affectionate kisses. Unable to resist, Xia Yu playfully pecked her on the cheeks. Relishing the moment, what a delightful feeling it was. This playful behavior elicited fits of laughter from Xiaotong, while Shinado presented her with a gift of her own. A handcrafted wooden figurine she had sculpted using her psychic abilities, following a tutorial from her phone, an endeavor that had taken considerable effort. Seeing the gift, Xiaodong beamed with joy and leaned in to give Shinado a grateful kiss. Shinado smiled warmly, gently stroking Xiaodong's head. Noticing that the day was still young, Xia Yu decided to take Xiaodong out for a shopping spree. After consulting with her, Xiaodong eagerly nodded, thrilled at the prospect of an outing. Carrying his sister, Xia Yu, along with Shinado, returned to the car and instructed the driver to take them to a nearby shopping district. Thus commenced their joyous expedition, filled with shopping, dining, and endless fun. After nearly 2 hours of adventure, they returned home, with Xiaodong still brimming with excitement, showing no signs of fatigue. Upon arriving, they found their mother had returned, though their father was still absent. Seeing her son and daughter together filled Xia Yu's mother with joy, as it had been 2 months since she last saw him, and she had missed him dearly. Xiaotong rushed into their mother's arms, enthusiastically recounting her day out with Xia Yu, overflowing with happiness. After a pleasant chat with their mother, Xia Yu retrieved the gift he had prepared for her from his room. She accepted it with familiarity, having grown accustomed to his thoughtful gestures since he had begun bringing home presents after receiving his Pokémon. Before their father returned, the 3 of them began dinner, planning to heat up his meal when he arrived. The evening feast was delightful, offering Xia Yu a sense of contentment he had missed during his time away. After dinner, Xia Yu, his mother, and Xiaodong settled onto the sofa to watch television, tuning into a show called Overbearing Shinado Falls in Love with Me, which Xiaodong had recently taken a liking to. His mother and sister watched with keen interest, while Xia Yu found himself drifting into thought, unable to appreciate such refined entertainment. As he sat on the couch in a daze, not long after, Summer's father returned, and upon seeing his long-absent son, he greeted Xia Yu with a smile before hastily making his way into the bedroom, not even pausing to eat. Observing this, Summer's mother also got up to bring the prepared meal into the room for her husband. After a while, she emerged, prompting Xia Yu to inquire about his father's situation. Summer's mother explained that his father had been exceedingly busy over the past fortnight, and though she was not entirely sure of the details, it involved matters with the League headquarters, urging him not to overthink it. Understanding this, Xia Yu decided not to press further and mentioned to his mother his plan to accompany her to her research institute the following morning for an experiment involving the mysterious stone, known as Mega Evolution. Summer's mother readily agreed, sharing her own keen interest in this unique evolution, as it aligned perfectly with her professional expertise. After their conversation, Xia Yu chose not to linger downstairs any longer and returned to his bedroom, contemplating his future plans. With December fast approaching, there were just over 2 months until the national high school competition. He intended to inform his mother about Mega Evolution tomorrow, then challenge the gym for a badge from his grandfather before testing a random legendary Pokémon search card from the system's space. He was filled with anticipation about discovering which legendary Pokémon might be traced, with hopes for either Rayquaza, Groudon, or Kyogre, as Xia Yu lost himself in delightful fantasies. After outlining his future endeavors, he drifted into slumber on his familiar large bed. The next morning, Xia Yu was awakened by his mother, who had been rising early due to a new research project requiring urgent attention. After the family shared breakfast, they prepared to embark on their separate activities. His sister went to school, his father to the League, and he accompanied his mother to the research institute. He had yet to visit his mother's institute since his arrival, though he recalled having been there as a child. They traveled by car to the northwestern suburbs of Shudu City, where the site of his mother's research institute came into view. The structure resembled a white peanut shell lying on the ground, with 2 semicircular buildings connected by a passageway. As they neared, the building's true form became apparent. The institute was quite expansive, resembling a factory, and its name was straightforwardly derived from his mother's own, Qilu Pokemon Evolution Research Institute. It seemed that the most prominent figures often maintained a humble demeanor, Following his mother into the institute, Xia Yu was immediately struck by the array of high-tech equipment on display, where numerous researchers were diligently engaged in their respective tasks, ranging from interns to mid-level researchers. Observing the advanced apparatus, Xia Yu understood the significant financial investment it required, explaining his mother's lavish expenditures. Upon seeing Summer's mother enter, the researchers greeted her warmly before returning to their work, devoid of any flattery. Summer's mother was accustomed to this. Her institute required only capable individuals and had no need for sycophants. She handed Xia Yu a pass, allowing him free movement within the establishment, granting him permissions equivalent to her own. She first took him to view their current research project on peculiar Pokémon mandated by the League headquarters. They entered a specialized laboratory where a unique Pokémon was contained. Xia Yu immediately recognized it. Name, Bakuji Mosquito. Level, 58, Professional. Gender, genderless. Type, Bug, Fighting. Ability, Beast Boost. When it strikes an opponent, its highest stat increases. Held item, none. Potential, Champion level. Moves, Harden, Power-Up Punch, Taunt, Pin Missile, Drain Punch, Bulk Up, Endure. Reversal, Heavy Slam, Dive, Focus Energy, and Exploding Punch. This was none other than the ultimate beast, Bakuji Mosquito. It was no wonder the League wanted researchers to study this creature. It hailed from an alternate dimensional ultimate space and possessed formidable offensive capabilities. Moreover, it could only be captured using a specialized Ultra Ball, as standard Pokeballs were utterly ineffective. Xia Yu surmised that the recent emergence of ultimate space might be the reason for his father's busyness. However, upon seeing this Pokemon, a thought crossed his mind. He had Ultra Balls on hand, and he wondered if he could capture it. After inquiring with his mother about the Pokemon's origins and whether he could attempt to capture it, she declined his request, explaining that it was a national resource, limited in availability, and only a select few researchers were permitted to study such Pokemon. With no results yet achieved, capturing it was out of the question, and there were currently no Pokeballs capable of containing this creature, thus dashing Xia Yu's hopes. Chapter 58, The Initiation of Mega Evolution Research. Xia Yu anticipated his mother's rejection, merely asking out of curiosity. If he could, that would be splendid, but if not, it was of little consequence. With the emergence of ultimate space, he would undoubtedly have the opportunity to capture one himself. Moreover, Bakuji Mosquito was not his primary target. He sought to capture other ultimate beasts. After reviewing some data on Bakuji Mosquito, Summer's mother noted that nothing unusual had occurred and decided to leave. She led Xia Yu to her private research room, which only she had access to. This room was equipped with various devices, allowing for numerous research possibilities. So, my son, what can you tell me about how these special stones induce unique evolutions? Summer's mother inquired, seated in her chair and gazing at Xia Yu. Mother, it's challenging to explain. So I think it's best if I demonstrate it for you. To give you a better understanding, Xia Yu replied. Afterward, he moved to an open area in the research room and released his Bashikadora. His mother approached, observing the formidable presence of his Bashikadora, and nodded in approval, remarking on the excellent training it had received, truly a reflection of her son's abilities. Mother, are you ready? I'm about to begin, Xia Yu asked. Seeing her nod, he wasted no time in initiating the process. Bashikadora, respond to our bond. Mega Evolve. At that moment, the Mega Evolution Stone adorning Bashikadora's tail and the keystone in Xia Yu's glove began to glow simultaneously, creating a surge of energy that linked them together. Bashikadora erupted in a dazzling light of evolution, leaving Summer's mother in awe. It was astonishing to witness Bashikadora, a Pokemon widely regarded as fully evolved, achieving yet another transformation. As the light subsided, Super Bashikadora emerged before her, an even larger, more majestic creature, its iron armor more prominent than before. Mesmerized by the sight of Super Bashikadora, Summer's mother reached out to touch it. The creature responded with affectionate gestures, recognizing her as the mother of its trainer, someone who had fed it in its youth. As she petted it, she marveled at the wonders of Pokemon. She then turned to retrieve an energy detector, pointing it at Super Bashikadora. The detector revealed that its energy levels were now at the gym leader level, which further astonished Summer's mother, as she had previously measured Bashikadora's energy and found it merely at the initial professional level. To my astonishment, this so-called Mega Evolution can elevate a Pokemon's prowess by an entire tier. It is nothing short of a miraculous tool for trainers. Should this information be disclosed, it would undoubtedly garner widespread attention from trainers across the globe. After conducting the examination, Xia Yu commanded the Mega Blastoise to revert to its original form, returning to its Blastoise state, which left Xia's mother in awe. She had initially thought this was a permanent evolution. However, It is only natural to consider that if such an evolution were indeed permanent, the ability to significantly enhance a Pokemon's rank would be utterly terrifying. Do enlighten me. How did you come across this extraordinary evolution? After witnessing the complete transformation, Xia's mother turned to Xia Yu, inquiring with keen interest. Well, I stumbled upon this evolution stone by sheer chance. Initially, I perceived it merely as an aesthetically pleasing gem intended for decorative purposes. Little did I realize that during my journey, I would inadvertently discover this unique form of evolution. Faced with his mother's probing questions, Xia Yu could only respond vaguely. He could not possibly explain the underlying principles of such phenomena. To admit that he had learned about it from an anime in a past life would be far too absurd. Is there anything else you have discovered? Xia's mother sensed that Xia Yu was concealing something, yet she refrained from pressing further, trusting in her son's judgment. Yes, I have identified this unique stone, which I have dubbed the Mega Evolution Stone. It appears that stones of different colors correspond to the evolution of various Pokemon. For instance, my Blastoise's evolution stone cannot be utilized by Charizard. It is exclusively for its use. Furthermore, both the Mega Evolution Stone and a Keystone are required for this special evolution. I have also found a Mega Evolution Stone for Gardevoir, which can be linked to the Keystone I possess, allowing for evolution. However, a single Keystone cannot facilitate the evolution of two Pokemon simultaneously. That is all I currently know. By the way, Mother, how is your collection of these special stones coming along? Xia Yu deliberately withheld some information, as he wanted his mother to continue her research. Due to time constraints, she had only managed to gather a few dozen Mega Evolution Stones and a scarce 5 Keystones, including those already available at the Research Institute. The total was approximately around 100. Xia's mother recounted her progress over the past few days. That is quite a substantial amount. It should suffice for research. However, if we could gather more, it would be beneficial. Even if I cannot utilize them myself, once Mega Evolution becomes widely known, these stones will undoubtedly fetch a high price. Xia Yu nodded in agreement with his mother's words, expressing his thoughts aloud. Son, when do you plan to announce this evolution method? Xia's mother observed her son with increasing satisfaction, never anticipating that he could bring her such immense joy. With this evolution method, they could etch their names in history, becoming one of the most esteemed Pokemon researchers of their time. Well, there is no rush. I have only discovered the Mega Evolution Stones for Blastoise and Gardevoir. I am still uncertain about those for other Pokemon. During this period, I can investigate the Mega Evolution Stones corresponding to other Pokemon. Additionally, Mother, you are aware of my aspirations. I do not wish to become a prodigious researcher. My sole desire is to be the most formidable trainer. Thus, when the time comes to unveil this information, it will rest solely upon your shoulders. After all, we are family, and your rising fame will equally benefit me. I intend to reveal Mega Evolution during the National High School Pokémon League. At that time, you can simultaneously publish a paper on Mega Evolution, maximizing our gains and showcasing the strength of this evolution to a wider audience, thereby enhancing our visibility and influence. Seeing Xia Yu's eager expression, Xia's mother felt a sense of helplessness, ultimately conceding to his wishes, allowing him to pursue his ambition of becoming the strongest trainer. Xia Yu indicated that he had completed his tasks and was preparing to depart, leaving the matters here in his mother's capable hands. Observing this, Xia's mother did not retain him, bidding him to take care on his way out. Once Xia Yu had left, Xia's mother immediately elevated the security level regarding Mega Evolution to the highest tier, preparing to enlist the assistance of trusted researchers to collaborate in this groundbreaking study. Presently, the research on Pokemon Mega Evolution has become her foremost project. Once this information is disseminated, it will undoubtedly create a sensation among trainers worldwide, necessitating her utmost attention. Chapter 59. A visit and gym challenge. After departing from his mother's research institute, Xia Yu hailed a taxi to the Fire-type gym, intending to pay a visit to the elder and perhaps enjoy a complimentary lunch before undertaking the Junior Gym Badge Challenge. Upon arriving at the Fire-type gym, despite many students being occupied with their studies, the location remained bustling and lively. Xia Yu entered, presenting his pass, and proceeded without hindrance. He did not spot his senior brother or sister. Perhaps they were preoccupied, he mused to himself. He made his way directly to where his grandparents resided, and shortly thereafter, he arrived at their dwelling. He spotted his grandmother outside, crafting energy cubes, while his grandfather was nowhere to be found. Approaching, Xia Yu greeted his grandmother. As soon as she noticed Xia Yu's arrival, her face lit up with joy. She set aside her energy cube making and turned to fetch some food for him. Xia Yu could not help but feel a bit bemused. His grandmother always treated him like a little child, yet he did not mind the sentiment. It was rather pleasant. As his grandmother stepped inside, Xia Yu took over the unfinished energy cubes and resumed the crafting process. He deftly proceeded with the task, as this had become almost second nature to him. Before long, a fresh batch of energy cubes was completed. Meanwhile, his grandmother stood nearby, eagerly watching him work. Splendid work. Truly, you are my brilliant grandson. Your skills rival my own. Witnessing Xia Yu's flawless execution, his grandmother could not help but praise him, acknowledging that he had indeed inherited her nurturing talent. Oh, not at all. I still have much to learn compared to you. In the presence of family, Xia Yu displayed a modest demeanor. This was not a moment for pretense. After sharing a brief conversation with his grandmother, Xia Yu inquired about his grandfather's whereabouts. She mentioned that he might be in the gym challenge area, as someone was scheduled to challenge the advanced gym badge today, requiring his grandfather's direct involvement. Xia Yu nodded, indicating he understood, and informed his grandmother that he would be dining here for lunch, asking her to prepare a bit more food. He then proceeded to the gym challenge area in search of his grandfather. Upon arrival, he found himself amidst an intense Pokémon battle. To his surprise, it was not his grandfather battling, but rather his senior brother, Lian, who was engaged in a challenge for the intermediate gym badge. His grandfather was in the observation area, accompanied by his senior sister, Song Tian, as they watched the match unfold. Xia Yu approached, and upon seeing him enter, his grandfather waved him over. "Good morning, grandfather." "Good morning, senior sister." Xia Yu greeted the two warmly. Xia Yu, what brings you here today? Aren't you out traveling to challenge gym badges? Have you completed your challenges already? His grandfather launched a trio of questions, each tinged with playful sarcasm, leaving Xia Yu momentarily speechless, while senior sister Song Tian simply smiled and nodded at him. "Not at all. I just missed you, so I thought I would come straight back to see you. I even brought gifts for you and grandmother," he replied, explaining his visit. "Of course, senior sister and brother also have gifts," Xia Yu replied helplessly to the old man, while also conversing with his senior sister, Song Tian. "Humph, you little rascal. Going on a trip without informing your grandparents. If it weren't for your mother telling me, your grandma and I would still be in the dark. Remember, in the future, always let your grandparents know when you go out. After all these years, we've built quite a network. It could be of assistance during your travels, understood?" Yes, I understand. I will definitely notify you properly next time I go out." Knowing that his grandfather meant well, Xia Yu nodded eagerly in agreement. Meanwhile, as Xia Yu conversed, the battle of his senior brother, Lian, had concluded below. The challenger had been defeated, perhaps having overestimated his own strength, as he directly challenged a top-ranking fire-type gym and ultimately faced defeat. Lian approached Xia Yu to greet him, and Xia Yu presented gifts to his seniors, prompting them to remark on his excessive politeness. "Xiao Yu, you must have other matters to discuss. Feel free to speak up," the old man pointedly interjected, having discerned Xia Yu's intentions. "Hee, you truly have a keen eye, Grandpa. I'm here to challenge gym badges as part of my travel. I've already obtained 3 badges and plan to secure the 4th here today." Xia Yu expressed his thoughts candidly. "All right then, let's see what you've got." Xiao Tian, battle with Xiao Yu, and don't hold back. I wish to witness his true strength. "Yes, master." Xiao Yu, showcase your prowess to sister. "No problem, just watch closely." Sister Song Tian, merely a year older than Xia Yu, came from a modest background but was gifted enough to be accepted as a direct disciple by the old man. She chose not to attend university and instead focused on challenges for beginner gym badges. The two stepped to opposite sides of the battle platform, releasing their Pokémon and awaiting the referee's signal to commence. Song Tian unleashed her ace Pokémon, Ninetales, and Xia Yu looked upon it. Name: Ninetales, level 48, elite, gender, female type, fire ability, flash fire, absorbs fire type attacks to strengthen its own fire type moves. Held item: charcoal qualification, gym level moves, tail whip, confuse ray, ember, flamethrower, fire spin, quick attack, dazzling gleam, overheat, protect, will-o-wisp, curse, hex, telekinesis, safeguard, swift, sunny day, magical flame. Observing sister's ace Pokémon, Xia Yu released his own, the fully evolved Mega Garchomp, ready for battle, with its evolution placing it above Ninetales in both level and type. The old man nodded approvingly at the sight of his grandson's formidable Mega Garchomp, recognizing the masterful prowess it exhibited. Sister Song Tian, initially surprised by the appearance of Mega Garchomp, quickly embraced the thrill of battle, eager for the confrontation. With the referee's command, the battle commenced. Ninetales, run and use flamethrower. Sister Song Tian initiated the attack. Ninetales dashed across the battlefield, unleashing a pillar of fire towards Mega Garchomp. However, Xia Yu would not allow such an easy hit. Mega Garchomp swiftly maneuvered, evading the flamethrower with remarkable agility. Following this, Mega Garchomp unleashed a sandstorm, which stirred up a fierce wind, severely obstructing Ninetales' vision and forcing it to slow down. In contrast, Mega Garchomp thrived amidst the storm, stealthily advancing towards Ninetales as it anxiously scanned the swirling sands, unaware of Mega Garchomp's approach. Seizing the opportune moment, Mega Garchomp unleashed a dragon breath towards Ninetales' position. Although Ninetales spotted the attack just in time, it was too late to dodge, resulting in a devastating hit and a pained cry. Seeing her Ninetales struck, Sister Song Tian commanded it to use Confuse Ray to immobilize Mega Garchomp, followed by a Will-O-Wisp aimed at the now-stunned opponent. In response, Xia Yu ordered Mega Garchomp to dig underground, successfully evading Ninetales' assault under the cover of the sandstorm. Noticing Mega Garchomp had burrowed underground, Sister Song Tian urged Ninetales to run, preventing any chance of a sneak attack. Meanwhile, the sandstorm continued, enhancing Mega Garchomp's sensory abilities. While underground, Mega Garchomp sensed Ninetales' movements, and Xia Yu utilized his bond with it to relay Ninetales' position. Anticipating Ninetales' next move, Mega Garchomp targeted its landing spot with a Dragon Claw, striking the airborne Ninetales before it could adjust its direction. Ninetales collapsed, appearing gravely injured, as Mega Garchomp's final Dragon Claw secured the victory. Chapter 60, Triumph and Grandfather's Intervention. Sister Song Tian recalled Ninetales and released her next Pokémon, a Flareon. Name, Flareon level, 44, Elite, Gender, Male type, Fire ability, Flash Fire, absorbs Fire-type attacks to strengthen its own Fire-type moves. Held item, Soothing Bell qualification, Gym level moves, Swift, Tackle, Takedown, Flare Blitz, Tail Whip, Mimic, Howl, Wish, Helping Hand, Baton Pass, Baby Doll Eyes, Sand Attack, Quick Attack, Ember, Fire Fong, Fire Spin, Flamethrower, Will-O-Wisp. Seeing Flareon enter the fray, Xia Yu recalled Mega Garchomp and summoned Greninja, preparing it to face Flareon. The two Pokémon stood on either side, their eyes brimming with determination. As the referee signaled the start, both Pokémon charged towards each other. Flareon unleashed a flamethrower towards Greninja, who deftly evaded the attack with its agility. As they closed the distance, Flareon launched a series of swift stars at Greninja. Utilizing its substitute, Greninja dodged the barrage before employing Shadow Clone to confuse Flareon. Preparing for a surprise attack, Flareon targeted the illusory clones with Fire Spin, attempting to ensnare them. However, the real Greninja had already positioned itself behind Flareon, delivering a decisive blow that sent Flareon crashing to the ground. Flareon quickly regained its footing, retaliating with Flamethrower aimed at Greninja, who countered with Water Gun. The clash of fire and water erupted into a cloud of steam, engulfing the arena in mist. Taking advantage of the cover, Greninja concealed itself, seeking an opportunity to strike Flareon. Observing the smoke, Flareon distanced itself, prompting Greninja to reveal its true form. With Flareon charging towards Greninja, the latter prepared its Water Shuriken for a direct confrontation. As the two Pokémon drew near, Flareon seized the moment, executing Quick Attack against Greninja. Greninja countered with Water Shuriken, successfully deflecting the assault, only to be met with Flareon's Baby Doll Eyes. The gaze momentarily stunned Greninja, allowing Flareon to land a hit with Fire Fong. The Koga Ninja Frog retreated in a flustered manner, endeavoring to extricate itself from the battlefield while seeking the next opportunity. However, the fiery EV, emboldened by its advantageous position, was relentless, preparing to deliver a decisive blow while Koga Ninja Frog found itself in a precarious state. In a swift motion, it charged towards Koga Ninja Frog, executing a reckless tackle aimed at annihilation. Realizing there was no evading this attack, Koga Ninja Frog braced itself with a defensive move, absorbing the impact of the reckless tackle. Seizing the moment while the fiery EV was still momentarily disoriented, it unleashed a water pulse that struck true, inflicting considerable damage. Observing this, Song Tian urged the fiery EV to flee, distancing itself from Koga Ninja Frog. Yet, Xia Yu was determined not to let the tide turn in favor of his opponent. He commanded Koga Ninja Frog to execute a shadow sneak, swiftly closing the gap to inflict further harm upon the fiery EV. Following this, a close-range water gun ended the battle, leaving the fiery EV sprawled on the ground with dazed eyes. Xia Yu emerged victorious in this initial badge challenge against the novice gym leader. Song Tian recalled her fiery EV into its Pokeball and approached Xia Yu. Badge in hand, Xia Yu offered words of encouragement to Koga Ninja Frog, promising a hearty meal later that evening before returning it to its Pokeball. You fought splendidly, Xiao Yu. You have truly showcased what a genuine genius is capable of, remarked Song Tian as she passed the badge to Xia Yu. Oh, It was merely a narrow victory, hardly worth mentioning. You flatter me, sister, Xia Yu replied bashfully, deflecting her praise. The two then made their way to the observation platform, where the elder gentleman, pleased, patted Xia Yu on the shoulder, commending him for a commendable performance that echoed his own youthful prowess. Li Yan, standing nearby, applauded Xia Yu, proclaiming him a true prodigy, noting the vast distance between their abilities despite his own considerable talent at the advanced professional level, being 5 years Xia Yu's senior. Their conversation turned to the upcoming challenger to the elder, who had yet to arrive, yet Xia Yu found himself intrigued, as it was rare for someone to summon the elder from his slumber so early. Brother Li Yan explained that this was a challenger named Feng Xiaodian from the imperial capital, who had recently joined the elder's tutelage. He had previously challenged the intermediate gym badge, where the elder had personally engaged in battle. Feng had triumphed over the elder's Pokémon, garnering the elder's favor. Hence the elder's keen interest in his upcoming challenge for the advanced gym badge. As they spoke, a young man entered the arena, appearing to be of a similar age to Brother Li Yan. He approached them directly. Elder Xia, it has been a while. I have come to challenge the advanced gym badge, and I hope you will show me mercy, he said politely, bowing to the elder. Feng, it has been 3 years. Yet you remain as eloquent as ever. I wonder how much your strength has grown, the elder replied. Fairly well, or else I wouldn't dare to challenge you. Feng responded confidently. Ah, confidence suits you. Let us see what you are made of, the elder said as they ascended to the battle platform, releasing their respective Pokémon. Feng summoned a Zygarde, while the elder unleashed a Houndoom, the levels being 63 and 65, respectively, giving the elder a clear advantage on paper. As the battle commenced, Zygarde's ethereal form shimmered with dark energy, its eyes glinting with cunning. Houndoom stood majestically, its fur bristling as it unleashed torrents of searing flames. The clash began as Zygarde's ghostly agility allowed it to ensnare Houndoom with shadowy tendrils. Houndoom, undeterred, fought against the bindings with great effort, launching itself towards Zygarde at astonishing speed, flames roaring from its maw. Zygarde adeptly evaded the onslaught while retaliating with powerful shadow techniques. The two Pokémon exchanged blows in a fierce and exhilarating battle, their powers colliding in brilliant bursts of light and formidable energy waves. Both Feng and the elder maintained composure, deftly adjusting their strategies as the tension mounted, igniting a fervor in the spectators. As the battle progressed, Houndoom began to show signs of fatigue in the face of Zygarde's aerial attrition, ultimately succumbing to a well-placed shadow ball. The elder recalled Houndoom, complimenting Feng on his performance, before releasing a Charizard of level 68, clearly indicating a shift in intensity. Zygarde, having expended considerable energy in its fight against Houndoom, was quickly overwhelmed by the Charizard's ferocity, falling after just a few exchanges. Feng recalled Zygarde and sent forth a 65-level Dragonite, presumably his ace in the hole. The elder acknowledged the formidable presence of Dragonite, praising Feng for its impressive training, sensing its potential to contend with Charizard. The atmosphere in the arena thickened with anticipation as the two Pokémon prepared for a passionate clash. Dragonite spread its massive wings, soaring gracefully, unleashing a torrent of draconic breath in an attempt to suppress Charizard. Charizard, refusing to yield, countered with searing flames, igniting a fierce confrontation. The two titans collided, claws and flames intertwining in a relentless exchange of ferocious assaults. As time progressed, both Pokémon exhibited unwavering resolve. Yet weariness began to set in. In a climactic clash, both Dragonite and Charizard succumbed simultaneously, collapsing to the battlefield. Observing Dragonite's mutual demise with Charizard, the elder expressed satisfaction with Feng's performance, affirming his discerning eye had not led him astray. Both trainers recalled their Pokémon, setting the stage for the final bout. The two released their last Pokémon. The elder, not wishing to complicate matters, summoned a 65-level Houndoom, while Feng released a 64-level Blaziken. On the battlefield, Blaziken stood resolute, engulfed in flames, its gaze sharp and determined, while Houndoom bared its fangs, exhaling dark flames. As the battle ignited, Blaziken leapt with ferocity, claws slicing through the air as it charged at Houndoom, sending waves of heat rippling through the arena. Houndoom retaliated without hesitation, spewing forth black flames in defense. The two combatants engaged in a relentless back and forth, neither willing to concede an inch. Blaziken unleashed a fiery kick, its immense strength forcing Houndoom to retreat repeatedly. Houndoom, undaunted, countered with dark energy. In this fierce skirmish, Blaziken, through sheer determination and skill, gradually seized the upper hand, ultimately claiming victory by a narrow margin over Houndoom. With the thrill of having triumphed over Elder Xia, Feng exhaled a sigh of relief, acknowledging the challenge had been formidable. The elder, faced with defeat, exhibited no signs of disappointment, instead applauding Foam, recognizing that achieving victory over one of his top 3 Pokémon, Charizard, was no small feat. He presented the Advanced Gym Badge to Foam, encouraging him to continue his ascent toward greater heights. Foam, taking the elder's words to heart, nodded solemnly, affirming his commitment to the path ahead. He subsequently departed the gym. Although the elder had intended to invite him for lunch, Foam declined, citing pressing matters, promising to return another time. Since the matter had been settled, the elder had no choice but to let him leave. As noon approached, Xia Yu and the elder made their way towards the house, preparing to partake in lunch. After the meal, Xia Yu accompanied the elder and grandmother to the breeding area to feed the Pokémon, and thus the afternoon slipped away. During this time, Xia Yu also shared some information regarding the Mega Evolution Stones, mentioning that his mother had made new research progress and encouraged the elder to gather more of these special stones in the near future. Upon hearing this, the elder nodded thoughtfully, his eyes glinting as if he had already devised a plan to acquire these unique stones from an old friend. Noticing that time was passing, Xia Yu took his leave from the elderly couple, intending to pick up his sister from school. Upon learning the reason for his departure, his grandparents urged him to hurry and not delay in fetching their beloved granddaughter. Prompted by their insistence, Xia Yu swiftly made his way to his sister's school, awaiting her dismissal. After collecting his sister, the two returned home, where they found that their mother was coming back later than usual. Likely engrossed in her research with their father, perhaps too excited and losing track of time. That evening, as Xia Yu returned to his room, he contemplated visiting the school the following day. His chubby friend had messaged him a few days prior, indicating that he was preparing to challenge the gym badges. And Xia Yu wondered if he had already set off. The next morning, Xia Yu rose at his usual time, ready to return to his academic duties. He grabbed his backpack from the desk and headed towards the school, timing his arrival perfectly with the school bell. Goodness, is that Xia Yu? How did he come back? Suddenly, a classmate spotted him and exclaimed loudly. Indeed, wasn't Xia the academic star off challenging gym badges? Has he already completed them? Another familiar face chimed in, teasing Xia Yu. Wow, you look a bit tanned, but it suits you, adds a certain charm. The admiration from his female classmates sparkled like stars in their eyes, captivated by Xia Yu's presence. Wow, Yuji, you finally decided to return. Do you have any idea how I managed without you for these 2 months? Chubby Zhang Yuhao lamented as he saw Xia Yu. Xia Yu smiled and greeted his classmates as he made his way to his seat. Noticing that several spots had become vacant, likely due to others taking leave to challenge the gym badges. Before Xia Yu could utter a word, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, entered. What is all this noise? Our class is the loudest in the entire grade. I can hear you from upstairs. Do you think you're all so secure that you no longer need to study? Mr. Wang began his usual tirade, instantly silencing the classroom, with only his voice echoing around. Don't think that just because you're in the advanced class, you can do as you please. Do you understand discipline? I'm talking about you, Zhang Yuhao. Your voice was the loudest. I could hear you from far away. Come to my office later. Mr. Wang, please don't. I didn't mean to. It was just that Xia Yu returned, and I got too excited. I promise it won't happen again. The chubby boy's face fell, immediately begging for mercy, while inadvertently throwing Xia Yu under the bus. Xia Yu, you come with me for a moment. Everyone else, focus on your studies. Mr. Wang glanced towards the window, spotting the familiar figure of Xia Yu, and beckoned him over. Xia Yu shot a glare at Yuhao before rising to follow the teacher outside. Why didn't you tell me you were back? Mr. Wang inquired once they reached the teacher's office. I just returned and didn't have the chance to say anything. I'm here to inform you today, Xia Yu replied. All right then. Tell me, have you completed the gym badge challenges? Mr. Wang asked, taking a sip from his teacup as he scrutinized Xia Yu. Yes, I have obtained all 4 gym badges. Very good. You have not disappointed my trust. I will handle your registration for the National High School Pokémon League. Thank you, that would be great. Xia Yu nodded in agreement. By the way, Mr. Wang, I probably won't be attending classes until the competition starts, as I plan to continue my specialized training. Is that acceptable? Absolutely. In fact, many students who register for the league each year have their own unique training methods and typically take leave. The school also invites powerful trainers to organize special training sessions for students who may not have access to specific resources. This is a benefit for those from average backgrounds. Xia Yu was aware of these basic activities at the school, having seen them happen every year. After a brief conversation with Mr. Wang, he returned to the classroom. So, Yuji, what did the teacher want? Nothing much, just shared some of your misdeeds. You might be in for some trouble later. Impossible. Absolutely not. My Yuji is magnanimous. He wouldn't hold a grudge over something so trivial. You're trying to deceive me. Xia Yu chuckled internally at his friend's exaggerated indignation, maintaining a serious demeanor. He offered Yu Hao a knowing smile, causing a shiver of apprehension to run down the chubby boy's spine as he wondered if it was true. Hey, Yuji, did you finish the gym challenges? Xia Yu nodded affirmatively. Quick, show me your gym badges. I want to admire them. Xia Yu handed over the 4 gym badges to Yu Hao. The patterns, the images, the intricacy. Yuji, you didn't challenge all the first-tier gyms, did you? What else would it be? With my skills, it's a piece of cake. Only you can pull off such an act, Yuji. No one can compete with you. After boasting, Yu Hao proudly displayed the gym badges to their classmates, who were amused by his antics, while Xia Yu turned his gaze out the window, feeling embarrassed and wishing to disassociate himself from Yu Hao's showboating. Once Yu Hao finished his performance to the delight of their peers, he returned the badges to Xia Yu, expressing his intention to take leave to challenge the gyms as well, realizing that others' achievements did not compare to his own comfort in boasting. Xia Yu gave him a thumbs up, appreciating the sentiment, but hoping he wouldn't dwell on it too long. Thus, after spending the morning at school, Xia Yu departed after lunch and returned home. During his conversations with Yu Hao, he learned that students had been taking leave to challenge gym badges since the beginning of the month. Notably, classmates like Luo Bing, Zhu Zhu, Ming Kai, and Hao Kai had all ventured out to challenge gyms after Xia Yu's departure. Meanwhile, Yu Hao had been solidifying his Pokemon's foundation and was only now prepared to embark on his own challenges. Xia Yu wished him well, hoping they would both appear at the league together. Upon returning to his room, Xia Yu opened his system space and retrieved the random legendary Pokemon search card. Indeed, he decided to use this card. After vigorously washing his hands at the sink, Xia Yu took the card and earnestly prayed to Arceus, the creator, hoping it would lead him to a powerful legendary Pokemon. System, activate the random legendary Pokemon search card. Ding. The random legendary Pokemon search card has been successfully used. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained legendary Pokemon Hoopa, Judgment, Location. Upon seeing the system's prompt, Xia Yu leaped with joy. After all, it was Hoopa, the entity that had toyed with the legendary Pokemon of the Hoenn region in the anime. What a thrill it was. However, the observant Xia Yu soon discerned a peculiar detail. Why was the word punishment specifically highlighted? Could it be that it could not transform into the liberated form of Hoopa? With a sense of confusion, Xia Yu inquired of the system. Indeed, the host's speculation was correct. The Hoopa on this search card was not in its complete form, but rather in its punishment form. In this realm, it had been sealed and separated, and the host could assist it in finding the other half of its seal to restore it to its complete form. Understanding the system's intent, Xia Yu realized that this was fortuitous. If it had been the complete form of Hoopa, he might not have been able to capture it at all. Subsequently, the search card transformed into a golden ring, manifesting in Xia Yu's hand, which would aid him in locating the seal of Hoopa, punishment. Meanwhile, far away in an unknown secret realm, the sealed Hoopa, punishment, was slumbering when it was suddenly jolted awake by a nightmare. Habitually, it felt around for its rings. 1, 2, 3. Hoopa, punishment, squinted its eyes and used its tiny hands to search its surroundings, but could not find the third ring. Rising to survey the area, it discovered only 2 rings remained. The third had vanished. Where could my large ring have gone? How could it suddenly disappear? Hoopa, punishment, pondered in bewilderment. It used its own energy to sense the entire secret realm, but found nothing, which struck it as peculiar. Could it have possibly escaped the sealed realm? Due to the nature of its confinement, it could not perceive anything beyond the realm. So the only explanation it could fathom was that its ring had somehow escaped by some unknown means. After contemplating this, it realized that perhaps this was a fortuitous turn of events. Its ring would surely come to rescue its master, and it would be better to have the seal lifted outside than to remain trapped within. Having come to this conclusion, Hoopa, punishment, ceased its search and returned to its nest to continue sleeping. After all, being unable to escape the realm, it had played enough and could only pass the time by resting, patiently awaiting the arrival of its ring. Xia Yu gazed at the golden ring in his hand. Finding it remarkably familiar, he decided to use his true sight to scan it, and indeed, it was Hoopa's ring. It was intriguing that it had transformed into Hoopa's ring to serve as a clue and sensor. Xia Yu discovered he could sense the approximate location of Hoopa's sealed realm through this ring. Upon sensing, he realized that this secret realm was not situated in Huagua. Comparing it with a world map, he deduced it was likely located in the Petroleum Federation. Unfortunately, he was too far from the Petroleum Federation, and 2 months would not suffice. It appeared he would have to wait until after the high school league to embark on that journey. Turning his gaze to the random secret realm summoning card, he contemplated whether to use it. After a moment's reflection, Xia Yu resolved to employ it, Otherwise, the next 2 months of regimented training would be rather dull, and he preferred the thrill of adventure. Chapter 63. The Auction and the Aluminum Steel Dragon Pokémon Egg. System. Utilize the random Secret Realm Summoning card. Ding. The system alerts the host that upon using the random Secret Realm Summoning card, a secret realm will randomly appear nearby, and the host will have a private exploration period of only 1 month. Does the host confirm the summoning of the secret realm here? Not yet. Let me think it over. Xia Yu hastily declined the summoning. The idea of a secret realm appearing near his home was exhilarating. Even the weakest secret realms would impact the surrounding space and environment, especially since he lived in the city. The consequences could be substantial. It would be wiser to summon it from a distance. Then, Xia Yu noticed a notification in the task section of the system panel indicating that one of his tasks had been completed. Upon checking, he discovered that he had completed the challenge of acquiring 4 level 1 gym badges. Surprisingly, there was no notification. What a letdown. Regardless, he eagerly claimed his rewards: 5 intermediate rare candies, a champion-level Pokemon information packet, and 4,000 shop credits. What piqued his interest the most was the Pokemon information. Upon opening it, a message appeared. A champion-level aluminum steel dragon Pokemon egg would soon be featured at the black market auction in Shuqing City. He quickly grabbed his phone and inquired with his plump friend about the recent timing of the black market auction, as his friend was well-versed in such matters. Before long, his friend replied, stating that the upcoming black market auction would take place in 3 days, and many rare items were expected to be present. Xia Yu surmised that the aluminum steel dragon egg would likely appear at this auction. He resolved to attend the auction in 3 days, and then find a more distant location to summon the secret realm. Thus, after a few uneventful days at home, Xia Yu packed his belongings and headed to the black market, prepared for the auction. Cloaked in his black robe and wearing a mask, he entered the black market, intending to first scout around outside in hopes of finding a hidden treasure. As he perused the various stalls, he noted that the opportunities for bargains were significantly diminished this time, with most items being flashy yet riddled with counterfeit components. It seemed that genuine treasures were still to be found within the auction itself. Ultimately, Xia Yu only managed to acquire a premium water stone encased in rock from the same vendor where he had previously found a good deal. It appeared that vendor truly was fortunate. Every time he visited, there was something to gain. Xia Yu mused that he ought to support that vendor's business more in the future. Satisfied with his find, Xia Yu did not let greed overtake him. He turned and entered a lavish shop where the auction was set to occur, presenting his Universal Bank card. The staff respectfully escorted him to a VIP room to await the commencement of the auction. Before long, the seats in the auction hall were filled with attendees, each adorned with masks of various designs, some eagerly anticipating, while others remained quietly expectant. As the lights dimmed, the auction commenced. A graceful and alluring woman, curvaceous and captivating, ascended the auction stage, wielding a small gavel as she announced the official start of the auction. Welcome, everyone, to this auction. This event will feature the highest number of rare items and the greatest value of the year. I trust each of you will leave with items that delight you. With little ado, she introduced the first item for bidding. After a brief introduction, she signaled the staff to bring forth the first item. It was a premium thunderstone, a rare and sought-after item, and its value was well known. The starting bid was set at 1 million, with increments of no less than 100,000. The auction began with the sound of her gavel. 2 million, 2,500,000. 3 million, 7 million. Before long, the premium thunderstone had reached a bid of 7 million, at which point no one else was willing to raise their bid, considering it was merely the first item and better treasures lay ahead. Ultimately, the masked man who bid 7 million secured the premium thunderstone. Xia Yu held little interest in the plethora of items available in the system's marketplace. Low-priced bargains were acceptable, but high prices were off the table. The second, third, and so on. Soon, over a dozen items had passed. Yet Xia Yu remained uninterested. Although the quality was indeed commendable, he found he had no need for them. Purchasing them would serve little purpose. However, soon, the moment he had been waiting for arrived. The staff gently lifted a precious Pokemon egg, and Xia Yu's gaze fell upon it, instantaneously revealing a wealth of information before his eyes. Name: Aluminum Steel Dragon. Level: 0. Gender: male. Type: Steel Dragon. Ability: Steadfast, Dream Ability. Can ignore the effects of abilities or moves that draw in opposing Pokemon. Held item: none. Potential: champion level. Moves: Glare, Metal Claw, Body Slam. Heavy Slam, Dark Pulse. With impeccable potential, a dream ability, and flawless move inheritance, this Pokemon egg was destined to be his. What followed was no ordinary item. It was a rare Pokémon egg unique to the Maple Leaf Nation, specifically a dragon-type egg. Surely, everyone had deduced its identity. It was indeed the egg of the aluminum steel dragon. This extraordinary dual-type Pokémon was not only rare, but also possessed formidable battle prowess, making it a prime choice for powerful trainers. The trainers present were stirred by her words, each displaying an unwavering determination to claim it, indicating that Xia Yu would have to contend fiercely for it. Xia Yu had previously researched the aluminum steel dragon and discovered that no one yet knew it could evolve into the aluminum steel bridge dragon, a quasi-divine Pokémon, a prize he was resolute to secure. The starting bid for the aluminum steel dragon egg was set at 1 million, and the auction commenced. 1 million, 1.5 million, 180,000, 200,000, 5 million. Xia Yu made his move, eschewing a slow bidding process by instantly raising the price in hopes of scaring off the competition. As anticipated, the abrupt bid of 5 million rendered the room momentarily silent. Yet, it was not long before others resumed the bidding. 5.2 million, 550,000, 800,000. Xia Yu's second bid sent the crowd reeling, leaving no one willing to counter, and he successfully acquired the egg. Though many were envious of this prize, the price had skyrocketed beyond reason, nearing that of typical quasi-divine Pokémon eggs. It was perplexing which affluent heir would squander such riches so frivolously. Only Xia Yu understood the true strength of the aluminum steel dragon's evolution into the aluminum steel bridge dragon, and he could only lamentfully seize this significant opportunity. Having fulfilled his primary objective, Xia Yu breathed a sigh of relief and turned his attention to the potential treasures that lay ahead. Chapter 64, Darkness and Rescue. Among the subsequent auction items, Xia Yu managed to snag a wishing star and a megastone for Lucario, acquiring them at a minimal cost, which filled him with elation. The thrill of such a fortunate find was a sensation known only to those who had experienced it. However, his joy was short-lived when an auction item emerged that profoundly challenged his worldview. It was no mere item. It was a living child, a boy of approximately 10 years. Collared and presented on stage, the boy's eyes brimmed with confusion, not comprehending why he found himself in this unfamiliar environment, surrounded by masked onlookers, which instilled a deep sense of fear within him. He could only huddle on the ground, avoiding the sights around him. Indeed, this was not the first time human beings had been auctioned at such an event, but this child was unique. I shall not keep you in suspense. He possessed the power of the everlasting forest, a 1 in a million psychic. As one could surmise, the value of a psychic is immeasurable. Whoever could take him home, nurture him, would gain an invaluable asset and combatant. This was the first time Xia Yu had witnessed the auctioning of a living person, particularly a child. Despite his extraordinary abilities, a wave of intense anger surged within him. He could hardly fathom that such travesties could occur in this world. He involuntarily envisioned his own sister being captured and sold, and the fury he would feel was beyond measure. He believed he could obliterate the world. Moreover, the everlasting forest power within him seemed to resonate with that of the boy on stage. As a voice imbued with the will of the everlasting forest echoed in Xia Yu's mind, urging him to rescue the child, for he seemed to hold a unique significance to the everlasting forest. This realization solidified Xia Yu's resolve to acquire the boy at any cost and return him to the everlasting forest. Ding! A special mission has been triggered. Rescue the boy and safely return him to the everlasting forest. Mission reward: elevation of the everlasting forest power to master level. 2,000 shop coins. The sudden task issued by the system only fortified his determination. He was resolute in his intent to save the boy, for not even the divine could thwart his will. Meanwhile, in a luxurious room several chambers away, a starkly contrasting scene unfolded. Four individuals occupied the space. One with striking red hair, wearing only a mask and exhibiting an air of arrogance. Finally, we have him. If it weren't for your incompetence, he would have been in our grasp long ago, and the plan would have succeeded without my direct involvement. The red-haired man seethed, greedily eyeing the boy on stage while berating his subordinates. My lord, we cannot be blamed. The forest was peculiar. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of high-level Pokémon attacking us, we would have captured him already. One subordinate protested, unwilling to accept blame. Do you dare speak back? The red-haired man seized the subordinate by the throat, causing his face to flush and swell, struggling for breath. The subordinate flailed desperately to escape the red-haired man's grip. However, the red-haired man appeared to relish in the moment, watching the struggling figure as one would admire a work of art. Suddenly, seemingly bored, he tightened his grip, and with a sickening crack, the subordinate's body went limp, lifelessly discarded as though he were mere refuse. The remaining two subordinates knelt trembling, fearful of uttering a word lest they provoke a similar fate. Pathetic beings ought to act as such. Your only duty is to complete the tasks I assign. Do not harbor any other thoughts, understood? Should anyone wish for an early departure from this world, I would be more than willing to oblige. Why, yes, my lord. We shall fulfill your commands without hesitation. The two subordinates replied hastily, acutely aware of the ruthlessness and unscrupulous nature of the man before them. The boy endowed with the power of the everlasting forest commenced bidding at 1 million, and the auction began. As the auctioneer's gavel fell, the bidding commenced. 5 million. The red-haired man was the first to act, intent on securing him immediately. Upon hearing the initial bid of 5 million from the VIP room, many attendees were dissuaded from their aspirations. Nevertheless, some individuals remained intrigued by the psychic boy, igniting a flurry of bids. 6 million, 650,000, 700,000. The competitive scene revealed to Xia Yu the dark underbelly of this world, starkly contrasting the sunlight under which he had always existed. The shadows had always loomed, known only to a select few. 10 million. Xia Yu joined the fray, calling out a substantial offer. His bid stunned the others into silence. Yet the red-haired man pressed on. 12 million, 13 million, 15 million, 16 million. The ensuing contest was between Xia Yu and the crimson-haired man, while the others had ceased their competition, merely spectating the unfolding drama. Ah, how intriguing. It seems you enjoy raising the stakes. Very well, I shall indulge you. Initially, I contemplated resolving this matter through civilized means, but it appears I must revert to my old ways. Today has been particularly vexing, and you shall serve as my outlet. The red-haired man exchanged a knowing glance with his two subordinates, who promptly understood the implications of their master's intent and exited the VIP room, vanishing down the corridor. Soon, it shall not take long. Everything will come to a close. Ha ha ha. I shall grant you a modicum of grace. Seeing that the bidders in another room had ceased their calls, Xia Yu exhaled in relief, pleasantly surprised by how smoothly things had unfolded. He had successfully acquired the small boy. As the auction proceeded to its conclusion, Xia Yu did not find anything else worthy of his interest. Once the final item was claimed, the auction came to an end, and Xia Yu awaited the staff to bring forth his acquisitions. Shortly, the staff presented him with the aluminum steel dragon egg, a wishing star, a Lucario Omega evolution stone, and the small boy. After completing the transaction with a card swipe, Xia Yu did not depart immediately. Instead, he employed his power of eternity to soothe the small boy, who appeared somewhat frightened, likely having endured considerable distress. Xia Yu's aura resonated with that of the boy, allowing the child to sense the brotherly intentions of the figure before him. As the boy gradually relaxed, Xia Yu smiled and assured him that he would escort him back home, inquiring about his name and the location of his residence. Chapter 65. Confrontation with the Crimson-Haired Man. The boy introduced himself as Li Pingyan, revealing that his home lay at the northern edge of the evergreen forest, where his parents operated a rural guest house. Unaware of his current plight, Xia Yu asked how long he had been captured, to which Li Pingyan replied that he was uncertain, only recalling faintly that he had lost consciousness while fleeing in the forest, awakening in this unfamiliar place without any sense of time past. Understanding the situation, Xia Yu gently patted the boy's head, assuring him that he would safely return him home, and there was no need for concern. Holding the Pokémon egg and guiding Li Pingyan by the hand, Xia Yu exited the room, preparing to leave the auction venue. He also provided Li Pingyan with a mask to render him less conspicuous. Although the small child's presence was already quite telling, Xia Yu believed that reducing attention, however slightly, would be beneficial. Just as Xia Yu exited the black market, intending to hail a cab for a brief return home, Miraidon, contained within his master ball, communicated telepathically, warning him of a stalker with unmistakable malice. Xia Yu paused momentarily before entering the vehicle and instructing the driver to head towards a suburban location. The notion of being followed was anticipated. After all, he had acquired the rare aluminum steel dragon egg and the psychic boy, naturally drawing attention. The black market was rife not only with trainers seeking fortune, but also with desperate individuals. Before long, they arrived at a sparsely populated suburban area in Shuta City. Once Xia Yu paid the fare, he urged the driver to depart swiftly, then released Shinado, guiding Li Pingyan in a specific direction. Xia Yu instructed Shinado to safeguard Li Pingyan, ready to utilize teleport at the first sign of danger. The ones tracking Xia Yu were indeed the subordinates of the crimson-haired man, who fixed their gazes upon him and reported his location back to their master. Keep your eyes on him. I shall be there shortly. This time, I will handle it personally. Should anything go awry, you shall meet your fate alongside your comrades. Yes, Lord Wuhua, we will ensure he remains in sight. After concluding the call, the two exchanged glances, sighing before continuing their watch over Xia Yu. As Xia Yu walked, he pondered why no one had yet attempted to rob him. Had they fled? Inquiring through telepathy, Miraidon confirmed that they were still trailing him, albeit inexplicably inactive. Just as Xia Yu was deep in thought, the crimson-haired man appeared before him astride a three-headed dragon. Humph, so it is you, daring to compete against me. Today, I shall witness the source of your bravado. The crimson-haired man fixed his gaze upon Xia Yu and the small Li Pingyan beside him. Due to their masks, he could not discern their ages or identities. Otherwise, he might have acted with greater decisiveness. What is this? Unable to win at the auction, you resort to outright theft? It seems you are not as formidable as you claim. Allow me to witness whether your prowess matches your words. Xia Yu remained undaunted, for he held Miraidon in reserve. His heart untroubled, and he retorted boldly. Ha ha ha, how amusing. I hope you can endure a bit longer. Otherwise, I shall be sorely disappointed. The crimson-haired man's eyes gleamed with madness and bloodlust, regarding Xia Yu as prey. Go forth, three-headed dragon. Let him experience true agony. With a fearsome roar, the three-headed dragon materialized before Xia Yu. Name, three-headed dragon. Level, 82, champion level. Gender, male. Type, dark dragon. Ability, levitate, floats above the ground, thus immune to ground-type moves. Held item, dragon fawn. Qualification, champion level. Moves, tackle, bite, dragon breath, charge beam, try attack, double hit, roar, pursuit, head smash, bulk up, body slam, crunch, scary face. Dragon pulse, heavy slam, hyper voice, dragon dive, trick, dragon tail, meteor shower, taunt, abyssal spike, roar of time, earth power, wide area destruction. Gazing upon the enormous and fearsome three-headed dragon, Xia Yu instructed Shinado to relocate Li Pingyan to safety, then retrieved a Pokeball. Come forth, Charizard. I shall rely on you this time. Xia Yu resolved to summon Charizard to battle, confident in its mega evolution capabilities, eager to test the waters against the three-headed dragon. He bore no fear of revealing the mega evolution. The revelation was imminent, and he doubted these individuals could escape. With Miraidon present, their fate was already sealed. With a roar, Charizard emerged, filled with combat fervor as it faced the three-headed dragon. Humph, I expected more from you. You think this novice champion-level shiny Charizard can stand against me? How utterly disappointing. If this is all you can muster, then prepare to meet your demise. Upon witnessing Xia Yu's summon of the shiny Charizard, the crimson-haired man's expression shifted to one of disappointment upon sensing the energy emanating from Charizard. Realizing he was merely confronting a braggart, having anticipated a more thrilling encounter. Do not rush. The best is yet to come. You shall soon witness. Charizard, respond to our bond. Mega Evolve. The keystone in Xia Yu's hand connected with the necklace around Charizard's neck, and a burst of evolutionary light enveloped them, revealing the shiny Mega Charizard Y. Name, Mega Charizard Y Shiny. Level, 82, champion level. Gender, male. Type, fire, flying. Ability, drought. Upon entering battle, the weather becomes sunny. Held item, Miraidon Scale, Charizard Mega Y Evolution Stone. Qualification, master level. Moves, not listed. As the shiny Charizard Mega evolved, its energy level immediately equaled that of the three-headed dragon, astonishing the crimson-haired man, whose eyes shone with a fierce intensity, as if he wished to dissect Xia Yu. Ha ha ha, you truly are amusing. I never expected to stumble upon the unexpected surprise of discovering the evolution form of Charizard. How delightful. It seems I must spare your life. Your worth now barely equals that of the boy beside you. The red-haired man cackled, as if summer you were already firmly within his grasp. Huh. I shall show no mercy. Let us reveal our true abilities. Summer you retorted without hesitation. The power of Mega Charizard Y was formidable. Its base special attack had soared to an astounding 181 after the Mega Evolution, rendering it a veritable harbinger of devastation. Summer you was confident that in the ensuing clash, Mega Charizard Y would triumph effortlessly. Confronting the three-headed dragon, Mega Charizard Y radiated with searing flames, its wings beating fiercely, stirring up waves of scorching heat. The three-headed dragon exuded a malevolent aura, each of its gaping maws growling in unison. Chapter 66. The battle against the three-headed dragon and the emergence of Gushin Snail. As the battle commenced, Mega Charizard Y launched the first strike, unleashing a powerful beam of flame directed at the three-headed dragon. The beast nimbly dodged while simultaneously unleashing 3 waves of dark energy from its mouths in retaliation. The collision of flames and dark energy erupted in a dazzling display of light and thunderous sound, yet it was evident that Mega Charizard Y held the upper hand. With a relentless offensive, Mega Charizard Y slashed through the air with its sharp claws, igniting trails of fire. The three-headed dragon retaliated with its robust tail, each side exchanging blows in an extraordinarily fierce contest. The flames of Mega Charizard Y grew increasingly intense, warping the surrounding air, while the three-headed dragon, driven by indomitable will and might, refused to yield. Ultimately, amidst a cataclysmic clash, both Mega Charizard Y and the three-headed dragon unleashed their ultimate strikes. Fire and dark energy intertwined, creating a splendid radiance. As the brilliance faded, the three-headed dragon lay defeated, its eyes swirling, while Mega Charizard Y, though bearing numerous wounds, evidently still had the strength to continue fighting. Roar, roar. Mega Charizard Y let out a victorious roar, clearly satisfied with its prowess. Witnessing the defeat of the three-headed dragon, the red-haired man displayed no signs of disappointment. Rather, he gazed greedily at Summer U's dazzling Mega Charizard Y, acknowledging the stirrings of desire within him to seize the creature. Ha ha ha, you truly are impressive, worthy of my full effort. I hope you are not too frightened by what is to come. Allow me to relish in your terror. Ha ha ha. Arise, Gushian snail, and devour everything in your path. With a flash of crimson light, a gigantic creature resembling a snail appeared before Summer Yu. Name, Gushian snail. Level, 85, champion class. Gender, genderless. Type, dark grass. Ability, Calamity's Simplicity, reduces the attack of all Pokémon except itself by invoking the power of Calamity. Held item, Life Orb. Qualification, Master Class. Moves, Absorb, Curse, Dark Pulse, Tickle. Revenge, Poison Powder, Stun Spore, Super Absorb, Seed Bomb, Growth, Root, Dark Pulse, Ultimate Absorb, Catastrophe, Leech Seed, Power Whip, Grassy Terrain, Defog, Leaf Storm, Protect, Heavy Slam, Energy Ball. Solar Beam, Solar Blade, Taunt, Seed Bomb. Upon gazing at the Gushian snail, Summer Yu's eyes narrowed in shock. It was the first time he had witnessed someone capturing a deity-like Pokémon. Although it was a deity without authority, it was still known as a calamity beast, which only piqued Summer Yu's curiosity about this individual's identity. Ha ha ha, are you frightened now? Surrender and come with me, and I may spare you some suffering. The red-haired man, mistaking Summer Yu's momentary daze for fear, spoke with a tone both arrogant and derisive. Regaining his composure, Summer Yu regarded the man with a look of incredulity. As if mocking him. This? Am I supposed to be afraid? Nonsense. Not to mention Milotic. Even the infinite flute could summon Latias and Latios effortlessly to resolve this matter. He was utterly unfamiliar with the notion of fear. Humph. It seems you require a lesson in humility to grasp your situation. Allow me to teach you properly. Provoked by Summer Yu's derisive gaze, the red-haired man could no longer contain himself and prepared to impart a lesson to this insolent individual. Gushian snail, attack. Teach them a lesson. As the Gushian snail charged forward, Summer Yu remained composed and turned to Mega Charizard Y. Can you still fight? Roar. The Charizard affirmed its readiness. Then let us proceed, Charizard, and show me the might of a deity. With that, Mega Charizard Y charged towards Gushian snail, enveloped in a frenzy of flames, launching a scorching fireball. However, Gushian snail remained unfazed, unfurling its hardened shell to withstand the fiery assault. Swiftly, it moved with astonishing speed towards Mega Charizard Y, its antennae shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Mega Charizard Y attempted to counter with flames, yet Gushian snail's attack was exceedingly sharp, breaching the fiery defenses. Its antennae struck Mega Charizard Y, and the overwhelming force caused the Charizard to lose its balance. Struggling to regain flight, it found itself ensnared tightly by Gushian snail. Gushian snail unleashed a torrent of potent energy, and Mega Charizard Y gradually succumbed, its flames dwindling. Ultimately, the valiant Mega Charizard Y was thoroughly defeated, collapsing to the ground. Gushian snail stood triumphantly upon the battlefield, proclaiming its effortless victory, its powerful presence resonating throughout the arena. Ha ha ha. I warned you to surrender, yet you chose to suffer. Now you regret your decision, don't you? I offered you a chance, the red-haired man taunted as he laughed triumphantly. Thank you for your efforts. Return now, Charizard. Let them be utterly annihilated. Summer Yu paid no heed to the man's jibes. He had never truly believed Mega Charizard could contend with a deity, even one without authority. Recognizing the disparity, he resolved to train harder in the future. Come forth, Milotic, and let them witness the true might of a deity. Summer Yu produced a Master Ball, releasing Milotic into the fray. Humph, do not bluff. Let me see what other trump cards you possess. The red-haired man sneered, believing Summer Yu was merely grasping at straws. In an instant, the skies transformed, thunder and lightning heralding an apocalyptic arrival as a serpentine blue dragon-like Pokémon emerged, This time Milotic did not suppress its overwhelming presence. The intense energy waves rippled across Shuta City and its surroundings, triggering alarms throughout the city. As the citizens witnessed the ominous spectacle of thunder and lightning in the distance, panic ensued, and chaos reigned as they fled in all directions. The personnel of the Alliance were urgently evacuating the masses, instructing them to return to their homes and await further developments, as the Alliance had dispatched individuals to ascertain the cause of the commotion. Gu Jinhua found himself nearly overwhelmed by the imposing aura of Millerton, while the red-haired man beside him had long since lost his earlier bravado. Gazing dreamily at Millerton's divine presence and murmuring, "This is a divine beast, the true embodiment of a divine beast. Such formidable power, such incredible strength. This is the divine beast I yearn to subdue." Chapter 67. The overwhelming might of Gu Jinhua and the battle against Rayquaza. After struggling to acclimate to Millerton's immense pressure, Gu Jinhua regarded it with a wary gaze. Millerton and Gu Jinhua faced each other, their impending battle palpable. Millerton radiated a powerful aura, its towering form exuding strength with every movement, while Gu Jinhua curled defensively, brandishing its sharp antennae in cautious vigilance. With a thunderous roar, Millerton lunged at Gu Jinhua like a bolt of lightning. Its razor-sharp claws viciously tore through Gu Jinhua's shell, causing it to writhe in agony. Yet, Millerton offered no respite. Unleashing a relentless series of assaults, Gu Jinhua attempted to retaliate with its antennae, but Millerton deftly evaded the strikes, countering with a devastating blow from its tail. Ultimately, Gu Jinhua collapsed in a pool of blood, reduced to a mere oversized insect before Millerton's overwhelming power. A beast devoid of authority is ultimately just a relatively feeble creature, belonging to a vastly inferior tier. This was the might of a level 1 deity, a force potent enough to obliterate nations, rendering powerful spirits as insignificant as ants, mere playthings for its amusement. Just as Millerton prepared to annihilate the red-haired man, the latter snapped back to reality, casting a glance at Xia Yu filled with inexplicable intent. He recalled Gu Jinhua and then crushed an object in his hand. Instantly, a golden ring manifested behind him, transporting him away. His voice lingering in the air, "We shall meet again. Remember my name, I am Wo the Snail. Next time will be different. Be prepared." Millerton attempted to pursue him through the ring, only to discover that its power was equally formidable, matching its own, rendering it unable to intervene. Xia Yu did not blame Millerton. Such unexpected events are part of life, merely a minor issue to be mindful of in the future. Just as Xia Yu prepared to capture the remaining spectators, a meteor shower suddenly descended from the sky, hurtling towards Millerton. Millerton soared into the air to intercept the meteors, its gaze fixed warily on the heavens, as if sensing an impending peril. Following Millerton's lead, Xia Yu also looked skyward, witnessing a distant green draconic silhouette rapidly approaching. As it drew closer, Xia Yu was left awestruck. What a day it was! A gathering of divine beasts. Indeed, the approaching figure was one of Xia Yu's most coveted divine beasts, the level 1 deity Rayquaza, known as the Sky Dragon and the ruler of the skies. The ultimate evolution of the green caterpillar. Xia Yu focused on Rayquaza, its information panel materializing before him. Name, Rayquaza. Level, 136, level 1 deity. Gender, none. Types, dragon, flying. Ability, airlock, negates the effects of all weather conditions. Held item, none. Potential, level 1 deity. Moves, scary face, hurricane, ancient power, air slash, dragon ascent, crunch, dragon dance. Extreme speed, dragon pulse, roar, rest, fly, storm, intimidate, Draco meteor, meteor beam. To his astonishment, Rayquaza had learned dragon ascent and could mega evolve. How to confront this? As Rayquaza appeared a short distance from Millerton, it observed with keen interest, drawn in by the weather alterations Millerton had caused, eager to discern the situation. Millerton and Rayquaza locked eyes, each elevating their respective auras to their zenith. The powerful energies clashed, threatening to rend the fabric of the surrounding space, as the sky itself seemed to fracture. This apocalyptic scene instilled despair in the hearts of those within the city. The standoff between the two divine beasts rendered the Alliance powerless to intervene, merely hoping for a modicum of restraint in the destruction they would inevitably wreak. Xia Yu recognized the gravity of the situation and instructed Millerton to relocate the battlefield to the skies, minimizing potential collateral damage. Upon sensing Xia Yu's intent, Millerton ascended, with Rayquaza following suit, indifferent to the fate of the insignificant creatures on the ground, fixated solely on the unfamiliar divine beast before it, eager to test Millerton's merits. The combatants' resolve reached a fever pitch, and the battle was poised to commence. In the vast expanse of the sky, Millerton and Rayquaza engaged in a breathtaking clash. Their colossal forms intertwined among the clouds, each collision erupting in dazzling brilliance and thunderous booms. Millerton shimmered with an enigmatic radiance, each strike imbued with overwhelming force, its wings stirring up gales that threatened to tear the heavens asunder. Rayquaza exuded unparalleled majesty, its roars echoing across the firmament, its scales glinting with a sharp luminescence. It countered Millerton's challenges with its own formidable claws and powerful energy blasts. The sky rumbled with lightning and thunder, as their fierce and enduring battle threatened to ignite the very atmosphere. Both sides remained resolute, their indomitable wills and might weaving a legendary tale across the skies. As the titanic struggle escalated, Millerton soared higher, enveloped in mysterious energies, akin to a radiant star launching a fierce onslaught against Rayquaza. In response, Rayquaza unleashed a thunderous roar, its massive form erupting with unmatched strength, every scale radiating searing light. It clashed with Millerton in a tempestuous fury, each strike a cataclysmic force. The two divine beasts clashed fiercely in the sky, their energies colliding like resplendent fireworks. Millerton fought valiantly, but Rayquaza's dominance gradually asserted itself. Rayquaza's onslaught fell like a torrential downpour, and Millerton found itself increasingly outmatched. Ultimately, Rayquaza triumphed decisively over Millerton, standing proudly in the sky, bathed in the glory of victory. The heavens trembled from this monumental battle, with Rayquaza emerging as the unequivocal victor, showcasing its indomitable kingly presence. After its conquest of Millerton, Rayquaza refrained from further aggression, instead complimenting Millerton's performance, deeming its current strength comparable to that of its two brawling underlings, the feisty Gyarados and the landlocked Groudon, of course. Excluding the two who had not reverted to their primal forms, for otherwise, the outcome might have been uncertain, perhaps only able to bully the flightless one. Having bested its foe, Rayquaza stretched its form before gliding away comfortably, returning to its domain to resume its watch. Following Rayquaza's departure, Millerton rejoined Xia Yu, its body marred by numerous wounds, a sight that tugged at Xia Yu's heartstrings. Chapter 68, The Mysterious Organization of the Apocalypse Society. However, Middleton remarked that these were merely superficial injuries, and with a brief respite of 2 days, he would be restored. This encounter marked the first time since his emergence that he had faced a formidable divine beast, and it had proven exhilarating. The two subordinates of the red-haired man had initially contemplated fleeing the moment he was vanquished, but were rendered immobile by the sudden and overwhelming aura of the divine beast. It was only after the fierce battle subsided that they regained their composure and prepared to escape. Yet, Xia Yu would not let them slip away. One of their leaders had already fled, and these two could not be spared. Under the immense pressure of Middleton's formidable presence, they obediently divulged the details of their organization and the purpose of their mission, hoping that Xia Yu would show them mercy upon learning the truth. They revealed that they, along with the self-styled Lord Woe, were affiliated with a sinister organization known as the Apocalypse Society, a name that unmistakably hinted at its perilous nature, with the intent of annihilating the world. However, their knowledge of their superiors was limited, primarily concerning Lord Woe, with only vague awareness of the other powerful figures. Totaling 10 in number, Lord Woe ranked 7th within the Apocalypse Society, with their hierarchy based on strength, indicating that at least 6 individuals were more powerful than the red-haired man, which explained their audacity to claim such a fearsome title. The upper echelons of their organization were not static. Challenges for rank were permitted, provided one could eliminate the individual they sought to surpass, a prerequisite being the subjugation of a divine beast. This implied that the organization possessed at least 10 divine beasts, a formidable force capable of overwhelming even a major nation. Their current objective centered around a young boy, whom they believed had encountered a time-traveling entity known as Shirabi. Their intention was to capture him, thereby compelling Shirabi to reveal himself for capture. Upon hearing their explanation, Xia Yu finally comprehended the situation. It was no wonder they had been tracking him. It was all related to Shirabi. After acquiring the information he sought, Xia Yu granted them a swift end, sparing them from further torment, reducing them to ashes. As for mercy, it was a jest. The very name of their organization bespoke of madness, a madness so profound that those who joined its ranks were undoubtedly ruthless criminals. Xia Yu declared his unwavering resolve against evil. While Xia Yu pondered his next steps, Middleton alerted him to several presences rapidly approaching their location, one of which felt strikingly familiar. It was likely his father. Upon realizing this, Xia Yu swiftly sought refuge behind a tree with Shinado and Xiao Pingan, hastily relocating to a safer distance. He had yet to determine how to interface with the Alliance. So for now, discretion was paramount. Shifting direction, Xia Yu and his companions advanced toward the city, intent on returning home first. Shortly after Xia Yu's departure, his father, Xia Tianyun, arrived at the battlefield accompanied by several elite trainers from the Alliance. The surrounding terrain had been ravaged, remnants of energy still pulsating in the air. A staff member produced a specialized device to detect energy fluctuations, which revealed to Chairman Xia that the residual energy signatures indicated a champion level, accompanied by traces of a divine beast's essence. The evidence of a divine beast confrontation was evident, though the intensity of the unleashed power suggested a less severe conflict, possibly involving two divine beasts, with the celestial battle overhead likely a consequence of the ground skirmish. The aerial clash need not concern us. Our primary focus is on assessing the traces left behind on the ground. Scour the vicinity for any additional clues, Xia Tianyun instructed, his scalp tingling with unease at the persistent signs of divine beasts in the area he oversaw, particularly given the recent escalation to a divine beast battle. Thank goodness the battlefield was in the sky, otherwise he would have been helpless, even at the cost of his life. Understood, Chairman Xia. Consequently, the group dispersed to investigate the situation. At that moment, the red-haired man, having barely escaped through a teleportation circle, found himself in a disheveled state before a masked man draped in a black cloak. The man held a pod in one hand, his piercing eyes glaring at the red-haired man from beneath his mask. What a pitiful sight. Woe, were it not for your efforts on my behalf, I would never waste this opportunity on you. You must understand that this life-saving teleportation can only be utilized 3 times, and the first has already been spent on you. If you fail to provide me with useful information, others will gladly usurp your position. Many are watching your rank, merely awaiting their opportunity. TCH, Calamity. What are you pretending for? You're merely 4 ranks above me. What makes you so special? Were it not for your possession of what I need, I wouldn't deign to assist you in this endeavor, the red-haired man retorted arrogantly, despite his rescue, making no effort to conceal his animosity. Well, you are even more arrogant than I anticipated. Though this is only our 3rd meeting, your lack of respect for those stronger than yourself is quite astonishing. The cloaked man hissed, tightening his grip around the red-haired man's throat. You must know that here, it's just the 2 of us. Should I choose to eliminate you, no one would ever uncover the truth. Do you grasp that? Even the higher-ups in the organization could be deceived. Noticing the change in the red-haired man's demeanor, the cloaked figure released his grip, lightly patting his cheek as he spoke calmly. TCH, the red-haired man remained defiant, though he refrained from speaking further. He regretted his earlier words, as Calamity was notorious for his ruthlessness and cunning within the organization. It was said that those who dealt with him seldom returned for a second transaction. Were it not for Calamity possessing the very item he desperately sought, he would not have felt compelled to assist him. Now, with the task failed, it seemed he was fated to remain devoid of that treasure. Speak. Tell me what transpired. Share all that you know. Based on the value of your information, I will determine if you still have a chance to acquire that item, Calamity commanded. Hearing this, Woe felt a surge of hope. Perhaps there was still a chance to obtain what he desired, and he proceeded to recount the events of their journey, including the mysterious and powerful divine beast that accompanied Xia Yu. It seems this situation is far more intriguing than I initially surmised. Truly, the ancient nation boasts a depth of heritage that is unfathomable. A mere test has unearthed a significant opportunity. It appears further research into our plans regarding Huagua is warranted. Calamity contemplated inwardly. Chapter 69, Schemes and Alliance Conference. I am aware of the situation. Although your mission has faltered, you have nonetheless provided me with valuable information. I adhere strictly to the principle of equivalence. Since you have unearthed useful insights, yet failed to fulfill my task, I can only offer you a modicum of the information you seek. Whether you succeed in acquiring it lies solely in your hands. The clues to what you desire can be found with Team Rocket, but I must caution you, do not underestimate them. It is rumored that their latest research has borne fruit, so remain vigilant. Calamity divulged some information to Woe, though whether he harbored ulterior motives remained a mystery. Are you referring to the Team Rocket that aims to create the most powerful Pokémon? Those who have never encountered the formidable presence of true divine beasts could hardly be expected to create the most powerful Pokémon. They lack any comprehension of the might that divine beasts possess. With such individuals, why should I feel intimidated? You truly underestimate me. Upon hearing the news of the calamity, Wugwa initially felt joy, followed by a wave of derision aimed at Team Rocket, completely dismissing those who merely indulge in dreams. I hope that when we meet again, you can maintain this confidence. Listening to Wugwa's words, Tianjai chose not to elaborate further. After all, Wuguo was merely a pawn in his test of Team Rocket, and he was curious to see what amusing events might unfold. Having said this, Tianjai mounted his Pokémon and departed from the island, leaving Wuguo alone to recuperate and strategize. I had told you to let me take action directly, yet you chose not to trust me. And now, look, the plan has failed. So what do you say? Should I intervene? Just ensure you find that secret realm for me afterward. Meanwhile, as Tianjai was en route through the skies, he heard a voice emanating from the pot in his possession. Hoopa, I am aware of your intentions, but the time is not yet ripe. You too have sensed the power of the divine beast that has emerged. Let us adhere to our prior agreement. It merely requires a bit more patience, and your goals can still be achieved without haste. Tianjai rejected Hoopa's proposal and urged it to remain calm. Although he had unexpectedly acquired the pot that sealed Hoopa, his trust in it was evidently lacking. TCH, that fellow may possess considerable power, but he is still no match for me at my peak. Even though my strength is currently fragmented, there are still certain things I am capable of accomplishing. Very well, since you do not appreciate my offer, let us proceed according to the original plan. I hope you do not forget our agreement. Hoopa, sealed within the pot, was dissatisfied with Tianjai's attitude, but it had no choice. It needed to rely on Tianjai's strength to seek its other half, having been divided into two parts upon its sealing. This half represented its malevolent essence, brimming with greed, cruelty, and cunning. It was slowly regaining its strength through Tianjai, so that when it found the other half, it could seize the opportunity to devour its counterpart's consciousness and power, thus achieving the most potent and wicked version of itself. In a different scene, the staff of the Shudu City Alliance uncovered some clues in the suburban battle area. They promptly reported to Chairman Xia and took the remnants back to the Alliance headquarters for detailed analysis. Upon receiving the report, Chairman Xia instructed his subordinates to continue the search, then turned to leave the scene and return to the Alliance headquarters to await the results of the analysis. Under rigorous examination, the remnants soon yielded results. Chairman Xia received the analysis report, which revealed a peculiar skull emblem reconstructed from the findings, causing his heart to tighten. He hurried back to his office to notify the Alliance headquarters. Shortly thereafter, the Alliance convened a high-level meeting to discuss the recent Divine Beast battle that had erupted in Shudu City. Report regarding this sudden emergence of Divine Beast combat. I believe it is not a coincidence, but rather a premeditated invasion. First, we found evidence on-site indicating that the Divine Beast battle did not occur solely in the sky. We also discovered battle zones on the ground infused with the energy of other divine beasts, and the fighting there likely preceded the aerial conflict. We deduced that the ground battle may have triggered a chain reaction, leading to the divine beast clash in the sky. Secondly, we found some remnants at the site, and through restoration analysis, we uncovered a strange skull emblem. Based on your previous discussions, I can ascertain that the presence of the Doomsday Society is implicated in this divine beast battle. Lastly, we recorded footage of the aerial divine beast battle, and one of the divine beasts engaged in combat with Rayquaza bears a resemblance to the Pokémon wielded by the mysterious Wongbatian, who defeated King Sukai during the last Secret Realm emergence. Through on-site comparisons and combat performance, we have reason to suspect that Mr. Wongbatian inadvertently discovered the Doomsday Society's conspiracy and intervened, inadvertently attracting Rayquaza's attention. This summarizes the events and deductions surrounding the divine beast battle. Chairman Xia succinctly articulated the incident and relevant conjectures. Excellent analysis, Chairman Xia. I have a general understanding of the situation. Lord Shuai-jun is already en route to Shudu City, and given the involvement of divine beasts, Lord Shuai-jun is treating this matter with utmost seriousness. We will require your cooperation. Additionally, considering the recent surge in dangers within Shudu City, I intend to have King Sukai stationed there for a time to ensure the safety of Shudu City and its surrounding areas. As for the Doomsday Society, they have indeed become rather brazen, daring to instigate a major crisis within the borders of Huagua. I will make the necessary arrangements regarding this matter. You need only focus on protective measures. Lastly, concerning Wongbatian, elevate his security classification to the highest level. His capability to contend with Rayquaza renders him beyond our influence. We must strive to maintain a good relationship with him and avoid antagonism. Understood, champion. I will make the necessary arrangements. Very well, we shall temporarily proceed with this arrangement. The meeting is adjourned. After the champion concluded the meeting, he sat in contemplation, lost in thought. Not long after, a shadow emerged from his silhouette. Machado, how does Lord Feng Wong respond to this matter? Why did Lord Rayquaza suddenly appear and engage in battle? The champion inquired eagerly upon seeing the Pokémon's form. Do not be alarmed. Lord Feng Wang has already communicated with Lord Rayquaza through special means. This time, Lord Rayquaza was merely drawn by the aura of that divine beast and the resultant weather changes, seeking a bit of amusement. After all, Lord Rayquaza has a certain rapport with your ancestors, so it is unlikely to attack your nation. You can rest easy. Chapter 70. The Mysterious Woman and the Capture Plan. Phew, that puts my mind at ease. As long as we are not pitted against legendary divine beasts like Lord Feng Wang or Lord Rayquaza, I can manage. The champion sighed in relief after hearing Macheto's words. He then picked up a specialized phone from his desk, hesitating for a few seconds before dialing a number. After 3 seconds, the call connected. Xiaoming, how have you been? Humph, you heartless scoundrel, you finally deigned to call me? The blue-haired woman on the other end answered cheerfully, but immediately launched into a tirade. Isn't it because I've been too busy with work? Our situation is special. I can only impose on you. I knew you would use that against me. You truly are a selfless champion. The blue-haired woman retorted, her tone laced with sarcasm. Oh, let us not dwell on that. I'm calling for something important. All right, go ahead and ask. I'll respond based on my mood. Oh, don't play me like that. I'll bring you a gift next time we meet. Really? It's a promise. I'll remember this. Indeed. So please share any information you have. Oh, that is absolutely no problem. Do you know anything about the members of the Doomsday Society that are invading our country? Wow. You certainly think highly of me, coming straight in with such confidential inquiries. How am I supposed to answer that? I am aware that you are already cognizant of the events transpiring on my end, thus I would appreciate it if you could furnish me with some information. In light of your courteous demeanor, I shall reluctantly divulge a few details I am privy to. Firstly, I am uncertain as to who precisely is instigating matters within the borders of Hua. Yet I have previously overheard within our organization that someone had issued a task concerning Hua. It was that individual known as Tian Zai who made the announcement. However, he tends to overthink matters, and the evaluations of those who have collaborated with him are rather unsatisfactory, which is why I did not inquire further. Given the current circumstances, it is highly probable that the task he issued was accepted by someone within the organization, resulting in the turmoil now unfolding in Hua. Is that so? Do you possess any additional information? My dear brother, while my rank within the organization is relatively prominent, my knowledge of their affairs is quite limited. There is no strict hierarchy within the Society of Annihilation. Everyone operates under their own code names, and very few know each other's true identities. Each member harbors their own objectives, and only mutual interests can unite this motley crew of lunatics. Over the years, there have only been a few significant decisions that necessitated our collective action. Otherwise, we each pursue our own paths, remaining unperturbed by one another. As for the upper echelons, I am acquainted with a handful, but they bear no relevance to this matter concerning Hua. Would you care to hear about them? Ahem. Perhaps it is best not to pry into matters unrelated for the time being. Do you happen to have any news of your leader? Alas, despite my years of membership in the organization, I have never truly encountered him. I have only seen him a few times via video conferences. Leaving me entirely in the dark regarding his true visage, he remains exceedingly enigmatic. Very well, since that is the case, I have no further inquiries at this moment. Henceforth, I shall initiate a campaign of destruction against the Society of Annihilation's strongholds within Hua. Should any of your subordinates be present, I urge you to ensure their swift departure. It is time for the Society to pay dearly for their audacious transgressions. It seems our esteemed champion is prepared to take matters into his own hands. Might I observe the proceedings? Enough with the jesting, let us leave it at that for now. Once this incident concludes, we shall reconvene, Xiaoming. I shall terminate the call now. Upon concluding the conversation, the champion hung up, leaving the blue-haired woman on the other end seething with frustration. Such a humorless, despicable man who discards conversations as if they were trifles. After hanging up, the champion dialed another number, and the call was swiftly answered. Commence the operation. Adhere to the original plan. Let us eradicate the Society of Annihilation's presence within Hua. By the way, have you been monitoring that high-ranking member of the society? Report to the champion. That individual is currently situated at the northern border of Hua. The purpose of his machinations remains unclear, but our operatives are keeping a watchful eye on him. In that case, I shall take matters into my own hands. I will be there shortly. Keep a close watch on him. Yes, esteemed champion. The call was terminated. Are you ready to take action? Marcia Dao inquired, observing the champion's fierce demeanor. It is indeed time to strike. Otherwise, what differentiates my existence from those antiquated elders? Let us not forget that I was once a fervent youth. I shall channel my wrath against that high-ranking member of the Society of Annihilation. They must comprehend that certain boundaries are not to be crossed. Transgressions must incur consequences. We are not delicate blooms nurtured in a greenhouse. Marshadao nodded in agreement, reminiscing about the champion's former vigor, recalling the youthful participant of the Trials of the Rainbow, who has now transformed into this formidable figure. How swiftly time passes. Throughout the years, it has witnessed countless champions of the Rainbow, initially believing it had grown indifferent to all. Yet it found itself stirred by these recent events. Ah, humanity. What a peculiar race. Is this the truth behind Lady Feng Wang's continuous selection of champions among humanity? Truly, Lady Feng Wang has seen through it all. Meanwhile, the alliance is proceeding methodically according to plan. At this moment, Xia Yu has returned home with Xiao Pingyan, explaining his origins to his mother. In the living room, mother sits upon the sofa, observing Xia Yu, while his sister engages in a curious stare-off with Xiao Pingyan. Brother, who is he? Xiao Tong. Refer to him as Brother Pingyan. He is a few years your senior and has become separated from his family. Seeing this, I brought him back, intending to reunite him with his kin. Oh, I see. Hello, Brother Pingyan. You hello? Xiao Pingyan shyly greets Xiao Tong. Xiao Tong, why don't you take Brother Pingyan to play while I chat with mother? Sure, brother. Come on, Brother Pingyan. I will show you my collection. With that, Xiao Tong takes Xiao Ping into her room to admire her treasures. Now, tell me what transpired. Mother inquires with calm composure. Well, it is more or less as I just described. It appears that Xiao Pingyan was abducted and then managed to escape, fortuitously crossing paths with me. Through our conversation, I learned that his home lies on the northern fringe of the Tokawadai forest, near Yaching, which is quite far away. So I intend to return him home as soon as possible. Xia Yu relays the facts while attempting to withhold further details. Chapter 71. The implementation of the capture plan and the emergence of Salud. I see, what a pitiable child. Let him stay with us for a couple of days. The outside world is rather tumultuous at present. I shall have your father contact the branch office in Yaching to inquire about the situation. Hearing of Xiao Pingyan's unfortunate plight, mother felt a surge of compassion, suggesting he stay with them for a few days to alleviate his anxiety. Xia Yu concurred with his mother's proposal. Back in his room, Xia Yu placed the spirit egg of the aluminum steel dragon into the incubator to absorb sufficient nutrients for a gradual hatching. He then lay on his bed, contemplating the events of recent times, and was astonished to realize that he had encountered considerable trouble in just a few short months. First, there was Team Rocket, followed by the Society of Annihilation. The former has evidently prepared to conduct research on Mewtwo, while the latter is an insidious organization of divine beasts, harboring entities that rival even its own strength, according to Miraidon. What a vexing predicament. Xia Yu sighed, rolling over on his bed. Indeed, life is arduous, he mused. He had never intended to become embroiled with such organizations. Fate, however, seems to have thrust him into the fray. Perhaps this is the lot of a protagonist. Very well. Since resistance is futile, I shall take my time to savor it. It is inevitable that I must confront them eventually. So let them serve as stepping stones on my path to greatness. With this realization, Xia Yu began to envision himself triumphantly conquering his foes. After a moment of contemplation, he deemed his current strength insufficient. If only he could capture Rayquaza, his position would be secure, but alas, that remains a mere daydream. It would be wiser to first secure Hoopa, punishment, so that he need not be so reactive. Additionally, he ought to assist in reuniting its sealed half, thereby acquiring another formidable divine beast. The mere thought brings him delight. While Xia Yu indulged in his daydreaming, mother had already called father, explaining Xiao Ping and circumstances. Father, through the Yaching branch's inquiries, confirmed that indeed, a child named Li Ping and had gone missing, and his parents had already filed a report. Given that the authenticity of the situation is unquestionable, Father Xia has informed the authorities in Yaching that the young child is currently in Shudu City. However, the circumstances in Shudu City have become rather dire, and they are preparing to send him back in a few days, assuring them that his parents need not worry and can await their child's return with peace of mind. Subsequently, he contacted Mother Xia to convey that he is now aware of the child's family background and residence. He suggested soothing the child's emotions and allowing him to enjoy a few days of play before Xia Yu would escort him home. Mother Xia concurred with Father Xia's plan without hesitation. Thus, 2 days passed, during which Xia Yu basked in the joy of his vacation, engaging in playful antics with the two children. Meanwhile, actions commenced on the Alliance's side. The champion had arrived at the northern border of Huagua, where he sought intelligence from the monitoring officer there. Upon learning that a senior member of the Annihilation Society was still lingering in the border city without any movements, the decision was made for a swift resolution. He would be dealt with that very night. After meticulously arranging a series of plans, they awaited the onset of nightfall with composure. As evening fell, the operation initiated. The champion donned a disguise and proceeded towards the residence of the Annihilation Society's senior member. Coincidentally, the senior member returned from a night of revelry, keenly discerning the unusual appearance of the disguised champion, and resolved to uncover his intentions. Thus, he altered his course, diverting from his residence to a desolate area, harboring his own motives, and wishing to avoid exposure that could lead to complications. The champion trailed him, and before long, they arrived at a desolate mountain. Has no one ever told you that your skills in disguise and tracking leave much to be desired? To follow me so blatantly. Do you truly think I wouldn't notice? The Annihilation Society's senior member mocked as he turned to face the champion. Oh, it appears that the art of disguise and tracking is indeed not suited for me. I prefer a more direct approach, as this is rather cumbersome, the champion replied, removing his disguise to reveal his true self, exuding an air of calm confidence as if the senior member were already in his grasp, rendering concealment unnecessary. It is you, Liao Xingchen. I never anticipated that you would attract the attention of Huawei's champion. What an honor it is for me. It seems that the object of my search is no longer required. You are my greatest gain from this endeavor. Allow me to exact vengeance for our past battle. The senior member of the Annihilation Society recognized the champion's true identity at once, his voice brimming with excitement and animosity. Oh, it appears you are an old acquaintance of mine. Would you not want to reminisce? Liao Xingchen, unable to discern the individual's identity due to the mask he wore, inquired. Very well, let me reveal who I truly am. The senior member of the Annihilation Society removed his mask, unveiling a visage marred by a scar that bisected his face. Who are you? My apologies, but I seem to have no recollection of you. Could you please provide a more specific hint? Humph, still as arrogant as ever. Liao Xingchen, do you recall the World Youth Championship Pokémon League 12 years ago? I was the representative from Sakura Country. Oh, I remember now. You are that individual, Okamoto, correct? How have you come to look like this? And you have joined the Annihilation Society? Curse you. I am Okamoto Suzushiro. Can you not even remember my name? How utterly disrespectful. It is because of you that I have transformed into my current state. Do you have any idea how I have endured these past years? I will ensure you experience it firsthand, Liao Xingchen. Let me demonstrate the reasons behind my ascension within the Annihilation Society. Arise, Salud. Let him witness our might. Okamoto Suzushiro produced the unique divine beast of Sakura Country, Salud, revealing his confidence. Name, Salud. Level, 85, champion level. Gender, none. Type, dark grass. Ability, Leaf Guard, prevents status conditions in sunny weather. Item, Life Orb. Qualification, master level. Moves, Scratch, Bind, Glare, Vine Whip, Growth, Fury Swipes, Scary Face, Grass Knot, Bite. Quick Return, Bluff, Energy Ball, Photosynthesis, Hammer Arm, Rampage, Power Whip, Body Slam, Close Combat, Dark Pulse, Crunch, Throw, Ultimate Absorb, Trick, Sunny Day, Provoke, Protect. Haha. So, Liao Xingchen, are you intimidated by my Salud? This is the reason I have become a senior member of the Annihilation Society. I am no longer the person I once was. Prepare to accept my vengeance. Observing the imposing Salud, Liao Xingchen nodded, acknowledging its strength. However, he still felt a slight edge over it. Chapter 72. The Battle Between the Flame Emperor and Salud. Indeed impressive. It seems you have had your fair share of opportunities over the years. However, has no one informed you of my strength? This divine beast alone is insufficient, Okamoto Suzushiro. Yet, to swiftly eliminate his opponent, Liao Xingchen did not intend to hold back. He summoned forth his most formidable Pokémon. Arise, Flame Emperor. Let him witness what a true divine beast is. Roar. The Flame Emperor emerged from its Pokeball, unleashing a fierce roar, exuding an overwhelming presence. Name, Flame Emperor. Level, 90, champion level. Gender, none. Type, fire. Ability, Intimidate, imposes a sense of dread upon the opponent, significantly reducing their number of usable moves. Item, Flame Orb. Qualification, master level. Moves, Stomp, Glare, Ember, Smokescreen, Sacred Fire, Extreme Speed, Flame Wheel, Bite, Meditate, Roar, Fire Fawn. Scary Face, Crunch, Psychic, Smoke, Bluff, Sunny Day, Overheat, Flamethrower, Heat Wave, Flare Blitz, Fire Spin, Overheat, Protect, Phosphor, Rock Smash, Last Resort, and Heat Wave. Nanny, why do you also possess a divine beast? However, we shall not be defeated. Prepare yourself, Liao Xingchen. As Liao Xingchen faced the overwhelming presence of the Flame Emperor, Okamoto Suzushiro broke into a cold sweat, realizing that the situation had spiraled beyond his expectations. Nevertheless, he steeled himself for battle. On this expansive, desolate mountain, The Flame Emperor and Salud stood poised against each other, the air thick with tension. The Flame Emperor radiated intense flames, its gaze resolute and commanding, as if igniting boundless fighting spirit. Salud, on the other hand, displayed its wildness and agility, its physique brimming with strength, ever ready to launch an attack. The battle commenced, with the Flame Emperor striking first. It opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames, which surged toward Salud like a fiery dragon. Salud deftly evaded the fiery assault and swiftly closed the distance to the Flame Emperor, launching an attack with its sharp claws. The Flame Emperor remained undeterred, raising its powerful paw to block Salud's strike, countering with a fierce retaliation. The Flame Emperor's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, its fiery skills transforming the battlefield into a blazing inferno. Gradually, Salud found itself in a precarious situation under the relentless onslaught of the Flame Emperor, yet it refused to yield, valiantly resisting. However, the Flame Emperor's might proved overwhelmingly superior, ultimately leading to Salud's collapse onto the ground. In the end, the Flame Emperor triumphed through sheer strength, standing victorious on the battlefield, flames dancing around it, embodying an unparalleled power and majesty that instilled fear in all who beheld it. Seeing Salud lying defeated on the ground, Okamoto Suzushiro still attempted a final struggle, releasing his Pokémon in hopes of making an escape. However, Liao Xingqian would not grant him that opportunity. He too released his Pokémon. In the face of overwhelming strength, Okamoto's Pokémon were swiftly vanquished, and he himself was soon captured. It seems you are not so different from the past, Liao Xingqian remarked flatly as he approached Okamoto. Reveal your objectives for this venture and the secrets of the Annihilation Society behind it, Okamoto. You have no room for choices left. Huh, Liao Xingqian, do you think capturing me will compel me to divulge anything? You underestimate me greatly. Is that so? Then it seems I must resort to employing the hundreds of torturous methods that have been passed down through the ages in our nation. I eagerly anticipate how long you will endure. With a wave of his hand, he summoned 2 Alliance combat personnel who had been trailing him to bind Okamoto and escort him away, preparing to return to the Alliance headquarters for a prolonged interrogation. The 2 men secured Okamoto tightly, and each took hold of him, leading him towards the vehicle down the mountainside. Hey, Liao Xingqian, are you not afraid of provoking the Annihilation Society with your actions? After all, I am one of their high-ranking members. What you are doing is tantamount to declaring war. Okamoto struggled while shouting at Liao Xingqian, attempting to instill a sense of pressure. Liao Xingqian, upon hearing Okamoto's words, merely scoffed. If they dare to come, then let them come. That would save me the trouble of searching for your whereabouts. Our nation is not a place they can come and go as they please. Once they enter, they shall never leave. Let them all remain. At that moment, Liao Xingqian exuded an unparalleled confidence, instilling a profound sense of fearlessness among the Alliance personnel surrounding him. Okamoto's heart trembled at Liao Xingqian's words. He realized he might truly be doomed. He understood the fierce competition within the Annihilation Society, with many eyes fixated on his position. Moreover, the organization's higher-ups would not engage in a conflict with one of the most powerful nations on this planet for someone of his lowly rank. This thought filled him with despair. After capturing Okamoto, Liao Xingqian returned to the border city, thoroughly eliminating the Annihilation Society's stronghold there before heading back to the Alliance headquarters to await reports of cleanup from other areas. 2 days later, under the amiable arrangements of the Alliance's interrogators, Okamoto finally relented and requested a meeting with Liao Xingqian. Upon receiving the news, Liao Xingqian set aside his work and hurried to the interrogation room. How many methods of interrogation did you employ to make him concede? Liao Xingqian inquired of the staff in the interrogation room as he made his way there. Report, Champion. Okamoto Suzushiro could withstand less than 20 types of torture before breaking down. There are still 499 methods yet to be employed. The staff member remarked with a hint of disappointment. Liao Xingqian could not help but smirk at this revelation, hoping they wouldn't develop any psychological afflictions. Upon entering the interrogation room, he found Okamoto, who was no longer the spirited, defiant man he had been just days prior. Now, his hair was disheveled, his face pale as if drained of life, and his body marred by countless scars, appearing as though he were on the brink of collapse. Liao Xingqian, you have finally arrived. I will tell you everything you wish to know. I implore you to grant me a swift end. Okamoto stammered, looking up at Liao Xingqian. Oh, Okamoto Suzushiro, how is it that you have surrendered so swiftly? I preferred your rebellious demeanor from a couple of days ago. Could you not revive that spirit? Liao Xingqian teased. Liao Xingqian, please do not mock me further. I concede. Ask whatever you wish, Okamoto replied, his confidence utterly shattered, seeking only to avoid further torment. which caused Liao Xingqian to lose interest in him. Very well then, let us discuss your identity within the Annihilation Society and your purpose for coming to our nation. My code name within the Annihilation Society is Evil Ape, rank 10th, the lowest among the high-ranking members. The purpose of my visit to your country was to retrieve a significant item that I learned about from the organization, which is crucial to me. Hence my personal journey here. Oh, what is this item? Where is it located? And what is its function? It is a stone tablet, imbued with potent malevolent energy, which is of great benefit to my Salud. As for its specific location, I am uncertain. I only received word that it is somewhere in your country, which is why I lingered at the border for so long, seeking further information. And from whom did you obtain this intelligence? From a senior member of the organization known as Natural Disaster, who ranks 3rd within the society. He is an elder, far surpassing me in strength and reputation. Although he is rumored to have a vile temperament, he possesses a certain credibility, so I place substantial trust in the information he provides. I see. Are you aware of any other high-ranking members of the Annihilation Society? I am not, as I have only been with the Annihilation Society for a few years. And during that time, I primarily focused on my own affairs without engaging with other high-ranking members. The internal management is rather lax. Everyone largely attends to their own matters, and all identities remain shrouded in mystery. By the way, how did you come to choose to join the Annihilation Society? You are the prodigal heir of the Okamoto family from Sakura Nation, are you not? This tale is somewhat lengthy. Then please, make it brief. Very well. The root of the matter lies in my defeat at your hands during the World Youth Championship Pokémon League. As one of Sakura Nation's strongest prodigies, I was burdened with immense expectations from my family and country to achieve commendable results in the tournament, yet I faltered early against you, leading to dismal outcomes. Upon my return home, I faced a barrage of criticism, which instilled in me a deep-seated resentment towards you, blaming you for my downfall. In time, I resolved to transform all that hatred into motivation, diligently training my Pokémon in hopes of redeeming myself. A few years ago, I inadvertently stumbled upon a forbidden realm in Sakura Nation, where I discovered the divine beast Salud's clan, and by a stroke of fortune, I managed to capture one. However, capturing divine beasts is strictly prohibited in Sakura Nation, and anyone caught would be arrested. I was no exception. Upon being discovered, I fled from the pursuit of Sakura Nation, ultimately defecting and joining the Annihilation Society, with the ultimate goal of challenging and defeating you to prove my superiority. Yet, as fate would have it, I have once again been bested by you, Liao Xingqian, even with the power of a divine beast at my disposal. Thus, I beg you for a swift end. To perish at your hands would at least be a worthy conclusion. I harbor no further expectations for this world. Upon hearing Okamoto's words, Liao Xingqian was surprised by the young man's persistence. While Okamoto's arduous journey bore some relation to him, it did not justify his reckless actions. Ultimately, Liao Xingqian fulfilled the young man's dream, personally executing him. Perhaps this would serve as a form of solace for his steadfast rival. After dealing with Okamoto's affairs, Liao Xingqian returned to his office to resume his work. The following day, at the Xia family's villa, Xia Yu resolved to return the little Ping and today. After several days of attentive care, Ping had gradually emerged from his shadow and begun to display a lively spirit. He had been yearning for his family and wished to return home. Upon discussing this with Xia Yu, he readily agreed. Through his observations over the past few days, Xia Yu noticed that the incubation period for the aluminum steel dragon egg was significantly longer than that of ordinary Pokémon, requiring a few more days to hatch. This provided a perfect opportunity to escort Ping and back home. After conferring with his parents, Xia Yu took Ping into the airport, preparing to board a flight to Yi City, and subsequently return to his home. Upon arriving at the Shudu City airport, Ping and looked around with wide-eyed curiosity. Marveling at everything in the airport, he had never been there before, let alone flown on a plane. Xia Yu watched Ping and with a smile that reminded him of his own past. He had only taken his first flight after graduating from university, feeling just as anxious and curious as Ping did now. As they boarded the plane, Ping and S excited exclamations filled the cabin, prompting Xia Yu to chuckle at his enthusiasm. Perhaps exhausted from the excitement, Ping dozed off shortly after takeoff, allowing Xia Yu to breathe a sigh of relief. This little one had so many questions that it felt akin to answering 100,000 whys. 3 hours later, they arrived in Yi City. Xia Yu guided Ping and out of the airport towards the city center. After a leisurely lunch at a restaurant, they made their way to the division of the Alliance, intending to inquire about the specific location of Ping and's home. Upon reaching the Alliance division, Xia Yu approached the counter and inquired with the staff, presenting the special pass his father had given him to verify his identity. After a thorough inspection of the pass, the staff handed Xia Yu a map, illustrating the exact location of Ping An's home, and cautioned him to ensure their safety along the way. After assessing the distance on the map, which measured several kilometers, Xia Yu decided to take a taxi. Before long, they reached the edge of the evergreen forest, where vehicular access was prohibited. Thus, Xia Yu and Ping An had to continue on foot, though they were not far from their destination. The moment Ping An recognized the familiar scenery, he became animated, as he knew he could navigate his way home from here. As Xia Yu stepped into the evergreen forest, he felt a profound sense of affection and gratitude emanating from the forest, causing the power of the evergreen within him to surge vibrantly. He could also perceive the joyous flow of the evergreen power within Ping An, as if he had returned to his very own home. It was evident that Ping An was deeply cherished by the evergreen forest, with a richness of power that nearly rivaled Xia Yu's own, who had achieved a high level of evergreen mastery. Could this be the fate of the chosen one? Xia Yu pondered, following Ping An, who eagerly pointed out various places he frequented and warning of dangerous Pokémon that would attack others but not him. Xia Yu could only roll his eyes. Dear brother, you are the child of the evergreen forest. Who would dare to bully you? Are they eager to be expelled from the forest? Chapter 74, The Appearance of Tarabi. They chattered excitedly until they arrived at a quaint farmhouse. As Ping An gazed at his home, memories of his previous ordeal flooded him, and he could not help but cry. Xia Yu approached, gently patting his head in comfort. Once Ping An's emotions stabilized, he knocked on the farmhouse door. Who is it? We have not been open for the past few days. Please seek another place. A middle-aged man, pale and weary with dark circles under his eyes, bent over to open the door. Upon seeing his father, Ping An rushed forward to embrace him. The man was momentarily taken aback, but once he recognized his son, he burst into tears, holding him tightly without uttering a word. Once the father-son duo's emotions calmed slightly, they sheepishly invited Xia Yu inside and called out loudly for Ping An's mother. She had been consumed by worry and despair during her son's absence, but upon hearing her husband's voice, she rushed out, her eyes lighting up at the sight of her longed-for child. She dashed over, enveloping Ping An in a tight embrace, crying and speaking softly as she checked to see if her son had suffered any harm. After their emotions settled, Ping An recounted to his parents how he had been captured and how Xia Yu had rescued him, omitting the dramatic details of the fierce battles with powerful Pokémon, as that was a secret he and his brother Xia Yu shared and would not disclose to anyone else. Upon learning that Xia Yu was the savior of their beloved son, the couple warmly welcomed him into their home, expressing their gratitude profusely, even attempting to bow in reverence, which Xia Yu hastily declined, insisting that such gestures were unnecessary. In light of their heartfelt hospitality, Xia Yu decided to stay for a couple of days, intending to monitor the area around the forest for any suspicious individuals who might still have their sights set on Ping An. That evening, Ping An's parents prepared a sumptuous feast to express their gratitude for saving their precious child. Xia Yu graciously accepted their culinary offerings, relishing the diverse flavors that were a delightful departure from his usual fare. After indulging in the exquisite meal, Xia Yu returned to his room and opened the system panel. Upon delivering Ping An home, the system had notified him that his task was complete, prompting him to examine his panel. Host, Xia Yu. Talent, Master Level Evergreen Power. Intermediate Wave Guidance Power. Pokemon, Charizard, Shiny. Boscodora, Milotic, First Level Divine. Shinado, Garchomp. Tyranitar, Metagross, Shiny. Heracross, Greninja, Shovel Cannon Bug. Aluminum Steel Dragon, Incubating. Items, Luxury Ball X7. Treasure Compass, Permanent Move Learning Machine. Protect, Lizard King Mega Evolution Stone. Scyther Mega Evolution Stone. Lucario Mega Evolution Stone. Premium Water Stone. Premium Firestone X3. Ditto Mask. Gigantamax Ring, Z Ring. Wish Star X2. Dragon Z Crystal. Permanent Move Learning Machine. Shadow Ball. Universal Potion. Fire Z Crystal. Crystallization Pearl. Fire-type Crystallization Fragment. Master Ball. Permanent Move Learning Machine. Dragon Pulse. Ghost Z Crystal. Ultra Ball. Random Secret Realm Summoning Card. Infinite Flute. Hoopa S Golden Ring. Shop Currency, 8,600. Total Lottery Draws, 1001000. Gazing at his opulent panel, particularly the Master Level Evergreen Power, Xia Yu felt invincible within the Evergreen Forest. The enhancements were formidable, and his capabilities had received an epic boost. The accumulated shop currency of 8,600 also filled him with a sense of fulfillment. However, he had no immediate desire to engage in a lottery draw, preferring to save up for a more significant opportunity. The next morning, Xia Yu was awakened by Ping An, who eagerly wanted to show him his secret base, where his good friends resided. Xia Yu consented to accompany Ping An to meet his friends. Guided by Ping An, they ventured deep into the Evergreen Forest. encountering no Pokémon along the way, as if they were all evading them. After walking for about an hour, they arrived at a secluded area enveloped in vines, where an ancient structure lay hidden. The building was modest in size, comparable to an ordinary bungalow, yet its wear and tear suggested it had existed for a considerable time. Xia Yu followed Xiaoping in through a concealed passageway and entered the building. Upon entering, he beheld a stone statue ensnared by vines, which he surmised to be the statue of Celebi, a mythical creature capable of traversing the fabric of time and space. While Xiaoping scoured the interior in search of his dear friend, Xia Yu employed his masterful power of Eternatus to attune himself to the statue, hoping to uncover any hidden revelations. An intense surge of energy emanated from Xia Yu, linking him to the statue. Suddenly, a violent wave of energy erupted above the statue, rippling through the air as if something were about to emerge. Before long, a diminutive spatial portal manifested above the statue, from which emerged a sprite predominantly clad in a pale green hue, adorned with two tiny blue antennae atop its head and a pair of wings on its back. Xia Yu focused intently, realizing it was indeed Celebi. How effortlessly it had been stimulated. He merely intended to test the waters. Name: Celebi. Level 110, second-tier deity. Gender: genderless. Type: psychic. Grass ability: natural recovery upon returning to its team. Any abnormal status will be healed. Held item: none. Potential: second-tier deity moves: psychic, heal bell, magical leaf, baton pass, origin pulse, life dew, leech seed, self-recovery, future sight, wish, leaf storm, song of ruin, hyper beam, solar beam, telekinesis, light screen, reflect, trick, seal, magic space. Gazing upon Celebi's impressive attributes, Xia Yu's eyes widened in awe. Truly, it was deserving of its title as the ultimate healer among mythical beings. Upon emerging from the spatial portal, Celebi regarded Xia Yu with a quizzical expression, seemingly puzzled by his presence. It circled around him a few times, inhaling his aura and discovering that the natural energy radiating from Xia Yu resonated with its own, compelling it to draw closer. Just as it prepared to perch atop Xia Yu's head, a clear voice rang out. Celebi, there you are. I've been searching for you. Xiaoping, who had scoured the ancient structure, returned to the statue and joyously exclaimed upon spotting the suddenly materialized Celebi. Celebi, hearing Xiaoping's voice, instantly veered towards him, enveloping him in a heartfelt embrace. Indeed, this was the correct sentiment. It was evident that Celebi and Xiaoping shared a long-standing friendship. Chapter 75. The Hatching of the Aluminum Steel Dragon. Brother Xia Yu, look, this is my good friend Celebi. I've known it since I was 6 years old. It is my best friend. I wanted to introduce it to you so that we can all be the best of friends. Xiaoping gleefully presented Celebi to Xia Yu. Celebi, too, was not averse to this arrangement, intrigued as it was by Xia Yu, who was enveloped in natural energy and wrapped in the power of Eternatus. Naturally, Xia Yu would not let the opportunity to forge a bond with a deity capable of time travel slip away. He eagerly greeted it, even presenting Celebi with his specially crafted energy cubes of grass and psychic types. Upon tasting them, Celebi's fondness for Xia Yu grew immensely. It delighted in the thought of indulging in such exquisite food daily. Establishing a mental connection, Celebi conveyed its approval of Xia Yu as a friend. Xiaoping, witnessing the harmonious interaction between Xia Yu and Celebi, felt elated, knowing that any discord between them would result in his own distress. The trio gathered around a stone table, engaged in animated conversation. Xiaoping recounted his harrowing tale of being captured by villains and subsequently rescued by Xia Yu. Celebi, upon hearing this, was incensed. How dare anyone attempt to seize its dear friend? Meanwhile, Xia Yu remarked that their intention in capturing Xiaoping was likely aimed at Celebi. This revelation further ignited Celebi's fury. How audacious to target it through the abduction of its companion. It was a grave mistake to underestimate its might. Determined to seek vengeance, Celebi was restrained by Xia Yu, and Xiaoping and Xia Yu explained that the villains had likely fled far beyond reach, and pursuing them would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, they harbored ulterior motives concerning Celebi and would undoubtedly return to act again. After considering Xia Yu's words, Celebi calmed down, contemplating its next move. It plucked 2 feathers from its own body, bestowing one upon each of them. Celebi assured them that should peril arise again, they could activate the feathers with the power of Eternatus, summoning a protective barrier around themselves, and it would sense this power, traversing time and space to safeguard them. As Xiaoping had yet to learn how to harness the power of Eternatus, Celebi graciously provided him with an automatic protective function. Xia Yu and Xiaoping accepted the feathers, symbols of Celebi's goodwill. After conversing for a while longer within the ancient structure, Xia Yu and Xiao Ping and bid farewell to Shalebi. Preparing to return home to ease the concerns of Xiao Ping and his parents, Shalebi returned to the spatial portal, ready to explore other realms and seek new adventures. Xia Yu summoned his Charizard, swiftly returning to the farm where his parents were busy preparing a grand feast in the kitchen. After spending 2 delightful days with Xiao Ping, he received a call from home, informing him that the aluminum steel dragon egg was on the verge of hatching, prompting him to hasten his return. After sharing his contact information with Xiao Ping and bidding farewell to him and his parents, Xia Yu departed from the evergreen forest, eager to welcome the birth of the aluminum steel dragon. With Shalebi's protection, Xia Yu felt assured of Xiao Ping and safety, while he himself prepared for the adventures that lay ahead. Upon landing, Xia Yu took a taxi home, finding the hour still early and his family absent. He retreated to his room, observing the aluminum steel dragon egg in the incubator, which had begun to crack, signaling the imminent arrival of the new life. He instructed Shinado to monitor the egg's activity while he prepared some special energy cubes for the new member's arrival. Before long, Shinado approached Xia Yu, informing him that the egg was about to hatch. Xia Yu, upon hearing this, set aside the energy cubes he had been crafting and dashed to the bedroom. Upon opening the door, he witnessed numerous cracks in the egg, which was now wobbling, as if gathering strength for its impending emergence. Together with Shinado, Xia Yu eagerly observed the egg, anticipating the arrival of the little creature. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, a smooth, sturdy head broke through the shell, and soon, an aluminum steel dragon, approximately half a meter in size, appeared before Xia Yu. The little one gazed at Xia Yu and Shinado with a bewildered expression, emitting a youthful cry as if to inquire about food. Xia Yu, seeing this, retrieved some moo milk to offer it. However, the aluminum steel dragon took a few sips and then lost interest, finding the milk unpalatable. In response, Xia Yu picked up the aluminum steel dragon and carried it outside to the courtyard, where an abundance of mineral resources lay, precisely the kinds of delectable treats the aluminum steel dragon adored. Upon seeing the towering piles of high-quality ores in the yard, the aluminum steel dragon became utterly exhilarated. Turning his gaze towards Xia Yu, he saw him nodding and immediately dashed towards the ore, joyfully indulging himself like a simpleton from a wealthy family. Xia Yu watched his foolish antics and couldn't help but chuckle. It appeared that another lively character had joined their ranks. As evening fell, the family returned home, gathering around to marvel at the rare foreign sprite. Their expressions filled with awe, which made the little aluminum dragon feel quite bashful. Xia Yu's parents displayed little curiosity towards how he had acquired this aluminum dragon. After all, they had been startled to encounter Xia Yu's quasi-divine Bangilas previously, unsure of where he had procured such a creature. Now, they had grown accustomed to his fortuitous encounters, simply lamenting Xia Yu's good fortune. Particularly, Xia Yu's father remarked that if he possessed even half of Xia Yu's luck, he would have long since become one of the Elite Four, perhaps even contending for the championship title. A few days passed, and the aluminum dragon had finally shed the frailty of its infancy, ready to commence training. Initially, Xia Yu had planned to utilize a random secret realm summoning card, but upon reflection, he announced a postponement. Firstly, time was of the essence. Recent events had consumed a considerable amount of his schedule, and embarking on a month-long exploration of the secret realm would be too rushed. Secondly, he intended to summon this secret realm around Shuda City, thus attributing its ownership to his hometown, contributing in his own way. However, the frequency of disasters in Shuda City over the past few months led Xia Yu to believe it wise to take a step back, deciding to wait until after the National High School Sprite League to proceed. Thus, with a little over a month remaining before the league commenced, Xia Yu resolved to train his sprites gradually at home and in the dojo run by his grandfather, ensuring they were in optimal condition to welcome the competition. Time flew, and soon the day of the league's commencement arrived. On that crisp morning, Xia Yu rose early, freshened up, equipped himself with his Pokeballs, and prepared to head to school. Chapter 76, the National High School Sprite Battle League. Upon arriving at school, Xia Yu approached the classroom door, where the lively chatter within already reached his ears. Pushing the door open, he found that a significant number of classmates had already gathered, all animatedly discussing the imminent National High School Sprite League. Although many were not qualified to participate, their enthusiasm remained undiminished. As Xia Yu responded to the crowd while making his way to his seat, he noticed that his chubby friend had yet to arrive, which was unusual. Xia Yu had inquired about his gym challenge on his phone the previous day, and the chubby one had successfully secured his 4th junior gym badge just a few days prior, preparing to return to Shuda City. Was he going to be late? Just as Xia Yu pondered this, a boisterous voice echoed from outside, creating a moment of anticipation. Class 1 of senior year, your emperor has returned. The chatter abruptly ceased as everyone turned their attention to the entrance, curious to see which audacious individual had made such a proclamation. Striding in with 4 badges displayed prominently, the chubby boy sauntered forward, basking in the attention. Oh, don't be so formal. You're all giving me the royal treatment. I know I'm quite popular, but being stared at so intently makes me a tad bashful. By the way, I assume you all know that I've secured 4 gym badges? He added, puffing out his chest for everyone to admire. Uffed. We just wanted to see who the shameless one was. Of course, it's you, Xia Yu. No surprise there. Someone chimed in. You sure took your time. I thought you might have given up. Zhang Yuhao, put those badges away. They're far too ostentatious. No one else in the class flaunts theirs like that. It's embarrassing, not just for you but for all of us. Exactly. Hurry and sit down. Don't let old Wang drag you into the office. Once the classmates recognized that it was merely their chubby friend, they found it unsurprising, as every class had its eccentric character, and they retorted before turning back to their conversations. Humph, I know you're all envious deep down. I want to stoop to your level, the chubby boy retorted defiantly as he made his way to his seat. Yugo, what do you think? Aren't my badges impressive? He exclaimed, showcasing his badges to Xia Yu. Ah, you even have a primary gym badge. Nicely done, Xia Yu remarked, examining the badge closely, noting its distinctiveness. Just wait 2 months, and I'll be ready to challenge for all 4 primary gym badges myself. Hearing Xia Yu's words, the chubby boy beamed with confidence. You bet. If shamelessness were a currency, I'd be a millionaire. As the classmates engaged in lively banter, old Wang strolled into the classroom. Sharp-eyed students quickly cleared their throats, and the room fell silent in an instant. Old Wang leisurely made his way to the podium, addressing the eager students below. I understand your excitement today. After all, it is the annual High School Sprite League. However, whether participating or not, it is essential to maintain a positive mindset and demeanor. For those not participating, treat it as a spectacle and a chance to relax while gearing up for the upcoming college entrance exams. As for those competing, it is vital to adjust your mindset and your sprite's conditions to participate in this grand event at your very best. He continued, now, let me outline the specifics of this competition. Firstly, the tournament is divided into regional and national competitions, each lasting half a month, culminating in a total of 1 month of competition. The regional matches will determine the top 10 in each city and surrounding counties, who will then advance to the national tournament to vie for the championship. The city of last year's champion will have 30 spots available for advancement. Last year's champion hailed from the capital city, hence there will be a total of 320 national competition slots available from 30 different cities. Upon hearing this, Xia Yu pondered, is this truly fair? The competition for major cities like the capital and the magical city must be incredibly fierce, given the substantial disparity in overall quality. There must be alternate methods, such as transferring schools to compete in other cities, which would significantly reduce competition and increase the chances of advancing. This thought sparked a realization in Xia Yu. His chubby friend had mentioned that Luo Bing was from the magical city, and he wondered why she had ended up studying in Shuda City. It seemed that was the reason. Damn it, city dwellers are so cunning, always taking advantage of us honest folk. Xia Yu fumed, completely forgetting that he too was a city dweller. The competition in our Shudu City region will take place at the sports stadium in the city center, which I believe many of you are familiar with. So I want to elaborate further. The national competition will be held at the Fengchao in the capital, and the top 10 qualifying contestants will be escorted by our Shudu City Alliance branch. The competition will commence tomorrow morning, so ensure you arrive at school early to board the bus together. Our class has a total of 25 students registered, while the entire school boasts 215 participants, making it the school with the highest number of registrations. Among those who have secured 4 primary gym badges, all will be considered seed contestants in their respective regions, advancing directly to the elimination rounds without needing to participate in preliminary rounds. Our school has 8 students who have qualified for the elimination rounds, including our very own Xia Yu and Wang Hao. During the competition period, the school will be on break, allowing students who did not register to attend the event as spectators. The tickets have been generously provided by our school, so let us show our support for our fellow students. The competition will be held in a 3vs3 format, and the Pokémon used must not exceed 1 year of age. Otherwise, they will be disqualified. There will be specialized machines for verification, so everyone must remember this. As for the rewards, while the national competition prizes remain uncertain, the local tournament has already announced its reward list. The top 100 participants in the regional competition will receive rewards, with those ranked from 51 to 100 receiving 200,000 Huagua coins, Participants ranked from 31 to 50 will receive 500,000 Huagua coins. Those from 11 to 30 will be awarded 800,000 Huagua coins. And the top 10 to 4 will earn 1,000,000 Huagua coins along with the qualification to select a specially cultivated Pokemon egg from the Shudu City Breeding Center. The third place winner will receive 2,000,000 Huagua coins, one advanced Pokemon item, and the egg selection qualification. The second will earn 3,000,000 Huagua coins, two advanced items, and the egg selection qualification, while the first place winner will receive 5,000,000 Huagua coins, one exquisite item, and the egg selection qualification. Chapter 77. Preparing for the competition and system tasks. Wow, what generous rewards. Upon hearing the prize details, especially those who registered for the competition, the students could not help but exclaim in awe, their excitement igniting their competitive spirit, determined to secure victory. Indeed, the rewards this year are remarkably substantial, surpassing those of previous years. I hope all participating students will give their utmost effort and rise to the occasion to claim these rewards. Today, everyone should head home, rest well, and prepare for the battle ahead. Remember to arrive at school early tomorrow, no tardiness. With that, Teacher Wong turned to leave the classroom, and the students erupted into cheers. They were filled with anticipation, excitement, and a hint of nervousness, as this was their first participation in such a grand event, which would certainly test their mental fortitude during the competition. After parting ways with his friend, Xia Yu returned home, gazing at the yard brimming with Pokemon, contemplating which ones to use in battle. He could confirm that the Pokemon eligible for competition included Bashijuo, Shinado, Licouseul, Jinjingwai, Shiny, and Lingtanglong. All of these were hatched from eggs, while the other Pokemon, aside from Laoshu and Miraidons, were captured midway, leaving their ages uncertain and relegating them to a chance to battle only after entering university. Bashijuo and Shinado had both reached level 54, quite formidable and ready for the collegiate league, too powerful to challenge these novices. Thus, after much contemplation, it seemed the only ones suitable for battle were Licouseul, Jinjingwai, Shiny, and Lingtanglong. Licouseul had reached level 50 through rigorous training, a mere step away from a professional breakthrough, while Jinjingwai, Shiny, nurtured with intermediate candies, had evolved successfully into its complete divine form at level 47. Meanwhile, Lingtanglong, through Xia Yu's extensive resources and Mewtwo's aid, had impressively advanced to level 33. A remarkable pace indeed. Gazing at his three powerful Pokemon, Xia Yu felt invincible, declaring himself the undisputed champion of the high school league. Who could rival him? Once he had selected his battle Pokemon, Xia Yu felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation, free from any pressure. From the moment he registered, he had already become the formidable overlord of this year's high school league, eager to proclaim, "Who else is there?" That evening, at the dining table, Xia Yu's parents inquired about his feelings regarding the high school league. He assured them that it was merely a minor hurdle, confident in his ability to claim the championship, having inherited their exceptional genes. Flattering words from Xia Yu filled his parents with pride, proclaiming their son to be a prodigy. His younger sister, Xiaotong, joined in the excitement, creating a lively atmosphere. Xia Yu asked his parents if they would bring Xiaotong to watch the matches. His father replied that he would attend the opening ceremony, returning only for the final top 10 matches. His mother echoed this sentiment, as she was engrossed in researching Mega Evolutions, having identified fewer than 10 corresponding Pokemon for Megastones thus far. With the national competition looming, she needed to accelerate her studies, only able to catch a few critical matches. Xia Yu anticipated their busy schedules and did not feel disheartened. However, his sister declared she would watch every single match of her brothers, as their school would also be on break, leaving her ample time. Hearing this brought Xia Yu immense joy, prompting him to lift her up and shower her with kisses, exclaiming, "You are truly my beloved little companion." With a spirited declaration, Xia Yu promised to arrange for her a VIP seat, allowing her to witness his dazzling performance up close. Later that night, as he lay in bed, Xia Yu received a delayed task notification from the system. Ding! Host has triggered a chain task. Achieve first place in the National High School Pokemon League Regional Competition. Task reward: 5 advanced candies, 2,000 shop coins. Achieve first place in the national competition. Task reward: all host Pokemon qualifications will be upgraded by 1 level. If qualifications reach their limit, they cannot be enhanced, or a power will be elevated to advanced. And 4,000 shop coins. Upon reviewing the chain tasks, Xia Yu noted that the rewards for the national competition were significantly more generous than those for the regional event. Did this imply a greater challenge? Nevertheless, Xia Yu welcomed the challenge, expressing a preference for facing worthy opponents rather than an effortless victory. With those thoughts, he drifted into a peaceful slumber. The following morning, an alarm abruptly woke him, and after completing his morning routine and donning his luxurious Pokeballs, he made his way to school. Upon arrival, Xia Yu headed towards the playground, where he was to meet, as mentioned by Old Wang the day before. Entering the playground, he found many classmates already present, eagerly engaging in animated conversations. Xia Yu located the area designated for class 1 of the 3rd year and approached it. Along the way, he spotted several familiar faces, including Luo Bing, Ming Kai, Wu Jin, and Zhu Zhu, all of whom were exuding an air of determination. Luo Bing and Zhu Zhu regarded Xia Yu with fierce resolve, seemingly prepared to reclaim their honor in this high school league. Xia Yu remained unfazed, smiling and nodding at them before taking his place in line. Before long, all participants from the first school had gathered in the playground, and a procession of school buses arrived in an orderly fashion to transport them to the Shudu City Sports Center for the competition. Under Old Wang's lead, Xia Yu and his classmates boarded a bus, with his friend sitting beside him. Noticing the dark circles under his friend's eyes, Xia Yu realized that he had likely experienced a sleepless night, whether from excitement or anxiety. Brother Yu, do you think I can achieve a good result this time? I'm getting nervous now that the competition is about to begin. It's a minor issue. Look at them. Everyone feels the same way. It's their first competition. Once the first day passes, you'll see that it's not so daunting. Just give it your all. After all, your Sandstorm team is nearly complete. And you have a semi-divine Pokemon. What is there to fear? Just go for it. Xia Yu reassured his friend, gesturing towards the others on the bus, who were equally filled with a mix of excitement and anxiety. You're right. I do have a semi-divine Pokemon, which is quite powerful. But, Brother Yu, why aren't you even a bit nervous? Would you feel anxious about a championship that is practically within your grasp? Goodness, you're starting to show off again. Fine. You're impressive. I can't compete with you. Under Xia Yu's playful banter, his friend's nervousness visibly dissipated, suggesting his competition performance would likely be commendable. Due to Xia Yu's direct advancement to the knockout stage, he had no matches in the past few days, thus adopting a rather carefree demeanor. Soon enough, the school bus arrived at the entrance of the Shudu City Sports Center, where everyone disembarked in an orderly fashion, forming a queue. The entrance of the sports hall was already adorned with a myriad of posters, decorations, and banners, while numerous reporters snapped photographs and conducted interviews with the participating students. After all, the Intercollegiate League was undeniably a highly anticipated event. Chapter 78. Entry and Commencement of the League. Even Xia Yu was approached by a captivating female reporter from the Shudu City Daily for an interview, though he would never admit that her beauty influenced his willingness to participate. Hello, student. Which school do you represent? Isn't it obvious? He replied, gesturing towards the sign. Shudu City No. 1 High School. Seems like your eyesight is a bit lacking. Hee, it's just a routine interview. No need to mind. Do you have confidence in this Intercollegiate League? Confidence? I suppose I have a smidgen of it. After all, I am a student from No. 1 High School, so I must possess a modicum of strength. Indeed, a prodigious student from No. 1 High School, brimming with self-assurance. What are your thoughts on the first round of the qualifying matches? Do you believe you can advance, considering it gathers the finest talents from around Shudu City? The pressure must be considerable. How do I see it? I'll just be watching. I'm not participating in the qualifying matches and won't be competing against them. Huh? You're not participating in the qualifying matches? Are you here just to spectate, not as a competitor? The beautiful reporter's mind buzzed, realizing she had been tricked. Well, is it possible that I've directly advanced to the knockout stage? Yes. I completely forgot about the seed players. It seems luck is on my side. The first interviewee is indeed a seed player. At that moment, Old Wang shot Xia Yu a glance, urging him to wrap up the interview and prepare to enter. Xia Yu exchanged a few brief words with the beautiful reporter. Thank you for interviewing with us at the Shudu Daily, and I wish you great success in the competition. Goodbye. Thank you for your support. Goodbye. With that, Xia Yu returned to the line to prepare for entry. The chubby boy also returned to the queue, evidently pleased, as he too had just completed an interview. Outside, a multitude of school teams had arrived and were waiting in line. Xia Yu and his companions began to enter. After undergoing a series of checks, they were finally allowed into the venue, observing the newly renovated battle stage and various advertising placements. It was clear that Shudu City placed great importance on this competition. The students from No. 1 High School positioned themselves in the designated area, awaiting the arrival of other schools, having arrived early due to their proximity. Before long, a throng of participants began to enter the designated area in succession. After approximately an hour, all competitors had gathered. Xia Yu surveyed the crowd and was astonished. there seemed to be around 2,000 participants. Just the competitors from their school accounted for nearly 1/10 of that number, and it was noteworthy that over 50 schools had registered. No, one high school truly deserved its reputation as the strongest institution in Shida City. Participants from other schools also clustered together, and Xia Yu even noticed one school with only 8 competitors, highlighting the stark disparities among schools from different regions. Once all participants had assembled, the leaders of Shida City began their speeches, mostly filled with banalities that nearly lulled Xia Yu to sleep. Among them was Xia Yu's father, delivering the usual formalities. However, there were significant points mentioned, such as the 20 students who directly advanced to the knockout stage, securing spots in the top 100. All other competitors would commence from the qualifying matches until the final top 100 for the knockout stage was determined. Furthermore, the competition would be broadcasted live, with the venue capable of accommodating up to 80,000 spectators. All tickets had been sold out prior to the event, creating a palpable pressure among the participants, evident in their expressions. After nearly an hour of speeches, the proceedings concluded. Were it not for the requirement that all participants attend on the first day, Xia Yu would have preferred to wait until his competition day to arrive. Following a half-hour break, the competitors began the draw for their matches, with opponents selected randomly by a machine, which could potentially include classmates. The sports hall featured 10 battle stages, allowing for simultaneous battles involving 20 combatants, each overseen by professional referees, ensuring a reasonable pace for the matches. The qualifying rounds would last 10 days due to the large number of participants. So after watching the Chubby Boys match today, Xia Yu planned to return home and train his aluminum steel dragon, striving to enhance its strength further before returning to the venue in 10 days. Time flew by, and 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The competition had determined the top 100, and Xia Yu prepared to head to the sports hall for his match, receiving a call from Old Wang to hurry. During those 10 days, Xia Yu watched the competition via live broadcasts, noting that other schools had produced several formidable competitors. His own school had only 30 participants reach the top 100, a performance slightly below previous years. Nevertheless, he recognized that several of his acquaintances had advanced to the knockout stage with undeniable superiority, indicating significant progress. Today, his mother would bring his sister along to watch his match. Xia Yu initially intended to request a few VIP tickets from Old Wang, but his mother informed him that his father had already secured several well-positioned tickets, so he need not worry. The family traveled to the sports hall, and upon arrival, Xia Yu made his way to the competitors area while his mother and sister headed towards the stands. Upon entering the preparation area, Xia Yu spotted the chubby boy and a few familiar classmates and walked over to them. "Brother Yu, did you see my performance in the match? Wasn't it impressive?" "Oh, yes. You're not far from your path to becoming the Sandstorm King. Keep it up," Xia Yu replied dismissively. Before long, they began the draw again, as only 100 competitors remained. Consequently, all battle stages were closed, and a massive new battleground was erected for the matches. Xia Yu drew number 91, a rather peculiar number. But he thought nothing of it. A true champion fears nothing. The method for selecting opponents was based on the summation of their numbers equaling 100, making his opponent number 9. With the first participant beginning their battle, it appeared his number was relatively close. The chubby boy drew number 86, not too far off, and was currently searching for his opponent, muttering to himself about avoiding seed players, as he felt uncertain about his chances. Xia Yu remained remarkably composed, not believing that there would be any hidden experts among the relatively small pool of competitors from Shida City. If this were in the capital or a major metropolis, he might have felt a twinge of anxiety. As various competitors took the stage, Xia Yu observed their Pokémon, noticing they all displayed considerable strength, typically around level 38 or 39, nearing the pinnacle of their capabilities, or even at levels 41 and 42, indicating they were just entering the elite tier. Impressive indeed. When the announcer called his number, Xia Yu rose and made his way to the battle stage. Chapter 79, The Initial Battle. Next to take the stage were Xia Yu, the seed player from Shida City No. 1 High School, and Lin Shen from Yunqing No. 2 High School. Let us warmly welcome them to the arena. The announcer passionately introduced the two competitors, and the audience erupted into cheers, clearly exhibiting their enthusiasm. Xia Yu ascended the stage, momentarily taken aback by the overwhelming atmosphere. Indeed, the distinction between the audience and the performers was palpable. The fervor of the 80,000 spectators ignited a fervent passion within him, sending adrenaline coursing through his veins. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he fancied he could hear the encouraging shouts of his mother and sister, though their precise location eluded him. Opposite him, Lin Shen also took to the stage, yet having advanced through the qualifiers, he was well acquainted with the electrifying ambience, feeling little trepidation. However, Facing Xia Yu, the esteemed seed player ignited a competitive spirit within him. He was keen to ascertain whether the direct qualifier truly possessed merit. Taking a few deep breaths to steady his nerves, Xia Yu gazed at his opponent as he awaited the judge's signal to commence. Competitors, please release your battling Pokémon. The rules stipulate that mid-battle exchanges of Pokémon are prohibited. Should a Pokémon be switched out, it may no longer participate in the fight. Is that understood? This regulation, unfavorable for weather-based strategies due to the lack of flexibility in Pokémon swaps, was acknowledged by both Xia Yu and Lin Shan with a nod before they summoned their respective Pokémon. Xia Yu unleashed his aluminum dragon, eager to test the waters, while Lin Shan called forth a Monferno. Name, Aluminum Dragon Level, 36, Advanced, Gender, Male Type, Steel. Dragon Ability, Sturdy, Dream Trait, able to ignore the effects of moves or abilities that attract opponents. Item, Milotic Scale Qualification, Champion Level, Rising, Moves, Slightly Varied. Name, Monferno Level, 39, Advanced, Gender, Male Type, Fighting Ability, Blaze, activates a surge of energy, preventing it from falling asleep. Item, None Qualification, Professional Level. Moves, Scratch, Leer, Throw. Focus Energy, Fury Swipes, Low Kick, Earth Throw, Taunt, Cross Chop, Pursuit, Flare Blitz, Close Combat, Fire Punch. Admiring the stats of his aluminum dragon, Xia Yu felt his rigorous training had not been in vain. Although Monferno was slightly higher in level, it was still manageable. The massive aluminum dragon, filled with determination, gazed at Monferno, thrilled at the prospect of its first official battle. Observing Xia Yu's unfamiliar Pokémon, Lin Shan's expression shifted to one of concern, his alertness heightened. The host, seasoned in such events, educated the audience about the aluminum dragon's origins, revealing it to be a unique dual-type steel and dragon Pokémon from the Maple Leaf Nation, rarely seen domestically, which piqued the curiosity and anticipation of the crowd. With the judge's command, the battle commenced. The aluminum dragon, towering and gleaming with a metallic sheen, stood majestically on the battlefield, exuding an aura of power. Monferno, full of fighting spirit, ignited with fury, leaped energetically, prepared to strike. As the battle began, Monferno initiated an onslaught, charging at the aluminum dragon with astonishing speed, its fists ablur as it unleashed a barrage of fire punches. Unfazed, the aluminum dragon opened its mouth, releasing a formidable ice beam that effortlessly neutralized Monferno's attack. Then, the aluminum dragon retaliated, swinging its massive iron tail directly at Monferno, sending it crashing to the ground. Following up, it raked its sharp claws down at Monferno, each strike imbued with immense power. Monferno, refusing to concede easily, fought back valiantly, repeatedly launching fire punches, yet found itself increasingly overmatched by the aluminum dragon's overwhelming prowess. Ultimately, the aluminum dragon triumphed through its superior strength and resilient defense, defeating Monferno and securing victory in this clash. Standing proudly on the battlefield, the aluminum dragon epitomized majesty and dominance. Thanks to its exceptional defensive capabilities, it emerged from the encounter with minimal damage, albeit fatigued. Lin Shan recalled Monferno and sent forth his next Pokémon, Galarian. Name, Galarian Level, Advanced, 39, Gender, Male Type, Ground Ability, Thick Head. Even when using moves that inflict recoil damage, its health remains unaffected. Item, None Qualification, Professional Level. Moves, Tail Whip, Growl, Mud Slap, Stop Short, Headbutt, Revenge, Throw, Stomp, Bone Club, Focus Energy, Earthquake, Fire Punch, Dig. Observing Lin Shan's Galarian, Xia Yu felt confident that his aluminum dragon, in its current state, could still hold its ground. The two Pokémon locked eyes, each assessing the other. The aluminum dragon, immense and radiating a metallic luster, exuded a steadfast and imposing gaze. In contrast, Galarian, though smaller, was muscular and robust, wielding a massive bone. With the sound of the whistle, the battle ignited. Galarian launched the first attack, swinging its bone with force towards the aluminum dragon. The aluminum dragon adeptly evaded the assault while countering with its sharp claws. Each of the aluminum dragon's strikes was powerful enough to leave deep impressions on the ground. Yet, Galarian was undeterred. It utilized its speed and agility to dodge the aluminum dragon's onslaught, seeking opportunities to retaliate. As the battle raged on, both Pokémon began to tire. The aluminum dragon bore some scars but persevered, while Galarian, though weary, maintained its fighting spirit. In a critical moment, the aluminum dragon unleashed its ultimate move, Dragon Pulse. A powerful wave of energy erupted from its mouth, hurtling towards Galarian. Galarian braced itself, but ultimately succumbed to the energy wave, collapsing to the ground. Although victorious, the aluminum dragon paid a hefty price, standing exhausted with visible wounds. Return, aluminum dragon. You have performed admirably, Xia Yu stated, recalling his Pokémon into its luxury ball. Lin Chun did the same, ready to unleash his trump card. With the weakest opponent dispatched, he intended to conclude the battle with flair. Come forth, Metagross, and deliver a resounding defeat, Xia Yu announced as he released his shiny Metagross, which elicited a roar of applause from the audience. For a pseudo-legendary was a rare sight indeed, always commanding immense attention upon its entrance. Name, Metagross, Shiny, Level, 47, Elite, Gender, None Type, Steel. Psychic ability, Clear Body. Its abilities cannot be lowered by the moves or abilities of opponents. Item, Life Orb Qualification, Near Master Level. Moves, slightly varied. On the opposite side, Lin Chun sighed upon witnessing Xia Yu's shiny Metagross, realizing the futility of his victory, yet he steeled himself to fight one last battle, proclaiming, "Come forth, my ace, Camerupt." Lin Chun summoned his own ace Pokémon. Name, Camerupt. Level, 42, Elite, Gender, Female Type, Fire, Ground ability, Lava Armor, envelopes itself in scorching lava, preventing it from becoming frozen. Item, Charcoal Qualification, Near Gym Leader Level. Technique, Collision, Roar, Spark, Earth Split, Energy Accumulation, Fire Breathing, Heavy Stomp, Purge, Instant Amnesia, Smoke Emission, Earth Power. Spellcasting, Fierce Charge, Yawn, Earthquake. The fiery camel gazed at the gleaming golden giant with fierce determination, while the shimmering giant remained remarkably composed, exuding an air of complete control. The golden giant radiated a resplendent golden light, its massive form instilling a sense of invincibility. In contrast, the fiery camel was enveloped in red rocks, erupting flames from its mouth, as if capable of incinerating everything in its path. As the battle commenced, the fiery camel charged unhesitatingly towards the golden giant, its speed astonishing, almost instantaneously arriving before its formidable opponent. With a wide-open mouth, it unleashed a torrent of searing flames, attempting to reduce the golden giant to ashes. However, the golden giant was undeterred by the fiery camel's assault. It swiftly raised its arms, using its hard metallic claws to shield itself from the inferno. The flames rebounded off the golden giant's metallic surface, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Subsequently, the golden giant launched its counterattack. A blinding light emanated from its eyes, and its body began to rotate, with its metallic claws swirling towards the fiery camel like a tempest. The fiery camel endeavored to evade, yet the golden giant's assault was too swift, leaving it no chance of escape. Struck by the golden giant's attack, the fiery camel staggered backward a few paces. However, it did not relent. Instead, it charged once more at the golden giant, poised to unleash a renewed offensive. At that moment, the golden giant abruptly halted, its body commencing to glow. A powerful wave of energy erupted from its mouth, hurtling towards the fiery camel. Sensing the formidable force, the fiery camel realized it could not withstand it, and thus summoned all its strength to unleash one final flame in an attempt to counter the golden giant's onslaught. Yet, all was in vain. The golden giant's attack far exceeded the fiery camel's expectations. In the face of the energy wave, the flames were extinguished in an instant, and the fiery camel was struck down, collapsing onto the ground. The golden giant emerged victorious, its strength overwhelming the fiery camel. In the arena, the golden giant shone with the light of triumph, its silhouette appearing remarkably grand under the sun. The referee declared Xia Yu the victor, and the crowd erupted in cheers. A sensation Xia Yu relished. After recalling the golden giant, he exchanged a friendly handshake with Lin Chun before descending from the stage, concluding the day's competition. Backstage, the chubby boy eagerly rushed towards Xia Yu, exuberantly praising his performance. The other competitors regarded Xia Yu with a mix of awe and trepidation, acutely aware of the gap in strength and wishing to avoid confrontation with him in subsequent matches. However, a few contenders exhibited a fierce desire to challenge Xia Yu. Eagerly anticipating a duel, Xia Yu informed the chubby boy of his intent to join his mother and sister at the viewing platform, encouraging him to perform excellently and secure a resounding victory. Seizing the opportunity before the next match began, Xia Yu hastily called his mother to inquire about their location. Upon learning where they were, he made his way towards them. Not far into his journey, he spotted his mother and sister on the lowest tier of the viewing platform. Hastening to their side, the location was indeed advantageous, offering proximity and a favorable angle, a privilege secured by his father. Upon reaching them, Both mother and sister congratulated Xia Yu on his successful first match. Onlookers nearby praised his impressive performance, acknowledging his prowess as a strong contender for the championship. Those with discernment had already produced paper and pens, eager for Xia Yu's autograph, believing that one day he might become a star. Flattered by this series of events, Xia Yu felt a tinge of embarrassment, while his mother and sister shared knowing smiles. As the competition resumed, the audience's attention shifted back to the arena, where the Pokémon engaged in thrilling battles, igniting the crowd's enthusiasm and cheers. Before long, it was the chubby boy's turn to take the stage. He strode confidently towards the battle platform, while his opponent, a muscular figure, clearly specialized in combat training, their contrasting physiques starkly evident. It soon became apparent that this muscular contender was indeed a specialist in fighting-type Pokémon. With 3 combat Pokémon lacking effective aerial attacks, he swiftly defeated the chubby boy's daytime rock wolf before being outmaneuvered by his Scorpion King. The chubby boy, basking in the audience's adulation, relished his moment as a star in the arena, enjoying the cheers from the crowd. Eventually, under the impatient gaze of the referee, he returned to the preparation room. After watching the chubby boy's match, Xia Yu lost interest in the remaining battles and prepared to leave. His mother shared this sentiment, initially intending only to witness her son's match, but after watching Zhang Yuhao's battle, she felt little desire to continue, as she had pressing matters to attend to. However, his sister Xiaotong expressed her reluctance to depart, eager to continue watching. Unable to refuse his beloved sister, Xia Yu acquiesced to her request, remaining to watch alongside her and inviting the chubby boy to join them, considering it a chance to gauge the competition's strength. While their mother returned to her research institute to resume her work. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the day's competition concluded. After bidding farewell to his sister and the chubby boy, Xia Yu returned home, feeling enlightened by the matches he had witnessed, as several competitors displayed remarkable abilities worthy of a challenge. The following morning, Xia Yu accompanied his sister Xiaotong to the sports arena. This time, their mother did not attend. So Xia Yu brought his sister to sit alongside their homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, to watch the matches. Xia Yu then entered the preparation area, ready for battle. With only 50 competitors remaining, today's contest would be fierce, as the top 10 would be determined. Tomorrow would bring the championship bout and award ceremony, followed by 2 days in the capital to familiarize himself with the venue. Chapter 81, The Battle for the Top 10. Today, the opponents would be randomly drawn by machines, including those who would receive buys. The chubby boy felt a pang of nervousness, as all those who had reached this stage were exceptionally talented, their strength formidable. His Pokémon, only the Scorpion King and Daytime Rock Wolf having reached the elite level, while his Sand Shark was still at level 35. Although it was not a high level, it had been nurtured relatively quickly, unlike Xia Yu, who had an advantage. With a stroke of luck, he should be able to secure a spot in the top 10, and Xia Yu silently wished him well. Soon, the battles on the field concluded, leading to the machine drawing Xia Yu's name for the next match. Filled with confidence, he ascended the battle platform. Upon reaching the stage, Xia Yu was taken aback to see banners bearing his likeness and name being waved in the audience. Surprised, he wondered if he had become famous after just one match. Unbeknownst to him, that morning, the Shudu Daily had published an article featuring an interview with him, highlighting his status as a seed competitor and his astonishing performance from the previous day, thus attracting a portion of fans. This sensation was quite novel. Could it be that Xia Yu was on the path to stardom? What a strange feeling. Shaking off these thoughts, he focused on his opponent, who was also a seed competitor, Li Luo from Shudu City No. 4. The anticipation of the audience heightened as 2 seed competitors prepared for their preemptive clash. With the referee's command, Xia Yu and Li Luo released their Pokémon. As usual, Xia Yu led with his aluminum steel dragon to accumulate experience, while Li Luo summoned a steel giant snake. Name, Steel Giant Snake. Level, 41 Elite. Gender, male. Attributes, steel, ground. Ability, hard head. Even when using moves that cause recoil damage, health points do not diminish. Held item, Assault Vest. Qualification, Gym Leader level. Moves, omitted, to avoid unnecessary wordiness. Xia Yu gazed at the formidable Steelix opposing him, acknowledging its status as a seed competitor. The first Pokémon was already at the elite level, leaving him to wonder if his Agron could withstand the onslaught. On the battlefield, Agron and Steelix stood in a tense standoff. Agron radiated a metallic luster, exuding a powerful aura, while Steelix coiled on the ground, its rocky body as solid as granite. As the battle commenced, Xia Yu and Li Luo began issuing commands. Agron, shimmering with metallic brilliance, charged towards Steelix with formidable momentum. Steelix, rooted to the earth, unleashed torrents of searing flames from its maw. The The two Pokémon collided with a thunderous clash, the sound of metal striking metal and the explosion of flames echoing through the arena. Aggron relentlessly slashed at Steelix with its sharp claws, while Steelix retaliated with its massive form and powerful constriction. The struggle intensified, with neither side yielding an inch. Aggron unleashed a potent Dragon-type move, while Steelix summoned its Steel Might. In the throes of their fierce confrontation, both Pokémon gradually depleted each other's stamina. Ultimately, in a cataclysmic clash, Aggron and Steelix suffered fatal injuries simultaneously, collapsing to the ground, unable to move. The battlefield was enveloped in smoke and the remnants of their fierce battle, a testament to the brutality of the encounter. The audience was taken aback by the intensity of the opening match, their cheers resounding throughout the arena. "Well done, Aggron. You've given it your all, now rest well," Xia Yu remarked as he and Li Luo recalled their Pokémon, preparing to release their second Pokémon. Xia Yu summoned his shiny Metagross, ready to dominate the field. Thus far, he had not encountered a Pokémon of greater strength. Li Luo, in contrast, released a starter Pokémon, Incineroar. Name, Incineroar. Level, 43, Elite. Gender, male. Type, Fire. Ability, Blaze. Increases the power of Fire-type moves when health is low. Held item, Charcoal. Qualification, Gym Leader level. Moves, omitted. This Incineroar appeared to possess greater strength. Perhaps it was his ace Pokémon. On the battlefield, shiny Metagross gleamed with a unique radiance, hovering majestically in the air, emanating a powerful presence. Incineroar, engulfed in flames, fixed its fierce gaze upon shiny Metagross. As the battle commenced, under the trainer's commands, Incineroar launched the first attack, expelling a barrage of scorching fireballs. However, shiny Metagross remained unfazed, deftly evading the assault, and swiftly charged at Incineroar. With mighty swipes of its enormous claws, shiny Metagross struck with formidable force. Incineroar fought valiantly to withstand the onslaught, yet gradually found itself on the back foot against the overwhelming assault. Shiny Metagross executed a powerful psychic move, directly striking Incineroar and inflicting significant damage. Incineroar struggled to counterattack, but shiny Metagross offered no respite, relentlessly pummeling Incineroar into submission. Ultimately, shiny Metagross emerged victorious with an overwhelming advantage. Observing his defeated Incineroar, Li Luo's expression turned grim. This had been his ace, and he had not anticipated such a devastating loss. The title of Demon King, Xia Yu, rang true. Recalling Incineroar, Li Luo released his final Pokémon, Blastoise. Name, Blastoise. Level, 42, Elite. Gender, male. Type, Water. Ability, Torrent. Increases the power of Water-type moves when health is low. Held item, Mystic Water. Qualification, Gym Leader level. Moves, omitted. Xia Yu eyed Blastoise, discerning that Li Luo had no further options left. It was time to seize victory in this match. On the expansive battlefield, shiny Metagross and Blastoise faced off on opposite sides. Shiny Metagross radiated a dazzling golden light, its massive form and metallic shell exuding an aura of invincibility. Blastoise, a colossal turtle, bore a massive water cannon on its back, poised to unleash devastating attacks. The battle commenced, with Blastoise initiating the assault, raising its head and unleashing a powerful torrent of water in an attempt to engulf shiny Metagross. Yet, shiny Metagross effortlessly evaded the watery onslaught, swiftly maneuvering to Blastoise's side to deliver a fierce strike with its sharp claws. Sensing the might of shiny Metagross, Blastoise grew cautious, retracting its water cannon to prepare for a more formidable attack. In that moment, shiny Metagross began to channel its ultimate move. Its body glowed as energy coalesced within, and it unleashed a radiant beam of golden light from its mouth, striking towards Blastoise with the speed of lightning. Blastoise attempted to evade, but the light's velocity was overwhelming, ultimately making contact. The force of the beam propelled Blastoise backward, causing numerous cracks to appear on its shell. Shiny Metagross offered no opportunity for respite, launching another attack. It swung its massive arms, disorienting Blastoise. Though Blastoise attempted to retaliate, it had already lost too much stamina, rendering its strikes nearly ineffective against shiny Metagross. In the end, shiny Metagross triumphed effortlessly over Blastoise, its sheer might leaving all spectators in awe. This battle deepened the audience's appreciation for the formidable prowess of the quasi-legendary shiny Metagross, eliciting cheers, especially from fervent fans brandishing banners in its honor.